Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On a cold February morning in 2021, something felt off at Sharon Public School in Kenton, Massachusetts. Staff members began to worry. 23-year-old Sandra Birchmore hadn't shown up in days, and she wasn't responding to calls or messages. At first, her absence was brushed off, attributed to a snowstorm that had recently swept through the area. But by day 4, concern turned into alarm. Her colleagues called emergency services, unaware that their call would open the door to one of the most baffling and heartbreaking investigations the town had ever seen. What unfolded next wasn't just a missing person case. It was the unraveling of a life marked by resilience, admiration, and ultimately betrayal. Sandra Birchmore was born on May 13, 1997, in the quiet town of Stone, Massachusetts. Her childhood was shaped by adversity. Her mother, Denise, struggled with chronic health problems that left her in and out of treatment and placed heavy pressure on the family's limited finances. Sandra's father was nowhere to be found, completely absent from both her life and her upbringing. The responsibility of raising her fell to Denise, her longtime partner, and Sandra's maternal grandmother, Grace. It was Grace who became a steady presence in Sandra's life, stepping in during the toughest times. When Denise was sick, when the bills piled up, when stability felt just out of reach. Amid all this, Sandra grew up fast. She learned early what it meant to shoulder responsibility and care for others. But even through hardship, one thing was clear. Sandra had dreams. She was fascinated by public service, drawn to uniforms, structure, and the idea of making a difference. Her admiration wasn't abstract, it was rooted in family. Several of her maternal relatives had served in law enforcement or the military, and she looked up to them with quiet pride. This environment shaped her worldview. She respected authority, craved order, and longed to be part of something bigger than herself. But what no one could have known was that this very admiration, this longing for purpose and connection, would lead her into a world of hidden relationships, blurred lines. Because what happened to Sandra Birchmore wasn't just a mystery. It was a betrayal hiding in plain sight. Her interest in police work first emerged at the age of 8, when she was enrolled in a program called Respect. This initiative aimed to teach young participants civic responsibility, communication skills, and respect for those around them. It was there that she first began interacting with police officers, further solidifying her aspirations. By the time she turned 12, Sandra joined the Police Explorers program, established in the 1970s. This initiative provided hands-on experience for young people interested in careers in law enforcement under the guidance of experienced officers. Participants learned the fundamentals of police work, safety protocols, and emergency response strategies. Sandra remained involved in the program from 2010 to 2016, showing an impressive level of dedication. Those close to her recalled how seriously she took her training and how much time she devoted to perfecting her skills. This was more than just a passing interest. Sandra saw the program as a stepping stone toward her ultimate goal. However, her journey was far from easy. In 2016, at the age of 19, Sandra experienced a devastating loss. Her mother, Denise, passed away. This was a tremendous blow for her. After Denise's passing, Sandra's aunt, her mother's sister, stepped in to provide support and guidance. This heartbreaking event coincided with the conclusion of her time in the Police Explorers program, leaving a profound impact on her life. Her dreams of a career in law enforcement gradually took a back seat as she faced new personal challenges. After finishing high school, Sandra searched for her path. She enrolled in college prep courses, planning to pursue a nursing degree. Despite shifting her focus, her childhood admiration for police culture remained strong, and she stayed in touch with many individuals from the Police Explorers program over the years. Life's challenges and early losses didn't break Sandra, but they made her vulnerable to manipulation. The influences around her and the constant struggle to overcome hardships shaped her character and ambitions, yet they also left her seeking validation and support from those she viewed as authority figures. This longing for guidance would ultimately play a crucial role in her tragic fate. In 2020, after finishing high school, Sandra Birchmore moved to Kenton, a town in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, with a population of around 25,000. Kenton was known for its safe and family-friendly environment, making it an attractive place to settle for Sandra. This move marked a fresh start. She secured a job as a teacher's assistant at Sharon Public School. Her role involved working with students who had special needs, providing support while also earning a steady income. Though this position wasn't her ultimate goal, she saw it as a stepping stone toward a better future. Her ambitions were closely tied to her experience caring for her mother, which had instilled in her a deep desire to help others. To pursue this passion, she enrolled in preparatory courses for college, balancing her studies with her job in hopes of advancing her career. Her colleagues described Sandra as outgoing and friendly, but at times her behavior seemed somewhat immature. She tended to share personal details even with people she barely knew, which made some coworkers uncomfortable. Still, she had a genuine love for her students and put effort into her responsibilities. Despite having limited experience, her combination of warmth and emotional openness drew people toward her, but it also sometimes led to misunderstandings. Sandra viewed her time at Sharon Public School as a temporary phase on her way to fulfilling her dreams. She was full of plans, preparing for significant changes in her life. However, her trusting nature and eagerness to connect with those around her made her vulnerable, something that would later play a devastating role in her story. Sandra Birchmore first met Matthew Farwell in 2010 when she was 13 years old. At the time, she was part of the Police Explorers program, where Matthew, then 27, served as one of the instructors. He quickly became an influential figure in her life. Their communication began within the structure of the program, but gradually extended beyond it. By the time Sandra turned 15, she started receiving personal messages from Matthew. These conversations marked the beginning of a relationship, shaped by manipulation and psychological pressure. As someone older and more experienced, Matthew skillfully leveraged his position to establish control over her. Over time, their relationship evolved, but became increasingly unhealthy. Matthew grew excessively possessive, showing an unusual interest in her personal life and restricting her independence. He insisted on knowing her whereabouts at all times, and pressured her to provide constant updates about who she was with. Eventually, he began using technology to monitor her movements, further deepening her dependence on him. As his jealousy and need for control escalated, they were accompanied by bursts of aggressive behavior. His tone often turned threatening, and any attempt Sandra made to assert her independence was met with resistance. Matthew exerted pressure on her, expecting absolute compliance with his demands, and he viewed any disagreement as an act of betrayal. Despite the growing tension, Sandra continued to see Matthew as someone she could trust. She genuinely believed their relationship could improve, and often found ways to justify his behavior. However, his influence over her only intensified, gradually undermining her confidence and limiting her freedom. What had started as a friendship eventually became a toxic and inescapable dynamic. The beginning of 2021 marked an important period for Sandra Birchmore. She was preparing for motherhood. Despite the difficulties she faced, she approached the future with enthusiasm. Her apartment began filling up with baby essentials she had ordered online, including newborn clothing, infant care items, and decorations for a baby shower she was planning. She was eager to celebrate this new chapter of her life with her loved ones, carefully organizing every detail of the event, from decorations to the guest list. Despite her financial constraints, her excitement and energy surprised her relatives, who noted how inspired she seemed by the idea of becoming a mother. Sandra had also scheduled a newborn photography session, intending to capture special moments after her baby's arrival. This decision further highlighted her commitment to her pregnancy and her anticipation of what was to come. However, those close to her began noticing signs of inner turmoil. Much of this stress stemmed from her strained relationship with Matthew Farwell, who remained a significant presence in her life, but was increasingly a source of anxiety. In the days leading up to the tragic events, Matthew's behavior became unusual. He visited Sandra's apartment, claiming he wanted to help her prepare for the baby's arrival. He asked for access to her home, requesting both a key and the door code, explaining that he wanted to be available in case of an emergency. While inside, he seemed particularly interested in her bedroom closet, paying close attention to the space. After he left, Sandra confided in a friend, mentioning that Matthew had been acting strangely. Despite her concerns, she tried to rationalize his behavior, convincing herself that his intentions were rooted in concern. This would be the last time she openly expressed doubt about his actions. On February 4, 2021, colleagues at Sharon Public School contacted the police after Sandra had been out of touch for several days and failed to show up for work. A heavy snowstorm had recently disrupted movement throughout the city, keeping many employees at home. But Sandra's absence raised concerns. Attempts to reach her by phone were unsuccessful. Soon, officers were dispatched to her apartment for a welfare check. When officers arrived, they knocked repeatedly and rang the doorbell, but there was no response. A distinct odor coming from inside the apartment quickly raised red flags, as officers recognized it as a sign of decomposition. Given the circumstances, they made the decision to force entry inside the apartment. Officers found Sandra in the bedroom. She had been discovered hanging from a closet door using a belt. The condition of her body suggested she had been deceased for several days. At first glance, the scene did not appear suspicious. The initial police report stated that there were no signs of a struggle. Furniture remained undisturbed, and the general disorder in the apartment was consistent with Sandra's usual living habits. However, when her relatives were allowed into the apartment after the body was removed, they noticed several discrepancies that cast doubt on the initial findings. One of the first things they observed was a load of wet laundry inside the washing machine, indicating that Sandra had been going about her normal routine shortly before her passing. On the table, there were unopened packages containing baby essentials delivered just days before the incident. Another troubling detail was a broken necklace found near where she had been discovered. Strands of Sandra's hair were tangled in the chain, which suggested possible physical interference. Her relatives informed the police that Sandra never removed this necklace. She wore it at all times, even while sleeping or showering. This detail raised doubts about the conclusion that she had taken her own life. An even more alarming discovery was her phone. Sandra used her phone daily and was rarely seen without it. However, records showed that it had been powered off a full day before her passing and was never turned back on. Concerned by these inconsistencies, her family insisted on a more thorough investigation, believing there was evidence of outside involvement. With these new findings and growing concerns about her relationship with Matthew Farwell, law enforcement was forced to reconsider their initial assessment. His behavior in the days leading up to her passing, his request for access to her apartment, and his unusual demeanor during his final visit raised serious questions. These revelations marked the beginning of a deeper investigation to uncover what truly happened inside Sandra's apartment in those fateful days. The last recorded activities of Sandra Birchmore took place on the evening of February 1, 2021. Surveillance cameras captured her returning home from work around 5:00 p.m. A short while later, she stepped outside to retrieve a package containing baby clothes she had ordered. Afterwards, Sandra was seen once again on video clearing snow off her car parked outside her residence at 5:46 p.m. She went back inside her apartment, marking the last time she was seen alive. Later that evening, another key figure in this case appeared on the security footage around 9:00 p.m. Matthew Farwell entered the building. He was seen walking into the lobby, heading up to Sandra's floor, and spending approximately 30 minutes inside her apartment. Footage showed him dressed in heavy winter clothing, with a mask covering his face. While the cold weather could explain his attire, the way he deliberately concealed his identity seemed unusual. After a brief visit, Matthew left the building. The next day, Sandra did not show up for work and stopped responding to messages. Federal investigators took over the case, conducting a full review of the initial findings. One of the first concerns was the superficial crime scene assessment and the overlooked details. Agents soon discovered that Sandra had been actively preparing for motherhood, ordering baby supplies, planning a baby shower, and even booking professional photo shoots. These details contradicted the idea that she had intentionally harmed herself. Further suspicion arose from the nature of the marks found on her body, which did not align with a typical case of self-inflicted harm. While analyzing Matthew's phone records, investigators recovered deleted messages that revealed a long history of manipulation. It was also confirmed that Sandra was pregnant with Matthew's child, a key factor in the unfolding tragedy. At the time of her passing, Sandra was in her 3rd month of pregnancy, and this revelation significantly impacted her relationship with Matthew. He not only denied being the father but also exhibited aggressive behavior, pressuring her both psychologically and physically. After Sandra informed him about the pregnancy, his attitude shifted. First, he attempted to distance himself, but later, realizing the possible consequences, he reinitiated contact. His sudden interest in reconnecting with Sandra raised further suspicion. Following her death, investigators also uncovered that Matthew was married and had 3 children. Sandra was aware of his family situation, and in the fall of 2020, she learned that his wife was expecting their 3rd child. This discovery deeply affected her, and she confided in a close friend about the emotional distress it caused. In one of her messages, Sandra mentioned that she intended to tell Matthew's wife about their relationship. However, she ultimately never went through with it. When Sandra discovered her own pregnancy, she informed Matthew, but his reaction was hostile. He not only questioned whether he was the father, but also made it clear that he had no intention of acknowledging the baby. This led to growing conflicts between them. His behavior became increasingly erratic, and Sandra confided in those close to her about the pressure and threats she was experiencing. This dynamic played a crucial role in her fate and became a major focus of the investigation into her passing. Further examination of their messages revealed that Matthew had repeatedly monitored Sandra, expressed jealousy, and made threatening remarks. Even more concerning was the discovery that he may have used his professional position to exert influence over her. The investigation uncovered a much deeper issue. Sandra was not the only victim. A review of the Police Explorers Program archives, where Matthew Farwell had served as a mentor, revealed numerous cases of inappropriate relationships between instructors and participants. Sandra had joined the program at age 13, and her personal involvement with Matthew began when she was just 15. This was not only an ethical violation but also a serious offense, given the significant age difference. A broader investigation into the Police Explorers Program exposed systemic failures that enabled misconduct. Since its inception in the 1970s, there had been little oversight regarding the actions of mentors, creating an environment where some instructors exploited their authority. In addition to Matthew, other officers involved in the program were also suspected of inappropriate behavior. Among them were Matthew's brother William and their superior, Robert Devine. The investigation ultimately uncovered over 200 cases of misconduct, many of which had remained hidden for decades. FBI agents also discovered that a police officer had received an anonymous tip about potential misconduct in January 2021, but failed to file an official report. Instead, he privately warned Matthew, prompting a sudden shift in his behavior. From that point on, Matthew began deleting messages and attempting to rebuild Sandra's trust, moves that investigators believed were meant to prevent exposure. What exactly transpired inside Sandra's apartment remains unknown, but forensic evidence allowed investigators to reconstruct a likely sequence of events. The conversation may have escalated into a confrontation when Sandra once again brought up her pregnancy. She could have been pressing Matthew for acknowledgement or support, which posed a significant risk to him if exposed. The broken necklace found near her body suggested that a struggle had taken place. Investigators theorized that at some point, Matthew used force to overpower Sandra. Her phone was turned off shortly after he entered the apartment, leading to the possibility that he had deliberately disabled it to prevent her from reaching out for help. Sandra's case not only led to Matthew Farwell's arrest in 2024, but also shed light on widespread issues within regional law enforcement. The Police Explorers Program was permanently shut down, but the consequences of its failures continued to impact many lives. This case served as a wake-up call, prompting authorities to re-evaluate policies regarding adult mentors interacting with young participants in similar programs. The charges against Matthew Farwell marked the culmination of a long and complex investigation following Sandra Birchmore's death. In August 2024, he was officially arrested and charged in connection with the crime. Prosecutors presented compelling evidence linking him to the events of that night. Key evidence included recovered text messages from his phone, revealing years of manipulation and coercion towards Sandra, as well as surveillance footage confirming his presence at her apartment on the night of the tragedy. Additionally, forensic experts testified that the injuries on Sandra's body did not align with a self-inflicted act, but instead pointed to external force. The charges against Matthew Farwell extended beyond the primary crime. They also included multiple counts of inappropriate conduct involving Sandra during the years when she was underage. These details, along with other critical evidence, directly undermined his claims of innocence, which he continued to assert even after his arrest. Despite the overwhelming evidence and widespread public outrage, bringing additional suspects to justice proved to be a major challenge. Alongside Matthew, the investigation also implicated his brother William, their superior Robert Devine, and other officers whose actions had come to light during the inquiry. However, while misconduct was established in several cases, formal charges were not filed against most of those involved. This was largely due to a lack of direct evidence or an apparent reluctance within law enforcement agencies to subject their internal system to deeper scrutiny. As of early 2025, the trial against Matthew Farwell was still ongoing. Prosecutors argued that after Sandra was fatally restrained, the perpetrator staged the scene to make it appear as though she had taken her own life, positioning her body on the closet door. However, forensic experts noted inconsistencies. Key physical indicators that would typically be present in such a case, such as specific hemorrhages in the eyes and facial swelling, were missing. This supported the theory that she had been overpowered before the scene was staged. If convicted, Matthew Farwell faced the harshest possible penalty, including the potential for capital punishment. Sandra Birchmore's case was not just a personal tragedy. It became a stark reminder of the urgent need for systemic reforms within law enforcement and increased oversight of programs designed to work with vulnerable individuals. Her memory lived on through the ongoing efforts of her family and activists who continued to push for justice and meaningful change. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In July 1974, the body of a young woman was found buried in the sand near Race Point Beach in Provincetown, Massachusetts. Her murder was brutal, but what shocked investigators the most wasn't just the violence, it was the silence that followed. No one came forward. No missing persons report matched her. No desperate families searching for answers. She had no name, no past, and no identity. For decades, she would be known only as the Lady of the Dunes, a haunting mystery that would baffle law enforcement for nearly 50 years. Provincetown, a peaceful coastal town at the tip of Cape Cod, thrives on tourism. In the summer months, it fills with visitors, artists, and families soaking in the sun. But in 1974, the town's serenity was shattered by a gruesome discovery. It was July 26th, and 12-year-old Leslie Metcalf was spending the day with her family, walking their dog through the dunes about a mile inland from the Cape Cod National Seashore. The dog suddenly bolted, catching an unfamiliar scent. Leslie chased after it, expecting maybe a deer or a seabird. What she found instead would scar her memory forever. Hidden among the brush was the decomposing body of a woman. At first glance, Leslie thought it was an animal, but as she got closer, the horrific truth became clear. The authorities were called immediately, and soon police arrived to secure the scene. The woman's body was found lying face down on a beach towel, her hands missing, likely removed to hinder identification. Her head had suffered a devastating blow and her jeans were folded neatly beneath her. Despite the brutality, certain details suggested a strange, almost staged kind of order. Just yards away, investigators noticed tire tracks and 2 sets of footprints leading to the body. They believed the killer had driven in, committed the crime, and fled quickly, possibly in a panic. But the tracks left behind could be the key to unlocking the mystery. As days turned into years, and years into decades, countless leads were followed. But each time, detectives hit a wall. The Lady of the Dunes remained unidentified. Her story became folklore in the town, a cautionary tale whispered among locals and revisited in cold case files again and again. And through it all, one question endured. Who was she? And why did no one notice she was gone? Her body was laying face down on half of a beach blanket, with no signs of struggle. This lack of resistance led police to theorize that she either knew her killer or had been asleep when she died. A blue bandana and Wrangler jeans were found under her head, and her long brown hair was tied back with a gold elastic band. Her pink-painted toenails showed that she took care of herself and had her own style. Moreover, the physical description of the woman revealed she was approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed 145 pounds with an athletic build. The dental work of the victim was unusually expensive, with crowns priced between $5,000 and $10,000. However, for now, several of her teeth had been removed, and both hands and one forearm were missing. Estimating her age proved challenging, with investigators placing her between 25 and 40 years old. However, some believed she could have been as young as 20 or as old as 49. Her date of death was sought to be anywhere from 10 days to 3 weeks before she was found. The cause of the death was severe neck injuries, which were likely from strangulation. One side of her head had been crushed, most probably with a military-type entrenching tool. The nature of the attack suggested a disturbing level of intimacy. Investigators believe the attacker lay next to the Lady of the Dunes before delivering the fatal blow to her head. Additionally, the autopsy revealed signs of sexual assault, which investigators believe happened after she died. The deliberate removal of identifying features such as teeth and hands suggests the killer sought to hide either the identity of the victim or their own connection to her. This calculated act has fueled speculation and deepened the mystery surrounding her tragic death. Her last meal consisted of a burger and fries. Her body was laid to rest as unknown, because no one knew her identity. She was buried near the town center at the cemetery of St. Peter. A simple gravestone marked her final resting place, bearing the inscription, "Unidentified female body found Race Point Dunes, July 26, 1974. Dr. Stanley Schwartz reconstructed the skull from fragments. The reconstructed skull was stored in a cardboard box during the investigation in the office of the chief. Despite efforts, the skull remained unidentified and it awaited a name that never came. Police started a thorough investigation on this mysterious case. They accurately reviewed thousands of missing person reports and cross-referenced them with records of vehicles that had passed through the area. Despite their efforts, they found no matches, which even deepened the mystery surrounding her identity and the circumstances of her tragic death. Upon arriving at the scene, investigators observed some striking details. The sand surrounding the victim and the nearby beach blanket were mysteriously undisturbed. This suggested that her body had been carefully placed in that exact spot, rather than left haphazardly. Moreover, this deliberate act spoke to a level of planning and calculation on the part of the killer. It raised more questions than answers. What motivated the perpetrator to choose this location? Was there a specific reason for leaving her body in this precise spot? Despite extensive searches of the surrounding dunes, which led to the discovery of her personal and key items, no further evidence appeared to explain who the attacker was or what happened before the crime. Investigators faced numerous challenges while trying to identify her. Every abandoned bicycle and vehicle in the area was thoroughly examined and owners were tracked down as part of the investigation. Officials looked at the vehicles that had driven through the dunes before the body was found. Unfortunately, these leads did not yield any significant breakthroughs. Her identity was unknown for a long time, therefore she became the Lady of the Dunes. To expose her identity, her teeth and skull were reconstructed to match dental records. Thousands of dentists nationwide were contacted to identify the distinctive and expensive dental work, but there were no results. The case gathered national attention with articles published in dental journals and police magazines. In 1979, a forensic anthropologist created a clay model of the face of the woman. His interpretations based on the model were then distributed worldwide. In 1980, investigators exhumed the remains of the Lady of the Dunes for further examination. The police chief made heartfelt pleas for information on national television and in magazines. He traveled extensively across North America where he pursued leads, but none proved fruitful. Over the years, the chief received thousands of letters and phone calls, some of which offered potential clues to the identity of the victim. Each tip was carefully investigated and various family members from all over the country supplied dental records for comparison. However, no match was ever found. In desperation, the chief even consulted a psychic, but the result was nothing. As time passed, the case grew cold with no concrete leads to investigate. The Lady of the Dunes remained a haunting mystery. However, there was another shocking fact, and a mysterious gesture has become an annual tradition. Every July 26, on the anniversary of her discovery, someone left flowers and bars at the site. The identity and motivations of this person remained unknown. Was it the killer, someone who knew her, or a good person paying respects? There were no leads, and police were looking for new ones. It was not until 1987 when this happened. A Canadian woman shocked investigators with a terrifying revelation. She disclosed this to her friend and claimed she had witnessed her father strangling a woman in Massachusetts around 1972. Police immediately pursued this lead and hoped it would shed light on the identity of the Lady of the Dunes. Despite their efforts, they could not locate the woman or gather further evidence to substantiate the claim. Around the same time, another woman approached the authorities with a heart-wrenching suspicion. She believed the reconstructed image of the victim resembled her long-lost sister, who had vanished from Boston in 1974. This lead sparked renewed hope for answers. Detectives then deeply investigated the disappearance of her sister to establish its potential connections to the Lady of the Dunes case, but again it was all in vain. Not only this, but there was also another lead from the police. Police criminal records in a separate angle. Investigators focused on Rory Jean Kessinger, a notorious criminal who had escaped from jail in 1973 at the age of 25. Authorities noticed a close resemblance between Kessinger and the victim, which raised suspicions about his possible involvement. However, DNA testing from the mother of Kessinger ultimately did not match the victim, which again led investigators to rule him out as a suspect. Additionally, the cases of two other missing women, Frances Awalt from Montana and Vicki Lamberton from Massachusetts, were thoroughly examined but ultimately dismissed because these were unrelated to the Lady of the Dunes. Each new lead brought hope, but the mystery remained unsolved. The community and investigators were left with haunting, unanswered questions. There were multiple theories surrounding the circumstances of her death, and each of them attempted to explain the mysterious clues and disturbing facts. Here are some of them. The first theory was about Tony Costa. His name often surfaces in connection to this case. He was a serial killer active in the area at the time. However, investigators quickly ruled him out as a suspect, as he died in May 1974. It was 2 months before the discovery of the body of the woman in July. Despite his elimination as a suspect, the name of Tony Costa frequently appeared alongside in discussions about the case. The second theory surrounding the Lady of the Dunes involved Haddon Clark, who was a convicted serial killer notorious for his heinous crimes. The criminal history of Clark included the murders of 6-year-old Michelle Dorr in 1986 and 23-year-old Laura Howling in 1992, for which he received 2 consecutive 30-year sentences. While imprisoned, Clark made numerous confessions and claimed responsibility for dozens of murders. In 2004, he wrote a letter to a friend asserting that he was the one who killed the Lady of the Dunes. According to his account, he disposed of the evidence in the garden of his grandfather. He knew the identity of the woman but refused to mention it because police had mistreated him. However, Clark had paranoid schizophrenia. It is a mental disorder characterized by hallucinations, delusions, and paranoia, which distort reality and impair daily functioning. It involves distorted thinking, suspiciousness, and social withdrawal, and requires treatment through medication and psychotherapy to manage symptoms. Therefore, it raised doubts about the credibility of his claims. Despite his history of confessions, law enforcement could not verify his involvement in the Lady of the Dunes case. In 2000, Clark led police to the former residence of his grandparents, where they discovered a plastic bucket containing over 200 pieces of jewelry, which also included items from his known victims. He referred to these as his trophies and suggested a disturbing pattern of collecting souvenirs from his crimes. Despite these discoveries, authorities never found concrete evidence linking Clark to the Lady of the Dunes. The history of Clark as a manipulative and unreliable source underscored the challenges in determining the truth in his claims of guilt in multiple unsolved cases. The body of the woman was exhumed again in March 2000 for DNA testing. Investigators turned to an extraordinary identification method that had been used only once in Massachusetts. State Police Sergeant Richard Nagel stated, "We have no record of another case like this. It's the first time." Let's come toward the James Whiteley Bulger theory. In May 2010, experts took CT scans of the skull of the Lady of the Dunes to create computer-generated detailed images. These images were then sent to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, where forensic artists created a new 3D reconstruction of her face. Investigators made multiple facial reconstructions between sketches and images in 1979 and 2006 and circulated these in the whole area, but got no lead. In the meantime, another compelling theory revolves around notorious mobster James Whitey Bulger during the 1960s and 70s. James Whitey Bulger was a familiar figure in Provincetown. He regularly visited popular LGBT bars, so was the Crown and Anchor at the time. Provincetown provided a welcoming refuge for the gay community, which faced discrimination elsewhere. Meanwhile, author Sandra Lee adds another surprising twist. As a young girl, she claims to have discovered the Lady of the Dunes before the teenager Leslie, who reported it to the police. Lee remembers the scene clearly. The body lay face down with a neck wound covered by a green blanket. Later, she saw a similar blanket at her family's campsite near June's Edge Campground, close to the discovery site. Lee alleges her stepfather associated with Whitey Bulger and occasionally socialized with him in Provincetown. On one occasion, her stepfather returned home intoxicated, covered in a green cotton blanket that resembled the one found with the victim. This coincidence caught the attention of the investigators when Lee shared her story around 2012. Detective Meredith Labor confirmed that notorious gangster Whitey Bulger had a substantial presence in Provincetown during that period. Despite the later capture of Bulger and imprisonment for other crimes, he never mentioned anything about the Lady of the Dunes before he died in 2018. His brutal reputation and rumored involvement in human trafficking added weight to the theory. The removal of the teeth of the victim was especially significant because it presented its similarity to known methods of Bulger. However, like many leads in this enduring mystery, this theory lacks solid evidence to validate it fully. Even if he had some connection to the crime, the identity of the Lady of the Dunes remains unknown. This left investigators and the community still searching for answers for 5 decades later. Another theory was revolving, and it again sparked light among people. This theory was Jaws film theory. It was about a movie that warned of the dangers of human greed, ignorance, and disregard for nature. Moreover, it tells the story of a small beach town that prioritizes profits over safety, which ignored warnings of a giant shark lurking in the waters. In 2015, reputed author Joe Hill, who was the son of the famous author Stephen King, proposed an interesting theory about the Lady of the Dunes. While watching Jaws movie for the first time, Hill noticed a brief scene that caught his eye during the 4th of July festivities. He suggested that the unidentified woman who was known as the Lady in the Dunes might have appeared as an extra in Jaws before her tragic demise. Specifically, Hill pointed to a scene approximately 54 minutes into the movie, set during a 4th of July crowd sequence. Here he identified an extra who was a young woman with brown hair and a blue bandana, and who strikingly resembled police sketches of the unidentified lady. Hill posed a thought-provoking question. Could this mysterious figure, which no one had been able to identify, have been seen by millions in the classic summer thriller without anyone realizing it? In that same post, Hill also acknowledged multiple issues with his out-there theory, such as the extra not wearing the same type of Wranglers found with the lady. Even more, he noted blue bandanas were worn by 6 other women in the following sequence in the movie. Nevertheless, he pointed out that Jaws was filmed near where the body of the Lady of the Dunes was found on the Vineyard of Martha, which was approximately 100 miles away. This proximity sparked local curiosity about the production of film. Drawing on his storytelling background, Hill wrote that celebrity attractions and nearby locations could have drawn the lady to the Vineyard of Martha. It was much like any other summer visitor exploring the Cape Cod area. Despite the skepticism, the theory of Hill found some unexpected support. He recounted how an FBI agent he consulted cautiously encouraged him to pursue his idea and suggested that stranger ideas like this had cracked colder cases before. Reflecting on his unconventional theory, Hill admitted to the Washington Post that he struggled greatly. He found difficulty in distinguishing whether his imagination was merely at play or if there might be substance to his idea. The absence of concrete evidence or eyewitness accounts linking the background actors in Jaws to the Lady of the Dunes has made investigators cautious. Jaws, by Steven Spielberg, attracted local talent and suggested a regional casting pool. This limited casting scope supports the theory that the mysterious woman might have been a resident of the Provincetown area. Detectives continued to seek leads and hoped someone would reveal the truth, but there was no lead. In 2022, a significant breakthrough occurred in the Lady of the Dunes case when the skeletal remains were sent to Othram for analysis using advanced DNA technology. A profile was generated that allowed investigators to trace distant relatives of the victim, which eventually led to her identification. On October 31, 2022, the FBI field office in Boston made a long-awaited announcement. The victim was identified as Ruth Marie Terry. The discovery marked a significant breakthrough in the Lady of the Dunes case. After decades of uncertainty, it finally shed light on a mystery that had puzzled investigators and the community for 48 years. However, the announcement did not disclose any details about potential suspects or why Terry was in Massachusetts at the time of her murder. The FBI credited investigative genealogy for the identification of Terry. It was a method that has been instrumental in solving numerous cold cases and identifying over 150 criminals, and included infamous cases like the Golden State Killer. The Golden State Killer, who was also known as Joseph James DeAngelo, was a former police officer and responsible for a series of rapes and murders in California during the 1970s and 1980s. He was identified and arrested in 2018 after decades of evading authorities using DNA evidence in genealogical research. This genealogical scientific approach involves using DNA databases to match genetic profiles with known relatives, which pierces together familial connections to expose the identities of unidentified victims. The identification of Ruth Marie Terry represents a significant step toward closing the Lady of the Dunes case. Ruth Marie Terry was born on September 8, 1936, in a small mountainside shack in Whitwell, Tennessee. Her parents were Johnny and Eva Terry, with her mother tragically passing away at just 23 years old. The life of Ruth took a significant turn in 1957 when she left Tennessee to move to Livonia, Michigan, to work at the Fisher Body Automotive plant. The next year, she gave birth to her son, Richard. However, financial difficulties forced her to make a difficult decision. Richard Hatchett Sr. was her workplace superintendent, and she allowed Richard to adopt her son in exchange for paying off her expenses. After the adoption was finalized, Ruth moved to California and started a new chapter in her life. On February 16, 1974, Ruth Terry married Guy Moldovan, who was an antique dealer in Reno, Nevada. In August 1974, just months before her death, Ruth and Guy visited her family in Whitwell, Tennessee. Her grandniece Brittany noticed that Ruth seemed distant and uneasy around Guy, who appeared overly possessive. The couple then traveled to Chattanooga to visit the half-brother of Ruth, Kenneth, and his wife Carol. They mentioned plans to travel to the U.S. to search for antiques, which included a possible stop in Massachusetts. Ruth Marie Terry visited home alone in April 1974, and it was just a few months before her body was found. As she went missing, no one knew about her. In late summer 1974, Guy Moldovan visited the family of Ruth Terry in Tennessee and claimed she had vanished from their California home after they fought during their honeymoon. He stayed briefly and said he had no idea where she was. Her brother James searched for answers. He hired a private investigator in California who discovered that belongings of Ruth had been sold for 20 years. A family of Ruth assumed she was dead and listed her as deceased and in family obituaries. However, her sister-in-law, named Carol, suspected Ruth might be in a witness protection program and was unable to contact her loved ones. On November 2, 2022, The Massachusetts State Police announced they were seeking information about the late husband of Ruth Terry, Guy Rockwell Moldavan, who was born on October 27, 1923, and passed away on March 14, 2002. The background of Guy Moldavan was marked by adoption. He was an orphan taken in by Abram Albert Zadwansky Moldavan and Sylvia Lily Silverblatt. He also had a brother, Michael Semyon J. Moldavan. The life of Guy Moldavan took shape during World War II. In 1942, he studied at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in New York City. However, due to a mastoid infection, he was considered unfit for military service. After the war, the personal life of Moldavan started to grow. On May 11, 1946, he married Joellen Mayloop in Bellevue, Pennsylvania, while working as a professor. The couple moved frequently and lived in New York, California, and Seattle, where Moldavan worked as a disc jockey. However, their marriage was short-lived. Guy and Joellen divorced on July 16, 1956. In 1958, Guy Moldavan married again, with Manzanita Eileen Ryan in Kootenai, Idaho. Manzanita had a 16-year-old daughter named Dolores Ann Mearns from a previous marriage. On April 4, 1960, Manzanita Ryan and her daughter Dolores Ann Mearns disappeared in Seattle. Guy Moldavan became the prime suspect. Moldavan attempted to escape, but was captured by the FBI. He was charged with unlawful flight to avoid testifying about the disappearances. Guy Moldavan quickly remarried after the disappearance of Manzanita. He wed Evelyn Marie Emerson in King County, Washington, on July 29, 1960. This was the same woman Guy would marry again in Los Angeles on August 10, 1963. However, Moldavan got in trouble when he faced burglary charges for swindling $10,000 from the family of his third wife. In 1961, he was convicted and sentenced to 15 years in prison. Moldavan received a reprieve in March 1962, when a judge suspended his sentence on the condition that he repay the stolen funds. True crime author Ann Rule examined case of Moldovan Guy in her 2007 books, Smoke, Mirrors, and Murder. She focused on the 1960 disappearances of Manzanita Ryan and her daughter Dolores Mearns. Investigators discovered dismembered human remains in the septic tank of Moldavan, but couldn't confirm they belonged to the missing woman. Despite suspicions, Moldavan wasn't charged due to insufficient concrete evidence. Ann Rule noted that Moldavan married again in 1974, this time to a woman named Terry in Reno, Nevada. She was later revealed as Ruth. Terry Moldavan was the prime suspect in the murder of Henry Lawrence Baird, a 28-year-old bread truck driver. Additionally, he was also suspected in the disappearance of 17-year-old waitress Barbara Jo Kelly, which occurred in June 1950. Barbara was last seen in Humboldt County, California, on June 17, 1950, when she went on a date with Baird, who was her boyfriend. The next morning, the body of Baird was found, face down on the beach near Table Bluff, and had been shot in the back of the head. He was found naked except for his shoes and socks. The clothing of Barbara was also discovered neatly folded under Baird, though her shoes and stockings were missing. To this day, no trace of Barbara has been found, and it is believed that whoever shot Baird may have kidnapped her. In 1983, after the murder of Ruth Terry, Guy Moldavan published Cooking with Rump Oil. This contained a disturbing recipe. Cape Cod shed. The disturbing content of the recipe sent chills down the spine. An illustration of a long-hailed creature who looked innocent was juxtaposed with instructions that implied violence and suffering. The ominous language throughout the recipe only added to the sense of suspicion, and scary phrases like "the tender look will become one of despair" hinted at a dark and sinister purpose. Later, investigators analyzed and raised concerns about the involvement of Moldavan in the murder of Terry. In 1976, Moldavan relocated to Chualar, California, which is a small community near Salinas. A feature article published in 1985 noted that he had retired from his position as executive vice president of a silver store on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. Police find some additional information. At the time of his profiling, he was volunteering as a host for a 3-hour weekly call-in show on aging and personal transitions at the radio station KAZU in Pacific Grove. Additionally, he worked at a tobacco shop in Carmel. As noted in his obituary, Moldavan was born in Santa Fe, New Mexico. He spent 22 years living in Salinas and worked as a buyer for bullocks. In addition to his career, he appeared to be a poet, artist, and actor, but beneath his charismatic face, there was pure evil. He deceived people with his charm and appearance and was responsible for a string of heinous crimes. He passed away at home after a prolonged illness and left behind his wife, Phyllis Moldavan, and his sister, Joan Tower. In 2018, Richard Hanchett, son of Ruth Marie Terry, learned the biological name of his mother through DNA testing. Moreover, throughout these years, the Tennessee family thought she was missing. On August 28, 2023, Moldavan was officially identified as the killer of Terry. Terry and her son finally found closure after 48 years, thanks to advances in DNA technology and diligent police efforts. The breakthrough brought peace to Richard Hanchett, ended decades of uncertainty, and provided justice for her memory. Dedicated police work and DNA technology made it possible to identify the remains of Ruth and give her loved ones the closure they had long awaited. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Driving under the influence has always been treated as a grave offense in the United States, one that carries life-changing consequences. Whether it's alcohol, illicit drugs, or even prescription medication, getting behind the wheel in an impaired state puts lives at risk. And when that impairment leads to a deadly crash, the law does not take it lightly. These aren't just traffic violations anymore. They're felonies that carry years, even decades behind bars. The case of Macy Lathers is a prime example of how quickly a moment of recklessness can turn into tragedy, and how the fallout can echo far beyond the crash site. Macy Lathers wasn't just any driver. She was a public figure, a model, and an influencer with thousands of followers. Her life looked picture-perfect online, but on one shocking day, all of that came crashing down, literally. In a popular resort city buzzing with vacationers, Macy caused a devastating multi-car collision. 2 people lost their lives, 2 more were left with serious, life-altering injuries. But what made this tragedy even more disturbing was what happened next. When police arrived on the scene, they found Macy in a dazed, erratic state, clearly under the influence of psychoactive substances. The body cam footage captured her incoherent behavior. Witnesses filmed her staggering, yelling, and resisting officers. What was already a heartbreaking crash spiraled into a viral media storm. Overnight, Macy's name was everywhere, from news headlines to heated social media debates. Was this the fall of another influencer blinded by fame and excess? Or was it a deeper reflection of how privilege and recklessness collide? To understand how it all unraveled, we need to go back to where Macy came from. Macy Marie Lathers was born on July 16, 2000, in Fort Plain, New York, a quiet rural town nestled in Montgomery County. She was the middle child, the only girl among 3 siblings, raised in a home filled with warmth and stability. Her parents weren't wealthy or famous. They were ordinary people who worked hard, loved their kids, and built a life of modest comfort. Their house sat near the peaceful Mohawk River, in a town so small that everyone knew everyone else. Fort Plain wasn't the kind of place you expected scandal to come from. It was safe, slow, predictable. The kind of town where nothing much ever changed, until Macy changed everything. Macy grew up in what many would call a sheltered environment, largely disconnected from the outside world. She rarely left Fort Plain, and when she did, it was usually under the supervision of older family members. A high achiever in school, she consistently earned top grades and graduated at the top of her class. Macy was also active in sports, particularly gymnastics and track and field, though she never considered athletics as part of her long-term career goals. As a teen, Macy blossomed into a striking young woman. Suitors were constantly trying to win her attention, and there were even rumors of rivalries among the guys hoping to date her. She enjoyed socializing and going on dates, but she never let that interfere with her studies. Teachers described her as intelligent, focused, and driven, someone who always set high standards for herself. Macy graduated as valedictorian and was accepted into the State University of New York at Albany, where she chose to study linguistics and international communication. The campus was just over an hour's drive from her hometown, so Macy decided to stay at home with her family instead of moving into a dorm. Her close bond with her parents and siblings made this arrangement comfortable and natural. Albany, the capital of New York State, is a bustling modern city. Quite the contrast from tiny Fort Plain. To Macy, it felt like an entirely different world, full of energy, possibilities, and experiences she had never been exposed to before. With her charm, intelligence, and striking appearance, Macy quickly made friends and became a standout presence in her social circle. She continued to excel academically and soon became one of the top students in her program. At the same time, she and her new friends began frequenting local bars, clubs, and nightlife spots around the city. It didn't take long for Macy to adjust to this new rhythm of life. Days were spent in lectures and libraries, while nights often turned into late-hour adventures in the city's nightlife scene. Despite her increasingly active social calendar, Macy showed up for class, passed her exams with flying colors, and looked effortlessly put together. As is typical in many college nightlife environments, there was frequent consumption of alcoholic beverages. Over time, Macy began drinking more regularly, and what started as casual, social drinking gradually became a daily habit. Still, her young, healthy body seemed to handle the lifestyle well. She maintained excellent academic performance, and her professors continued to praise her intellectual gifts and talent. At home, her family didn't notice anything particularly alarming in her behavior or lifestyle. However, during her junior year, Macy decided to move out of her family's house and into an off-campus apartment near the university. She shared the place with a group of girlfriends, a change that marked a new chapter in her increasingly independent life. Around this time, Macy began experimenting more actively with a range of powerful and mood-altering substances. She typically obtained these restricted items directly from nightlife venues, often consuming them on site. Despite the growing frequency of her use, she didn't see it as a problem. In her mind, she could stop anytime she wanted. By the time she graduated from college, Macy had fully embraced the party lifestyle. Nightclubs, dancing, and the constant presence of alcohol and other prohibited items had become a regular part of her world. Nevertheless, she managed to complete her degree, defend her thesis successfully, and receive her diploma. Even then, though, she already knew she didn't want to spend her life behind a desk in some stuffy corporate office. Macy came of age at a time when social media platforms were exploding in popularity worldwide. Unsurprisingly, she created profiles on several major platforms while still in high school. Back then, living in the quiet and remote town of Fort Plain, her online presence was modest, just a few dozen followers, mostly people she knew. She occasionally posted family photos or scenic shots from the area, but never cared much about likes or follower counts. Everything began to change drastically after Macy moved to the city for her 18th birthday. Her parents gifted her a luxurious white Mercedes-Benz, something she had dreamed of for years. They also continued to support her financially, which allowed Macy to enjoy a carefree social lifestyle and showcase it extensively on her social media accounts. With her stunning looks, vibrant personality, and high-energy lifestyle, Macy quickly gained traction online. Her social feeds painted a picture of nonstop parties, fun, and glamour. Her follower count skyrocketed, and soon she had developed a loyal following that made her something of a local celebrity. During her final years at the university, Macy had already realized that she wouldn't be pursuing a traditional career in her chosen field. She was more interested in finding ways to turn her passion for fun into a source of income. She began taking dance lessons and sent out her modeling portfolio to various agencies, hoping to catch the attention of professionals who might offer her a lucrative contract. Despite her good looks, slim figure, and strong charisma, Macy wasn't able to break into any major modeling circles. However, her online popularity continued to soar. She portrayed a glamorous lifestyle, talked about her success, and occasionally promoted products or services on her platforms for small fees. After graduation, Macy informed her parents that she was planning to move to sunny Florida and settle in Miami. Her goal was to work as a hostess at one of the city's trendy nightclubs while continuing to pursue opportunities in modeling. Naturally, Her parents were both surprised and disheartened by her decision. After all, she had always been a top student full of promise and had just completed her degree at a respected university. Now it seemed like she was walking away from all that for what? Still, they didn't pressure her or try to change her mind. In fact, they continued to support her regularly, sending money to help with her expenses. So, in early 2023, Macy relocated to Miami. She rented a modest apartment and began job hunting. At the same time, she immersed herself in the city's nightlife, hoping to make useful connections. She quickly became a fixture in the scene, fully embracing the party lifestyle once again, and she had no intention of slowing down. Over the years, Lathers had taken on various roles in the nightlife and entertainment scene. She worked as a promotional model, a dancer, and even served as a ring girl at combat sports events, stepping onto the mat in a skimpy outfit to display the round numbers to the crowd. During this period, her public profile began to rise. Local media outlets featured her several times, and she was even invited for a few interviews. By the spring of 2024, Macy's following on social media had grown into the tens of thousands. She rebranded herself as a fitness influencer, promoting sportswear, supplements, and beauty products. However, behind the carefully curated image, her real lifestyle was far from the clean and healthy image she projected online. She was a regular at nightclubs and parties, frequently indulging in strong alcoholic drinks, and was often open to trying new restricted substances offered in those settings. Over time, this pattern of behavior began to catch up with her, both personally and legally. At one point, Lathers was caught driving under the influence and had her driver's license temporarily suspended, but she violated the law again, this time resulting in her license being permanently revoked. Still, that wasn't enough to make her change course. On the morning of August 10, 2024, around 6 a.m., the streets of busy Miami were unusually quiet. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the screech of brakes and the sound of multiple loud impacts. A major collision had occurred at an intersection involving 3 vehicles. Bystanders rushed toward a black Range Rover, which had taken a heavy hit on the driver's side. The man behind the wheel had a bloodied face but was conscious. Witnesses carefully helped him out of the twisted wreck. He had suffered head trauma and broken ribs, and could barely remain standing. Good Samaritans provided first aid, doing their best to stop the bleeding while waiting for emergency responders. The second vehicle was a Suzuki minivan, which sustained even more severe damage. The frame was crumpled and the doors were jammed shut. Inside were 3 individuals: a middle-aged woman behind the wheel, a man in the front passenger seat, and another man seated in the back. All 3 were seriously injured. The driver and rear passenger were unresponsive, while the front seat passenger appeared to be in shock. Since there was no immediate fire hazard, rescuers avoided pulling them out through the windows, fearing it could worsen potential head or spinal injuries. The third vehicle, a white Mercedes-Benz, was barely damaged. It had swerved off the road, lightly clipping the other 2 vehicles before striking a curb. When witnesses approached it, they found it empty. The driver was nowhere in sight, and the interior, covered in pale leather, showed no signs of injury. No blood, no visible struggle. It was clear the person behind the wheel had left the scene voluntarily, either unharmed or with only minor scrapes. Soon, eyewitnesses came forward. Several had seen a young woman leaving the Mercedes-Benz just moments after the crash. She exited from the driver's side, moving carefully and trying not to draw attention. She wore blue jeans and an oversized hoodie with the hood pulled low over her face. She crossed the street and quickly walked away from the scene, vanishing into the early morning quiet. The unidentified young woman attempted to blend in by joining a group of early morning joggers passing nearby. Since no one tried to stop her, she managed to slip away unnoticed. None of the bystanders were able to give a clear description of her appearance. When first responders, police, medics, and rescue crews arrived on the scene, they focused on freeing the injured passengers from the mangled vehicles. By that time, the man in the front passenger seat of the minivan was unresponsive. Medical examiners later determined that he had suffered extensive head and internal injuries, with massive internal bleeding cited as the cause of death. The woman who had been driving the minivan and the man in the back seat were both transported to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought hard to save their lives. The driver of the Range Rover was also hospitalized with moderate injuries. His life was not in immediate danger, though he had sustained a serious head injury and damage to one of his lungs. After speaking with witnesses, investigators determined that the person behind the wheel of the third vehicle, believed to have caused the crash, was a young woman who fled the scene. Fortunately, the intersection where the crash occurred had multiple surveillance cameras installed, and investigators quickly began collecting and reviewing the footage. The video clearly showed a white Mercedes-Benz speeding through the intersection, ignoring a red light. The other two vehicles were moving within the speed limit and had the right of way. The woman in the minivan appeared to try and avoid the collision, swerving at the last moment, but still clipped the Mercedes. Her vehicle then spun into the Range Rover before finally crashing into a utility pole. From the footage, it appeared that the woman in the Mercedes was not seriously injured. She jumped out of the vehicle, pulled her hoodie tightly over her face, and attempted to disappear among the joggers. She then veered off into a nearby park where the trail went cold due to a lack of camera coverage in that area. Who was the mystery driver of the white Mercedes-Benz? Why had she run? And where had she gone? None of the witnesses could describe her with any certainty or say where she had headed. Detectives turned to the vehicle registration to trace the owner, but before they could complete their investigation, the woman in question surfaced in the most unexpected way. While police were still reviewing footage and speaking with witnesses, a strange call came into emergency services. A construction worker laboring just a few blocks from the crash site reported an incident involving a young woman in a highly disoriented state. According to the caller, the woman had initially tried to flag down cars in an erratic and dangerous manner, running into traffic and throwing herself toward passing vehicles. Then she suddenly began undressing. She removed her hoodie, then stripped off a small top, leaving her in jeans and unclothed from the waist up. She started yelling profanities, spinning in circles in the middle of the road, attempting to force her way into random vehicles by yanking on their door handles. Eventually, she lay down across the roadway, rolling around on the asphalt. The witness who contacted emergency services rushed to help her. He tried to pull her to the sidewalk, but she was surprisingly strong and kept breaking free, shouting incoherently. Realizing he couldn't move her, he stood nearby and directed traffic to prevent vehicles from hitting her. He remained by her side until police arrived. When law enforcement officers arrived at the scene, the first thing they did was cover the half-dressed woman and try to ask her some basic questions to determine her identity. But she seemed completely detached from reality. At times she muttered incoherently, then suddenly screamed, clearly under the influence of some kind of substance. She couldn't even say her own name, but was shouting about extraterrestrials, warning that they were on their way and would be arriving soon. Then, in a sudden shift, she calmed down and claimed she had come from the future, could travel through time, and possessed a magical orb. When asked what the last thing she remembered was, she paused for a moment and said, "I remember dying." It was clear that attempting a proper interview under these circumstances was nearly impossible. Her speech was a mixture of delusions and hallucinations. But then, unexpectedly, she asked if anyone had seen her white Mercedes-Benz and expressed concern that it might have been taken by aliens. At that moment, investigators no longer had doubts. She was clearly the same woman who had fled the scene of the crash. She repeated several times that she was from the future, then sat down on the asphalt and began speaking to someone who wasn't there, as if she were having a heartfelt conversation with her mother. "Mom, I'm gone now. Don't cry. I can time travel. I'll come visit you," she said. Then she looked around and asked where her car was, before turning back to her invisible companion. By the time paramedics arrived to assist the so-called visitor from the future, she had managed to recall her name, Macy. But other than that, her condition remained unchanged. She was hallucinating vividly and speaking in fragmented, irrational thoughts. Based on her behavior, the medical team suspected she had consumed a dangerous mix of strong alcohol and powerful psychoactive substances. To treat her properly, they needed to figure out what exactly she had taken, so they could administer the right medication to neutralize the effects of the substance. Macy's condition fluctuated rapidly. At moments, she seemed coherent and aware of her surroundings, and then she would drift off into conversations about aliens and time portals. When asked directly what she had taken, she couldn't provide an answer. In fact, she didn't even seem to understand the question. Then suddenly, she started making sprinkling motions with her fingers, as if tossing glitter, whispering, "Pink, pink, pink, powder." It sounded like more nonsense, but one of the medics recognized the reference immediately. She was likely referring to a potent street substance, often nicknamed pink cocaine, a synthetic blend of various psychoactive chemicals. The danger of this mix lies in its unpredictability. There's no standard formula, and the balance of ingredients varies with each batch, making the effects anything from mild euphoria to vivid hallucinations or even fatal overdose. It had become particularly trendy among the club scene due to its flashy appearance and low cost. The signature pink color was usually achieved with food dye and sometimes mixed with glitter to give it a stylish, glamorous look. A toxicology screening conducted at the hospital confirmed the dominant component in her system, allowing doctors to administer the appropriate IV treatment to neutralize it. Meanwhile, law enforcement identified the woman as Macy Lathers, 24 years old, a fairly well-known online personality, social media influencer, and frequent presence in Miami's nightlife circuit. The crash caused by Macy Lathers involved 3 vehicles, including her white Mercedes-Benz. 4 people were seriously affected. In the minivan were married couple Juanita and Abraham Nandez, along with their friend Jesus Rubio, who was seated in the back. Tragically, Abraham, who had been in the front passenger seat beside his wife, he succumbed to his injuries before first responders could reach the scene. Jesus in the back seat sustained severe trauma and was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought for days to save his life, but he ultimately passed away without ever regaining consciousness. Juanita miraculously survived the collision, but the injuries she sustained left her permanently paralyzed. She now relies on a wheelchair. The couple's son, a school-aged boy, lost his father instantly and has been left without the daily care of his mother, who remains hospitalized. Jesus Rubio, a father of 2 and sole provider for his family, left behind loved ones, facing not only grief but significant financial hardship. The driver of the Range Rover was less severely injured than the others, but still required multiple surgeries and a long road to recovery. He remains unable to return to his previous work or lifestyle. Macy, on the other hand, escaped the crash without a single visible injury and attempted to flee the scene. It later emerged that she had already been caught driving under the influence several months earlier and had her license suspended. Following a second offense, her driving privileges were permanently revoked. Yet that didn't stop her from continuing to consume alcohol and restricted substances, then getting behind the wheel, until it all culminated in a devastating incident that claimed 2 lives. Macy Lathers now faces multiple criminal charges: driving under the influence without a valid license, vehicular manslaughter, causing serious bodily injury through negligence, and fleeing the scene of a crash. She was booked into custody without release, and her bail was set at $150,000, 0 cents. With no access to that kind of money, either personally or from family, she remains behind bars awaiting trial. Even though surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts strongly support Macy's responsibility in the crash, her defense attorney has argued that she should only be held accountable for driving under the influence and lacking a valid license. The rest, he claims, occurred while she was experiencing intense hallucinations, making her incapable of understanding her actions. According to him, the real blame lies with whoever manufactured and distributed the powerful synthetic cocktail Macy ingested. The prosecution sees it differently. They point to video evidence showing Macy behaving rationally in the immediate aftermath of the crash, covering her face, attempting to blend in with bystanders, and even joining a group of joggers to avoid detection. These deliberate actions suggest that Macy was fully aware of what had just happened and was actively trying to avoid responsibility. The episode involving public disrobing and fantastical claims of time travel, prosecutors argue, was an attempt to appear mentally unfit to stand trial, potentially leading to psychiatric treatment instead of prison. As of spring 2025, the legal proceedings against Macy Lathers are ongoing. No final verdict has been issued, and she remains in custody. To date, she faces 8 separate charges, and if convicted on all counts, she could face a life sentence. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Okay guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. When an adult suddenly goes silent, police don't always act right away. It's even less urgent when the person is abroad, living alone, and seems to have chosen a quiet life away from everything. That's exactly what happened to Anna Knežević. Anna was an American citizen who had recently moved to Madrid, Spain. After 13 years of marriage, she needed a break, a moment to breathe, to reset, and to find herself again. She was in the middle of finalizing a divorce and using her time in Spain to reflect, heal, and plan for what came next. She stayed in touch with friends and family regularly, but on February 2, 2024, she made her last known phone call. From the next day, strange messages started coming from her phone, messages that didn't sound like her at all. One of Anna's close friends immediately sensed something was off. The tone was wrong. The way the words were written didn't match Anna's usual style. Something felt deeply, instinctively wrong. And that's when the alarm was raised. Anna Knežević was born around 1983 in Montenegro, raised in a household shaped by traditional Balkan values. Her upbringing emphasized discipline, respect, and education. From a young age, Anna stood out, organized, responsible, and fiercely independent. These traits stayed with her for life. Eventually, Anna moved to the United States, where she became a U.S. citizen. She adapted quickly, learned English fluently, and began building a new life, one rooted in self-growth and quiet resilience. She wasn't one to seek attention. Her life was structured, modest, and focused on progress. In the early 2000s, Anna met David Knežević in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Their connection was quick and intense. They moved in together, married, and over time their relationship became more than just personal. It grew into a shared life and eventually a shared business. But behind the scenes, cracks had already started forming. What happened next would spark an international mystery and a search for answers that has yet to end. They also became business partners together. They founded a company that specialized in tech support and IT solutions. David handled the technical side, while Anna, according to those who knew them, managed organization and long-term planning. Later on, the couple began investing in real estate, purchasing properties across Florida. Outwardly, their relationship appeared solid, stable business, a home, and a settled lifestyle. They gave the impression of a couple confidently working toward financial independence. However, beneath the surface, tensions were brewing. Friends and acquaintances were unaware of the mounting problems in their marriage. Over time, serious issues emerged, ranging from financial disagreements to deeper personal conflicts. By 2023, Anna and David Knežević's marriage had reached a point of no return. According to those close to them, they were in the middle of a separation, and dividing their assets had become the central issue at stake. Both their tech business holdings and multiple real estate property. Although the divorce hadn't been officially finalized, both sides were already preparing for it. Negotiations were underway. Disputes had begun to surface, and tensions were clearly escalating. Some acquaintances believed the situation was made even more difficult by the fact that it wasn't just an emotional split. It involved significant financial interests. Amid the intensifying conflict, Anna decided to leave the U.S. temporarily in December 2023. She moved to Madrid, renting an apartment in the upscale Salamanca neighborhood. She said this move was necessary to distance herself from the pressure, gain clarity, and peacefully close this painful chapter in her life. She emphasized multiple times that she wasn't looking for a new relationship or distractions. She just wanted to find her balance again. Once in Spain, Anna settled into her new home, began therapy, kept in close touch with friends, and even started planning short trips around Europe. Madrid wasn't an escape. It was a way to step back from a growing conflict that had become overwhelming back in Florida. But just a few weeks into this new life, something happened that brought her independent chapter to an abrupt and troubling halt. After relocating to Madrid, Anna kept in close contact with her longtime friend S.A., who lived in Florida. They spoke daily despite the time difference. The two had been close for years, often traveling together. S.A. was someone Anna trusted deeply. She regularly shared her thoughts, feelings, and details of her day-to-day life. Their text exchanges showed that Ana was open and communicative about her adjustment to life in Spain. In mid-January 2024, the two of them traveled to Austria. After returning, they made plans to reunite again in Madrid. Sana was scheduled to fly there on February 8. Before that, on February 5, Ana had planned a short trip to Barcelona with another friend. Tickets were already booked. This wasn't just a getaway. Ana and her friend planned to attend a conference there. She had discussed the itinerary in advance and spoke enthusiastically about the upcoming trip. On the evening of February 2, Ana had a phone call with Sana. It was around 8:30 p.m. local time. They spoke for over an hour. Ana said she planned to stay home that night. She had no intention of going out. She sounded calm and talked about her day, simple things like errands and household chores. Their conversation ended around 10 p.m. That's the last confirmed time Ana was known to be alive and in contact with anyone. The next morning, on February 3, Saul received an unusual text from Ana's number. It read, "I met an amazing man. He has a summer house about 2 hours from Madrid. We're going there. Signal might be weak. I'll call you when I get back." Later, another message followed. "After my therapy session yesterday, I went for a walk. He approached me on the street. We instantly connected. I've never felt anything like this. Beats Ana." The messages didn't feel right. She knew Ana well. She was cautious by nature and would never leave town with a stranger without giving someone a heads up. Sana replied right away, but no further messages came. Repeated calls went unanswered. At first, Saw tried to convince herself that Ana might really be in an area with poor signal, but as time passed, her concern turned into growing alarm. That same day, another friend of Ana's received similar messages. This friend communicated with her in Spanish, but the wording of the texts felt off. They were written in a flat tone, filled with phrases that didn't reflect Ana's usual voice. The oddest part was the dialect, something distinctly uncharacteristic of Ana. According to Ana's brother, the text seemed like it had originally been written in another language and then run through an automatic translator. That theory made sense. The message read awkwardly and came across as strangely formal, which deeply unsettled him. Both recipients, S.A. and the Spanish-speaking friend, quickly realized that Ana had not written those messages herself. They compared them to past conversations and noticed the difference. Immediately, Ana's real texts were lively, filled with her unique expressions, none of which appeared here. And beyond the style, the story in the messages didn't line up at all with her recent behavior. The following day, Sana began trying every possible way to reach Ana. She contacted mutual friends, used apps to attempt location tracking, and even called hospitals. Nothing worked. Ana's phone remained on, but she never picked up. After receiving the troubling messages from Ana Knezevich's phone, Sa reached out to the Madrid police right away. She explained that this was completely out of character for her friend. Communication had suddenly stopped, and the texts were in a tone Ana would never use. But local authorities didn't take any immediate action. From their perspective, Ana was an adult woman who had every right to make her own choices, including leaving town without informing others. Officially, her disappearance wasn't considered suspicious. Police said they couldn't launch an investigation without proof that Ana was missing against her will. The strange texts and her silence weren't, in their view, enough. The only concrete marker they were willing to acknowledge was February 5th. Ana had tickets to travel to Barcelona. Authorities stated that if she failed to show up at the station or make contact by then, her absence would be treated as a formal missing persons case. This decision meant that for 3 days after Ana stopped responding, no significant action was taken. Police did not access her phone records, check her apartment, or review any recent movements. During that time, Ana's friends did everything they could on their own, calling her, repeatedly texting, and reaching out to contacts in Madrid. All efforts failed. Appeals to law enforcement were also ineffective. The situation continued to be viewed as a private matter. On February 5, Ana failed to show up at the train station. None of her phones were responding. Only then did the authorities officially declare her a missing person. That same day, a request was submitted to the court for a warrant to access her apartment and phone records, but the request hit a legal roadblock. The judge denied it, citing the absence of any visible signs of a crime at the property. There were no indications of forced entry, loud disturbances, or evidence of aggressive behavior. Legally, there was no justification to authorize a search or access her private data. Days later, when law enforcement finally entered Anna's apartment, they discovered the door was locked. From the outside, inside, everything appeared untouched. Her belongings were neatly in place. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing of value was missing. Yet her absence in an undisturbed home raised serious concerns. It suggested that either she left voluntarily and never returned, or someone led her out without any sign of forced entry. Anna's brother Philip maintained close contact with Spanish authorities, but noted that international coordination was complicated. He told reporters that investigators in Madrid didn't speak English fluently, and that U.S. officials hadn't yet provided substantial support. He also voiced concern about the lack of communication between Spanish police, the FBI, and the U.S. consulate, even though this involved a U.S. citizen disappearing under mysterious circumstances on foreign soil. The first few days following Anna's disappearance were critically mishandled. This was a crucial window when fresh evidence could have been collected, neighbors interviewed, and phone pings or camera footage reviewed, but instead, precious time was lost waiting. The assumption that Anna had left voluntarily stalled any swift response, delays that may have altered the direction of the investigation. On the fourth day after Anna Gzevich vanished, staff at her residential complex gave police information that changed the entire course of the case. It concerned events from the night of February 2, the last time Anna had been in contact. A building administrator reported that several surveillance cameras at the entrance and along the building's facade had been disabled. This happened around 9:30 p.m., about 30 minutes before Anna stopped responding to her friend. When reviewing the recordings, security personnel noticed the camera lenses had been deliberately obscured. Footage captured an individual dressed in dark clothing and wearing a motorcycle helmet. He approached the outdoor cameras and intentionally sprayed them with paint, directly covering the lenses. He then waited outside until someone exited the building, allowing him to slip inside. Once inside, he did the same to the elevator area camera, spraying paint over the lens. Evidence indicated this was a calculated move. The individual clearly knew where the surveillance devices were and how to disable them quickly and without drawing attention. The building's staff confirmed that the security systems had been tampered with. Copies of the footage were handed over to Spanish investigators. It became the first visual evidence suggesting outside interference may have occurred. However, due to the helmet and dark outfit, identifying the person on video was impossible. His face was fully covered, and his body type didn't provide enough information for a clear identification. Still, forensic experts noted several key details. The person's eyes, a portion of the forehead, and the brow line were briefly visible. Investigators believed the individual had planned this carefully. He brought spray paint and wore gear designed to avoid leaving behind any trace. His appearance on camera aligned precisely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance, deepening suspicions. The fact that the building's surveillance system was targeted and that specific cameras were disabled suggested the individual knew the layout of the premises. It ruled out the possibility of a random act. This wasn't impulsive. It was organized, deliberate, and deeply concerning. Further analysis revealed that the exterior camera had been spray painted in about 30 seconds. The interior one was disabled even faster. Every move was deliberate and confident. At no point did the individual hesitate or look around. This led investigators to believe he knew in advance how long it would take and acted with precision. A few days later, a staff member from the building confirmed that this man appeared on camera just as residents were leaving the premises. He used the opportunity to slip inside, indicating he didn't have authorized access, no keycard, no entry code, which meant he wasn't listed as a resident. His path was direct, from the entrance, straight to the camera near the elevator, with no stops or detours. The footage drew immediate attention, not just from law enforcement but from Anna's friends as well. Sana, who had by then arrived in Madrid, shared the video with journalists. That marked the start of the case gaining public attention. Media outlets began speculating that the man in the helmet could be directly connected to Anna's disappearance, yet his identity and motive remained a mystery. After an image from the surveillance footage was released, the FBI launched its own analysis. They explained that even low-resolution footage could be broken down to match visual fragments with their databases. They focused on key facial features still visible despite the helmet, particularly the shape of the eyes, the space between the brows, the brow ridges, and upper face structure. These areas can remain identifiable even with partial concealment. Public interest in the footage grew stronger when it emerged that the paint used to disable the cameras matched a specific brand, one that would later reappear in other parts of the investigation. This detail was not immediately released, but investigators noted that the spray can in question matched both the type and packaging seen in surveillance video from a store. At that store, security footage captured a man who resembled the figure from Anna's building buying the same kind of spray can. After Anna stopped responding to messages and calls, her friend Sana contacted Anna's husband, David Nazevich. That conversation happened on February 4. According to SA, David was in Florida at the time. She suggested they travel together to Madrid to help search for Anna. David agreed and even discussed a specific flight from Miami for the next day, but when the time came, he didn't show up. Later, he said he was in Serbia. That twist left Anna's friends puzzled. David knew that his wife had vanished under suspicious circumstances in a foreign country. He had the means to fly to Spain, but instead, he traveled to Serbia. His decision seemed difficult to explain. Rather than helping with the search, he went to a third country where his relatives lived. Naturally, questions followed. Why didn't he go to the place where his wife had disappeared? Why didn't he take part in the search personally? Sana became increasingly uneasy with David's behavior. She noted that while he wasn't outwardly dismissive, his reactions felt cold. His actions contradicted common sense. Despite the urgency of the first few days, he made no effort to come to Madrid. According to him, there was nothing he could do in Spain. He didn't speak Spanish, didn't have housing there, and wasn't familiar with the city. His lawyer echoed the same reasoning, telling reporters that traveling to a country with no local contacts would be ineffective. He added that David was concerned about Anna's disappearance, but didn't believe his physical presence would help. Following Anna's disappearance, David hired a lawyer in Florida. The attorney stated that his client had been in touch with the FBI and had provided all necessary information, including credit card records and attempts to obtain legal help in Spain. However, none of these efforts included any in-person involvement in the actual search. Despite sharing some data, David kept a noticeable distance and refrained from making any public statements. Additional questions arose after Florida police confirmed that David had reported a theft in January. According to him, $5,000 in cash and personal belongings had been stolen from his vehicle. He said the car door had been left unlocked, and in the morning he discovered the passenger door ajar. Security cameras near his home didn't capture the incident. Officers were unable to identify any suspects at the time. No connection was made to Anna's case. But in light of everything else, the report appeared unusual and hard to fully understand. David's trip to Serbia also sparked major controversy. He claimed he had left the U.S. before Anna disappeared and had been abroad the entire time. However, Sana recounted a phone call with him on February 4 during which he told her he was in Florida. This implied that his flight to Serbia may have happened after that conversation. At the time, there was no official confirmation from border control authorities. David's attorney presented his passport as proof that he had left earlier, but these discrepancies raised doubts and increased suspicion about his involvement. The situation was further complicated by a property dispute that had escalated months before Anna vanished. With the looming division of shared assets, suspicions seemed plausible. It wasn't just a typical divorce, but one involving significant finances and joint holdings. Anna's friends emphasized that the couple's relationship had turned adversarial. David and his attorney, however, denied that, insisting the divorce was amicable and that the two had simply grown apart. Formally, David had not been charged at that time, and he remained outside the U.S. But his absence from the scene, refusal to participate in the search, and inconsistencies in his story became key points for investigators. While David maintained he had nothing to do with Anna's disappearance, a growing list of circumstantial details drew the attention of both police and the FBI. In May 2024, U.S. authorities arrested David Nazevich at Miami International Airport. He had just arrived on an international flight when he was taken into custody by members of the Diplomatic Security Service and the FBI without incident. This marked the first official move directly linking him to the case of Anna Kazevich's disappearance. He was charged with involvement in the abduction of a U.S. citizen outside the country. The arrest was based on a chain of indirect but connected evidence gathered through a multinational investigation. One of the core elements was surveillance footage obtained by investigators in Spain and Serbia at a store near Anna's apartment in Madrid. Cameras had recorded a man resembling David purchasing a can of spray paint and a roll of duct tape. According to forensic analysis, the paint was the same brand used to disable the security cameras in Anna's building. The distinctive label design and paint color matched. Investigators considered this a sign of premeditation. In addition to the video footage, authorities traced a rental car used by David in Serbia. GPS data revealed the vehicle had crossed into Spain, followed a route through Madrid, and then continued through northern Italy before returning to Serbia. The precise tracking of this journey led investigators to suspect that Anna's body might have been transported in that car. A stop in a wooded area of northern Italy drew particular interest, prompting coordinated searches by both Italian and Spanish law enforcement. As of that point, no remains had been found, but the transportation theory remained central. Another significant clue came from elevator footage in Anna's apartment building. Investigators released video showing a man whose build matched David's exiting the elevator with a large suitcase. This occurred the same night Anna disappeared. While the man's face was not visible, the timing and circumstances aligned with other parts of the investigation. Authorities believed the suitcase may have been used to remove Anna's body from the apartment. The rental car David had picked up in Serbia was eventually returned to the agency. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the vehicle's mileage had increased by over 3,000 miles. Additionally, the car had been modified, tinted windows were installed, which had not been part of the original rental agreement. These alterations raised red flags. Investigators also uncovered that the vehicle had been operating with false license plates during the period it was suspected to have been used for cross-bedroom travel. Spanish police had recorded a sighting of a similar car near the area where Anna went missing, but they were unable to identify the driver due to the darkened windows and fake tags. The FBI later connected all of these details: the purchase of materials, interference with surveillance systems, the travel route, the elevator video showing a suitcase, and the car modification. According to their report, the totality of the evidence pointed to a coordinated plan to carry out a criminal act and cover it up. The official statement described it as the abduction of a U.S. citizen that occurred abroad and involved a U.S. national. Despite the absence of a body, authorities believed the evidence was strong enough to warrant an arrest. David was taken into custody without incident and transferred to a federal detention center in South Florida. His attorneys stated that he had cooperated with investigators, voluntarily provided information, and had no intention of fleeing. However, prosecutors argued that the volume of circumstantial evidence and the overall context of the case posed a significant flight risk. The arrest marked a turning point in the investigation. Until that moment, David had remained outside the reach of investigators and had avoided speaking publicly. Now he was at the center of a federal case. The next step was determining whether he would remain in custody pending trial. Following David Kazevich's arrest in Miami, his first court appearance focused on whether he could be released on bail. The judge denied the request, citing a high risk of flight. The ruling emphasized that in the court's view, the acts surrounding Anna Kazevich's disappearance had been carefully calculated and executed. The judge specifically noted the level of planning and sophistication as grounds for continued detention. David's legal team filed an appeal, arguing their client was not a danger and had no intent to evade justice. They offered a significant bail amount, an ankle monitor, a travel ban, and home confinement. The defense pointed to his long-term residence in the U.S., clean record, and willingness to cooperate. Still, the court refused, citing the same concerns, risk of fleeing, and the seriousness of the charges. The defense's main argument was that David could not have been in Spain at the time of Anna's disappearance. His lawyer presented passport stamps and international travel data to support the claim, that he had arrived in Serbia well before February 2. According to this narrative, David was physically incapable of being in Madrid when the alleged crime occurred. The attorney also stressed that David didn't speak Spanish, had no residence or connections in Spain, and therefore would have had difficulty preparing such an act. Prosecutors strongly disagreed. They argued that the evidence pointed to a meticulously planned offense. They highlighted the fact that David's travels across Europe aligned closely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance. The case included data from the rental car's route, the purchase of specific items, and other actions that suggested premeditation. While there was no direct evidence, the prosecution maintained that the weight of circumstantial proof indicated his involvement. To support the prosecution's case, the court was presented with message transcripts, surveillance footage, phone records, and behavioral analysis of the suspect. It was emphasized that certain actions taken by David Knežević couldn't have been coincidental. The judge noted that the prosecution had assembled an impressive network of circumstantial evidence that formed a compelling narrative. While Anna's body had not yet been located, the case material suggested that her disappearance involved aggressive intent and likely implicated a specific individual. In response to the defense's argument that the evidence was insufficient, the judge reminded both parties that the standard for bail is not beyond a reasonable doubt, but rather preponderance of the evidence. This means the court doesn't require definitive proof of guilt, only a high probability of risk, such as flight or interference with the investigation. With that in mind, the court decided to keep Knežević in custody. His legal team announced plans to appeal the bail denial. A formal complaint was filed with the district court, which has the authority to review lower court rulings. As the primary trial approached, David Knežević remained in federal custody. The proceedings were expected to be extensive, involving expert testimony and international cooperation, and were likely to attract widespread media attention. At the same time, investigators turned their attention to a woman who, according to the FBI, may have helped craft the suspicious text messages that appeared to come from Anna on February 3. The woman, who is fluent in Spanish, had previously interacted with David through a dating app. The texts sent from Anna's phone were written in Spanish in a style uncharacteristic of her. Her close friends immediately noted that the wording resembled a machine translation. This theory was later supported by linguistic forensic analysis. The defense continued to argue that there was no direct evidence linking David to the crime. His attorneys pointed out that no one had seen him at Anna's apartment, and that there was no proof of contact between them on the day she disappeared. They also questioned the reliability of the surveillance footage showing a man with a suitcase, arguing that the figure could be someone else, and that partial physical resemblance was not definitive. Furthermore, they stressed that there had been no official confirmation of Anna's death through forensic evidence. In April 2025, news broke that David Knežević, the man charged with the abduction and presumed death of his wife Anna Knežević, had been found deceased in his cell at a federal detention center in Miami. According to his attorneys, he had taken his own life. No note was found at the time of his death. Knežević was being held without bail, awaiting trial. After the news, Anna's family expressed deep sorrow and frustration. The trial never happened, and Anna's whereabouts remain unknown. Her loved ones believe that David took to the grave the answers to what truly happened the night she vanished. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A small group of hunters thought they had discovered another man's catch when they came upon a canvas sack that had been left in the midst of the desert on January 23, 1971. When they opened it to look inside, they were appalled to discover a woman's body. Nobody had any idea what the ensuing years would hold. What kind of woman would this be? For what reason was she killed? Today, we're examining the case of Mojave Jane Doe, a victim who was not identified for 50 years before her name was restored. Originally inhabited by the Mojave people, Mojave County is the second biggest county in Arizona. Miners and soldiers frequented Mojave County as a recreational town during the 15th and 60s, when it was a major gold mining region. However, as industry grew, individuals started to relocate farther away. A resurgence of interest in the gold rush coincided with the Great Depression. Since so many people visit the national parks and use Mojave as a convenient entry point to the Grand Canyon, Route 66, and Hoover Dam, the area has seen a surge in tourism. However, a murder mystery that occurred in Mojave County 50 years ago still plagues the sheriff's office today. 3 hunters discovered a canvas sack left in the desert while hunting in a remote desert location in Mojave County, Arizona, on January 23, 1971. In the remote desert, the sack was abandoned along the Hackberry gravel road after being loosely knotted with a white cotton rope. The words "Deer Pack, Ames Harris, Neville Co." were printed in green on the side, and when they opened the sack to investigate, they assumed it was an animal carcass left behind by another group of hunters. To their surprise and horror, they discovered a woman's twisted body. The police were called right away, and they sealed off the area to start their investigation. Investigators knew they were dealing with a homicide. Whoever had wrapped the victim in the sack was obviously trying to conceal the body. Additionally, it was evident that the woman had been murdered elsewhere, and her remains were disposed of in the desert 2 miles from the US 93 highway near Kingman, Arizona. When investigators searched the immediate area for any clues or potential belongings of the victim, they found none. No identification, no bag, and no purse were found anywhere near the crime scene, suggesting that whoever killed her had been careful to leave no incriminating clues behind and made a clean getaway. Investigators sent her body away to the Mojave County Coroner's Office for a post-mortem, while they continued questioning the hunters about any suspicious activity in the area. It was becoming clear that the case was going to be a difficult one. It was obvious from the beginning that the woman was a victim of homicide, as she had been stuffed into a canvas sack. Her cause of death baffled investigators. Although her neck was broken, decomposition had already set in, making it difficult to determine if there were any ligature marks around her neck. It was initially listed as unknown, as she showed no signs of blunt force trauma or gunshot wounds. There were also no signs of a health death, such as a stroke or heart attack, and her organs were listed as healthy. Toxicology reports also suggested no drugs or alcohol in her system that may have led to an accidental overdose. Much later in the investigation, the cause of death status was changed to strangulation, based on the theory that she may have been murdered by someone she knew personally, perhaps a lover or spouse. It was also difficult to pinpoint the time of death, as her body had been partially frozen, but they estimate that she could have been killed any time between December 1 and 31, 1970. Toward the end of bull hunting season, they began working on creating a workable profile for investigators to use to solve the mystery. The victim was identified as a white woman between the ages of 35 and 40, with an estimated height of 5 feet 4 inches, a weight of between 125 and 140 pounds, brownish black hair that was short and curly, scarring on her abdomen consistent with a cesarean section birth, and internal signs that suggested she may have been a mother of 3 children. The examiners concluded that she may have been married, as a Bone Indian, and that she did not smoke, and that the last food she had eaten was lima beans. Her clothing was added to the description and included a multicolored size 14 blouse with 5 brass buttons and a long-sleeved black cardigan. She was dressed in burnt orange stretch pants in a size 12, with the label Symphony written on the inside of her feet, Pixie Mile black leather boots in a size 5.5, and bobby socks that were possibly white at one point. Her hair was described as salon-styled, and she had a neat and tidy appearance, with evenly manicured and clean nails. What was most noticeable was the extensive dental work she had undergone, which was estimated to have cost nearly $2,100.00. She was given the placeholder name, the Mojave Jane Doe, and was held at the county mortuary until her identity could be established. Using the descriptions from the medical examiner and a composite drawing of the Jane Doe created by a Flagstaff police sketch artist, investigators worked tirelessly to identify the woman. They began by publishing a report in the local and national newspapers that included the victim's description, composite sketch, and the location where she was found. Since this did not appear to yield any promising leads, investigators turned to other methods of identification, canvassing motels, hotels, and local stores that catered to the upper middle class in the area. Despite their extensive questioning, no one could recall such a woman passing by. Afterward, investigators examined her clothing and attempted to ascertain where she had purchased it. A search of every potential clothing store yielded no results. They then turned to airports and searched flight manifests, asking employees if anyone had been missing on any flight, and following up on those leads, which also yielded no results. Finally, they placed a missing persons ad in dental magazines detailing the extent of the work she had done on her teeth. When this failed, they turned to the filing system of a dentist lab in Phoenix, Arizona, hoping that this would jog the memory of the dentist who performed the surgeries and lead them to come forward with her identity. After searching through the files of over 8,000 patients, they were still unable to find her. So, investigators expanded their search and sent out the missing persons bulletin to Arizona, California, Nevada, and Utah. During that time, 23 women were reported missing, but all of them were later found alive. The Jane Doe, however, was not among those reported missing. Investigators requested the fingerprints taken for autopsy records. These were then forwarded to the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Washington to be compared with the national database, but still no trace of her was found on any system. Missing or criminal investigators finally looked for a suspect among the hunting community, particularly among those who applied for hunting licenses, of which over 5,000 applications had been made during that season, and each and every individual was located and questioned. Detective Joe Chapin, Sheriff Lloyd Sisney, and Sergeant Don Parrish speculated that their Jane Doe might have been murdered by a spouse, and each married applicant was asked to bring their wife for interrogation. But this too yielded no answers. The three men were adamant that the murder was what they called a mama-papa killing by an angry husband. Sisney told local reporters that he thought her identity would eventually come to light because, based on the autopsy reports, she may have children, and somewhere out there her children are missing their mother and being held up by their father in their search for her. But they'll start worrying soon. Time has a way of solving murder mysteries. He said that the thorough investigation had ruled out every possibility, but investigators remained hopeful. He said, "Sisney, we're still no closer to identifying this woman, but somebody out there must have seen her, may even know her, or may remember a small thing that could help us." Months turned to years, then to decades, and 30 years later, in 2001, Lori Miller, an investigator for the Special Investigation Unit, SIU, which was established in 1999 as part of the Mojave County Sheriff's Department initiative to investigate, solve, and eventually close cold cases that had been piling up over the years, was tasked with identifying the Mojave Jane Doe. Despite all the clues and descriptions, no one ever came forward to claim the victim or report her missing, and after 3 months of waiting, authorities finally buried the Mojave Jane Doe at the Mountain View Cemetery in Kingman, a county cemetery used by the department for unclaimed bodies within Mojave County. In that year alone, there were more than 60 unresolved cases, the oldest of which was the Mojave Jane Doe. Like their predecessors, Miller and her team went through old case files and reports, re-interviewed potential witnesses in the hopes of jogging their memory and perhaps revealing some new information and clues, resubmitted the fingerprints, and again combed through the dental records to find the dentist who could have worked on the Jane Doe. But to no avail. Miller and her team also contacted a new artist from the Museum of Northern Arizona to create a composite of the Jane Doe based on the features of her skull taken from the post-mortem examination pictures. Believing the new artist might be able to highlight the victim's features in a more professional manner that might attract the attention of someone who knew her. Once more, they used the national media to raise awareness of the case in the hopes that one of the Jane Doe family members or children might come forward, but they were unsuccessful after 3 decades of silence. Miller's investigative team also looked for connections to the company Deer Pack, Ames Harris, and Neville & Co., which had made the sack the victim was found in, but they found they had long since been bought out. Miller and her team worked through the case on and off over the next 20 years, keeping a close watch on databases and following any and all leads and tips. If anything, their Jane Doe was the proverbial needle in the haystack. However, the fashion line had virtually vanished by the time the case was officially entered into the NamUs database in November 2021, and, once more, investigators were at a standstill, having exhausted all leads. Nevertheless, as part of their ongoing case review, the Sheriff's Department continued to update their Facebook post about missing or unidentified persons in October 2022, and 51 years after the Mojave Jane Doe was found, they received a call from Othram Inc., a Texas-based forensic genealogy firm. Miller and her team had realized that there was only one option left, so basically all we had left was to try to identify her through genetic genealogy. The company offered to use the new DNA technology being developed by geneticists to try and create a family tree based on their Jane Doe's DNA profile on their Facebook page, but it would take time and money, as the technology was new and expensive to carry out. However, before that, investigators tried one more time to post the composite sketch on their Facebook page, hoping to find some tangible leads, but nothing worked out. She was someone's wife, daughter, or mother, and it's possible that she was overlooked over the years. The investigation continued to lodge evidence without any results, and it became part of their mantra to close the Mojave Jane Doe case and bring closure, not only to the family, but also to those voiceless victims. The investigators proceeded with the genetic testing option with fervent prayer. Miller explained that even though the county was large, their population was small, and their budget was limited. Othram Inc., however, decided to set up a donation page, asking the public to help raise the $6,500.00 needed to start testing, in the hopes that the community would open their hearts to give the Mojave Jane Doe the dignity of her identity. DNA Solves helped the crowdfunding initiative by setting up a Dear Gladys page, and the response was so overwhelming that within 5 days of the page being created, the remaining funds were raised and the testing could start. The first step for investigators was to exhume Mojave Jane Doe's remains. In November 2022, the Mojave County Court gave the go-ahead for excavation of the burial site, and despite the remains' poor condition, scientists were able to extract enough genetic material to perform the testing due to the body's age. The body was reburied as Othram Inc. prepared to start the testing process. The technology was new, and the process was lengthy, but it was trusted because genetic genealogy testing had gained popularity in 2018 after it helped find the Golden State Killer after more than 40 years. Investigators used forensic-grade genome sequencing and advanced DNA testing to create a DNA profile, which they then compared to ancestry websites that have thousands of profiles of people who voluntarily donated their DNA samples to track and trace families from around the world. After countless hours of work, investigators created multiple family trees based on the Mojave Jane Doe's DNA profile, locating several distant relatives and, through the process of elimination, the closest living relatives. Then, on Monday, January 23, 2023, 52 years to the day the Mojave Jane Doe was found, lead investigator Lori Miller finally got the call she had been waiting for. They had a name after 50 years. The Jane Doe was found to be Colleen Audrey Rice. The news was first shared with Colleen's remaining relatives before the announcement was made on the Mojave County Sheriff's Office Facebook page that same Monday afternoon. Eventually, they got in touch with a relative who was willing to help with the investigation by providing a new DNA sample. Colleen was born on March 17, 1931, to James C. Rice and Flossie Truitt. She was raised in Portsmouth, Ohio, and is known to have some family ties to eastern Kentucky. It is unclear whether she had siblings. She attended Portsmouth High School, but it was unclear whether she graduated because she married William Davis in 1946 at the age of 15. And investigators were able to attach an old yearbook photo to her case file after looking through old school records. She would have been 39 years old at the time of her death. Little else was known about her personal life. Investigators who located her living relatives were largely distant relatives of Colleen, and they did not find much information. Investigators discovered that Colleen had become estranged from her husband and family, that she had changed her name to start a new life away from her family, that she appeared to have been doing well for herself, she was well-groomed and healthy when her body was first found, and that despite the fact that she showed signs of childbirth, there was no way to find her children or records to prove that she had any at all. It seemed as though Colleen's life had been erased after she vanished, and that she had been living a life away from her family. Her remains were exhumed and flown to Ohio in February 2023 to be buried alongside her family with a headstone bearing her name and date of birth and death. After the investigation, all legal work was finished to give her surviving family members the opportunity to bury her remains. Investigators said that their oldest case was finally gaining momentum. They now knew who their victim was. It is heartwarming to witness law enforcement and the public come together to restore a murdered woman's name after a half-century. For the investigators solving the crime became personal, and they felt Colleen deserved better, said Chief Development Officer at Othram Inc. It was a Jane Doe. Now I have a name. She's always been a person. Now she's a person with a name. It kind of hits you, said lead investigator Lori Miller, who kept a copy of the composite sketch taped to her computer as a daily reminder of who and what they were fighting for while investigating the cold case. According to news reports, Miller stated that one of the difficulties they encountered during the investigation was locating people who were still alive at the time of the incident. Wow. K13 News was able to find a distant relative of Colleen who also happens to be a genealogist himself, Miller said. Colleen's mother's side of the family includes Eli Allen, who resides in Ohio at the moment. Allen claimed that he realized they were related as soon as he learned the victim's name and learned about the case. It was much more intimate when I saw Rice, who was in my mother's line, and I had to know we were linked. The fact that Colleen was recognized after over 50 years is evidence of the job he and numerous others are doing. Who murdered Colleen and disposed of her remains in such a degrading way is perhaps the more perplexing subject facing investigators. The potential of assault was completely ruled out at the time, and autopsy tests revealed no foreign DNA on the victim's body. Interviews with the family revealed that Colleen had departed on her own initiative, ruling out the idea that her husband had killed her. Since there has never been a missing person complaint, no one who knew her personally at the time appeared very interested in finding her. Colleen's murder had not been connected to any potential killers who might have been active in the area in the 1970s, nor had it been filed throughout the 50-year inquiry period. Investigators were unable to identify any patterns associated with serial killers at the time, due to the lack of clues provided by her way of death. The lawsuit is still pending, even though Colleen has been identified. Finding the culprit or suspects behind Colleen's premature death is the goal of the SIU's ongoing investigation. The public is being urged by investigators to come forward with any information about Colleen's murder and her life after she left her family in Ohio to start over. The public in Arizona is encouraged to get in touch with the Special Investigations section of the Mojave County Sheriff's Office. The description box below will contain the numbers. By reporting on cases like Colleen's, we want to show off not only the hard work of detectives, but also the genuinely remarkable technological advancements that are now enabling the resolution of crimes that many people think would have stayed unsolved for all time. Aside from that, though, we also hope that these cases inform our community. Which aspect of today's case, in your opinion, was the saddest? The fact that it took decades to identify her, or that no one actually searched for her after she vanished? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Around 6 p.m. on September 27, 2020, a guy dialed 911. The man said that a neighbor woman ran up to his house and screamed for help, and Lamontagne County dispatchers captured the incident on tape. She said she had just been attacked in the house by her husband and was running from him. The woman was crying uncontrollably, but because she was carrying a gun, she did not appear to be a victim at all. When police got on the scene, they discovered the husband's assailant still alive in the bedroom, having been shot twice, once in the chest and once in the leg. The right arm was also lightly wounded by the bullet. 4 round casings from a .45 caliber pistol were discovered next to the wounded victim, along with 2 additional bullets in the wall. After being transported to a nearby hospital, the man passed away from his wounds. An hour later, police investigators interrogated the woman and conducted a comprehensive investigation of the tragedy scene, but she chose not to alert the authorities. Detectives started looking into her claim of self-defense after she was not taken into custody that evening. Ashley Benefield was the woman who was hurt, and her husband, Douglas Benefield, was the one who was killed. Let's examine the actual circumstances of that day, though, and if Ashley might have rescued herself by shooting her husband alone. In August 2016, our story starts in sunny Florida. Douglas Benefield and Ashley Byers first crossed paths at a Palm Beach Republican fundraising event. After supper that same evening, the man was so enamored with the young girl that he requested for her phone number. This was the beginning of their loving correspondence. Ashley Byers, 24, was employed at Donald Trump's Sarasota campaign office. She was responsible for organizing demonstrations and urging evangelicals to vote. Ashley was involved in politics, but she was also a model and dancer who occasionally performed with the Maryland Youth Ballet. But Ashley wanted to launch her own ballet company and become a well-known ballerina. Ashley was 30 years younger than Douglas Benefield. He was a successful consultant who worked with defense contractors and technology companies, a former Navy pilot, and a native of Charleston. In addition, he worked in restaurants and real estate. Douglas raised his 15-year-old daughter Eva alone after becoming a widower approximately a year ago. Despite their vast age differences, the little girl and the older man were drawn together by their shared love of weapons and conservative ideals. They were married in just 13 days. Douglas's hometown of Charleston hosted a little celebration. Only Douglas's buddy Trip Cormany, who was then an ordained Episcopal minister, was invited. Because Douglas was very devout and wanted to marry Ashley before he became sexual with her in front of the rest of the couple's family and friends, Trip consented to perform the wedding, even though he wasn't happy and disliked what he saw as too little time for them to have known one another. It was a surprise wedding. Douglas didn't even extend an invitation to his daughter's wedding. At the age of 15, Ava Benefield was still dealing with the shock of losing her mother. Ava found her mother, Renee, dead 9 months ago when she returned home from school. She had passed away from an unidentified cardiac disease. Ava was taken aback by her father's unexpected union with a girl who was just 9 years her senior. The relationship between Ashley and Ava did not work out after Ashley moved into Douglas's house in Charleston, and this led to many arguments and scandals in the family. Douglas's new wife significantly harmed the close father-daughter bond. Ashley didn't want to be her husband's daughter's friend or stepmother. In contrast, Ava believed that she was just losing her father. Douglas pledged to fulfill his wife's dream of starting a ballet company that would feature dancers of diverse physiques and nationalities, as envisioned by Ashley Benefield. He held his young wife in high regard. Douglas told Ashley she was the most beautiful, tall, slim, and graceful, and he often planned romantic dates and surprises for her. He also gave her flowers. Ashley, like a swan, truly enchanted everyone in her vicinity. Her long brown hair, like a bird's plumage, gave beauty and splendor, and her blue eyes emanated friendliness. Douglas was prepared to go to any lengths for his Ashley since he saw only spiritual purity in her. Her desire came true so quickly. Douglas's commercial acumen and Ashley's love of ballet led to the founding of the American National Ballet in Charleston, where they recruited ballet performers from across the nation. The objective was to operate a for-profit school and a non-profit ballet company. Ashley and Douglas started holding the initial auditions in the summer of 2017. Ashley, however, was contemplating a pregnancy and dreamed of becoming a mother in addition to launching a ballet company. Approximately 40 dancers from all over the world started traveling to Charleston to practice with Ashley during the late summer of 2017 while the ballet company was being formed, but she never returned for another audition. Douglas was left to do all the job. Douglas hired ballet master Michael Wise to train the dancers, but Ashley was the one that many dancers were waiting for. She wasn't planning on doing ballet anytime soon, citing a serious condition from her pregnancy. Despite the growing tension between Ashley and Eva, Douglas continued to support his wife in her dream to start a ballet company in Charleston with a unique mission. The man, who was not very involved in ballet, tried to run the company on his own with the help of hired managers and choreographers, but the company soon ran into legal issues after being sued by dancers and choreographers who accused the couple of breach of contract, claiming they were fired just weeks after being hired. After Ashley left, Douglas brought in new managers in the hopes of getting the ballet up and running, but they made drastic changes, and Ashley's original vision of dancers from all ethnicities didn't work. Douglas failed to see the growing tension between Ashley and Ava because he was too focused on the ballet. Douglas lost his temper and shot their home ceiling one day after he and Ashley got into a fight over Ava. According to many who knew him, it was unusual for the composed and non-aggressive Douglas to return to Florida in late August, alleging a challenging pregnancy, while Douglas was still attempting to establish the ballet's work in Charleston. A number of dancers were summoned to a meeting on October 23, 2017, instructed to sign non-disclosure agreements, and then fired online. Ashley voiced her disapproval of Douglas and the rest of the company. "Everything we've worked so hard to achieve has been ruined by the current management, and I cannot support them or their behavior." According to her, A&B was founded to distinguish out from other dance companies and ought to have established new guidelines for how it handles its dancers. The way it was handled should make everyone embarrassed. A brilliant concept appeared to have vanished like smoke. The American National Ballet was permanently completed a few months later. Douglas had lost more than $100,000, 0 cents, by the end of the dance case. His ballet nightmare was finished. Douglas, who had long collaborated with numerous dancers, arranged a farewell party for A&B. But instead of his expectant wife waiting for him when he got home, there was a farewell note. Ashley outlined all of Douglas's flaws in her 4-page letter, labeling his behavior toward her possessive and domineering. She said that his heart was crushed and that she had to leave him because she was afraid for her life and the safety of her pregnant child after he shot a gun into the ceiling. Ashley's note, however, was just the start. As it turned out, Douglas had to deal with a blow from the man he loved, making the months that followed much more challenging. Still holding out hope for a reconciliation, Douglas sent Ashley a birthday gift in late November 2017. He was aware of his wife's passion for tea. He purchased a specialty tea for expectant mothers, as well as a lovely teapot, cups, and saucers. Ashley was not going to tolerate the present, even though she accepted it. Rather, she accused Douglas of a number of offenses. Poisoning her with her tea was one of them. Investigations into her claims revealed nothing to support such serious charges. Ashley, however, didn't stop there. In order to find out if she had been poisoned, she sent her hair to a different facility for investigation. According to the report, her hair had higher than usual concentrations of zinc, aluminum, and other elements. Ashley went to the hospital 3 weeks before to giving birth, without telling Douglas. Tampa General Hospital was where she was. The woman was quite terrified and said that her husband had poisoned her, exposing the unborn child to heavy metals through the womb. Ashley continued to blame Douglas of unsubstantiated physical abuse. Additionally, she said that he imprisoned her in his house in Charleston and that he stalked her everywhere, beginning in Florida, despite Douglas being hundreds of miles away. Since there was no way of knowing whether Ashley's statements to hospital workers were accurate, management took safety measures and renamed her Christina. A C-section was done by doctors 3 days later. Ashley was still concerned that her daughter had been poisoned, even though the newborn girl was healthy, but Douglas wasn't prepared to give up. He begged Ashley to reconsider in a series of texts. He still had a family, which he had assumed would be faithful, happy, and ideal, but it had disintegrated in the most dubious manner. Ashley didn't feel like going back, much less forgiving Douglas. She made the decision to approach the police and bring fresh charges against her spouse. She sent in Florida Child Protective Services to investigate after learning of Douglas's abuse of his eldest daughter, Eva. Ashley detailed the day Douglas discharged a gun inside the house and informed the police that he struggled with anger management. Following Eva's interview with investigators, Douglas was also questioned. The gun incident was looked into, but Douglas was ultimately found not guilty. A psychologist who conducted a thorough psychiatric test on him concluded that Douglas was completely well and not a threat. Ashley wrote a lengthy letter to Douglas again because she couldn't believe it. He was warned in the final paragraphs not to approach her or attempt to stalk her, or else the police will be called in once more. She didn't appear to be prepared to start dating again. Ashley Douglas received yet another harsh note that made it clear how she felt. When Ashley and Douglas reunited in a Bradenton courtroom in the summer of 2018, the poisoning accusations reached a boiling point. Ashley requested a restraining order, and Douglas wanted to see his newborn baby, but the judge was not persuaded, despite Ashley's 2 days of testimony and the results of her lab tests. According to Judge Diane Moreland, there was not even the most plausible indication that Miss Benefield had ever been poisoned or experienced any poison illnesses. Douglas was able to visit his daughter at last, thanks to this decision. To allow the father to meet the child, he and Ashley met outside the sheriff's office a few days later. Ashley became surprisingly cooperative, much to the astonishment of people around them. She then went straight to Douglas and gave him the baby with great courtesy. Douglas, she even volunteered to spend the majority of the following year with the three of them. Ashley seems content with their daughter. In order to stay near Ashley and without disturbing her peace, Douglas even moved into a nearby apartment in Florida. However, he was shocked to discover his wife wearing an engagement ring when he met Ashley in August 2019 to pick up his kid. To discover out what was happening, he engaged a private investigator. Douglas was notified by the private investigator that Ashley was seeing another guy, who filed for divorce in November 2019. Ashley soon started complaining about Douglas Benefield once more. Ashley said that he had behaved inappropriately toward his small daughter. She made several horrible accusations against him. Authorities accepted the lack of proof despite Douglas's strong denial that he had harmed his daughter. Then, in March 2020, Douglas accused Ashley of having a dual personality in an email to the sheriff's office. However, a few months later, Douglas made the startling announcement that he and Ashley were moving to Maryland in an attempt to reunite as a family. Despite holding their breath, friends believed that her parents' miraculous reunion was imminent for the benefit of their small daughter. Douglas Benefield was getting ready to start a new life on September 27, 2020. He was relocating from Florida to Maryland with Ashley, their little daughter, and Ashley's mother, Alicia. Let's imagine that it is Sunday evening. Ashley meets with Douglas at around 5:30 p.m. to begin packing for the relocation. Ashley and Douglas are contentedly packing at Alicia's house. Alicia chooses to walk to a neighboring park with the infant. Douglas and Ashley are left alone. As they converse, Ashley abruptly declares that they will be moving without him. In a fit of rage, Douglas shouted that they would move in as a family and begin a new life. Furious, the man started shifting filled boxes. Douglas allegedly grabbed Ashley Benefield's left arm, dragged her back, and asked her where she was going when she attempted to leave the residence. He used his index finger as a kind of menace. A mischievous child who said, "You can't leave me." However, it was plenty to make Ashley fear for her life. Ashley Benefield rushed into her bedroom once more and retrieved her lawfully held firearm. She commanded Douglas to leave the house and leave her alone while pointing the gun at him. In an attempt to soothe Ashley, Douglas didn't pause and kept moving in her direction. She started shooting as he moved closer to her. Ashley witnessed Douglas's fall as his feet slipped out from beneath him and he abruptly collapsed, lifting his legs into the air. Screaming for assistance, the woman rushed to the neighbor's house. She was seen crying and shouting while running outdoors with a rifle by two neighbors who were out for a dog walk. Ashley hasn't spoken up, though, so only she truly knows what transpired in the house that evening. Ashley was taken into custody and charged with second-degree murder 5 weeks after the incident. She entered a not guilty plea. After around 2 weeks in jail, she was freed on bail. On November 4, 2020, Ashley went into cooperation with the government. She was officially taken into custody at that point and accused with second-degree murder. She is being kept without bond until February 2023, when she is scheduled to appear in court. Ashley Benefield shot her husband in self-defense, according to the defense, which filed a request to dismiss the case. Her version of events leading up to the deadly shooting is presented in the 105-page motion. Neil Taylor, Ashley Benefield's lawyer, stated that the motion is partly an effort to clarify her version of events. Ashley Benefield's lawyers included supporting documentation, photographs, and other evidence in their move to dismiss. In addition to images displaying Douglas Benefield's flawless form and power, there are also pictures of Ashley Benefield with a black eye and a cut on her side that was allegedly caused by a moving box that Douglas was carrying toward her. According to the defense, the images of her wounds were captured on the day of the shooting. In addition to their long-standing admission that Douglas punched their dog and punched a hole in the wall, defense lawyers have done everything in their power to link Douglas to cruelty and uncontrollable aggression. During the original hearing in July 2018, he allegedly acknowledged to taking a revolver from his sleeve, shooting at the ceiling, and even hurling the weapon against a wall to try to silence Ashley Benefield during a dispute. Neil Taylor, the attorney for Ashley Benefield, and Assistant State's Attorneys Suzanne O'Donnell and Rebecca Friel debated whether Ashley Benefield's actions the night she shot Doug Benefield were a lament or self-defense. Ashley was accused of killing her ex-husband, and after 2 months after she appeared in court for a hearing, the county judge dismissed a motion to dismiss the case. Judge Stephen White of the Circuit Court stated that the state had demonstrated through the entirety of the evidence given during the hearing that Douglas Benefield's death was the result of Ashley Benefield's long-term, coordinated effort rather than a single act of necessary self-defense. The court agreed with the state that there was probable cause to proceed with the case, rejecting the defense's version of events. Judge White said in the finding that the defendant is not entitled to judicial immunity from prosecution because she was not justified in employing fatal force against the victim on September 27, 2020, as demonstrated by the competent and significant evidence offered by the state. Ashley Benefield was therefore refused immunity and the dismissal of the case, since the prosecution and the court were not persuaded to shoot him by the evidence that was given in court. According to court documents, Douglas Benefield was shot after an altercation broke out on that fateful day of September 27, 2020, when he went to visit his child at the Lakewood Ranch home where the suspect was staying with her mother. Later, in a nearby hospital, he passed away from his wounds. Ashley Benefield said that when she attempted to flee from the police, Douglas grabbed her and started beating her. According to the affidavit, Douglas was not facing Ashley when she started shooting because of the entry wounds on his torso. Additionally, he did not adopt a defensive stance. Ashley's claim of self-defense became troublesome as detectives looked into it, even though Douglas was not found to have a weapon on or near him. The man apparently didn't even anticipate being shot by his cherished wife. Ashley Benefield is awaiting trial and maintains her innocence. Yes, she is. Not entered a guilty plea yet. Douglas and Ashley's marriage still raises a lot of unresolved issues. We only know that she admitted to shooting her spouse, which is how he died. Could Ashley have been truly terrified of Douglas and ready to protect herself at any time of day or night? She might have been scared of him, of course. One of the most powerful and readily manipulated human emotions is fear. However, one cannot be terrified of something that does not exist. Ashley had spent years living with a fictitious terror and was always expecting to be attacked. When her spouse threatened to put a finger in her face, she killed him. It sounds a lot like paranoia when you consider that it was worthwhile to have Ashley and Douglas examined by a psychologist in addition to the poisoning complaints. It's difficult to determine if Ashley was a deft manipulator or a victim. Ashley was ultimately accused with second-degree murder and is still awaiting trial. Florida, don't back down. If someone reasonably believes they must protect themselves from an immediate threat and they have no need to flee, they are permitted by law to use or threaten to use lethal force against another person. This implies that a person in Florida has the right to defend themselves if they feel that they are seriously in danger of being hurt or killed, and are not involved in criminal conduct. A person cannot attempt to flee from an assailant first, in contrast to conventional self-defense legislation. Ashley was that innocent, pure white swan, the epitome of gentleness and purity, but beneath those white feathers was an evil woman, the Black Swan. Taylor said he expects District Court Judge Stephen White to give the prosecution enough time to read and understand the motion before setting a date for another hearing for Douglas Benefield, now that the defense has invoked stand your ground. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The instance of Sheila Labar, an angelic-looking demon. Early life, physical and psychological trauma can have a highly unanticipated impact on an adult's life. Although they do not always result in someone becoming ruthless and trying to harm others, trauma can, occasionally, give rise to a true monster. In his book, Anatomy of Violence, criminal psychologist Adrian Raine goes into great length regarding his belief that a person might become a cold-blooded killer due to hereditary and psychophysical factors. Perhaps our heroine today, Sheila Labar, can be linked to the many serial killers in history who had genuinely terrible upbringings. Because of her angelic look, this woman was able to entice her victims and then execute them with ruthlessness. Criminologists are certain that she committed many more crimes, even if the court was only able to prove 2 of them. Let's now examine this challenging tale from the outset and attempt to determine whether Sheila Labar was a born monster or if the abuse she experienced as a youngster caused her to turn into one. Sheila Labar is who? On July 4, 1958, Sheila LaBar was born in Fort Payne, Alabama, a tiny rural community. She grew up with her brother and sister, Lynn, as the youngest of her parents' 3 children. She grew up on a farm surrounded by cornfields in a beautiful but somewhat remote location. According to Lynn's older siblings' recollections, Sheila was a creative, energetic, open-minded, and curious youngster. She enjoyed being the focus of attention, had a sweet appearance and a nice voice. She might have become a well-known singer or actress if her life had gone differently. However, her name adorned the pages of criminal chronicles rather than vivid posters. In addition to his unfathomable brutality, her father, Manuel Bailey, the family's patriarch, was an alcoholic for many years. However, it would be more appropriate to state that his addiction affected his entire family. He frequently went on rampages, becoming a true beast who delighted in mistreating his wife and kids. He beat them with anything he had and humiliated and degraded them. Might shut himself in the house and keep everyone out in the middle of the night when it was freezing or raining. Mothers, daughters, and boys frequently had to sleep outside in the field or in a barn. Manuel started hurling dishes and other items at his family members one day when he was intoxicated once more. Sheila, the youngest daughter, was struck in the head by one of her husband's flower pots, despite the mother's best efforts to shield the kids. Sheila meticulously concealed her temple scar with her hair after suffering a severe concussion that would last a lifetime. The hardest thing the sisters had to go through in their parents' house, however, was not even the taunts and beatings. Sheila and Lin-Manuel recall that they were forced to become intimate from a young age. The topic was never brought up, even though the mother might have known what was happening. Sheila fared well enough in school, though, in spite of the misery at home. She had aspirations of leaving the farm as soon as possible and taking over the big metropolis. The girl had a lot of drive and ambition. She had everything she needed to pursue her childhood dream of being an actress or pop singer. Charisma, a radiant appearance, and a lovely voice. Sheila was only 18 when she entered adulthood, and her first marriage. Although she moved out of her parents' house, adulthood was not always happy. She was not permitted to average her results in order to get into the university, and she lacked the funds to relocate to the big metropolis. Subsequently, Sheila secured a position as a maid at a hotel where her older sister was already employed. Sheila, it should be mentioned, was very lovely and had a slim physique. She had a mess of long, thick hair, a lovely grin, and large blue eyes. Over time, she learned to take advantage of the attention she received from men and control her suitors. A romantic relationship started between LaBar and Bailey in the late 1970s, after they met a man named Jonathan Baxter. Although Jonathan had a young kid from a prior relationship, he was not quite 20 years old. The child did not, however, become a barrier, and the couple soon married. But this marriage was short-lived. After Jonathan discovered that the young wife had mistreated his daughter while he was off from work, he collapsed after a few months. To be honest, Sheila was irritated with the youngster and would either raise her hand or put her in a closet if she began to cry or misbehave. Jonathan didn't plan controversies or pay attention to justifications. He just put his wife and his possessions outside his home and filed for divorce. He didn't want to see or speak to her ever again. Sheila survived largely off of the men she dated after the divorce, but all of these relationships were short-lived, lasting only a few weeks to a few months, until she met Ronnie Jennings, her future second husband, in the early 1980s. After a turbulent courtship that ended in marriage, Sheila adopted the double last name Bailey Jennings. Two irascible and unstable persons who frequently cheated on one another, scandalized, and even fought, nevertheless, were in an unhealthy relationship. They were married for over 3 years. Sheila requested a divorce from her husband in 1984 following yet another family dispute, but he turned her down. Ronnie actually didn't keep the relationship going at all. He only intended to annoy and anger his wife, and he was successful in doing so. Sheila lost her temper, took a lot of drugs in front of her husband, drank a lot of booze, and then, after this hellish concoction, she got behind the wheel and drove off. Soon after, Sheila lost consciousness due to the effects of the drugs and alcohol, flew off the road, and collided with a tree at a high speed. She had a severe head injury but miraculously survived. Doctors gave no prognosis, and she remained in a profound coma for over a week. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric facility after she eventually regained consciousness, and began to rehabilitate. Later, when she was under a lot of strain, she complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was bothering her all the time and might have been taking advantage of her helplessness. After all of this, Sheila went back to her second husband's house, but she started acting threateningly and aggressively toward him when she attacked Ronnie and jabbed nail scissors into his chest. During another controversy, fearing for his own life and well-being, Ronnie filed for divorce and quickly left the insane woman's wealthy lover. Following the dissolution of the second marriage, the young lady started searching for a partner by placing advertisements in the print media's dating columns. However, Sheila's tendency to control everything and firmly repress their partners in both personal and daily life meant that no guy stayed with her for very long. Wilfred Bill Labar, 60, soon became interested in the picture of a pretty female in the dating area. The man had been married twice before, and both of his prior marriages had produced grown children and grandchildren. He had been living alone on his spacious country ranch since he became a widow a few years ago. Bill was a reasonably well-off individual. He reared horses on the ranch and operated a chiropractic practice in Epping, New Hampshire. At the same time, he needed a strong, powerful woman because he felt lonely. Indeed, he discovered just that. Sheila was drawn to the affluence of her new acquaintance and thought that they would make a perfect match. To make Bill go completely crazy, she started sending him letters and postal mail, adding pictures of herself in the nude to make him laugh. Labara quickly asked a charming pen friend to visit his property. After the trap was successful, they fell in love quickly. She moved in with him in the summer of 1987, since an old man is generous with costly presents for a young mistress. The fact that the doctor suddenly went out in public with a lovely companion who was half his age and suitable for him as a daughter is really flattering. He had no intention of marrying Sheila, however. Sheila, though, isn't waiting for a proposal. Became Labari after changing her name. Despite being taken aback by this development, Bill did not protest. Sheila started to meddle in every aspect of her old lover's life, taking charge of his business, finances, and property management. Furthermore, Bill was growing too old to meet a young woman's intimate desires. Sheila herself claims that after that he gave her permission to meet other men, whom she frequently took straight to their house. Wayne Ennis, a Jamaican, was one of Sheila's frequent lovers in the mid-1990s. Originally employed as an au pair on the ranch, he was significantly younger than Sheila. However, the young man quickly moved into the owner's home in 1995 with Bill's approval, which was most likely obtained under Sheila's insistence. After Sheila and Wayne had made their relationship legal, the husband reflected that he would be her exclusive partner going forward. He quickly discovered, however, that he was mistaken. Why? Because his wife kept going out with other men. This did not satisfy Wayne, and one day he leaped on Sheila and her next partner with his fists, hurting them. For the first time, Sheila, who was used to being controlled, was unable to handle her third husband, who fought whenever a competitor came within sight. She eventually filed for divorce, accused Wayne of assault and violence, and requested a court order to prevent him from approaching her. Sheila continued to meet with several boyfriends, changing them like gloves, and her chaotic personal life was unaffected by another divorce. It's true that Sheila's relationship was ending more frequently lately due to lawsuits from men who claimed she was not just nasty but also a menace to their health and lives. As a result, she intentionally struck one of her boyfriends with a car and nearly ran him over. Another scraped his face, leaving him permanently scarred, while another nearly smashed his head. Sheila became increasingly hazardous to others as she grew older. She expected all men to obey her, and when they did not, she became angry. Bill Labar passed away from heart failure in 2000 at the age of 74. The old man's family was certain that Sheila was involved in his death, even though medical professionals and law enforcement did not find any evidence of criminal activity. Even though Bill and Sheila were never legally married, they believed that she had been slowly poisoning Bill for years and had even forced him into the spotlight. The will stated that Sheila would be the only heir to all of his assets. The family members made an unsuccessful attempt to contest this in court. They continued to believe that Bill was coerced into writing House of Temptation, the will that the mistress desired. As I said before, Sheila took full ownership of all of Bill's property after his death. She didn't have to think about what other people thought anymore. With the land she received, she was free to do as she pleased. She described her home as a haven of pleasure and seduction where no boundaries existed. She enticed men to her by meeting them online, in bars and on the streets, then worked to keep them on the ranch for as long as she could. Their age, skin tone, or any other aspect of their physical appearance didn't matter to her. After promising them supernatural pleasure, she tried to repress and control them. Sheila frequently met couriers in the nude and offered them a different way to pay in an attempt to woo them. However, she failed to consider that she was not growing any younger and was not nearly as attractive as she once was. Couriers eventually just refused to deliver to her address. On the property, neighbors saw that LaBar had different guys arrive all the time, but some of them rushed out the same day. Others experienced a little delay as well. It was only possible to speculate as to what was happening within the house. So quickly, where had Michael DeLorge vanished to? Sheila made the decision to find love with men who were addicted or in desperate need of housing money. The most vulnerable group was also the easiest target for the crafty woman, who pretended to be a widowed millionaire everywhere and boasted about the enormous fortune she got in 2004. On one of the city's streets, LaBar encountered Michael DeLodge, a homeless guy. His life was challenging, and his addiction to illegal narcotics caused him to lose everything. When his family attempted to get him to a rehabilitation center, he fled and has been lingering ever since. Sheila was fond of Michael and extended an invitation to him, offering him food, housing, and the required medications in return for intimacy. The man had moved to the ranch and was totally reliant on his former mistress. Sheila rapidly became accustomed to the taste, and her desires grew increasingly complex. But he obliged with all of her requests, since he was scared to be on the street again. She enjoyed humiliating, beating, and binding Michael. He made multiple attempts to flee, hiding in homeless shelters and wandering dozens of miles, but he never chose to approach the police out of concern that they wouldn't believe him. In the meantime, Sheila consistently located him and returned him to the property. He desperately attempted to get in touch with his family to inform them of his predicament. When his loved ones heard this upsetting news, they reacted right away, but it was too late. Michael DeLoge vanished into thin air in October 2005. When Sheila was contacted personally by his relatives, she said that she and Michael were no longer together. She didn't know where he was anymore, and he had left her. None of the locations he had visited previously had Michael present. There was no means to get in touch with him, and no one who knew him had seen him. There was no response from the cops, and LaBar stayed outside. Sheila's stories about her extravagant wealth were grossly exaggerated, and as she was suspected of having trusted Kenny County, she was obliged to seek a job in order to maintain the house and car. Sheila, of course, picked a career she liked. She started running a private phone service. Men were seduced by her genuinely captivating voice and offered to meet her face to face. One of these men was Kenny County, who was only 24 years old when they first met him. The young man was open, friendly, and had a nice appearance, but because of his low IQ, he was extremely credulous. LaBar was searching for a man much like this. In fact, Kenny was dependent on his mother, with whom he had a tight relationship. However, Sheila was able to sever this bond and really entice Kenny to her with the use of deft tactics. She promised that they would always be this way, and gave him a night of love that he would never forget. The young man moved into Sheila's home after deciding he had found the woman of his dreams and telling his family about it. After setting up an actual torture chamber in one of the chambers, Sheila soon revealed her true identity to the man. Intimacy invariably resulted in a vicious beating or worse each time. Despite Kenny's numerous cuts, bruises, abrasions, scratches, and burn marks, he was unable to leave the mistress's home since she had total control over him. Sheila prevented him from seeing and speaking to his family and loved ones, could only speculate as to Kenny's condition. Neighbors who saw the man from time to time and were appalled by his frail appearance were the ones who initially raised the alarm. The young man was photographed by a local store clerk using the camera on her cell phone a few days prior to his disappearance, and the photo was eventually included in the court case file. One could characterize Kenny's state in the picture as appalling. He was really slender, his nose was likely broken, and he had large bruises on his cheek and under his eye. All of these wounds had been caused at separate times, based on the degree of healing, indicating that the man had been severely beaten for a considerable amount of time, and his cart's contents were concerning. As it turned out, he rolled 2 big fuel canisters to the pay register for his own cremation. The store staff decided to report the man to the police for potential domestic violence, since they were so perplexed and even scared by his look. However, Sheila got away with it this time, and they were unable to bring any charges against her. Soon after, Kenny completely ceased communicating with his family, and when his anxious mother showed up at Labar's house, the owner acted hostilely and told her to leave Kenny alone. Every other effort ended in the same way, and Kenny County's family reported him missing to the police, citing horrible discoveries, a home cremation, and the possibility that he was being held forcibly at the rural ranch. When police got to Sheila's house, she said the young man had moved out and that Kenny had fled because his mother, whom he was supposedly afraid of, started coming to visit them often. Sheila offered an audio clip as proof, in which she asks her lover if his own mother had assaulted him, and he responds disgracefully in the positive. The following day, an officer who was visiting Sheila obtained a search warrant for the estate since everything seemed more than odd. Although Sheila had previously been on the radar of the police on numerous occasions, and her name had been connected to another enigmatic partner disappearance, she had never been questioned, and her home and property had never been examined. Labar was not at home when the cops came, but they did notice other fires raging close to the barns. A mattress, pieces of wooden furniture, hay, and other makeshift materials were used to create the odd-looking fires, which were then doused with a flammable mixture. There were bones in one of the bonfires that were obviously human remains. The team asked for forensic specialists to report all the findings as reinforcements. However, compared to what they found later, that proved to be only the beginning. Poorly cleaned blood traces were discovered almost everywhere in the residence. It appeared as though a true massacre had taken place, since there was so much of it. The blood turned out to have come from at least 3 separate individuals. 2 empty fuel cans, the identical ones the child had purchased at the neighborhood store the day before, were laying close by, and the bones smoking in the fire belonged to the missing Kenny. That wasn't all, though. The remains of Michael Deluge, who vanished a few years prior, and some fingers belonging to an unidentified third man were also discovered on the property. Numerous products that belonged to the same group, among other things. At the ranch, eyes belonging to different men were taken from the sump. Their whereabouts are unknown. The hostess herself had worked it out and fled, so she wasn't home when the police arrived. Sheila apparently hoped to get lost when she hitched a ride to Boston. She also wooed a motorist who gave her a ride on the way, and he kindly offered her to live in his home. However, the new boyfriend himself called the police the following day to tell that Sheila was now in his bed after seeing TV news about the hunt for a dangerous criminal. She was taken into custody there. A box of videotapes was discovered during the investigation of Sheila's house, which was another terrifying discovery. Kenny, Michael, and a number of other men admitted to heinous atrocities on the tapes, but based on their looks and state of health, it appears that they were tortured to make these admissions. There have been many concerns about Labarage's mental health since her arrest, thus the court mandated the required assessments. Sheila was diagnosed with schizophrenia symptoms and a delusional illness. She referred to herself as a heavenly angel sent to shield children from sexual predators. Her lawyer attempted to construct a defense based on Sheila's deteriorating mental condition. He referred to his client as gravely ill and attempted to demonstrate that she was unaware of what she was doing. Her childhood trauma, both physical and mental, was the cause of this. According to the defendant, she met God many years ago when she was in a coma near death after a tragic accident, and the deity instructed her to rid the world of those who violate children. Speaking in court, Sheila's ex-husbands and a few of her boyfriends described her as a wild, unstable, and violent woman. The third spouse, Wayne Ennis, also claimed that the ex-wife had constantly urged him to assassinate Mr. Labar so that she could have his property. It was established that Sheila knew what she was doing when she committed her crimes, despite the defense's efforts to persuade the court that she was mad and in need of treatment. She was convicted in July 2008 and given a life sentence without the chance of parole. Her appeals were all turned down. Sheila is currently incarcerated at Homestead Correctional Facility in Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Imagine living in a peaceful, tight-knit neighborhood where crime is uncommon, and everyone appears to know one another. A teacher, a loving mother, and a devoted member of her neighborhood church. Sarah Starr was always smiling and paying attention to everyone around her. One morning, however, she abruptly disappeared, and a few hours later, she was discovered dead in her own driveway. She was instantly killed by 2 shotgun rounds. The odd thing is that Jason, her ex-husband, was the primary suspect. Despite witnesses' accusations that he had threatened her, he maintained his innocence and even offered a strong alibi. What is actually happening here then? Was there anyone else engaged in this unfortunate turn of events? Why, in spite of the absence of concrete proof, did the authorities still suspect him? We'll go into a multi-year, intricate inquiry today. You will uncover the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of this idyllic community and see the extent to which desperation and a desire for vengeance can drive a person. Are you prepared to learn the truth about Sarah Starr's true fate? It all began on a bright morning on November 27, 2017. Coffee County, Alabama's emergency services received a troubling call at around 9 in the morning. Despite his composure, the man on the telephone made it clear what he was saying. Sarah Starr, his acquaintance, had probably committed suicide, he said. Officers hurried to the location right away, which was a tiny church-owned home. Originally constructed to accommodate the pastor, this house had been rented out to churchgoers exclusively for years. The church had given Sarah Starr, a woman with a complex past, unique terms to live there. After going through a 2-year divorce procedure and being left alone with her 4 children, the house had become her haven. At the age of 38, she was making an effort to move on from the unpleasant memories and disputes of her past. In 1979, Sarah was born in Colby, a small Kansas town. She was always seen as gifted and kind, particularly with regard to children. She decided to become a teacher, and after completing college, she began working as a literature and writing instructor at a nearby school. Many people characterized her as a cheerful and attentive teacher who had no trouble connecting with her students. In 2001, she and Jason got married. She was 22 years old at the time and had recently graduated with a bachelor's degree in education. Jason had just returned from the service and was 6 years older. Their relationship appeared to be harmonious. Both seemed content and had aspirations of starting a family, but, as is frequently the case, problems were simmering beneath the surface. Their marriage appeared to be harmonious at first. After settling in Colby, the couple had twins, then another pair 5 years later, but Jason found it difficult to handle the obligations of parenting. He grew more and more agitated, yelling at Sarah because of the children's commotion, the ongoing mess, and his lack of sleep. He became increasingly irritated with every year that went by, and he didn't think twice about disparaging her, even in public. Sarah took comfort in her beliefs and made an effort to maintain harmony. The local Baptist church eventually became her second home, and she became a dedicated member. She gained friends easily because of her gregarious demeanor and gentle disposition. To escape the chaos at home, Sarah immersed herself in hobbies, taking up gardening and photography. When Sarah's life appeared to be more stable in 2016, she began teaching 4th grade. She was still seen as a kind and amiable individual, but there were hidden problems beneath that kind veneer. Tension in their marriage increased as Jason, who was becoming more and more resentful of his duty as a father to 4 children, became more violent. Sarah ultimately made the decision to file for divorce after multiple attempts to keep their relationship intact. She left the house to Jason and took sanctuary in a house that the church provided. She thought moving to Alabama would give her a new beginning, but her financial condition deteriorated, and the divorce process took a long time. Jason claims that Sarah started to spend excessively, which made her problems worse. It didn't go as well as she had planned, even though the relocation was meant to be the start of a new chapter in her life. Sarah asked 2 close friends, Dana and Lawrence, to assist her with the move the day she left Jason's residence. They remembered her being agitated, rushing around, losing stuff, and pacing back and forth. Dana and Lawrence felt Sarah was terrified of something because of her erratic conduct. That was her biggest worry, that Jason might arrive and start a fight, and her worries weren't unjustified. Despite the help of her church, Sarah, a single mother now, felt that her life was getting harder and harder. She was lonely and had a lot of debt. Jason did actually show up when Sarah and her kids eventually made it to the new home the church had supplied. He went to the front door, but Lawrence refused to let him in, knowing that a confrontation would not be beneficial. After a while, Jason departed. However, Sarah reacted as though she had seen a ghost, according to Lawrence. She was crying and trembling. Jason had threatened her, she said, and now her darkest nightmares were real. The divorce process was eventually completed 2 years after the incident. The court decided that both parents will split custody of the children. Jason's financial condition was severely disrupted when he was ordered to give Sarah child and spousal support. He was forced to forfeit over half of his salary. While Jason relocated to a different adjacent property and stayed with his mother, Sarah remained in the residence supplied by the church. With one significant exception, Sarah didn't arrive for work. The morning of November 27, 2017 began as any other. Her co-workers, who were aware of her exceptional punctuality and responsibility, were instantly alarmed. Sarah's disappearance appeared totally out of character, and she was not returning calls or reading messages. Concerned, one of her co-workers drove to Sarah's residence to see how she was doing. Her co-worker discovered Sarah's lifeless body on the driveway when she got there. Blood and many bullet wounds suggested a violent crime. Although emergency personnel were immediately contacted, Sarah had already lost her chance. When the police first got on the site, they thought it might have been self-harm, but after looking over the crime scene, they soon determined it was an act of hostility. It was later discovered that the shots were fired at close range by an unidentified assailant who had been waiting for Sarah with a shotgun at around 6:30 a.m. as she was leaving her home. Her head was struck by the second bullet, and her chest by the first. The gunshot were heard by the neighbors, but they paid little attention. Such noises were not unusual in the rural area where hunters were prevalent. Nobody thought they were listening to Sarah's last moments. When forensic specialists got to the location, they couldn't find any tire tracks or fingerprints. Although the offender had exercised caution, the police's suspicions naturally shifted to Jason, given the recent divorce and the strained relationship between Sarah and her ex-husband. Detectives initially spoke with Dana and Lawrence, Sarah's acquaintances. They acknowledged that Sarah had had an especially difficult few months. She frequently talked about how afraid she was of Jason, and even implied that he might do anything to get even with her. Their remarks made the probe more tense. Jason, Sarah's ex-husband, lived a short stroll from her house, so he had enough time to go there early in the morning and then sneak out. Investigators who were suspicious of Jason kept looking into the incidents, concentrating more and more on his possible role. Jason, however, maintained his innocence when they brought him in for interrogation, saying that he was eating breakfast at a cafe with his children when the crime was committed. His alibi was supported by surveillance footage and witness statements, but the police were still hesitant to rule him out. His reasons were obvious: a difficult divorce, child support, and debts that were seriously affecting his finances. Police were regularly informed by Sarah's relatives and acquaintances that she was terrified of Jason. They believed that he was the only one who could have gone to such lengths. He was not directly connected to the crime, though, according to the authorities. Authorities urged the public to come forward with any information that could aid in the case's resolution during a number of press briefings. The governor of the state even offered a $5,000 0-cents prize for information that would result in the offender's arrest, and a local citizen contributed an additional $500 0-cents to the total. The inquiry stagnated in spite of the police's efforts and extensive media coverage. For a number of years, the case remained unsolved, and police didn't pick up steam again until December 2021. They were sure that Jason might have been indirectly involved, perhaps by hiring someone to commit the murder, after learning fresh facts. After the divorce, he had a compelling reason for doing so. He had to pay child support, which now accounted for over half of his salary and had become a significant financial burden for detectives. As they started looking through Jason's digital files, they saw some odd things on his computer. Notes that appeared to be written by him for a book. He expressed his feelings about his relationship with Sarah, the unfairness of the court's ruling, and his dissatisfaction with paying child support in these posts. The police suspicions were heightened by the text's disparaging statements about women. His pre-crime bank dealings were also examined by the cops, who discovered a number of odd payments. Jason sent a woman named Lily $2,600 0-cents between September 7 and November 15, 2017. She turned out to be a friend of Darren, Jason's brother. The fact that there had never been any transfers between them, and that, according to Lily, they hardly knew one another prior to that, made this even more suspect. During Lily's interrogation, police learned that Jason had given his brother a 2016 motorcycle, a costly vehicle. ostensibly for repairs following an accident. He said that the bike required extensive repairs, which would have cost about $5.00, and he made plans to send modest amounts of money to his brother via Lily. Detectives thought this was strange. Why did Jason, who was already having financial difficulties, decide to give his brother such a costly item out of the blue? And why was he conducting these transactions with Lily, a lady he hardly knew? These payments may have been tied to the crime, but detectives assumed that Jason and Darren were hiding them as repair expenses. They started keeping a careful eye on Darren. A rugged and reclusive man, Darren had spent the majority of his life alone in a trailer in Texas. He has previously been caught speeding and found in possession of prohibited narcotics. The investigators made the decision to examine the brothers' phone conversations and text messages. After seizing their phones, they discovered some important information. As it happened, Darren had definitely visited Coffee County, Alabama prior to Thanksgiving of 2017. His phone kept pinging close to Sarah's residence during his 10 days there, which began on November 18. His phone was turned off at midnight the night before the crime, which sparked suspicion. It wasn't switched back on until 10 in the morning the following day, by which time he had returned to Texas. This implied that Darren might have made a conscious effort to conceal his location at the time of the crime. In the evening of the same day, Jason received a text message from Darren that seemed to be coded. He told of a deer hunt that went well. According to the police, the brothers were communicating using coded language. Sarah's neighbor remembered seeing Darren's motorcycle close to Sarah's house. Prior to the incident, several local people had noticed this unusual bike, but nobody gave it much attention. When investigators looked at video from a security camera on a shed close to Sarah's house, they discovered another important piece of evidence. Shortly after the gunshots were heard, the camera caught a motorcycle that matched the description of Darren's ride, departing the area. The research took a significant turn in December 2021. With sufficient proof, the police accused Jason and his brother Darren of plotting a crime and filed charges against them. Jason was arrested first, and he promptly asked for a lawyer in spite of his brash assertions of innocence and defiant demeanor. But his self-assurance was fleeting. Shortly after being questioned, he suddenly admitted to killing Sarah. In spite of this admission, he was granted bail and required to wear an electronic monitoring bracelet. Darren fled after finding out about his brother's arrest. He was put on the most wanted list after the police and FBI began a manhunt. An initial $10,000 reward, later raised to $22 was given for information that resulted in his capture. On February 5, 2022, over 2 months later, Darren surrendered in Texas. In contrast to Jason, he declined to post bail and stayed in custody for the trial, denying any involvement. The paucity of concrete proof and the volume of circumstantial evidence caused the hearings to go on for months. The lawyer for Darren contended that there were no tangible signs connecting his client to the scene of the incident. He emphasized that the surveillance film was too hazy for a certain identification and that the weapon used in the incident was never located. He also underlined how the prosecution's case was undermined by the lack of motorbike tire traces and fingerprints. The prosecution responded by providing proof of Jason and Lily's transactions, emphasizing the money transfers that had taken place in the preceding months. Following the crime, they contended that the motorcycle that was delivered to Darren was utilized for the journey to Alabama, and that these payments were for services rendered. The security film from the shed, which showed a motorcycle similar to Darren's leaving the area soon after the crime, was an important piece of evidence. The prosecution maintained that, in order to hide their traces, the brothers transferred money through Lily. Lily said she was only complying with the brothers' instructions and had no idea what their goals were when she was questioned in court. Her evidence was crucial in establishing the case against the brothers, even though all of the accusations against her were ultimately dismissed. Each side tried to influence the jury during the trial, which lasted for several days. The restaurant video that showed Jason with his kids at the scene was highlighted by Jason's attorney as unmistakable evidence of his alibi. Additionally, he emphasized that Jason had willingly given the police his computer and phone, which he claimed was unusual for someone attempting to conceal their involvement. Jason's own confession and the gathered circumstantial evidence persuaded the jury in spite of the defense's attempts. On January 4, 2024, the jury convicted both brothers of conspiracy to commit murder, following 6 days of testimony and 6 hours of discussion. Jason and Darren were given life sentences without the chance of release in June. This ruling was viewed as a show of mercy because the jury was unable to agree on the death penalty, which would have been appropriate given the nature of the offense. Additionally, Jason has been forced to pay a $25,000 fine. Jason's defense team decided not to appeal the verdict because of his confession, while Darren's lawyer declared that he would. During the trial, Sarah's parents had assumed custody of the Starr children. The older twins publicly declared they no longer wanted to have any contact with their father. There is currently no verified information regarding the status or result of any possible appeals, and both brothers are still incarcerated in federal prison. There is more to this story than jealousy and familial strife. It serves as a reminder of how emotional and financial problems can turn tragic. The most tragic aspect is that the defenseless kids Jason was meant to watch over lost their mother because of their own father and uncle. This example emphasizes the terrible truth that sometimes people closest to us can be more harmful than we think, as well as the significance of spotting aggressive and manipulative behavior in relationships. We are prompted to consider how well we know the individuals in our lives by stories such as this one. Maybe you or a loved one is now in a difficult relationship. Never disregard warning indicators because, regrettably, anyone could experience what happened to Sarah. Look after yourself. This instance serves as a sobering reminder that even the people we trust the most can be dangerous. So don't be scared to ask for help or to look out for the welfare of those you care about. How do you feel about it? What took place? Can such a heinous deed ever be justified by financial pressure and resentment? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Taylor Wright, 33, a recently divorced private investigator, was having a good time with her lover, Cassandra Waller, on September 8, 2017. Despite the tense divorce processes Taylor was going through with her ex-husband, the two had recently moved in together and everything was going smoothly. Taylor went out of the house that day to hang out with a friend. However, this choice altered not just her life, but also the lives of those in her immediate vicinity. We shall thus examine the events that took place in Pensacola, Florida, today. April 23, 1984, was Taylor's birthday. She first met Jeff Wright at the age of 19. Despite their relationship's ups and downs, they remained in love. They made the decision to be married 3 years after they first met. Taylor accepted a position as a police officer in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Taylor and Jeff had a kid in 2011. They encountered certain difficulties, just like many other newlywed couples. Their relationship gradually deteriorated, and in 2015 they began the difficult procedure of getting a divorce. Jeff thought Taylor was unfaithful to him. Jeff's suspicions were confirmed when Taylor soon relocated to Pensacola and moved in with Cassandra Waller. Because Taylor and Jeff couldn't agree on who their son would live with, their divorce was a challenging procedure. In this process, the financial element was equally significant. By this point, Taylor had left the police force and started working as a private investigator. She had followed Jeff when he was picking up their son and had attacked him multiple times. Taylor's actions damaged her reputation after she was detained multiple times. Taylor became enraged when Jeff was granted full custody of their kid in 2016. Taylor had no intention of giving up, filing a new case, but the ex-spouses were unable to reach a consensus. They had significant financial disagreements. In September 2017, Taylor chose not to disclose any financial information to Jeff and, in violation of court orders, took $100,000 out of their joint account without his knowledge. Taylor chose to empty the account in order to conceal the funds, which were meant to be used for child support. For short-term security, she divided it among her acquaintances. Ashley MacArthur, a former crime scene technician she had known for more than a year, was one of those buddies. They had become good friends during this period, and Taylor gave her $34.00. Taylor had a lot of issues, and they quickly got worse when she needed the money she had given Ashley to keep safe. Despite Taylor's repeated requests, her pal constantly came up with a new excuse to keep the money. She had no time to take it back. The bank was having issues, and so forth. Taylor suspected that the money was gone at one point. Despite her repeated demands, Ashley never gave her pal the whole sum back, creating new justifications each time. Cassandra Waller and Taylor Wright went to a restaurant for dinner on the evening of September 7, 2017. Taylor shared her issues and financial concerns with Cassandra over dinner. She spoke extensively about Ashley and the money she refused to give back. Taylor was certain that Ashley was purposefully hesitating and that something was amiss. Cassandra tried to reassure Taylor that the matter would be handled by providing her with all the assistance and consolation she could. She also had a suspicion that the money was missing at the same time. Taylor informed Cassandra that she would meet Ashley the following day, September 8, and they would go to the bank to retrieve her $34,000. On September 8th, Cassandra was heading to work in the morning. Ashley was seated in a car close to the driveway when she was bidding Taylor farewell. In order to ultimately resolve the issues with the bank, Ashley came to meet with Taylor. Cassandra saw Taylor for the final time that morning. Cassandra Waller lost touch with Taylor as the day went on. After she stopped answering her texts, she called Ashley, who informed her that Taylor wanted some alone time because she had been sobbing and upset all day. When Taylor apparently canceled their dinner plans with her girlfriend and texted Cassandra that she needed a few days to collect herself, things became more stranger. Cassandra became concerned since she knew that Taylor, being a private investigator, had the resources and expertise to vanish. "I don't have any clue what's going on. I just know that something's not right. I was scared," Cassandra said. Cassandra assumed Ashley, not Taylor, was the author of the text message she received from Taylor, stating that she needed time to collect her thoughts. Cassandra called Taylor several times in the days that followed, but she disregarded her calls and messages. A few of those messages were read, though. All of Taylor's possessions were still at home, but she had not arrived. To check on Taylor, Cassandra wanted to meet her. The fact that Taylor abruptly vanished, especially without first getting in touch with her little kid, was very concerning to her loved ones. Following that, Cassandra went to the police, who advised her to get in touch with Taylor's ex-husband, Jeff Wright, so she could do her own independent investigation. Jeff informed Cassandra that their son had attempted to contact Taylor as well but had not received a response. He then gave Cassandra a shocking warning, asking her to exercise caution since Taylor might become upset with her for bringing the police into her affairs. Disturbed, Cassandra started phoning local hospitals and kept looking for her companion. Authorities launched an investigation after Cassandra filed a missing persons report after a week had gone by with no trace of Taylor. Because Cassandra lived with Taylor and knew a lot about her, the investigators questioned her. Additionally, they searched their home and discovered cash, a revolver, and Taylor's identity credentials. Cassandra claims that the firearm was never used and was purchased only for self-defense. There was nothing else suspicious discovered. However, why didn't Taylor bring her ID, cash, and possessions with her if she had made up her mind to travel somewhere? Cassandra sat in the questioning room asking herself a lot of questions in her head. It soon became clear to her that the police were searching for information that would enable them to connect her to Taylor's disappearance. She nevertheless persisted in helping the investigation to uncover the truth. Following confirmation of her account, the investigators turned their attention to Taylor's friend Ashley MacArthur and her ex-husband Jeff. Since ex-partners are frequently implicated in these types of situations, the idea that Taylor's disappearance was caused by her ex-husband seemed very plausible. They had money disputes and were still battling for custody of their son. However, as Jeff had been in North Carolina the entire time, the theory that he was responsible for Taylor's disappearance was swiftly disproved. Ashley MacArthur was the last person left on the list of possible suspects. Ashley was the last of Taylor's friends to see her before she disappeared, so they made contact with her. Ashley appeared to be acting strangely when she was questioned at the police station. She appeared unconcerned by her friend's absence and was flirty and cheerful. She claimed that Taylor had taken $34,000 out of the joint account she and her ex-husband had shared a few weeks prior and gave it to her to keep safe while the divorce was being processed. Additionally, she asserted that Taylor took the money, placed it in a travel bag, and departed the day they met. Ashley said she didn't believe her friend could have suffered any harm. Ashley told the police in her initial interview that she had picked Taylor up early on September 8 and that they had spent the day driving about before heading to MacArthur's family home to ride horses. After that, Ashley said, They returned to her house, where Taylor had taken an Uber to a pub. In the police interview, Ashley can be heard saying, "I don't believe Taylor's been harmed. I think Taylor is doing what Taylor does, but I don't know. You know, she's always come across as being tough. She's always carrying weapons, whether it's knives or guns or whatever. She's not an easy target." Ashley claimed that after Taylor got into the Uber and drove off, she had not seen or spoken to him. Ashley apparently made numerous attempts to reach her on the phone at that period. The investigators discovered multiple texts pertaining to money after going through Ashley and Taylor's correspondence. The email made it clear that Ashley was often coming up with fresh excuses for not giving the money back. Upon reviewing Ashley's comments, the detectives were unable to verify that Taylor had made an Uber call. Considering all of this, the police started to suspect Ashley of concealing something, but they lacked sufficient evidence to bring any charges against her. Ashley was released since the detectives had just suspicions thus far. Almost daily, she called the police to check on the progress of the inquiry. She had previously stated that she believed Taylor was okay, so it seemed odd. Recalling the fresh information from that day, Ashley attempted to assist the detectives. She mentioned a number of dubious individuals she had previously seen Taylor with. Ashley made every effort to demonstrate her interest, but the investigators continued to look into her potential connection to her friend's disappearance. Taylor was expected to get her $34,000 back from Ashley. The investigators did not rule out the idea that Ashley may have disposed of her buddy in order to avoid returning the money, because they were aware that some criminals operate for far less money. She might have spent it already. She was therefore stalling in every manner she could. Maybe she made the decision to eliminate the source of her issues when she recognized that Taylor wouldn't leave her alone. Ashley's actions supported this hypothesis. Ashley was on the suspect list for another significant reason. Previously, MacArthur worked as a crime scene technician. Her knowledge would enable her to meticulously conceal the evidence of the crime. Ashley could perhaps have had ties to the police officers because her husband Zachary was a former deputy sheriff. The date of Taylor's disappearance was September 14, 2017. Ashley MacArthur was questioned a second time in October. Significant behavioral alterations were seen by the scientists. She was really apprehensive now, but she used to be gregarious and even seductive. She understood that the police had some evidence against her if she was being questioned again, and she was correct. Even though Taylor didn't show up for weeks, the case didn't move forward until the detectives were given access to Taylor's phone records. They found inside them that the phone records did not correspond with Ashley's account of where she and Taylor had gone on the day she disappeared. After focusing on Ashley, the police started looking through her and her husband's phone and financial records. They soon discovered that Ashley had made multiple calls from a separate MacArthur's home in a different area of town than the one she had initially claimed to have been in on the day Taylor was last seen alive. Authorities also discovered Ashley had transferred Taylor's $34,000 check to her bank account. Despite the fact that Zachary was not in the vicinity on the day Taylor vanished, suspicions about Ashley persisted. Authorities were successful in obtaining a search warrant for the MacArthur's 3 separate houses. To keep Ashley out of the way, they asked her to come down to the station for an interview on the day they intended to execute the warrants. Ashley was found to have falsified Taylor's signature on the check, but there might have been a darker motive at play. Ashley lied about where she and Taylor were on the day Taylor vanished. According to mobile phone data, a representative for the sheriff's office attested that MacArthur was employed from roughly June to November 2006 as a sheriff's office crime scene technician. The official stated that MacArthur's resignation was voluntary. Ashley was in the interrogation room and was rather anxious as the police searched the MacArthur's properties. Her responses to the questions become increasingly ambiguous. She could not think of anything to justify it. Ashley maintained that Taylor had taken an Uber to purchase illegal substances before returning to the property when police brought up the disparities between her claims and the data gathered during the investigation. The detectives were intrigued by the fact that she had never discussed it previously. They were interested in learning why this crucial information had been kept secret. In response, Ashley said she didn't want to damage Taylor's standing. Taylor's work as a private investigator might have suffered if everyone knew that she occasionally used illegal substances. However, if Ashley's companion was expected to return but never did, why didn't she notify the police immediately? she might have been in danger after all. Ashley made an effort to express her worry, but she made no effort to locate her companion. She was summoned in for questioning, but why didn't she pay attention to what was going on? The detectives were certain Ashley was lying to them, and all these questions were still unsolved. The woman wanted a lawyer and refused to answer any further questions after realizing the police knew she was lying. Despite Ashley's denials, a search team searched the farm, where phone records indicated Ashley and Taylor had been together on the day of Taylor's disappearance. Investigators were compelled to free Ashley after they first came up empty-handed. It was October 19, 2017, early in the morning. The policeman who kept searching the farm with police dogs later that day discovered something unsettling. It was a tiny pit that had just been excavated and sloppily concreted using a construction instrument. When the police began excavating there, they discovered a human skull with a bullet hole in it. The bodies were in a shallow grave that had been concreted over after being covered with dirt and construction debris. Clearly, someone was making every effort to conceal the body. When the investigators started to remove the body, they discovered a necklace that Taylor had been wearing in a picture. The identification of Taylor Wright's remains was verified by the examination. Ashley MacArthur, 40, was taken into custody that same evening on October 19, 2017. She had been accused of killing Taylor Wright. In August 2019, the trial got underway. Ashley MacArthur's defense lawyer informed the jury during the opening statement that there was no evidence connecting his client to the crime. However, the prosecutor contended that security footage and mobile phone data will be used in the trial to connect Ashley Britt MacArthur to Taylor Wright's death in 2017. John Barrowset, Ashley MacArthur's defense lawyer, said in his opening statement that there was no tangible evidence in the case. Barrowset informed jurors that there would be no eyewitness or scientific testimony to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that his client was involved in Taylor's death. In addition, he questioned Taylor Wright's mental health, citing reports that she had used illegal drugs at the time of her abduction. Assistant State Attorney Bridget Jensen, the prosecutor, contended that Ashley had a definite reason for killing Taylor: money. Jensen claimed that Taylor often texted Ashley to ask for access to the money when she needed it for court procedures and to pay child support, but Ashley kept coming up with reasons not to return the money to Taylor. Ashley and Taylor decided to have a face-to-face meeting to talk about the money on September 8, 2017. That following day, Ashley disappeared. Another of Ashley's secrets that came to light during the trial was mentioned by Jensen. Taylor had spent about all of the money, so Ashley was unable to give it back to her. It was revealed that married woman Ashley MacArthur had a covert liaison with Brandon Beatty. It came to light that Ashley had purchased a boat for her covert lover using Taylor's money. Brandon acknowledged in court that Ashley frequently bought him pricey presents, but he was unaware of her financial source. The prosecutor informed the jury that, based on cell tower records, Ashley MacArthur was far from the farm on the day Taylor vanished, despite Ashley's testimony to detectives that she and Taylor were riding horses at the farm on that day. "I was there," she said, on a plot of property owned by the MacArthur family. Taylor Wright's body was discovered in a shallow grave in October 2017. Concrete and potting soil were spread over the grave. Assistant State Attorney Bridget Jensen, the prosecutor, said jurors that security footage of MacArthur buying concrete and potting soil at a nearby Home Depot in the days following Taylor Wright's abduction will also be shown. According to Detective Richard Gigliotti's testimony, the only remnant of Wright's body that the investigators discovered was a skeleton hidden beneath potting mix and concrete. According to Gigliotti, a projectile was discovered embedded in the back of the skull, but it was hard to identify it as belonging to a particular gun due to its condition. Ashley's lawyer defended her by saying she couldn't have moved Taylor's body because of back issues. The defense attempted to challenge the prosecutor's version, arguing that Taylor was physically more prepared. The lawyer's strategy was predicated on the police's lack of concrete proof of Ashley's guilt. There were no witnesses, no crime weapon, and no DNA evidence. The lawyer contended that none of the firearms the prosecution had produced as evidence could be reliably linked to the kind of bullet that killed Taylor Wright. Ashley's defense lawyer attempted to portray Jeff, Taylor's ex-husband, as someone who had a reason to kill Taylor, despite the fact that he was screened early in the inquiry and removed from the list of possibilities due to a credible alibi. These efforts were unsuccessful. Ashley was found to have boasted about her plot to kill Taylor during the trial. Audrey Warren, a local bartender and Ashley's acquaintance, said in court that she had informed Taylor of her intentions to overdose her on a potent, illegal narcotic. She declared that she would add the drug to Taylor's drink. Audrey stated, "She said this world would be better if Taylor wasn't here, and she wasn't a good person. Once that she was too small to hurt anybody, so she'd just shoot them." Ashley MacArthur was charged with more than only the death of Taylor Wright. Jurors heard testimony during a week-long trial that MacArthur stole thousands of dollars from customers, including the Azalea Cocktail Lounge and Seville Quarter, when she worked at her family's company, Pensacola Automatic Amusement, from 2015 to 2017. For 40 years, Pensacola Automatic Amusement maintained jukeboxes and other amusement devices for a variety of customers in the Pensacola region. Witnesses at the trial stated that Pensacola Automatic Amusement usually operated under a contract, in which the business divided the profits from the rented machines 50/50 with customers. By allegedly keeping half of the cash proceeds, payments made using credit cards, debit cards, or smartphone apps. For herself, MacArthur allegedly broke the terms of the arrangement. According to charge filings, prosecutors said that MacArthur pocketed over $300.00 that belonged to Seville and roughly $13.00 in revenues that should have gone to the Azalea between July 2015 and June 2017. On the day that MacArthur was supposed to meet with the Azalea's management over the missing revenue, a fire broke out at Pensacola Automatic Amusement, according to evidence presented to the jury. According to a state fire marshal's office investigator who testified before the jury, there were two distinct fires, one in a second-floor open area and one in a downstairs hallway. Traces of diesel fuel or kerosene were discovered by an analyst who examined samples taken from the fire scene. Witnesses claim that MacArthur visited the location to investigate after the company's security alarm went off twice in the late evening and early morning hours before to the fire. In her testimony to investigators, she claimed that although the structure appeared to be in good condition both times, she called the fire department at around 9 in the morning after noticing fog surrounding the building. She allegedly informed investigators that irate former workers might have started the fire. "This is a very dangerous individual," said Larry Johnson, the proprietor of the Azalea Cocktail Lounge and a former member of the Pensacola City Council, who called MacArthur a world-class con artist. "I believe there are other people who have been harmed and haven't come forward. She's a world-class con artist. She conned me, and I believe she deserves a significant prison sentence." Judge Jan Shackelford heard the arguments and gave MacArthur a sentence of 84 months in state prison and 3 years of probation. Let's return to the case of Taylor Wright now. After more than 2 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty judgment. A jury found Ashley guilty following a 4-day trial, and the judge sentenced her to life in prison with a mandatory 25-year sentence. Due to the jurors accidentally seeing a picture of MacArthur brandishing a shotgun, MacArthur filed an appeal and requested a fresh trial. Additionally, she contended that the trial court had mistakenly allowed the victim's text messages, some mobile phone records, and statements she made to police officers. She was unable to appeal the decision. MacArthur is still serving her life sentence with a minimum of 25 years in jail at Lowell Annex Correctional Institution in Ocala as of 2024. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Who planned a massacre in a sleepy community? In a small, peaceful town where everyone knows one another, almost any crime becomes a high-profile event that will be talked about for a long time. However, if it is a vicious crime against an entire family, which has never happened in these areas before, it becomes a topic of much discussion. Such tales then swiftly give rise to a variety of hearsay, conjecture, and fictitious graphic details before becoming true, urban legend. The terrible news of a family's murder rocked the little Australian town of Kapunda, which has a population of approximately 3,000 and is situated on the Light River, close to the Barossa Valley in South Australia, in the fall of 2010. Law enforcement officials in the area were confused because they had never seen anything like this before. The city was instantly filled with rumors. Everybody told the story differently, so much so that the police had to categorize the case in part to prevent information leaks and further panic. In the city, the deceased family was well known and revered. There was no reason for the crime, and everyone at the time believed that they had no enemies or ill-wishers. What transpired initially appeared to be a senseless carnage, and investigators even hypothesized that it was the product of a crazy or insane. Notably, the actual offender was not even initially listed among the suspects, and most likely would have gotten away with it had he not unintentionally revealed himself. The Rowe family's story. English native Andrew Rowe, the family's leader, was born in England in 1965. He and his parents moved to Australia when he was 3 years old, and they made the decision to stay there forever. The youngster attended school in the Adelaide suburbs where the family had relocated. From a young age, he was outgoing, had a great sense of humor, had many friends, and enjoyed going fishing with his dad. A young man met Rose, a cheerful girl who was only a year younger than him, while he was studying in Adelaide, the capital of South Australia, after graduating from high school. The two students soon fell in love, and in 1985 they were married in a small ceremony that was only attended by their closest friends and family. The couple welcomed their first child, a boy called Christopher, into the world in 1987. Chantel, their daughter, was born in 1994. The family established their own modest business, offering expert carpet cleaning services after relocating to the peaceful and comfortable town of Kapunda. Their firm immediately gained popularity and generated a healthy revenue, so the Rowe was unable to stop themselves. In an effort to become self-sufficient and financially independent, the kids started working part-time in high school after excelling academically at one of the nearby schools. While the youngest daughter painted, went to a dance studio, and played basketball for the school, the oldest boy had a passion for music and practiced playing the guitar. It was said that Chantel was a really good-hearted, understanding girl who was always willing to help anyone in need. Her brother chose to link his destiny with computer technology and programming, whereas she aspired to earn a law degree and practice law. Their family was generally amiable, solid, and content, and the kids had a tight relationship with their parents. Christopher, then 23 years old, left his parents' house in the summer of 2010 to live with his fiancée in the same city, a few blocks from his family. Chantel also started working part-time as a server at a roadside cafe in late September of the same year. Her father or brother drove her to work because it was inconvenient for her to get there. The girl, who was already 16, aspired to obtain her driver's license as quickly as possible in order to operate a motor vehicle. Unfortunately, these dreams were not meant to be realized. Young people organized a wedding shortly after Christopher and his girlfriend returned from their November 4, 2010 holiday in Brisbane. However, the young man grew quite worried on the 8th after failing to get in touch with any of his relatives. Chris sensed that something horrible had happened when he contacted his father's office and found out that he had not answered the phone and had not gone to work for an unclear reason. He then called his friend and requested him to come over to check on him. The A were brutally massacred. On November 8th, at approximately 3 in the afternoon, a patrol car arrived at the Rowe family residence. It is important to note that the little town police station only had 2 employees at the time, and they promptly asked the administrative center for assistance after realizing they were dealing with a vicious triple crime. Even the seasoned cops from Adelaide claimed they had never seen anything like the crime scene since it was so horrifying. The interior of the house resembled a horror film set. The floor, walls, furniture, drapes, and even the ceiling were all covered in blood. While Chantel's ripped body lay on the bed in her room, the breathless and severely damaged bodies of Rose, 44, and Andrew, 45, lay in the kitchen. Long before police and paramedics arrived, all family members had passed away from scores of piercing stab wounds. Since nothing was missing from the house, nothing was inspected, and valuables like phones, laptops, pricey cameras, and even cash were found in conspicuous locations. Suspicions that the crime was personal almost quickly surfaced. Because dealing with 3 adults is difficult, it was also implied that the murderer was not alone. The detectives concluded that the culprit had tried to conceal the evidence but had given up and abandoned the notion because it was either a tall, strong, and physically fit man, or because they saw that the tracks had been carelessly cleaned and wiped in some areas. Additionally, There were bloody, transparent shoe tracks on the floor that appeared to be going to the door but abruptly broke off, possibly indicating that the offender had removed his shoes and was only wearing socks. The fact that there were no indications of forced entry is another intriguing aspect. This may suggest that the offender entered the house through a different method, or that the victims knew him and escorted him inside. No one could even speculate as to who or why the parents and daughter had been so ruthlessly killed, and the family was said to have no enemies or ill-wishers. The slain girl's room had a number of distinct fingerprints on the door, but nothing came up when they were compared to the police database. The individual who abandoned them had never before been discovered by law enforcement. He either did not break any laws or was not prosecuted. In addition to being gated off from inquisitive eyes and the press representatives who showed up almost immediately, the residence was sealed off as a crime scene. In order to avoid frightening the offender and allowing him to hide or flee, it was decided not to reveal any information or publicize the investigation. Still, the city was soon filled with stories about the madman. People secured their homes with all the locks and bolts because they were scared to leave their homes at night. As crazy as it may sound, Christopher, the only surviving member of the family, was the first suspect. He was on vacation with his fiancée at Moreton Bay on the Pacific coast of Queensland when the tragedy occurred. When he found out that his loved ones were not in contact, he was the first to raise the alarm and boarded the first aircraft home. However, his fingerprints and alibi were examined first. But since he was actually on the opposite side of the continent when the crime was committed, he was automatically disqualified as a suspect. It was interesting to see that the young girl who committed the massacre changed into fresh clothing and rested on the bed after the massacre. In addition, there were bloody drag marks close to the bed, suggesting that Chantel may have attempted to hide beneath the bed to evade her executioner, but he dragged her away. Furthermore, it was quickly established by forensic specialists that she had suffered maltreatment before to her demise. As was previously mentioned, it appeared that the crime was highly personal, and the offender obviously had resentment toward the victims, which is why the cruelty was so irrational. The family's head was stabbed 36 times, and his wife was stabbed 50 times across her body. Based on the traces, she was attacked twice, but she survived the first one and even attempted to telephone for assistance. Forensic experts found 33 stab wounds on the girl's body. She was also mistreated. Immediately, the authorities started investigating whether the deceased had obsessive admirers, was in a relationship, or was dating someone. It quickly came to light that the girl had been seeing a man called Dylan, who attended the same school as her, for around a year. In addition to being 16 years old, the police questioned if the young man could have perpetrated such a heinous act. However, they needed to speak with him, investigate his alibi, and find out who he thought might have intended to hurt his fiancée and her family. Dylan voluntarily gave the cops his full cooperation and told them everything he knew. He said that he had a great relationship with Chantel. As soon as they reached adulthood, they planned to marry since they were in love. He was shocked to learn of his darling girl's passing and was unsure of how to continue living. The man was in a nearby city on his grandfather's anniversary at the time of the Rowe family slaughter, and scores of people could verify his alibi. Additionally, the young man is no longer considered a suspect. In their search for witnesses and evidence, the police discovered the criminal's fingerprints and seminal fluid on the body of the deceased Chantel, from which they were able to extract DNA. However, neither of these items was listed in the police database. Notably, the murderer took carving knives from a stand in their own kitchen and used them to slaughter the family. This can suggest that the crime was unplanned and that it happened on its own. The murderer took the murder weapons with him when he departed because they were not discovered at the site. The victims were killed between midnight and 2 in the morning, according to experts. According to one of Rose's neighbors, he heard Rose call for assistance twice at around 1 in the morning. After that, there was a thud, as though something big had fallen, and then all was quiet. Although he found it odd, he chose not to call the police since he believed it was only a domestic dispute between the couple and he shouldn't meddle in their private matters. That evening, no outsiders were spotted close to their home. Instead, police officers were meticulously searching the neighborhood for signs of criminal activity or evidence. Additionally, it was decided to use the media to contact the town's citizens and ask them to provide any information that could advance the inquiry. However, this strategy actually made the detectives' job more challenging. Numerous calls from concerned citizens who wished to assist were made to the police almost quickly, and all of the information they received had to be confirmed. People who were suspicious were reported by callers. Cars attempted to link the events involving a group of bikers and drug traffickers, including reporting dubious posts on social media that were discovered in local citizens' profiles. However, law enforcement officials did not benefit from all of the incoming information. An expensive camera that belonged to the deceased girl was discovered among the items in the residence 2 days before to the tragedy. It came out that Chantel enjoyed taking pictures, so investigators thought there might be some that could aid in the case. The memory card did include a lot of pictures, but the cops were particularly interested in the last ones. Most importantly, it was discovered that Chantel had thrown a nice party at Rose's house on November 6, 2 days prior to the catastrophe. She chose to take advantage of the fact that her parents were gone that day for an overnight with relatives. However, it should be mentioned that it was a respectable and calm gathering where people sat over watching movies and cooked food on the BBQ, rather than some sort of party with alcohol or worse. There were only 8 people in the house that night, since Chantel had only invited her boyfriend and 3 of her closest friends, along with their other halves. Their fantastic time was captured in numerous photos taken by the house hostess. On social media, some of the guests' images from that same evening were posted on their pages, mentioning pals. After spending the night in the house row, all of the buddies came back in the morning. During a sit-down in the backyard, Andrew and Rose prepared brunch for the visitors. In order to determine whether the girl had stalkers, jealous persons, or enemies, detectives determined that it was essential to interview everyone who attended the party and collect fingerprints from each person to match with the samples discovered on the deceased's chamber door. Chantel's friends were still in shock over what had transpired. They appeared at the station to testify and did their best to assist with the inquiry. The youngster's DNA samples and fingerprints from the initial call did not match those from the crime scene. They also gave people access to their phones and social media accounts, and they described every event that happened at the final party. Dylan remembered his girlfriend complaining on Sunday that she was feeling ill and most likely had a cold. She had called her supervisor to warn him that she would be unable to report to work the next day due to a fever that she had developed in the evening. Around 5 o'clock the following morning, the man contacted her to inquire about her mood. The message appeared read to him, but Chantel never answered, replied the culprit. Read the note, and the man was unaware that his sweetheart and her parents had already passed away. Additionally, the police discovered that the offender attempted to type a return text message, but it was never removed since Chantel neglected to recharge her account. However, the criminal attempted to give the impression that young Roe was still alive. Surprisingly, Dylan and a few of the deceased's close pals assisted authorities in creating a list of everyone in Chantel's group who she had communicated with. Law enforcement started going over that list, speaking with and inspecting each person on it. A week or 2 later, they got to Jason Downey, a young man of around 18. He had graduated last year and was now employed at a nearby auto repair business, but he had previously gone to the same high school as the dead and her lover. Jason didn't initially give rise to any suspicions. He appeared utterly innocent, was of medium height, and was really thin. The young man started acting suspiciously, but they still intended to question him and then release him. He began to complain that Chantel had not invited him to her party because everyone was in pairs and he had no girlfriend, instead of responding to the standard questions. He then claimed to have an alibi for the night of the crime, even though no one had even questioned him about it. The police decided to thoroughly investigate the man, including extracting a DNA sample and fingerprinting him, because of his extremely odd behavior. When Downey learned of this, he merely consented to go through all the required procedures without expressing any enthusiasm or worry. At this moment, the police decided to proceed with the test, even though they once more questioned his guilt. The expert saw relatively recent severe cuts on the man's palms when he collected his fingerprints. All of the wounds appeared to be smooth, as though they had been made with a tiny, sharp instrument, but Jason clarified that he had injured himself while working at the machine shop. According to the test results, the prints discovered on the deceased woman's bedroom door were those of Downey. We just needed to wait for the DNA test results, which were due in 2 days, to get the whole picture. They made the decision to speak with the man once again in the interim and inquire as to how, if he had not attended the party the previous evening, his fingerprints had ended up in the deceased's home. Once more appearing completely composed, the suspect explained that he had likely left fingerprints at Rose's residence after visiting it with Dylan approximately a month and a half prior. However, since the prints were crisp and new, this version did not match reality, as would have occurred to them over such a lengthy period of time. They were not rubbed, smeared, or dusty. And when the DNA findings from the lab were returned on November 16, 2010, they eliminated any remaining doubts that Jason was the one who had tortured the girl that night and killed her and her parents. But why would he harm her like that? What was the source of this thin young man's anger and strength? Detectives had to discover what motivated him to carry out such a heinous murder of the family when he was captured the same day. Jason Downey is... who? Jason Downey was born in September 1992 in Kilmarnock, Scotland, and grew up and entered adolescence there. He grew up with his own older brother Jamie and was the youngest of the family's 2 children. The boy was raised by his mother Lorraine after his parents split when he was just 8 months old. The boys had a half-sister named Judy, but they hardly spoke to her because their father quickly remarried. They moved to the town of Kapunda, Australia, when Jason was 13 years old, together with his mother and brother. The woman married a local resident she had previously met online for the second time in her new home. This place did not appeal to the child who was raised in a large city. He genuinely detested country living and wished to leave. At school, Jason hardly had any friends. They spoke to him more sympathetically because they thought he was odd. He was a self-confident, overly chatty, and persistent liar who told everyone about his popularity, admirers, and athletic prowess. In fact, he was neglected by girls. Nobody wished to associate with this strange and unattractive young man. Jason and Dylan were teammates on the same basketball team, and Dylan felt bad for Jason because he was not liked by anyone. He began inviting him to a number of social events. He even made the fatal error of introducing him to Chantel, his girlfriend. Because Downey was her boyfriend's buddy, Chantel also spoke with him out of courtesy and sympathy. She even defended him a few times when other teenagers attempted to make fun of him. But Jason fell deeply in love with her because she wanted to help a boy who was being harassed and abused. Additionally, he started to believe that she feels the same way about him but is unable to publicly express it because to Dylan, as Downey grew increasingly engrossed in his fantasies in which he was happy with Chantel, the youthful crush eventually turned into a true obsession, but others were unaware of it. The girl just made an effort to be kind and amiable. She never offered him hope or left any unclear clues. He mistakenly thought she was showing him love because she was the only person who showed him kindness. When the last suspicions that Jason had perpetrated the triple crime were allayed during the arrest and first questioning, the police knew that the arrest could not be postponed. But they were unsure of how to proceed because they were worried that the man might not have done anything. They used a harmless pretense to get him to the station because everyone was aware of his capabilities. Handcuffs were fastened on the suspect's wrists as soon as he arrived. The man, surprisingly, was completely emotionless. He wasn't frightened, furious, or shocked. He was utterly composed, refuted every charge, and made every effort to avoid the situation. When asked how his DNA got on the body and inside the deceased, the man said that he had consensually intimate relations with the deceased during his visit a month and a half ago, and he asserted that he left his fingerprints there. A fact this isn't possible, because seminal fluid couldn't have stayed on the body, inside or out, for so long. Regarding the suspect's alibi, he claimed that he went to sleep in the car after arguing with his mother and stepfather in the evening. Although the parents attested to the argument, nobody was aware of Jason's whereabouts after it. Additionally, the police discovered that he had called Dylan in the evening of November 7 to inform him that Chantel was ill and would be staying at home on Monday. He apparently made the decision to visit Rose's house as a result of this chat. At about the same time, authorities discovered a pair of shoes with bloodstains on them that had been left in an abandoned location. The marks at the crime scene matched those of the only prints. The chronology of events was reconstructed using the shoes, which included Downey's own perspiration and blood traces from all 3 victims. Jason made the decision to confess to the murder and consent to participate with the inquiry in order to avoid the harshest punishment, after realizing that there was too much evidence against him and that it would be pointless to defend himself. Nevertheless, He made every effort to downplay his guilt. There were no knives in the location where he threw the criminal instruments, despite his promise to display them. That night, the guy was probably just lying. After a heated argument with his mother and stepfather, he went home with the intention of spending the night in the car. But after speaking with Dylan on the phone, Jason developed an obsession with seeing Chantel. As he had done so many times before, his initial idea was to simply drive up to her house and gaze vacantly through the windows. But inside, it was black. The man then drove the car to the end of the street, walked back, and entered the house covertly through a small bathroom window that the owners had left open since he was extremely skinny. He did it easily. For around 30 minutes, he sat in the restroom, listening to the noises to confirm that everyone had gone to bed. After that, the suspect went to Chantel's bedroom as well. He claimed to have told her that he loved her, but he was unable to explain why he had brought the knife from the kitchen with him. According to the police, Jason had originally intended to threaten the object of his passion with a knife in order to abuse her, but she naturally resisted. He injured her multiple times, and the victim attempted to hide beneath the bed from her tormentor. The culprit jumped out in front of her parents, who were awakened by the commotion, but had no time to reach their daughter's chamber. The sight of blood literally infuriated the man. Before knocking Rose to the ground and stabbing her a dozen times till she passed out, he attacked Andrew and swiftly stabbed him in the neck and chest. After that, Downey went back to Chantel's room, dragged her out from under the bed, exploited her, and then used the knife to kill her in cold blood. Why? He never gave an explanation for why he changed his victim into clean clothes. But the criminal came up to her and killed her with a second knife, which he took from the same stand after slaughtering the family. The amazingly resilient woman made it to the back door and even made 2 attempts to call for assistance. Due to the excessive amount of blood, the man initially tried to clean the house but soon gave up. He removed his bloodied shoes and walked out of the scene wearing only his socks after realizing he had created a mess. He carried the knives with him and threw them away so they would never be discovered. Sentencing and trial. Only in the fall of 2011, about a year after Jason's crime, did his trial start. The man remained completely composed throughout the trial, showing no emotion, although he kept changing his testimony. He repeatedly stated that he loved Chantel and didn't want to harm her, while claiming to be in shock and to have no memory of killing the Rowe family. Notably, he carried the victim's pendant with him after the massacre, and the chain from the pendant was discovered in his car's glove box. The pendant was later discovered in his room during a search. He repeated during the trial that he didn't have a date, so Chantel didn't ask him to a party she had hosted at her house the previous evening. He was reportedly furious that he had been disregarded, and pointed out that if Chantel had called, the tragedy might not have occurred. The defendant then gave a fully objective statement during his testimony, telling his brother over the phone that he had entered a guilty plea in order to escape receiving a life sentence. In other words, Jason desired a shorter punishment and had no remorse at all, but he was able to get what he wanted. Downey was convicted of 3 crimes on April 19, 2012. At the time of the punishment announcement, every muscle in his face trembled. He was given a life sentence with the prospect of parole after 35 years. He maintained his composure and objectivity as though it were about someone else and not him. He could have been released after 45 years if he hadn't entered a guilty plea. Although he pointed out that no court could ease his suffering or revive his family, Christopher Rowe thought the sentence was fair. He created tattoos with the names of his sister and parents in remembrance of them. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The body of 17-year-old Charnel Huff was discovered hanging close to the railing in the stairs of the girl's house early on May 26, 2018, when a staff member at a boarding school dormitory discovered a scene that stunned everyone. Authorities found a second victim, Marna Engelbrecht, her best friend, a few minutes later. Everything initially suggested a double tragedy, But minute discrepancies in the specifics started to show. What started off as a devastating loss quickly turned into a terrifying and intricate study that revealed hidden aspects of life, entwined intentions, obsessions. In Delareyville, a small village in the northwest province of South Africa, Charnel Huff lived on a farm with her father, Ronnie, her stepmother, Anna, and Anna's son, Eston, whom she considered to be her brother. Despite their early divorce, Charnel's parents maintained a cordial relationship. Her mother, Sonia, worked at a tourism lodge in a nearby resort region, and her father farmed cattle. Charnel lived with her parents for 3 weeks on the farm with her father and 1 week with her mother before she started at Stella boarding school. She visited her mother's house less frequently after she started school, though. Charnel's unexpected reconnection and rekindled friendship with Marna Engelbrecht coincided with this shift in her routine. Since they were young children, the two girls had been close friends, but after Charnel moved, their relationship deteriorated. They were reunited in the Stella school setting. For years, there had been a close bond between their families. Ryanette, Marna's mother, had performed at Charnel's parents' wedding. Due to their shared farming heritage, the two families frequently met at local gatherings and Sunday services. Prior to their separation due to personal reasons, Charnel and Marna's bond had grown during their kindergarten years. Both families resided in a rural, agriculturally oriented northwest province with savannas and shrublands as its predominant scenery. The majority of the population made their living from farming. Even as their influence diminished when apartheid ended, descendants of Afrikaners, European settlers from the 17th century, continued to live according to their traditional ways. The Huff and Engelbrecht families were united by this cultural continuity, which reflected their common history and ideals. Charnel and Marna reunited at Stella boarding school 8 years after their childhood separation due to fate. The two girls were in the 8th grade, and they soon became friends again. The boarding school was far from Charnel's farm, in a little town. Life marked a dramatic change from her family's comfort zone to the independence of boarding school. Her mother, who lived far away, and her father, who was busy running the farm, were less involved in her day-to-day activities. Charnel's connection with Marna became a vital source of consolation and support in this new setting. Charnel Huff first became aware of Xander, an 18-year-old who had graduated from the same boarding school as her, in March 2017. She was drawn to him because of his athletic physique, dark hair, and bright green eyes, which went well with his assured manner. Even though he was already a graduate, Xander continued to be involved with the neighborhood and often traveled to places close to the boarding school. The history of his family was convoluted. When he was still a child, his parents, Monty and Mercia, were divorced. About 50 miles from Stella, Xander lived on his father's farm, but he occasionally went to see his mother, with whom he had a less intimate relationship. Charnel's days were full of adventures and common interests before Xander came into her life. Her passion for animals and horseback riding, a pastime that has remained a major part of their life, brought her and her best friend Marna Engelbrecht together. Although her father, Ronnie, thought Charnel may pursue modeling, Charnel also loved photography and wanted to make it her job. Growing up on the family farm, Marna was a hardworking student who loved science and math and wanted to become a veterinarian. Marna and her parents resided close to Rieberg. Stefan, her father, was a respected drilling specialist who had a strong relationship with his younger daughter, whom he lovingly referred to as Marna Thinker because of her quiet and reflective disposition. Ryanette, her mother, was employed as a caretaker. Marna's family was well known in the neighborhood for their close-knit ties, and their life appeared to be stable and harmonious, even if her older sister Ryan was a major contributor to the family dynamic. The two buddies spent the majority of their spare time together in their shared dorm room at the boarding school. Marna was notable for her generosity and brilliance, while Charnel was known for her charisma. Sometimes they stayed with each other's families on the weekends, but most of the time they went back to their own homes. Both families had close and encouraging relationships. Ronnie, Charnel's father, treated Marna like his own daughter, and the girls' lives seemed content and secure. This exterior concealed a far more nuanced reality. Charnel had just lately met Xander, who had a complicated past. In addition to shaping his apparent confidence, his parents' divorce and the difficulties he had as a child also formed an underlying tension in him. Mercia, Xander's mother, had always thought of him as a unique child. Despite a challenging pregnancy full of problems, she gave birth to him after going through several sad struggles to become a mother. Even as Xander grew older, Marcia remained a loving and protective mother, and his early health issues only deepened their relationship. In contrast, Xander was disciplined by his father Monty, a former police officer, who also instilled in him a love of hunting, sports, and the great outdoors. From an early age, Xander became an essential part of his father's life, time with him by accompanying him on hunting, fishing, and forest excursions. Xander had a complex personality while he was at school, despite his powerful physique. Although he had a reputation for being a successful rugby player, his temper frequently caused him to argue with classmates, teachers, and even adults. Marcia consistently stood up for her kid, claiming that his actions were only a means of expressing his uniqueness, even though his parents were regularly invited to school meetings. Xander chose not to continue his schooling after graduating and started working with his farm on the farm. He was hardly active on social media, only posting pictures of his hunting trophies and guns to showcase his interests. His attractiveness and charisma attracted attention, especially from young women, even though he led a rather secluded existence. Charnel initially noticed Xander during a school function. Current students had been asked to meet with alumni, including Xander. Despite their brief first encounter, they soon found themselves spending more time together due to their mutual desire. As a senior in high school, Charnel was enthralled with his charm, athletic build, and self-assurance. The first several weeks saw a quick development of their bond. Xander gave Charnel all of his attention and tried his hardest to make her happy. He struck me as a loving and committed companion. Xander was anxious to make a good impression when it came time to meet her family. The encounter with Ronnie, Charnel's dad, went more smoothly than anticipated. Ronnie was wary at first, but she quickly warmed up to Xander's enthusiasm for farming. In the end, he accepted Xander's offer to assist with farm chores. Their story together began with these moments. However, Xander's character qualities suggested possible future difficulties underlying the peace. He had previously shown signs of having a fiery temper and being resistant to compromise, and it was only a question of time until these characteristics affected the relationship. The first person to notice Charnel's behavior changes was Marna. She started to get less communication and avoidance from the friends she used to get out with. The changes were gradual at first, but each month made them more noticeable. Charnel often used laziness or exhaustion as an excuse to avoid seeing Marna or their other friends. Marna sought to politely ask what was going on after realizing that Xander was linked to these developments. Charnel, however, maintained that everything was okay. Following Xander's complete integration into Charnel's social circle, these alterations started. Xander's control initially appeared to be subtle. Charnel took his frequent inquiries about her activities and who she was hanging out with as signs of concern and care. He gradually began requesting access to her texts, social media profiles, and phone. Charnel obeyed because she believed his jealousy was a sign of his intense love for her. It reached a breaking point during prom planning. Charnel went shopping for a dress with her mother. When Xander became involved, what should have been a happy time became uncomfortable. In addition to demanding that she wear little makeup and straighten her hair, he insisted on approving her outfit choice. Charnel complied with his demands in a manner he thought appropriate in order to prevent confrontation. She later told a few pals that she was uncomfortable but didn't realize how serious the issue was. Xander's domineering actions kept getting worse. He publicly disliked everyone he believed to be a negative influence and started meddling in her connections. He insisted on thorough explanations whenever Charnel spent time with friends. She gradually began avoiding confrontations by restricting her social interactions. Their encounters became infrequent, even with her best friend Marna. Marna made an effort to speak with Charnel, pointing out that Xander's actions were inappropriate. Charnel persuaded herself and others, though, that these were only short-term difficulties brought on by Xander's character. She thought he would change, but even during family gatherings with his relatives, he got more hostile and his control tightened. Charnel became aware of Xander's intense observation of her words and behavior. Ronnie and Anna, as well as Charnel's family, initially supported the connection, but with time, they started to notice changes in her behavior. Although they blamed it on academic stress, only Marna saw the underlying problem and made an effort to connect with her friend. She appeared more reserved and less confident. But as Xander's power grew, Charnel found herself more and more alone. Charnel Huff made the decision to break up with Xander in January 2018. Since his actions had grown more hostile and domineering, this choice had been coming for a while. By the end of the previous year, Charnel's family and friends had noticed the extreme pressure he was putting on her. This included him constantly watching her phone and social media, and he would physically impose his power during heated fights. Marks occasionally departed Charnel when these altercations alarmed her family, especially Marna. Xander's response to the breakup was intense. He started saying he couldn't live without her and threatening to hurt himself. In addition to these threats, he frequently sent her emotional manipulation texts in the hopes that she would change her mind. Even though this was stressful, Charnel refused to back down this time. She was adamant about ending the unhealthy connection. The best friend of Marna, Charnel, became caught up in the fight during this time. Alarmed, Xander started sending Marna threatening and derogatory messages, accusing her of turning Charnel against him. Marna confided in Stefan, her father. He stepped in right away, calling Xander and telling him to cease the abuse. Although the situation was momentarily diffused, Xander's animosity persisted. Charnel started spending more time with Brandon Victor, a friend she had known since she was 14, a few months after the breakup. A well-liked senior in high school, Brandon was well known for his athletic prowess and friendliness. He listened to Charnel and helped her deal with the residual pressure from Xander, giving her much-needed emotional support. Knowing that Xander continued to display an obsessive infatuation with Charnel, they decided to keep their friendship covert, even though it grew into a stronger relationship over time. Xander persisted in preventing Charnel from moving on even after their split. He continued to send her messages and stalked her, unexpectedly appearing in areas she frequented. Brandon and Charnel became wary about this behavior. To prevent upsetting Xander further, they kept their relationship private and stayed away from public areas where they could run into him. The year May 2018 was a watershed. Charnel tried to get her peace of mind back, but she was still burdened by Xander's constant meddling. His inability to accept her choice and his constant attempts to meddle in her affairs made things tense and unstable for her and those close to her. It would take decisive action to resolve the situation, as the pressure kept increasing. On the morning of May 26, 2018, the boarding school dormitory was unusually quiet. Christelle, a staff worker, started her day by checking to see if pupils were awake in the hallways at around 6 in the morning. She was walking past the bathroom when she noticed some dark hair on the floor. She didn't give it much thought at first because she thought it was just hair left over from brushing. But as she got closer to the bottom-level stairway, she saw a green nylon rope fastened securely over the railing. Shortly after, Christelle stopped when she noticed a pair of white-socked feet hanging above the ground. Sonia Chanel, a few hours earlier, at around 4:17 a.m. When the mother awoke at her Costa home, she discovered a disturbing message from her daughter. "Mom, I just wanted to say I love you and I'm sorry," the text said. Since Charnel was always meticulous about her language, Sonia was instantly alerted to the misspelling of the word sorry. Sonia tried to call her daughter out of alarm, but the call ended up in voicemail. Concerned, she called Ronnie, her ex-husband, to find out if Charnel had gotten in touch with him. Sonia was reassured by Ronnie, who had been asleep, that the previous night had seemed normal, but he still checked his phone. 2 of Charnel's late-night communications caught his attention and caused him great anxiety. "I love you, Brandon," was the caption for the first message, which was sent at 3:42 a.m. EM and featured a picture of Charnel in her underwear. "I'm sorry, Dad," said the second, which was sent at 4:17 a.m. "I'm going with Marna." Ronnie was worried for the girl's safety because of the confusing and unsettling nature of these communications. So he called Richard Hobson, the principal of the school, right once, to voice his worries. Christelle hurried upstairs to Charnel and Marna's room to try to piece together what was going on. It was deserted. There was no sign of anxiety in the way the girls' personal possessions were placed, as though they had been getting ready for the next day. Christelle understood then that things were much more serious than she had first believed, and went back to the stairway where she had seen the rope. The girls' parents were also receiving the concerning texts at the same time, and Brandon Charnel texted her boyfriend late at night. His attempts to call her right away were unsuccessful, and the message was unexpected. Brandon started to feel that something was seriously amiss, even though he didn't fully comprehend what was going on. Originally scheduled to begin with rugby match preparations, the morning swiftly spiraled into mayhem. By the time Ronnie and Sonia arrived at the boarding school, anxious to learn the truth, the atmosphere was tense and full of uncertainty, as rumors of a serious event quickly circulated among the pupils. Christelle, one of the dorm supervisors, called Richard Hobson, the headmaster of a boarding school, in a panic early on the morning of May 26, 2018, as she described how she had found the body of one of the students, Charnel Huff, hanging from the stair railing of the dorm building. Her voice was strained and anxious. As Christelle dropped the phone and rushed to obtain assistance, Hobson, stunned by the news, tried to acquire further information, but the connection terminated abruptly. Ronnie, Charnel's father, received a brief call from the principal of the school informing him of the tragedy. It was a horrible message. Charnel's friend Marna had also been discovered dead. Desperate to get answers, Ronnie called his brother Louis to ask him to come to school with him. In an attempt to make sense of the circumstances at the school, Ronnie played over the odd late-night messages he had gotten from his daughter as they drove. In order to protect the youngsters from the horrific scene, Hobson and his team moved swiftly. When the police arrived in the morning, they found Marna's body in the first-floor bathroom, in addition to Charnel's body dangling from the stairway. Her neck was securely tied with a backpack strap. The police's initial belief that the two females had committed suicide was quickly refuted. Suspicions of foul play were raised by investigators who saw that the marks on their necks did not match the typical symptoms seen in such cases. Ronnie arrived at the school and hurried over to his daughter's body dangling from the railing while the cops investigated the incident. Ronnie was so distraught that he disregarded the officers' attempts to stop him, warning that disrupting the scene could jeopardize the evidence. Only with Louis' assistance was Charnel's body eventually removed. Stevens, Marna's father, also showed up at the school at the same time. He was furious when he saw his daughter and said right away that this was no coincidence. He expressed his concern that the ex-boyfriend of Xander Charnel might be involved. Principal Hobson, who had previously dealt with private investigator Chris Sanders, made the decision to bring him in amid the commotion at the school. Within a few hours, Sanders came and started to collect data. Brandon Victor was among the first people he interviewed. According to Brandon, Charnel's current boyfriend, he had received texts from her during the night but was unable to completely interpret their meaning. Additionally, he disclosed that following their split, Xander had threatened Charnel and had persisted in exhibiting an obsessive infatuation with her. The investigators gathered sufficient material to raise suspicions about a third party's involvement. The backpack strap around Marna's neck and the rope discovered on the stairway were closely examined. Fingerprints on these objects were thought to be essential for figuring out what had happened. Detective Sanders named Xander as the main suspect, after hearing his name frequently in student chats. The father of Stevens' mother, meanwhile, became frustrated with the investigation's slow progress and decided to take matters into his own hands. He confronted Xander and demanded answers at his house. The probe might get more complicated as a result of this action, which threatened to worsen the situation. On May 25, 2018, Brandon and Charnel Marna were seated in the girls' dorm room at around midnight. In order to console Charnel, who was growing more and more agitated over threats she had been receiving from her ex-boyfriend Xander, Brandon had surreptitiously entered the school, breaking rigorous restrictions. They spoke and drank coffee, but as the evening wore on, Charnel's stress became more noticeable. Charnel's phone rang at 1 a.m. Xander was the one. In order for Brandon and Marna to hear the chat, she put the phone on speaker. Xander initially tried to convince her to come outside and meet him by speaking quietly. His tone changed drastically when she refused. He started to threaten, saying, "You'll regret what I'm going to do tonight," before hanging up. Charnel looked shaken. Despite Brandon's willingness to stay, she asked that he go back to the boys' room because she was afraid he would be punished if anybody found out. Brandon departed at around 2 in the morning. He saw the girls alive for the last time. After hearing of Charnel and Marna's deaths, Stevens, Marna's father, rushed to Xander's house the next morning, May 26, intending to find out more. When he got to the property, he went up to Xander and his dad, Monty. In his sorrow and hatred, Stevens blamed Xander for the catastrophe. Chris Sanders, a private investigator who had just arrived on the scene and was acting calmly, broke up the heated debate that rapidly broke out. Sanders persuaded Xander to go with him to the police station and got Stevens to back off. Sanders started interrogating Xander while driving there, exerting constant pressure. After a while, Xander lost it and admitted to the crime. He acknowledged that he had slain Marna to get rid of a witness after killing Charnel out of jealousy. At the scene, Sanders used a voice recorder to capture the confession. The police had already begun gathering evidence. The circumstances surrounding the girls' murders and the marks on their bodies suggested foul play, and Xander's confession confirmed the suspicions of the detectives. Upon reaching the station, Xander recounted his story while being questioned. In order to avoid suspicion, Xander explained how he had planned the crimes and intended to portray them as free acts. He explained how he entered the hostel covertly and did what he had to do. Messages, pictures, and journal entries on his phone were also found by investigators to be unsettling proof of his fixation with Charnel. The main emphasis of Xander's trial, in March 2019, was his actions and motivations. Anastasia Fesser, a friend of Xander's from fishing contests, provided one of the most important pieces of testimony. She described how, the day before the catastrophe, he called her and passionately said that he would not let Charnel to live her life without him. Now, his terrifying declaration that he would make her life intolerable stood out as a clear foreshadowing of what was to happen. Although Anastasia acknowledged that she had dismissed Xander's remarks as an emotional outburst and hadn't taken them seriously at the time, she now regrets not alerting the police or anybody close to Charnel and Marna to his remarks. Her testimony proved to be an essential component of the trial, providing insight into Xander's fixation and the deliberateness of his conduct throughout the proceedings. Key testimony was given by Charnel's new lover, Brandon Victor. Brandon described how, on the night of May 24, 2018, he crept into the girls' dorm to hang out with Marna and Charnel. They attempted to defuse the stressful situation by conversing, laughing, and talking about recent occurrences. However, Xander called to interrupt their evening. In order for Brandon and Marna to hear the chat, Charnel put the phone on speaker. Xander tried to get her to meet him by speaking softly at first. His tone changed to one of threat when she refused, concluding with the chilling declaration that she would come to regret her choice. Despite her obvious fear following the call, Charnel demanded that Brandon go back to the boys' dorm because she was afraid they would be in trouble if anybody discovered he was there. Brandon last saw Charnel and Marna alive as a result of this choice. When police found their bodies the next day, the investigation that finally resulted in Xander's arrest began. Recordings of Xander's admissions and testimony from private investigator Chris Sanders undermined the defense's attempt to contest the veracity of the evidence by claiming that Xander's confession had been forced. According to psychological assessments, Xander was emotionally unstable and had a pathological obsession with Charnel. The tragedy was caused by his jealousy, compulsive need for control, and incapacity to handle their divorce. Xander's family's involvement was also questioned. His mother, who had been too protective of him since he was a toddler, had always stood up for him, even when he displayed troubling behavior. At first, his father, former policeman Monty, admitted his son's culpability and said justice had to be done. However, Monty changed his mind after the punishment, which included 2 life sentences, and hired attorneys to challenge the decision on behalf of Charnel and Marna's families, claiming that the court system was unfair. The knowledge that the 2 best friends were now buried next to one another brought some solace. This case emphasizes how crucial it is to identify latent problems in interpersonal relationships and take preventative action to avoid disaster. It also calls into question how a person's character is shaped by their upbringing and emotional support system, as well as how unresolved emotional issues can have disastrous results. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On April 7, 2021, 29-year-old Helene Arias disappeared from her house in the city of Oviedo, Spain. Her previous partner's family lived in a little rural location in the province of Leon, and she was on her way there. There were no concerns raised by the excursion. This was a path Helene had previously followed. She was going back that same day and had made no mention of any problems. However, she stopped answering messages by the evening. Her phone also went silent shortly after. Later, her personal items were still in her car, but Helene was nowhere to be seen. What started out as a missing person case swiftly developed into a well-publicized inquiry. The mystery was only made more complex by contradictory reports, the silence of important witnesses, and a number of factors that simply didn't line together. The plot darkened with each new hint, but none could have predicted where it would end up at the time. Oviedo, a city in the northern Spanish autonomous community of Asturias, is where Helene Arias was born in 1992. She was raised in a middle-class household. Her parents worked regular jobs, lived a calm, steady life, and made an effort to provide a secure and nurturing atmosphere for their daughter. As their only child, Helene was raised with a strong emphasis on independence and responsibility. There was seriousness and quiet in the family household. There were hardly any arguments. Helene was notable for her organization and excellent self-discipline even as a young child. She regularly fulfilled her commitments to her parents and teachers and didn't require continual supervision. She was an excellent student in elementary and high school. Outside of school, she preferred spending time alone with her family or doing hobbies by herself to being in big social groups. She had already made up her mind about her future by the time she started high school. She wished to assist people. Helene chose to major in social work and psychology at the University of Oviedo after graduating. Her primary objective was to acquire useful skills to assist others going through the most trying times in life. She stayed quiet while she was at college. She only focused on topics that matched her own interests and ideas, avoiding social activity and university politics. People who knew Helene said she was serious, quiet, and compassionate. She liked a sedate, steady pace of life and was not attracted to dangerous situations. She never acted impulsively and always made well-considered decisions. She spoke with honesty, even though she didn't display any emotions. Throughout school and college, she was regarded as a reliable person and had a small, close-knit group of friends. She avoided shady organizations and unruly conduct. Helene was a few years younger than José Alejandro Bobadilla. He was already employed and out of school when they first met. They first met in 2018 while hanging out with common acquaintances in Oviedo. They stayed in contact after that, and their bond gradually grew. There were no overt indications of confrontation, and it was steady. José first struck me as considerate and deferential. He was kind, on time, and really interested in Helene's life. He also respected her personal space. Helene had no reason to suspect him because all of this aligned with what she thought was proper behavior in a relationship. José presented Helene to his family a few months into their romance. In the province of León, he resided in the small rural village of Prado de la Guzmán. In 2019, Helene got to know the Bobadilla family. His father, mother, and younger sister, Andrea, were presented to her. Everything appeared to be quiet on the surface. Helene was met with no opposition from his parents. They had a polite but formal talk. Andrea, José's younger sister, appeared interested in and amiable toward her brother's fiancée. During that initial visit, Helene saw nothing concerning. His family seemed kind, albeit a little reticent. Their bond kept evolving as time went on. Regular travels from Oviedo to Prado de la Guzmán became a regular part of Helene's routine, and she began to spend more time with José's family. José assisted her with daily problems and was encouraging. He talked about their future together and frequently shared his long-term objectives without setting unreasonable expectations for her. On the other hand, his employment status wasn't as stable. His income fluctuated, and he owed more than 13,000 euros in unpaid debt. Although Helene knew about it, she didn't consider it a warning sign. She didn't feel compelled to intervene because she considered it to be his private matter. Helene and Andrea also kept up a cordial relationship. José's sister was friendly, outspoken, and frequently expressed her opinions to Helene. Helene gradually integrated herself into the Bobadilla family's daily routine and became more interested in their lives. However, by 2020, things between Helene and José started to change beneath the tranquil exterior. There were cracks beginning to appear. More often than not, their conversations became tense. Jose started acting erratically and making evasive allusions to personal difficulties. He didn't go into great detail, but it seemed that the fundamental problem was that same debt, which was still outstanding, and was now more than 13,000 euros. Jose refrained from talking about repayment plans, even though Helene had been aware of it. He refused to clarify whether he was under pressure from anyone else and never made it clear how he planned to handle it. He didn't ask for assistance or provide any specific answers. Jose instead became more reclusive. He would occasionally go silent for extended periods of time, disregarding messages and providing no justification. He grew more and more irritated and aloof. Emotional distance was starting to manifest in what had formerly appeared to be a stable relationship. Andrea's influence in their life started to become more apparent about this time. Jose's sister was frequently close by, participating in discussions and attending gatherings. Even while she never publicly showed animosity, there was a sense of uneasiness in her actions. She lost the warmth of her interactions with Helene as they became more professional. Andrea never spoke out against her brother's behavior or offered direct criticism, but her quiet only served to highlight the rising hostility in the family. The problem of Jose's unpaid debt started to get more urgent at the beginning of 2021. He began by saying that creditors were making quick demands for payments. He made it apparent that the situation was serious, but never disclosed the precise identity of the person applying the pressure. Although Helene didn't press for clarification, it was clear that he was becoming more and more stressed. He started whining about not having enough time and using evasive justifications to call off meetings. He stopped talking about their future together and started sending shorter texts. When Jose mentioned selling the car they had previously driven together to settle some of the debt, the tension increased. The automobile was technically his. His family had assisted in the acquisition. Although Helene didn't protest, the suggestion itself was a warning that things were rapidly getting worse. Although Jose was now searching for short-term solutions, he excluded his family from these financial conversations, which led Helene to wonder if he was genuinely attempting to resolve the problem or if he had any actual plan at all. Communication between Helene and Jose's parents stopped about this time. She used to occasionally talk to them when she visited, but now she never did. She continued to communicate with the family only through Andrea. However, even that function had diminished. Helene found herself increasingly unaware of what was happening. The urgency of the debt crisis increased, but the information flow simply decreased. Jose had become aloof, shunned conversations, and turned down assistance. Although they didn't have any direct disagreements, his growing passivity was the most obvious indication that their relationship was failing. By spring 2021, formality had taken over. They seldom ever met anymore, and they just texted each other sometimes. Plans for collaboration vanished. Jose had lost interest in long-term potential and had stopped discussing the future. He had obviously pulled away, even though he never formally stopped the relationship. Helene made no effort to bring them back to their former state. She knew that he needed to take the next step if they were to be together, but he never did. A bigger breakdown started with that financial dispute. Jose's actions revealed an internal conflict that he was unable to resolve. Around 9 in the morning on April 7, 2021, Helena Arias left her Oviedo home. She was on her way to Jose Bobadilla's home in the little Leon province village of Prado de la Guzman. Helene continued to visit Jose and his family occasionally, but her visits had become less frequent. She was going home that same day, and the road was familiar. She assured her mother that everything was all right and told her that she was going to Prado de la Guzman. There was no hint of concern in her voice. Up until about midday, Helene's phone was still in use. Around 1 p.m., the last action was noted. Then she stopped talking. Helene stopped returning calls, stopped answering messages, and failed to show up on 9 separate attempts to contact her. Helene's family didn't initially realize anything was amiss. Her mother reasoned that she might have just been late. However, anxiety began to increase as the evening wore on, getting closer to 8 p.m. Helene's phone was off and she had yet to make contact. She had always kept her family updated on any modifications to her plans, but she had not returned home. There was no activity on her messaging apps, and messages remained unanswered. By 10 p.m., anxiety gave way to fear. Jose said he hadn't seen Helene that day and hadn't heard from her when the family tried to get in touch with him. She had informed her mother that she was going to visit him, so his response didn't set well with her. They were not prepared for his statement. His lack of urgency was much more noticeable. He didn't drive to Oviedo, he didn't offer to help, and he didn't try to get engaged. He acted in an abnormally submissive manner. Helene's family formally reported her missing to the police the following morning. The police started looking into her contacts and last known whereabouts. Tracing her phone was one of the initial steps. Helene had certainly arrived at Prado de la Guzman, according to the statistics. The last location on her phone indicated that she was in the vicinity at around noon. The signal was lost after that. Officers started talking to locals as they walked around the neighborhood. Earlier that day, a witness reported seeing someone who fit Helene's description close to the town's boundary, but no definitive identification could be made. The area had few security cameras, and none of them had captured any footage of Helene. There was no proof that she had visited the Bobadilla residence. Jose maintained that she never showed up. Andrea recounted a similar story. The phone's geolocation information did not support the theory that Helene had not arrived at her destination. The suspicion was only heightened by that. Investigators started examining Jose's family history and Helene's relationship with him. Helene's family used social media to solicit assistance at the same time. The first public communication of her disappearance started to circulate after they uploaded her picture and description. No evidence of a forced disappearance was discovered by authorities during the first 24 hours. In a nearby town, the vehicle Helene had drove was close to a train station. It was secured, undamaged, and contained everything she owned, including her ID and luggage. There were no indications of conflict or chaos inside the car, but the phone was gone. That particular information sparked more worries. Helene wouldn't have abandoned everything she owned if she had gotten out of the car willingly. The idea that she had fled or decided to go missing on her own didn't fit her nature or the facts. She had no past history of self-destructive inclinations, impulsive behavior, or mental health issues. The search had to be formally expanded next. Police contacted residents, conducted building and forested area inspections, and started planning a concerted effort. Drones and search dogs were used. Community volunteers also joined in. After local news outlets carried the family's plea for assistance, the situation began to receive more public attention. The first 48 hours following Helene's disappearance produced no solid leads regarding her precise location, despite increasing attempts. She couldn't get her phone to work. Jose insisted that he and his family had not seen Helene that day. Neither he nor Andrea publicly voiced their concerns or offered to help with the search. The case was formally considered a possible criminal act by the conclusion of the second day. A case was initiated by investigators in accordance with statutes pertaining to potential forced disappearance. They made the decision to concentrate their search within 3 miles of Helen's last known phone signal. The case's status shifted. A specialized investigating unit received it. From that point on, the possibility of an accident was ruled out. A team of civilian volunteers who joined the search found Helene Arias's body on April 11, 2021, 4 days after she was last seen. One of them spotted broken branches and odd patterns that went toward a ravine while they were searching through an area close to the town's outskirts. The body was near the bottom, buried under a layer of rubble and thick foliage. The site was promptly cordoned off by police. Helene was discovered sleeping on her back during the initial check. Plastic zip ties had been used to secure her wrists. She had an obvious head injury that indicated blunt force trauma, and marks around her neck suggested strangulation. Although there were no indications of a struggle at the scene, her face was damaged. Drag marks were visible in the nearby earth, suggesting the remains had most likely been moved there. After the death, local investigators discovered a ripped bag, shreds of cloth, and cut zip ties. There were tire marks nearby, indicating that a car had been driven. Based on the state of her clothing and body, there were no signs of intimate assault. But nearby, hair strands that weren't Helene's were discovered and sent for DNA testing. Every piece of evidence was recorded and gathered from the location. In order to estimate when the body had been deposited in the ravine, authorities noted its depth, potential access points, and a general date. Although the strike to the head was severe and probably rendered the victim unconscious, the forensic analysis verified that asphyxiation was the cause of death. The moment Helene's phone had ceased sending signals coincided with the time of death. According to medical professionals, she died 1 to 2 hours after her last phone call was recorded. Her body had been transported to the location after death and quickly covered with whatever materials were available, as there were no indications that it had been exposed to the weather for an extended period of time. Law enforcement responded quickly that same day to find and apprehend individuals responsible. Andrea Bobadilla and her ex-partner Raul were the first to be arrested. Andrea divulged important information while being questioned. She named Jose as the one who started the act and acknowledged that she had assisted in hiding the body. Only a few hours later, Jose Bobadilla was arrested. He didn't fight being arrested. He denied any involvement and maintained that Helene never visited him that day throughout his initial interrogation. Andrea's testimony and information from Helene's phone's geolocation records, however, later refuted this assertion. Items uncovered at the Bobadilla home matched evidence gathered from the location where Helene's body was discovered. Traces of blood were found on a utility room floor. The blood was identified as Helene's by forensic testing. The packaging made from fabric remnants and zip ties was exactly the same as what was discovered at the ravine. Authorities were able to piece together the events as the inquiry went on. Jose greeted Helene when she arrived in town. Eventually, there was a confrontation. Helene lost unconscious after Jose hit her. He then went ahead and asphyxiated her to death. Raul and Andrea helped dispose of the body by moving it to a secluded gully during the night. Nobody was around to witness any of this. Investigators collected sufficient evidence to press formal charges within 48 hours after the arrest. Officially, the matter was categorized as a criminal offense, including concealment and planned activity. Raul declined to testify when he was being questioned. He didn't provide a different version of events or corroborate Andrea's story. According to his lawyer, Raul was there but didn't know why they were there. However, based on Raul's subsequent actions, not reporting what had transpired and aggressively aiding in its cover-up, investigators came to the conclusion that he had participated knowingly. Jose partially acknowledged what had happened during his third interrogation, saying he acted out of emotional exhaustion. However, investigators found that he acted with purpose and intention. He actively worked to hide what had happened, never reported the incident, and made no attempt to seek for assistance. Raul and Andrea were found to be accomplices. Both had the option to leave, but they chose to assist in destroying evidence, according to case documents. Physical discoveries, Andrea's statement, DNA testing, cell phone logs, and forensic examinations of objects from the home and the graveyard comprised the body of evidence. Charges resulting from the inquiry included complicity, unlawful killing, concealing a body, and making false statements. All three were still being held pending trial. Early in 2022, the trial for Helene Arias's death got underway. Jose Bobadilla, his sister Andrea, and Andrea's ex-partner Raul were the principal accused. The act, which involved several participants in efforts to conceal the body and destroy evidence, was designated by the prosecution as an intentional crime. The Jose admitted to the debate and the physical altercation, but denied purpose during the court procedures, thereby partially acknowledging his role. He had been emotionally unstable, provoked, and did not intend for things to go out of hand, according to his defense. In the end, the court rejected that version. The court regarded Jose's behavior after the incident, witness testimony, and scene evidence as intentional. During the trial, Andrea affirmed her prior claims. In keeping with her prior description, she described the roles of each person. She and Raul helped to hide what had transpired, but Jose was the primary offender. Her defense team requested that the court take into account the strain she was under from her brother and the fact that she refrained from engaging in any violent behavior. Raul said nothing at all during the exchange. He had no intention and didn't completely understand what he was getting himself into, according to his lawyer. The court found all three guilty at the end of the trial. Jose Bobadilla received a 25-year prison term. Andrea's sentence for aiding and abetting the crime was 8 years. For assisting and abetting, Raul received a 6-year sentence. The sentences were judged fair by the prosecution. The proceedings were attended by Helen's relatives. The position of a private plaintiff was assumed by her mother. She took a hard stand. She advocated for the harshest punishments imaginable. She was disappointed when the decision was read, saying that Andrea and Raul had received too light terms. Jose's relatives chose not to respond. Jose Bobadilla's defense team appealed his sentence a few months after it was handed down. Their primary contention was that important evidence from the first trial ought to have been declared inadmissible. The objects discovered in the family home did not prove Jose's involvement in the crime, according to his attorneys, and Andrea's confession had been forced. Additionally, they questioned whether the forensic evaluation complied with the necessary legal requirements. The case will be reviewed by the appellate court. The prosecutors defended their position at the second trial, citing Jose's coordinated activities, his failure to seek for assistance, his fraudulent statements, and the hiding of Helene's body. New points were presented by the defense, nevertheless. They asserted that medical findings did not definitively indicate asphyxiation, and that Helene was not killed by the hit she sustained. They underlined the impact of public pressure and the lack of a clear motive. Andrea withdrew portions of her earlier confession during this second phase of the trial, claiming that she had said while in emotional turmoil. Furthermore, Raul did not back up his earlier statements. The prosecution's case suffered as a result. Some of the earlier evidence was declared inadmissible by the court. The court determined that there was insufficient evidence to support a guilty finding because of Jose's retracted statement and the absence of concrete evidence of his physical harm. Jose was freed from custody in 2023 after being found not guilty owing to insufficient evidence. The public reacted strongly to the decision. The judgment was deemed unfair by Helene's family. The court was accused by her mother of eroding confidence in the legal system. The higher court refused to reconsider the case when prosecutors appealed the acquittal. After Jose Bobadilla was found not guilty, there was weeks of heated public discussion. A large portion of the discussion on social media was critical of the justice system. There were differing views. While some cited the absence of conclusive evidence, others said the acquittal was a miscarriage of justice. The public's trust in the courts and law enforcement was closely examined. Less attention was paid to Andrea and Raul's predicament. They carried on with their sentences. Following the conclusion of the court proceedings in Helene Arias's case, the Bobadilla family refrained from making any public statements. In both trials, certain important concerns were left unexplained, particularly about Jose's motivation. Investigators think that a relationship breakdown, mental stress, and unsolved financial difficulties are what caused the conflict to escalate. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Anyone can experience financial difficulties. While some people overcome their challenges quickly, others might do so for years. What matters most, though, is how one decides to overcome these obstacles. Some people work hard and earn money through honest labor, while others turn to crime in order to make quick money. A third group is likewise prepared to participate in the production of content that is both controversial and in demand, all in exchange for a big payout. Although it is allowed to operate in this field, actors, and frequently actresses in this genre, face harsh social criticism and condemnation. However, the pull of quick riches and the quest for questionable celebrity might triumph over moral values. Furthermore, a lot of them now work from home, establishing studios and broadcasting live. The case of Carol Maltese, a young mother and actress in adult films, is a clear illustration of what pursuing fame and wealth in this field may lead to. But one must not ignore the possibility of serious mental harm to the actors, resulting in actual catastrophes. She didn't think her job was unethical. Her only goal was to become financially independent so that she could support herself and her small kid when she retired. Sadly, her body, which had formerly been admired by hundreds of followers, was later discovered dismembered on a steep ledge next to a road. She was never able to quit the industry, though. Carol Maltese's early years and childhood. On September 19, 1995, Carol Nicole Maltese was born in a small Italian province. She was the only child of Fabio and Josephine, and her father was Dutch and her mother was Italian. She stayed with her mother when her parents divorced when she was just 4 years old. Her father later remarried, had more children, and returned to his native Netherlands. Since her ex-husband provided minimal assistance, Josephine decided to stay in Italy and raise her daughter by herself. They were residents of Sesto Calende, a tiny town in the Varese province. In order to provide her daughter what she needed, a quality education, and the chance for a better life, the mother worked several jobs at the same time. Carol developed into a lovely, compassionate, and outgoing young woman who had plenty of friends and got along well with everyone. She frequently went to a dance studio as a schoolgirl and was involved in sports, especially horseback riding. Maltese spoke 3 languages with ease. I read a great deal, enjoyed to travel around Europe, and could talk about practically everything. She developed a small feminine body as a teenager, gained a lot of fans and suitors, and enjoyed being the focus of attention. Following graduation, she enrolled in a technical institution to study fashion, the arts, and industrial design, quickly rising to the top of her class. Carol became romantically involved with a young guy a year her senior who was enrolled in the Faculty of Architecture and Design, which led to an unexpected pregnancy during her freshman year. Carol found out she was pregnant in the fall of 2020, at the age of 20. She and the child's father were completely taken aback by this news. Both of them were students and completely unprepared for this kind of thing. Carol, however, was adamant about keeping the child. The young couple's lives took a significant turn in 2016, when they welcomed a son into the world. In order to provide for themselves and their infant, they both had to drop out of school. Since there were more chances to make a living and support their family in Verona, the new parents made the decision to go there. Carol secured a position as a sales consultant for a major network of retail stores selling perfume and cosmetics. Her boyfriend took care of their son shortly after his first birthday, while working from home on several tasks. Carol started a passionate romance with Angelo after she unexpectedly fell in love with him in the middle of 2019. For over 6 months, the pair met in secret, renting hotel rooms, messaging one another at night, and making an effort to spend every second of their free time together. But shortly before the new year, Carol's child's father learned of her affair and made the decision to break up with Maltese, his cheating partner. Since she was already about to leave for her new lover, I thought this was for the best. But then something went wrong. They agreed to rent an apartment together because Carol couldn't move in with her child from a previous relationship, and Angelo lived in his parents' house. However, the young couple was unemployed and unable to buy their own apartment at the time due to the global coronavirus outbreak. After a while, Carol moved in with her new boyfriend's parents and made the decision to temporarily leave her 4-year-old son with his biological father until things calmed down and she could welcome him into her home. A general self-isolation regime was proclaimed as the situation deteriorated in the interim. Carol had severe financial issues during this tough time, and everyone was confined to their homes. Carol received the best support possible from Angelo and his parents. She was unable to provide for her little kid financially, so she essentially stayed in their house at their expense. In addition, Carol's mother required expensive therapy and an unexpected source of money due to her Parkinson's disease diagnosis, which was getting worse. Maltese desperately thought of ways to make money from home during the lockdown in order to provide for her sick mother and son. She made the decision to try making money by sharing about her struggles and life in isolation on social media and on her own YouTube channel. Although there wasn't much interest in this content, her unusual appearance as a new blogger caught people's attention, leading to praise and even some inappropriate suggestions in the comments. A subscriber advised her to register on the website OnlyFans, pointing out that her attractive appearance would be greatly valued there and that she might swiftly rise to fame and fortune. Following this recommendation, Carol signed up for the service under the fictitious name Charlotte Angel. She started uploading her private images and brief films, creating content that was revealing. She quickly gained a sizable fan base that was prepared to pay for such stuff. Carol quickly started generating good money, but she didn't tell her partner or close family members how she was making money or what she was getting paid for. She adored this line of work, and as she worked to win over her fans, her content grew increasingly complex and graphic. Carol tried to conceal the specifics of her work for as long as possible, but after 6 months or so, a friend of hers happened to come across her account. Everyone quickly learned how she was earning a living as rumors began to circulate. She wasn't very offended and even attempted to defend it by saying that her art was a source of good money and that it satisfied her completely. The Orthodox Italians, however, were not prepared to embrace this, and friends and family increasingly distanced themselves from Carol because they thought she was involved in immoral activities and that their reputations may be damaged by hanging around with her. Carol herself believed that this attitude toward her profession was discriminatory and was sure that she would succeed in becoming a well-known and affluent adult film star. The beauty quickly gained enough popularity to attract the attention of adult film companies. The attractive Italian accepted offers from a number of filmmakers to appear in their movies. She took part in public performances and group photo shoots. Angelo, who foolishly believed his fiancée worked remotely as a designer but occasionally visited the workplace, soon learned of her actions. He hadn't intended to end their relationship, so he was taken aback and unsure of what to do next. But when his parents found out, they demanded that he end his relationship with this deceased woman at away, lest she bring shame to their whole family. Carol had saved up enough cash to rent a place of her own by that point. Her account on OnlyFans was quite well liked. Directors frequently made offers to her, and her fees continued to rise. She stated in interviews that she didn't intend to work in this field her entire life, and that she would ultimately complete her studies and try her hand at being a model or designer, but for the time being, she was happy with her job and was getting paid well for it. However, Carol frequently talked about the ongoing moral pressure from those around her, their criticisms, and their attempts to embarrass her, which led to certain psychological traumas. She referred to her work as art and fought for women's freedom to pursue their careers without fear of criticism. At the age of 25, Maltese relocated to the little town of Rescaldina in the Milan area. In an effort to move on and find a new dominant boyfriend, she made the decision to start over, intended to leave the adult sector, and secured a position as a sales consultant at a perfume store. Her life appeared to have entirely transformed, yet this was only a momentary transformation. A couple of months later, she got to know Davide Fontana, a 42-year-old local banker who loved photography and specialized in nude shots. He was looking for a model for his own projects when they first connected online. He extended the invitation to Carol, and the two were immediately captivated by each other. Fontana had been legally wed for a long time. He nevertheless began dating the young beauty in spite of this. As they started dating, they planned graphic photo shoots that always culminated in sensuality. He soon found out about Carol's previous endeavors and persuaded her to pursue filmmaking again. David had conflicting views about her, recognizing her true brilliance. He enjoyed watching his young lover in sexual movies, but he also loved her and wanted to own her. Realizing their most obscene and immoral fantasies, the banker moved in with Carol after divorcing his wife in March 2021. He also took a share of the money they made together, but also assisted her in producing content that was immensely popular on OnlyFans. Carol quickly gained so much popularity and success that studios and directors from other countries started to offer her high-paying shoot contracts. Despite having no boundaries or restraints, Fontana was extremely envious and reacted angrily when people tried to flirt with his girlfriend or paid attention to her on the street. He approached the filming process as though it were any other work, and the actress felt totally at ease with it. Angelo called her a few months later and admitted how much he missed her. He suggested that they reunite, adding that he was willing to accept her career path and would not obstruct or limit her. Despite being moved, Carol acknowledged that she was already seeing another man. They nevertheless kept in touch, but when Davide found out, he grew furious, threatened Angelo, and even set fire to his car. Angelo informed the police right away about the dangers to his life and the destruction to his property. The banker did not pay for the damage since there was no proof that he was involved in the arson, but the authorities did issue a restraining order that prevented Fontana from visiting Angelo. There is a desire for romance at work. The actress had over 30,000 followers and frequently traveled abroad for filming. Carol intended to quit the adult film business, pursue another career, and concentrate on raising her kid. She was also saving money to purchase a house of her own to bring her son along. She started creating personalized videos in the interim, which turned out to be a successful company. For a hefty cost, fans emailed her their own scripts of what they wanted to see, and she made their dreams come true. She still received assistance from Fontana with filming and editing. They continued to live together and split the earnings. On a movie set in September 2021, Maltese encountered Salvatore Galdo, an actor who had starred with her in a number of explicit films. However, genuine feelings blossomed between them and they began dating. She waited for the proper time to tell the banker everything and end their relationship permanently because she was secretly afraid of what Davide may do to her new boyfriend while they were dating. She happily accepted Galdo's proposal of marriage a few months later when he presented her with an engagement ring. Carol had saved up enough cash by the end of the year to purchase a house of her own. She ultimately made the decision to speak with Fontana and intended to bring her son, marry Salvatore. Unexpectedly, the man handled the news with composure. They still had a number of outstanding tasks for which they had previously received payment, but it appeared that he understood everything and was prepared to let her go to her new partner. They decided to do the job and then go their separate ways in peace. Carol's unexplained absence at the start of 2022, Maltese abruptly disappeared. She stopped making appearances in movies, stopped streaming on the internet, stopped talking to her coworkers, and declined any new approaches from filmmakers. Many assumed she had left the industry, since they knew she had planned to do so. Even her worried friends and fiancé, meanwhile, were unable to get through to her. Carol claimed to be well while responding to mails and messengers, but did not return calls. She needed time for herself after making the decision to drastically alter her life. She wrote to her fiancé, Salvatore, stating that she was self-isolating due to COVID-19 and that they would not be able to see each other for some time. Given that he didn't sound the alarm a month or 3 months later, it appears that this explanation satisfied him. According to the most recent images on Carol's page, she rarely engaged with anyone on social media, confining herself to succinct and direct replies. However, fresh posts did periodically appear on her account. Without telling anyone, she had taken a vacation by the sea. On March 20, 2022, parts of an unidentified body were discovered in sacks. A bystander was strolling along a road that ran alongside a rocky cliff on the outskirts of the Italian community of Borno. Large black trash bags that were laying on the slope next to a body of water caught his attention. The man was irritated that someone had chosen to throw trash in the picturesque and empty region. He descended to the closest sack, which was heavy, and attempted to raise it, when he noticed human fingers sticking through the ripped polyethylene. The true horror hit him. The man alerted the authorities to his horrifying find right away, and they discovered 4 bags with an 18-part human body inside. It appeared hard to identify the remains due to their extreme disfigurement. Although they were unable to determine the cause of death, forensic experts concluded that the deceased was a young woman who had passed away at least 2 months prior. Prior to being discarded off the cliff, the body had been in a freezer. In the hopes that they would go unnoticed for a long period in such a remote location, the criminal most likely drove here and just threw the bags down. Some of the contents spilled out as the bags ripped upon impact. It is obvious that the criminal had eliminated all distinguishing characteristics in an effort to keep the remains unidentified for as long as possible. Skin fragments were severed where they were probably tattooed, but several of these tattoos were still there, albeit badly damaged. Those patches of skin had been sliced, soaked in acid, and scorched by hot items. However, the authorities deduced that no one was searching for a woman with those traits after assembling fragments of the tattoos and comparing them with a database of missing persons. This was strange, which made others think the deceased wasn't from the area, until a news program on the body was broadcast, requesting anyone who might recognize the listed attributes to come forward. This was the accepted belief. A woman who had starred in adult films soon visited the station and claimed that she recognized her colleague who had vanished in early January, based on the tattoo's description. The actress did not know the deceased's true identity, but she did reveal that she operated under the alias Charlotte. This information was vital since it allowed law authorities to easily determine the girl's identity and true name, since they now knew how she appeared in real life. The odd fiancé. As soon as the deceased's name was established, it was discovered that she had recently become engaged to her co-worker Salvatore Galdo, who oddly had not filed a missing persons report. As a result, the first suspect was located and taken into custody. The man, however, was obviously distressed by the death of his spouse and perplexed as to why he was being suspected. Salvatore cited their correspondence as evidence that he had maintained contact with the woman via social media and messengers. So he was unaware that Carol had been dead for a long time. He said he hadn't gone to see his sweetheart since she was self-isolating after getting COVID-19 earlier in the year. He claimed to have spoken on the phone with Fontana, who was nearby, and had promised to take care of the woman, when police questioned him about why he hadn't phoned her to see if she needed assistance. Although the fiancé's account was inconsistent and unpersuasive, his evidence introduced a second suspect, who required detention and questioning. But David himself showed up at the station the following day to report a person missing, so there was no need to look for him. The terrible truth is that Fontana had not been keeping up with the news, since he clearly did not anticipate the body being discovered so soon. He was concerned to hear that Carol had been located and recognized, but he continued to think the police would not find him. But when the police took Salvatore into custody, the man knew the police would find him because they had spoken on the phone, so he made up a tale about COVID-19 and said he would take care of his fiancée. David's explanation was wildly unrealistic. He was obviously scared, and he kept contradicting himself. He claimed that although he and Carol had been close, they had not seen one another in months, and she had ceased communicating. He was at a loss as to why he had simply called the police. Fontana ultimately started testifying under pressure and admitted that he had unintentionally killed Carol. They were filming extreme video for a client who had paid a lot of money, he said, in early January. According to the screenplay, David had to bind the woman, tape her lips shut, place a bag over her head, and then use a hammer and other instruments to viciously beat, abuse, and torment her. They had decided that she would seem to be in excruciating pain, but he would not strike her with full force. But he allegedly overreacted, miscalculated a hammer blow, and broke her skull in the process. She was in the final stages of death when he took the bag off her head, but instead of attempting to save her or phoning for medical assistance, he chose to finish her misery with a final hammer blow out of mercy. After allegedly dismembering the body in a frenzy, the criminal, uncertain of what to do next, kept the parts in his freezer for more than 2 months before choosing to get rid of them. The investigation's reconstruction of the real events showed that David, the enigmatic and perverted client, had contacted the woman under a false identity. Since she had chosen to leave him, he obviously didn't want to let her go and came up with a clever plan of retaliation. The passcode to her phone was reportedly taken out by the man during the torture session, which was allegedly also part of the script and a client's desire. Around 9 o'clock in the evening on January 11, Fontana struck the woman with a hammer, killing her. He dismembered the body the following day after using the deceased's credit card to buy a huge freezer and an axe and saw from a hardware shop. He did everything he could to make the body unidentifiable. After removing the skin and the tattoos, he attempted to burn, tear apart, and practically erase what was left. For more than 2 months, David kept the body pieces in the freezer after placing them in bags. The criminal maintained the victim's social media accounts and spoke with her friends and family on her behalf during this time, giving the impression that Carol was still alive. The thief reportedly opted to dispose of the body by dropping it off a cliff in an abandoned area by the end of March, presumably believing that the threat had passed. He hoped the remains would never be discovered or would have deteriorated to the point where they could no longer be identified. But Davide was wrong, and the body was found 2 days later. Within a week, authorities found him, tried him, and found him guilty. None of the girl's friends or family had reported her missing for almost 3 months following her abduction, which was the most perplexing and unfathomable part of this case. All of them expressed satisfaction with the social media posts and messages they received. Carol never tried to see her and never returned calls, which did not worry even the fiancé, who believed she was unwell. The victim's phone had been active and in David's hands the entire time, so if someone had set off the alarm, the killer could have been located right away using the signal. Fontana apologized and vowed throughout the trial that he loved Maltese and had accidentally killed her. Additionally, He stated that he was unable to handle the pain following her death and had intended to take his own life, even though the defendant himself had ordered the gruesome film to be recorded on June 12, 2023. The defense maintained that the occurrence was, in reality, an unintended act of violence. Of course, this assertion sounded ridiculous, and no one believed him. Fontana was given a 30-year prison term after the court found him guilty of manslaughter. In addition, he was mandated to give €200,000 in compensation to the deceased's son, €100,000 to Carol's mother, and €50,000 to her child's father. The offender may be eligible for parole since, surprisingly, the manner of the assassination was not declared cruel, and the dismemberment of the body was not regarded an aggravating element. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most terrible crimes in American history will always be associated with Moscow. The darkness is still present. It will always be a part of the town's and university's history when you speak to people. In this instance, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogen, Ethan Chapin, and Kaylee Gonzalez are four extremely significant names. Additionally, I ask that you recall all four of the names from this case. These four University of Idaho students were allegedly stabbed by Brian Kohberger on November 13, 2022, before dawn. The knife used in the murder has never been located. This kind of knife is used for survival. Brian Kohberger did not provide a plea of his own. The judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. The state of Idaho is requesting the death sentence because of the gravity of the offenses. His purpose was to kill. This massive marine knife was meticulously and cruelly planned. No living object, much less an innocent human, would be subjected to such treatment. The DNA recovered on the knife sheath left at the crime site is the main piece of evidence in the prosecution's case, but there is a ton of other evidence that also points to no one else that we are aware of. What caused Brian Kohberger's vehicle to be seen driving away from the scene? Why, including the morning following the offense? Was his cell phone spotted there 12 times? Despite the fact that the facts make the case more open than closed, the prosecution wants everyone to think that it is. The defense argues that Brian Kohberger and the victims have no connection at all, and if there is no connection, then there is no motive. And since he is a graduate student and not a professional assassin, it is extremely difficult to prove that he is the murderer if there is no reason. Moscow, which is tucked away in the center of Idaho, is known for its student-family atmosphere and a close-kin community that perfectly combines a lively student life. Around the esteemed University of Idaho, the city flourishes, creating an atmosphere where learning and a vibrant college life coexist. Students lived in dorms, rented university buildings, and houses just outside the institution's boundaries in the busy neighborhoods around the school. Even though Moscow was known for its academic excellence, students occasionally met with friends and family in secret. However, these meetings were usually uneventful. But on the chilly night of November 13, 2022, four college students were relaxing after a party when a terrifying turn of events occurred, upsetting the tranquil ambience they had expected. This incident took place in this three-story home. At the start of the novel, four people are enrolled at the University of Idaho. Ethan Chapin, 20, from Conway, Washington. Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, from Rathdrum, Idaho. Xana Kernodle, 20, from Post Falls, Idaho. And Madison Mogen, 21, from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Xana was a junior, while Ethan was a freshman. Madison and Kaylee, meantime, were both university seniors. The oldest of three triplets, Ethan James Chapin, was born at Swedish Hospital in Seattle on a beautiful Tuesday night, October 29, 2002, at 4:43 p.m. Maisie, who first lived in Olympia at Summit Lake, arrived a short while later at 4:44, and Hunter at 4:45. Before moving to Conway, the family lived there for the first year and a half. The kids went to Conway School, where they played cross-country, basketball, and soccer and got a great education. At Conway, Ethan enjoyed playing basketball with his brother while wearing their team uniforms. After that, Ethan started attending Mount Vernon High School, but the COVID pandemic interrupted his regular on-campus education. After moving to Idaho with his siblings and working at Hills Resort, Ethan tried to return to school at MVH&S, but his studies were still impacted. Before starting their internship at the University of Idaho in August 2021, they returned to the Hills Resort in Idaho for a summer job after working at Tulip Town during the tulip season. To leave off their 3 children at college, Ethan's family set out to travel to the University of Idaho. Maisie joined the Kappa Alpha Theta sorority, while Hunter and Ethan joined the fraternity Sigma Chi. Ethan has managed his academic obligations, participated in intramural sports, and enjoyed a lively social life since starting his studies at the University of Idaho. During this time, he continued to be passionate about sports and fell in love with Xana Kernodle. Born at Kootenai Health Hospital in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho on July 5, 2002, Xana Alexia Co. was raised in Post Falls. Her skill as a gymnast distinguished her early years. From an early age, Xana demonstrated her abilities during her time at Post Falls Middle and High School. She participated heavily in soccer, volleyball, and track until she graduated in 2020. She worked at Texas Roadhouse and attended school. When Xana first enrolled at the University of Idaho, she majored in marketing and became very involved in extracurricular activities, most notably as a member of the Vandal Solutions sales team and the Pi Beta Phi sorority. She worked part-time at the Mad Greek restaurant in Moscow, Idaho, to balance these obligations. Beyond her studies and career, Xana enjoyed spending time with her puppy, Shoeshine, and attending EDM events. Rel is excitedly going on family vacations with her father and sister and enjoying time with friends. She had many happy childhood recollections of her grandparents' farm and riverside summers. Because of her lively nature, Xana was adored by her classmates, family, and friends. She was well known for being gregarious and upbeat, and she had a unique talent for making everyone feel welcome. Her unrelenting excitement, engaging humor, and zeal for life left a lasting impression on everyone who had the honor of knowing her. Xana is currently a co-resident while attending the University of Idaho. On May 25, 2001, Madison Mae Mogan was born in Eugene, Oregon. From the start, she made her family and everyone around her very happy. Madison was born and raised in Oregon, but her family later moved to North Idaho, where her parents were from. She had the most amazing upbringing in Idaho. She started school at Winton Elementary, then transferred to Coeur d'Alene Charter Academy, and finally decided to enroll at LCHS after writing a clear letter outlining her reasoning with her lifetime friend, Kaylee, who was essentially her sister. Everyone who knew Maddie knew that she felt incredibly loved because of her charming demeanor. Her distinct, eccentric, and amusing style made others laugh, and it was common knowledge that feeding her well was crucial. Maddie's tenacity and dedication to her future pursuits earned her recognition. She developed a network of friends, co-workers, managers, and instructors who respected her work ethic, concern, and dedication as a result of her academic success and her accomplishments in every job she held throughout high school and college. Though a little further away, Maddie was thrilled with her academic endeavors at the University of Idaho, where she flourished, joining Pi Beta Phi and regularly making the dean's list each semester. She made lifelong friendships with close acquaintances and loved having Kaylee by her side. Moreover, she fell in love and developed a deep affection for a boy named Jake. Kaylee Jade Gonsalves, Maddie's best friend, was born on June 8, 2001 in Concord, California. She was a bright light for her parents, Steve and Christy, even before she came. As the third child, Kaylee's energy was distinct, according to Gonsalves. Despite being ridiculed by her brothers about her horns, she remained a lively and beloved middle child among her 5 siblings. She was born with unique, thick black curls, a cute button nose, and a flawlessly round porcelain face, graced with a strange little scar on her forehead. After moving to North Idaho with her family when she was 1 year old, Kaylee's lively personality blossomed as she developed into a stunning, genuine, and gregarious girl. She had a natural ability to make people laugh, and she loved Claire's fashion accessories. Alongside her older brother and sister, she started her schooling at Bora Elementary before moving on to Charter Academy for middle school, where she met Maddie Mogan and formed an unbreakable relationship. Their family of 5 became a family of 6 as their lives became entwined from that day on. Kaylee went to Lake City High School despite her parents' initial reluctance before joining Maddie at the University of Idaho. She followed her dream of teaching elementary school by joining the Alpha Phi sorority. Kaylee had exceptional academic accomplishments during her time in school, which were complemented by her natural ability to make friends wherever she went. She frequently brought fun and a dash of mischief to her encounters because of her eccentric and contagious nature. She demonstrated a strong work ethic by juggling her academics with a full-time job and being enthusiastic about tricks and adventure. Madison and Xana shared a rental house near the University of Idaho campus, which they occupied while attending the university. Kaylee had just moved out of the house where she had previously lived, but on the night of November 12, 2022, Kaylee came back to the house to go to a party nearby. Two of the four students, Ethan and Xana, attended an on-campus event hosted by the local Sigma Chi fraternity earlier that evening on November 12 from 8 to 9 p.m. They then returned to their rental home about 1:45 in the morning. The two other people, who were close friends Maddie and Kayla, had arrived to the downtown sports bar, the Corner Club, at 10 p.m. and left at 1:30 IE. All four of them had really returned to the shared rental home at 1:56 IE. They also shared the area with two other students who lived on the ground floor of the building, and they all went to bed for the night. Maddie and Kaylee shared a bed, Dylan Mortensen remained on the ground floor, and the other occupants remained on the same floor but in a different room next to theirs. And early on November 13, 2022, Xana and Ethan slept together in Xana's bed. Other than the one stated above, one of the residents was sleeping on Maddie and Kaylee's floor when she was startled awake by sounds that sounded like Xana and her dog. "There's someone here," she even thought she heard Xana say. Dylan, who was on the ground floor, opened her room door twice to look into the strange noises she was hearing. In the second, she heard what sounded like sobs coming from Xana's chamber, accompanied by a man's voice saying, "It's all right, I will assist you." She opened the door a third time out of curiosity and saw a figure moving toward her while wearing dark clothing and a mask over their lips and nose. Unnoticed by Dylan, the stranger walked past her and used the sliding glass door to leave. She was stunned and stood motionless for a while before shutting herself in her room for protection. No 911 calls were made right away, but hours after the event, at 11:58 IEME on November 13, 2022, a call was eventually made from within the house, using a roommate's cell, to request assistance for an unconscious person. The door of the house was open when the police arrived, and there were no indications of inside damage or forced entry. The property didn't appear to be lacking anything. The two roommates were present. But when the authorities got inside, they discovered something horrifying and upsetting. The devastating truth came to light. Kaylee and Xana Ethan Maddie had been fatally murdered in their beds on the second and third floors of the house, respectively. There were no gags or shackles on the victims when they were discovered, and the walls were splattered with blood. Xana and Ethan were found in Xana's room, and Maddie and Kaylee were found in Maddie's bedroom. But the question still stood: why did the murderer spare the two housemates' lives? Phil Waters, a homicide detective, hypothesized that the attacker might have missed Dylan and the other girl in the shadows. At this time, nevertheless, this premise cannot be categorically accepted as the whole truth. In the absence of more research and proof, it's the most plausible answer. Concerned about one of the victims on the second floor who they thought was asleep and unresponsive, the surviving roommates had called friends to the house. The 911 caller's identity was kept secret, but the authorities confirmed that the caller was not considered a suspect in the sad event. That specific piece of information appears to be complicating your work and igniting numerous conspiracies. That's right. There are numerous conspiracies in existence. A great deal of speculation exists. However, we must address the fact that the police discovered a live-streamed video on Twitch by the Grub Truck, a food truck situated near Friendship Square 4 blocks south, throughout the course of the investigation. The video showed Maddie and Kaylee talking and grinning at 1:41 in the morning. They got their food and left 10 minutes later. Between 2:26 and 2:52 AUMIE, MM7 attempted phone calls were recorded from Kaylee's phone to her ex-boyfriend, a fellow student, who was initially thought to have taken an Uber ride home covering a distance of roughly 1 mile. In addition, Maddie made 3 unsuccessful attempts to reach Kaylee's ex-boyfriend between 2:44 and 2:52 a.m., all of which ended in unanswered calls. After looking into these calls, authorities came to the conclusion that the person who answered the missed calls was not connected to the crime. After Xana's cell phone data were forensically examined, it revealed that she was using the TikTok app around 4:12 in the morning. Furthermore, security cameras installed next to the house recorded a dog's whimpering, a loud bang, and repeated barking starting about 4:17 a.m. Investigators came to the conclusion that the terrible murders occurred during a window of time that was thought to be between 4 and 4:25 in the morning. The institution decided to discontinue courses for November 14 in the evening after the unfortunate events of November 13. Additionally, they organized a candlelight vigil that was originally scheduled for the evening of November 16 on the lawn of the UI administration building, but was later rescheduled for 2 weeks later. Investigators first said that after the day of the deaths, there didn't seem to be any immediate danger to the community. James Fry, the head of Moscow police, changed the conclusion 3 days later, saying, "We cannot say with certainty that there is no threat to the community." Fall break was supposed to start after November 18, and classes would resume on November 28. However, many residents and other Moscow residents were skeptical of the police's initial assurances and worried about their safety, so they started to leave the area early on Thanksgiving. Several teachers canceled courses during this time because some of the people who stayed were understandably nervous and cautious. The limited flow of information from the university and the police to the victims' families was criticized by the fathers of Kaylee Gonzalez and Ethan Chapin. Additionally, a surge of conjecture and misinformation surrounding the disappearance cases surfaced on social media, spread by users of sites such as TikTok, self-described acidified screen type, and other social media users. As the situation worsened, the Moscow Police Department chastised online investigators for their role in spreading false information online and interfering with the existing investigations. They emphasized the speculative character of the information circulating without factual confirmation in a news release released on December 2, which was spreading lies and escalating community worries. The 4 victims suffered many stab wounds, including fatal ones to the chest and upper body, according to autopsies performed by the Latter County coroner on November 17, 2022. The extent of the wounds suggested that the attacks had been carried out with a huge knife, or one quite comparable to it. Furthermore, at least one victim had defensive cuts on their hands, which may indicate that they attempted to ward off the attacker, and it's possible that additional victims did the same. It is disturbing to think that the victims might have been attacked in their beds while they were asleep. Nevertheless, there is no proof that the terrible deaths were caused by assault of any kind. None of the victims were discovered gagged or tied, yet the coroner categorically ruled all 4 murders as stabbing homicides. There has been no recovery of any weapon despite extensive investigations. Authorities believe that the crime was committed using a thick-bladed knife by the culprit or perpetrators. According to the description given by the surviving roommate who had reported the suspect, the man was an unknown man who stood about 5 feet 10 inches tall. The roommate pointed out that the suspect had an athletically built physique but was not very muscular, highlighting the person's characteristically bushy eyebrows as a standout aspect of their look. To aid with the gathering of possible evidence, law enforcement officials issued a public plea on November 19, 2022, asking for any camera footage taken at the residence the night of the sad incident. To encourage students and others to provide the police with any pertinent information, a phone tip line and email address were set up. The Moscow police chief revealed at a press conference on November 23, 2022, that they had received multiple tips, including one indicating that Kaylee may have had a stalker. However, at that time, law enforcement officers were unable to identify any person who met the description of the possible stalker, nor were they able to verify or validate the veracity of that accusation. The public's response was significant. By December 5, 2022, with over 2,600 tips sent by email and over 2,700 phone calls. Through these specified tip lines, an additional 1,000 submissions for digital media were received. Later, on December 24, 2022, the investigation team revealed that they had received an astounding total of at least 15,000 case tips from the public and other sources. At first, the authorities did not rule out the idea that the sad tragedy was the work of multiple perpetrators. Authorities said they thought the incident might have been targeted. They had not, however, been able to ascertain with certainty if the aim was the house or its residents. On December 15, 2022, the police said that they will examine documents pertaining to over 22 fifth-generation Hyundai Elantras built between 2011 and 2013 after receiving a large number of public tips. Video proof indicating an Elantra in the vicinity at the time of the terrible event was obtained from local surveillance film. The investigators noticed that this car had driven past the residence several times on the same path. Investigators also obtained another surveillance tape that showed an Elantra driving past the victim's house 3 times, starting at approximately 3:29 a.m. The Elantra then drove back to the house a 4th time at 4:04 a.m. At 4:20 a.m., the same vehicle was seen driving out of the victim's neighborhood. After a few days, the investigators were able to identify the owner of the Elantra as Brian Kohberger, a local who had taken it to the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania for the holidays with his father. The police stopped him and his father for tailgating. On Interstate 70 west of Greenfield, Indiana, Brian Kohberger was stopped by the Indiana State Police once more for speeding and tailgating throughout their trip. The FBI, however, denied claims that they had given the Indiana State Police orders to make these stops. When investigators looked further into Kohberger's whereabouts, they found cell phone data showing that on November 13, 2022, at around 2:47 a.m. in Pullman, Kohberger's phone had stopped connecting to the network. It then reconnected at about 4:48 a.m. near Blaine, Idaho, which is close to us, Highway 95 south of Moscow. Evidence is irrelevant. What matters is the absence of evidence. In this instance, he is the only suspect because his cell phone was off for a very specific period of time during the period when 4 individuals were killed. That's significant. Additional mobile phone information showed that almost 5 hours after the fatal event, on November 13, 2022, at around 9 in the morning, Kohberger's phone made contact with a nearby cell tower. Police also gathered information showing that between June 2022 and November 13, 2022, his phone got at least 12 pings from the cell phone tower closest to the house, but that wasn't all. Investigators also gathered a DNA sample from the crime scene, which did not match any of the victim's DNA, in addition to this evidence. A brown leather knife sheath that was located on Maddie's bed contained this DNA. Authorities found a partial match with a person who had a family link to Kohberger by using a public genealogical database. Following up on this lead, police were able to link the DNA evidence to Kohberger by comparing it with DNA recovered from the trash gathered from his family's Pennsylvania home. Investigators then followed Kohberger outside his parents' Pennsylvania home. Kohberger was often seen putting trash bags in a neighbor's garbage can while wearing surgical gloves during surveillance. When Kohberger was discovered awake in the kitchen, he was wearing latex medical gloves, shorts, and a shirt. It appeared that he was gathering his own waste and placing it in different Ziploc bags. The objects that were recovered from the garbage were then taken to the Idaho State Laboratory for additional examination. Authorities also discovered throughout the inquiry that Kohberger had cleaned his car with great care, paying close attention to the outside and inside to make sure no spot was missed or left dirty. The arrest of 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger on December 30, 2022, revealed extensive information regarding his personal history. In Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, detectives from the Federal Bureau of Investigation detained 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger on a murder warrant. Born in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on November 21, 1994, Brian Christopher Kohberger grew up there with his parents, Michael and Mary Ann, and 2 sisters, Amanda and Melissa. Prior to his arrest, Kohberger had a minimal internet presence. His academic interests were mostly in psychology and criminology, which was consistent with his family's preference for education, particularly in psychology subjects. After completing Pleasant Valley High School in 2013, he enrolled at Bartonsville's Monroe Career and Technical Institute, but left after just 1 year. In 2018, Kohberger earned an associate's degree in psychology from Northampton Community College in Bethlehem. Following graduation, he was hired as a security guard in the Pleasant Valley School District, where his mother had been a temporary substitute teacher, and his father had been a maintenance worker for a long time. In Pennsylvania, Kohberger's prompt action during a co-worker's medical emergency at work attracted local notice. But prior to this, he experienced bullying at school because of his weight. Kohberger lost a substantial amount of weight, which changed his appearance and allegedly affected his behavior. Friends reported bullying incidents and a discernible change in his conduct after losing weight. Manipulation in his social circle. A number of friends claimed that Kohberger struggled with drug misuse, beginning with marijuana to deal with bullying from teenagers and progressing to heroin addiction. He reportedly sought rehabilitation after high school, continuing his education with an associate's degree, and later pursuing higher education at DeSales University in Center City, Pennsylvania, where he excelled academically in psychology and criminology. You might have been a little strange or a little off, but other than that, you'd never expect someone to be involved in a quadruple homicide. After earning his master's degree in criminal justice in 2022, Kohberger went on to attend Washington State University for a doctoral program in Pullman, Washington, with the goal of becoming a law enforcement officer. However, while he was a teaching assistant, he was disciplined for his bad behavior and negative views toward women, and emails between Kohberger and Professor John Snyder showed that he was repeatedly warned about his conduct and professionalism. Finally, on December 19, 2022, a month after the killings, Kohberger was fired from his teaching post at WSU. On December 30, 2022, an FBI SWAT team and Pennsylvania State Police arrested Brian Kohberger at his parents' home in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, after finding him in the kitchen wearing a shirt and shorts, wearing examination gloves, and putting trash in separate Ziploc bags. Kohberger was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 felony count of burglary. He was given a public defender upon his arrest and remained in custody without bond at the Monroe County Correctional Facility in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, where his attorneys maintained his innocence and his resolve to prove his innocence. And his family released a statement expressing sympathy to the victims and stressing the value of assuming their son's innocence. While some members of Kohberger's social circle were shocked by the charges against him, others from his past were less shocked. Kohberger then agreed to extradition when he first appeared at the county courthouse on January 3, 2023, and was flown to Pullman before being driven to the Latah County Jail in Moscow, where he was held without bail. On January 12, 2023, he appeared in the same courtroom for a status conference a week later. On May 17, 2023, the Latah County District Court announced that Kohberger had been officially charged by a grand jury with 5 counts, 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. The preliminary hearing that was scheduled for June 26 was canceled after the indictment. On Monday, May 26, 2023, in Latah County District Court, Kohberger refused to enter a plea. In response to this unusual behavior, the judge entered a not guilty plea on Kohberger's behalf, setting the stage for a trial in which he could be executed. The Latah County Prosecutor's Office announced on June 26, 2023, that it would seek the death penalty because of the statutory aggravating circumstances related to Kohberger's first-degree murder charges. Kohberger is still being held at the Latah County Jail without bond, maintaining a not guilty plea to all charges. The judge set Kohberger's trial date for October 2, 2023. In response to requests from Kohberger's lawyer and the state, no other information has been released to the public as of yet. The question of Kohberger's motivation for carrying out this horrible act, however, is still unanswered. Law enforcement officials believe that Madison or Kaylee were the intended targets of his attack, but no significant clues or evidence have been found to support this, leaving the case unsolved. Therefore, do you think Kohberger was responsible for the deaths of the 4 students? If so, what could have been his motive? What kind of justice do you think would be appropriate in this case? The prosecutors have reportedly asked to move Kohberger's trial to the summer of 2024. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When people live together for a long time, it's not uncommon for them to reach a breaking point in their relationship during these periods. Tensions often rise and mutual accusations start flying. Claims of manipulation, toxicity, controlling behavior, and even narcissism. But while some of these struggles may pass with time or counseling, there are situations where one partner, often a woman, remains trapped in a deeply destructive dynamic, facing emotional and physical mistreatment day after day. The real question is, how can we tell the difference between a temporary crisis and a situation where someone is in real danger? The Summers family became one of the most complex and debated legal battles in recent years, taking over 5 years to reach a conclusion. On the surface, they appeared to be a happy, united household, by all accounts a picture-perfect American family. But behind closed doors, what unfolded was something far more disturbing. What seemed like an ordinary domestic situation hid a reality so unsettling, many struggled to accept it was even possible. As the story unraveled, it was revealed that when the head of the family was faced with divorce proceedings initiated by his spouse, he refused to accept the separation. Instead, he devised a calculated plan to retaliate, one that went far beyond typical legal disputes. He manipulated his own sons and daughters into taking part in his scheme, turning them into instruments of control and convincing them that their actions were in the best interests of the family. Elisa Jill Summers was born on February 18, 1980, in a suburb of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She grew up in a modest middle-class household. In 1995, at the age of 15, she met a boy named Trevor Stephen Summers, who was 2 years older. They both attended the same high school, often ran into each other outside of class, and shared many mutual friends. Their connection began as a friendship, hanging out at gatherings, talking between classes, and spending time with other students. As time went on, they grew closer, discovering shared interests and similar outlooks on life. However, they didn't start officially dating until 2 years after they first met. Their relationship developed gradually. Both were focused on finishing school and figuring out their paths in life. Their parents supported the relationship and approved of the person their son or daughter had chosen. Friends and classmates admired them as a sweet, balanced couple, sociable, kind, cheerful, and loved by many. They enjoyed planning thoughtful surprises for those around them and were often the center of attention in their friend groups, with some people even quietly envying their happiness. In 2001, 4 years after their romance began, they tied the knot. Elisa was 21, and Trevor had just turned 23 by then. They had already been through enough to feel confident in starting a life together. Everyone believed they were headed for a long, happy marriage. The newlyweds moved into a modest home in Philadelphia and quickly began building a life together. In 2003, they welcomed their first daughter, Arden. 3 years later, Elisa gave birth to their son, Landon. Over the next several years, their family grew to include 3 more daughters, Bree, and sons. Elisa chose to put her career on hold and devoted herself to raising their 5 kids and managing the household full-time. From the outside, the Summers appeared to be the definition of a happy, tight-knit family. And to be fair, in the early years that was the reality. But as time went on, things began to change, and not for the better. Trevor had taken on the role of sole provider early in their marriage, and as the family expanded, the pressure on him only increased. Elisa was a full-time stay-at-home mom, and the financial responsibilities fell squarely on Trevor's shoulders. In 2004, they moved to Florida, where he launched a landscaping company, but the business struggled from the start and eventually shut down just 3 years later. Following that, the family relocated to Alabama. There, Trevor opened a small used car rental and sales shop. Despite his efforts, that venture also failed every couple of years. The Summers family packed their belongings and moved to a new state so Trevor could attempt yet another business. But time after time, those attempts ended in failure. Over more than a decade, Trevor dabbled in a wide range of ventures: real estate, pool maintenance, flower and souvenir sales, but failure seemed to follow him at every turn. Each attempt left him deeper in debt, yet Elisa never lost faith in him. She stood by his side, offering unwavering support through every setback. No matter where they moved, the couple remained outgoing and friendly, quickly building new circles of acquaintances. Their home was always open to guests. Elisa cooked warm home-style meals, while Trevor enthusiastically pitched his next business idea, assuring everyone that this time it would work, that this project would finally bring them success. But as their household grew, it became harder and harder to make ends meet. Due to a poor credit history, Trevor was repeatedly denied loans, and aside from Elisa and their sons and daughters, no one really believed in his entrepreneurial dreams. He even asked relatives to co-sign loans, but most dismissed him as unreliable. In truth, Trevor struggled to commit to any one path and kept hopping from one idea to another, hoping that something would eventually pay off. In 2015, the family returned to Florida, this time planning to settle down for good. The constant moves had taken a toll. Arden and her siblings struggled to adjust to new schools, couldn't make lasting friendships, and were under a great deal of stress from the instability. The parents eventually decided to switch them to homeschooling, thinking it would solve the problem and offer some consistency. Their eldest daughter, Arden, helped Elisa manage the household and often looked after her younger brothers and sisters. She had always been what people might call a daddy's girl, incredibly close to Trevor. She trusted him completely and saw him as the best parent in the world, but over time the dynamic within the family began to shift. Although things were deteriorating, Elisa continued to pretend everything was fine. As Trevor's business ventures kept failing, he became more frustrated, anxious, and, at times, displayed troubling behavior. He started fearing that Elisa might leave him for someone more successful or financially secure. These thoughts began to consume him. Eventually, Trevor's behavior became increasingly controlling and domineering. He started accusing Elisa of being unfaithful, without any evidence. He grew suspicious of her every move, became jealous of anyone she spoke to, friends, neighbors, even casual acquaintances. Simple greetings on the street would spark confrontation. As tensions grew, Trevor demanded she delete her social media account and forbade her from creating new ones. He regularly checked her phone, reviewed her call logs and messages, and insisted that she remove every male contact, even longtime family friends. He also began controlling what she wore. At first, he told her not to wear certain outfits he considered too revealing, even though they weren't. Then he took over choosing her clothes entirely, forbidding her from using makeup and insisting she wear only modest, dull, and conservative outfits. Fragrances and any kind of jewelry, aside from her wedding ring, were no longer allowed. Trevor didn't stop there. He continued to tighten his control over Elisa in every aspect of her life. He banned her from driving, took away her phone, and eventually stopped letting her leave the house entirely. Whenever he stepped out, he would lock her inside, along with the younger sons and daughters. The only one allowed to come and go freely was their eldest daughter, Arden. Trevor often took her with him and tried to convince her that everything he was doing was for the good of the family. The head of the household monitored every detail of their lives. He knew where each family member was, what they were doing, who they spoke to, and what they ate. It seemed this control gave him a sense of power and satisfaction. Elisa, more than anyone else, bore the brunt of this environment. She was constantly criticized, emotionally pressured, and blamed for everything that went wrong in Trevor's life. After 15 years of marriage, Elisa finally told Trevor she wanted a divorce. She said she couldn't continue living under such oppressive conditions. His reaction was immediate and cruel. He slapped her across the face, hurled insults, and told her she was worthless, that no one would want her as a single mom. From that moment, the household rules became even more restrictive. Around the same time, Trevor came under police investigation for financial misconduct and was placed under house arrest. Being trapped in the house with him became unbearable for Elisa. It was during this time that she realized she could no longer share a home with this person. In October 2016, Elisa found herself once again confined within the walls of their home for 2 full weeks. Trevor didn't allow her to set foot outside. The situation had become extremely dangerous, and he watched her constantly, with no access to the outside world. She had no way to seek help or even alert anyone to her circumstances. Then came a narrow window of opportunity. One day, Trevor, no longer under investigation, left the house for a few hours. During his absence, Elisa managed to find a phone and called emergency services. She reported ongoing mistreatment and said that her husband had been keeping her locked up. The call was cut short when Trevor returned unexpectedly, but authorities had already recorded the address and dispatched officers immediately. Law enforcement arrived at the Summers residence just as Trevor had resumed verbally and emotionally berating his wife. It's important to note that he had learned to avoid leaving visible injuries. His methods were primarily psychological, though he occasionally used physical intimidation. Slaps, pulling her by the hair. His most common form of punishment, however, involved inappropriate personal behavior that was never discussed openly. When the officers showed up at the door, Trevor appeared surprised and hesitant to let them in. Wanting to avoid arrest, he eventually agreed to let Elisa and the children go. He claimed that no one had ever been held against their will and insisted that Elisa was simply an unreliable person who couldn't be trusted. After escaping her controlling husband, Elisa faced a new and immediate problem. She and her sons and daughters had nowhere to go. They left with no belongings and no money. Following the advice of law enforcement, Elisa reached out to a local support service for individuals affected by domestic conflict. There, she and the kids were provided with temporary shelter, meals, and essential supplies. Elisa wasted no time. She began actively searching for a job, and before long her efforts paid off. She was hired by a local company and soon managed to rent a modest but cozy home. Slowly but surely, she and her children started rebuilding their lives in a new environment. Despite facing a number of challenges, they were moving forward and things began to stabilize. At the same time, Elisa filed for divorce, wanting to avoid further conflict and preserve a sense of peace for the sake of her sons and daughters. She chose not to press formal charges against Trevor for his past actions. She hoped the separation could be finalized without hostility. Initially, Trevor tried to contact her repeatedly, urging her to come back, but after some time he seemed to accept the situation and backed off, at least on the surface. It wasn't until 6 months after the separation that Elisa finally began to feel a sense of freedom. For the first time in years, she started to live without constantly looking over her shoulder. She even began to open up to new people, hoping to rebuild her personal life. During this time, she met a man named Jeffrey Matheson, and by the spring of 2017, their friendship had grown into a romantic relationship. Once the divorce was finalized, the former couple agreed on a shared custody arrangement. The sons and daughters would primarily live with Elisa, while Trevor could visit them twice a week and take them for overnight stays on weekends. The arrangement seemed reasonable to everyone involved. While Elisa was not thrilled to interact with Trevor, she didn't object, preferring to keep things calm and civil. Trevor appeared composed, showed no signs of aggression, and successfully lulled Elisa into believing he had moved on. Then, in March 2017, he called her unexpectedly. He asked her to come over to sign a few papers related to their divorce and property division. His tone was polite, and nothing about the request raised suspicion. Elisa drove over to his house. Trevor greeted her at the door and invited her in. As soon as the door closed behind her, his demeanor changed completely. It quickly became clear there were no documents. This was a setup. The whole request had been a ruse to get her to his house alone, without their sons and daughters present. At first, Trevor tried to convince her to reconcile and live together again, but when Elisa firmly refused, he became threatening. He accused her of betrayal, hurled insults, and refused to let her leave. He demanded she admit to things that never happened, fixating on imaginary wrongs. When Elisa attempted to walk away, Trevor grabbed a large hunting knife, the kind used for field dressing game, and held it to her throat, then lowered it to her chest and said he would take her heart out. Elisa was frozen in fear. Trevor, meanwhile, seemed to take disturbing pleasure in the situation, describing in detail what he wanted to do next. Trevor held his ex-wife captive for nearly 2 hours, hours that felt like an eternity to Elisa. The entire time she pleaded with him to stop and think clearly, reminding him that if he hurt her, he'd end up in prison and their sons and daughters would be left without either parent. She begged him not to make them orphans. Surprisingly, her words seemed to have an effect. Trevor paused, thought it over, and ultimately decided to let her go. But before he did, he made Elisa promise she would never tell anyone what had happened. She gave her word. However, the moment she was far enough from the house, she contacted law enforcement and reported the threats and aggression. Trevor was arrested that same evening. Still, he denied everything, calling Elisa a habitual liar and accusing her of betrayal and manipulation. There were no visible marks on her body. Her clothing remained intact, and without physical evidence, it was hard to prove the assault had taken place. It became a case of her word against his. With no hard evidence, Trevor was released, though both he and Elisa filed for mutual restraining orders. After the incident, Trevor shifted his focus to the children. He began trying to manipulate them emotionally, insisting that Elisa was the only reason the family had fallen apart. Every time he saw them, he talked about how much he missed their mom and wished things could go back to how they were. He took them to places the family used to visit on vacations or weekends, trying to rekindle old memories and create a sense of longing. The kids, young and emotionally vulnerable, believed their father wanted what was best for everyone. They saw him as kind and well-intentioned. The one most affected was the eldest daughter, Arden, who had always idolized Trevor and saw him as a flawless parent. Trevor counted on her loyalty and made her the centerpiece of his plan. It's important to note that the children had never been subjected to harsh behavior from Trevor. Because of this, they didn't recognize the risk he posed. Elisa, trying to protect their mental health, had never spoken poorly of their father, fearing emotional harm or confusion. That silence made it easier for Trevor to manipulate them. At his request, the kids began keeping tabs on their mother, watching her, reporting back about daily routines, and sharing what she said or did. Working with Arden, Trevor started developing a plan, not for reconciliation as he claimed, but for revenge. On Saturday, March 11, 2017, Trevor picked up the younger kids for their scheduled weekend stay, but later that night, he returned to Elisa's house with the car lights off and parked on the side of the home. He waited patiently for a signal from Arden, who was supposed to crack open Elisa's bedroom window and let him know when she and the middle kids had gone to bed. Once he saw the agreed signal, Trevor told the younger ones to stay quiet in the car, saying he was about to surprise their mom. Then he slipped into the house through the unlocked window. In the dark, he ambushed Elisa. He dragged her out to the living room, took her phone, and used a cable tie to bind her wrists. When the frightened children followed after them, Trevor told them to go back to their room and assured them everything would be okay. After restraining Elisa, Trevor turned to Arden, his 14-year-old daughter, and instructed her to take her siblings and drive them to his house using his vehicle. Although Arden didn't have a driver's license yet, Trevor insisted it was necessary and told her she could handle it. He reassured her that he and her mom would follow shortly in Elisa's SUV, and that from that night on, their family would be back together. Once the car with the younger kids pulled away, Trevor returned to Elisa to subject her to hours of unimaginable suffering. He injected her with a sedative he had prepared in advance, aiming to weaken her resistance. When the drug took effect, he dragged her into the bedroom, restrained her to the bed, and committed a disturbing act of aggression.
Elisa drifted in and out of consciousness, but Trevor deliberately kept her alert, ensuring she was aware of everything happening while she lay helpless. He began speaking about having large sums of money in offshore accounts and claimed he had purchased a yacht. His supposed plan was to take her and the children away to a remote location where no one would ever find them. He told her the family belonged to him and that he wasn't letting anyone go. Meanwhile, Arden had managed to drive safely to her father's house with her brothers and sisters. Fortunately, it was late at night and the roads were empty, which helped the young teen avoid any accidents. She parked in the driveway and the kids went inside, waiting for their parents, who never showed up.
Around 5 p.m., Trevor began suffocating Elisa with a pillow, tightening it around her face, then briefly letting go so she could catch her breath, only to start again. This terrifying pattern continued for about 30 minutes until Elisa, physically and emotionally broken, agreed to comply with whatever he demanded. He then untied her, placed her in the car, and drove off down a quiet road leading out of town. At about 6 a.m., a car pulled into the parking lot of a small 24-hour convenience store on the outskirts of the city. A man exited the vehicle and walked into the store. Just minutes later, a barefoot, partially clothed woman with her hands bound managed to escape from the passenger seat. She ran toward an employee who was standing outside, begging for help. Suddenly, the man came rushing back out of the store, grabbed Elisa mid-run, and forced her back into the car. The vehicle sped off before the stunned witness could react, but he had seen enough to understand that he had just witnessed an abduction. Thankfully, he managed to remember the make, color, and even the license plate number of the vehicle and quickly provided that information to authorities. Law enforcement tracked the car owner using the license plate. What they discovered raised immediate concern. The name was linked to an active restraining order, a volatile divorce, and reports of controlling behavior. The top priority became locating the couple's sons and daughters to ensure their safety. They were found at Trevor's home, but none of them knew where their parents were or what was happening. They were confused and had no understanding of the terrifying events unfolding elsewhere. The young witnesses were interviewed one by one with care, and what they revealed painted a disturbing picture of life inside the Summers household. The sons and daughters hadn't realized the severity of what had been happening around them. They were never on the receiving end of their father's actions, so his controlling behavior and mistreatment of their mother seemed like just a regular part of life. But the details they shared made it clear Elisa was in danger and had to be found as soon as possible. At that point, Trevor and his hostage were already far from the city, heading toward an isolated area near the coastline. He stopped at a small hotel they had once visited as a family. Lost in memories for a moment, his demeanor suddenly shifted. Trevor said he had figured out a solution. He pulled out a notebook and pen and began writing what appeared to be a farewell letter. Then, dissatisfied, he tore out the page, crumpled it, and started over. This continued for hours. Elisa realized that he was planning to end her life and then his own, using the letter to explain it all to their sons and daughters. After Elisa's failed escape attempt in the supermarket parking lot, surveillance cameras had caught glimpses of their car, helping authorities narrow down the direction they were heading. The search lasted 55 hours. During that time, Trevor wrote multiple farewell notes and used a razor blade to cut Elisa's wrist in an attempt to make it look like she had harmed herself voluntarily. Eventually, Trevor brought her to Little Harbor, a coastal resort town. There, he once again violated her and told her they would soon be leaving the world together. He put a makeshift cord around Elisa's neck and began strangling her. But just then, the sound of sirens echoed nearby. Trevor let go and bolted for the car, flooring the gas pedal in an attempt to flee, only to drive straight into the path of a police cruiser. Realizing he had no way out, Trevor grabbed the razor and tried to harm himself, managing only superficial cuts. Fortunately, officers arrived just in time. They disarmed him, pulled him from the vehicle, and rescued Elisa. Both were transported to the hospital for emergency medical attention. Following his arrest, Trevor denied all wrongdoing. He claimed Elisa had voluntarily gone with him and even alleged that she had asked him to tie her up, choke her, and engage in violent behavior, framing it as part of some shared interest in danger and control. Unsurprisingly, no one believed him. Prosecutors filed 11 charges against him, including abduction, assault, and attempted murder. The legal process dragged on, and with the onset of the pandemic in 2020, the trial was delayed indefinitely. Fortunately, Trevor was denied bail and remained behind bars, where he stayed for nearly 5 years awaiting trial. During that time, Elisa found a new beginning. She married her partner, Jeffrey Matheson, who stepped in to help raise her sons and daughters as his own. Despite Trevor and his attorney's efforts to convince the court of his innocence, the evidence overwhelmingly told a different story. Among the most damning items were the numerous farewell notes discovered in the vehicle, testimony from the eyewitness who saw the attempted escape, the makeshift ligature used to strangle Elisa, and the bloodied razor blade found at the scene. In the spring of 2022, Trevor Summers was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms with no possibility of parole. The testimony that proved most crucial in reaching a guilty verdict came from his own sons and daughters, who bravely shared what they witnessed during that horrifying ordeal. For the first time, they fully understood just how close their mother had come to losing her life. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In many popular romantic comedies, the main character will pursue and even stalk the lady he likes. Eventually, she will cave into his pressure, understand that no one loves her as much as he does, and show that she feels the same way on film. The guy comes out as a genuine romantic who will stop at nothing to gain the love and affection of his chosen one, and this looks adorable and humorous. This isn't the case in real life though, and such behavior can make someone call the police, in addition to making them feel repulsed. The story of Celeste Mano started off innocuously. She was getting attention from a coworker, but she kept ignoring it. It was her earnest hope that her admirer would soon realize and simply stop bothering her. Celeste's one foolish move, however, completely altered the course of events, transforming the admirer into an obsessive pursuer, and her subsequent thoughtless deed had irrevocable effects. The young woman revealed to friends that she sensed problems but felt helpless and unsupported by anyone, constantly requested police assistance, and was truly afraid for her life. If law enforcement hadn't functioned under the tenet of "come to us when the crime has been committed," the tragedy probably could have been prevented. Let's now take a close look at this case and follow the series of events that resulted in Celeste Mano's untimely death. On November 30, 1997, Celeste Chris de Mano was born in the Australian state of Victoria, in the northeastern region of Melbourne. She was the youngest of Eggy de Mano and Tony Mano's 2 children. She was raised with her older brother, Alessandro. The father of the family reportedly divorced his wife when the children were still little and remarried shortly after, but he never stopped communicating with his older children, provided for them materially, and made an effort to be involved in their lives. Celeste was quite outgoing, energetic, and amiable when she was in school. She was the cheerleading team's captain, participated in sports and dancing, and had huge aspirations for the future. She first enrolled at the esteemed University of Melbourne to study criminal and civil law, since she wanted to become a lawyer. But as her studies came to a close, she concluded that law was boring and began studying marketing and advertising. In 2018, she was hired by a big, quickly expanding company that offered a variety of goods on e-commerce platforms. Celeste was a bright and gifted person who picked things up fast, performed her job well, and advanced in her career. In less than 2 years, she rose from a simple call center employee to the head of a whole department and was regarded as one of the most promising workers. Her intelligence, drive, and capacity for competent and logical job organization were all praised. Celeste also had exceptional physical qualities and a perfect figure while she was a student. She even competed in the university beauty pageant and placed in the top 3. She was accustomed to a lot of male attention from an early age because she always had a lot of fans, but she was quite picky about who she dated. A certain Luis Nader Sacco, Mano's tenacious coworker, was employed by the company. He was over 16 years her senior and took a keen interest in the new, attractive employee from the first few days she was in the office. It's important to note that Louis was a very quiet and reticent person who clearly had no aspirations for his career because he had held the same low-level job for a long time without showing any interest in moving forward. Celeste was open, kind, and smiling, and she always politely refused Louis's advances because she didn't want to offend him. But the man kept trying to get her attention in different ways. Celeste was adamant about wanting nothing to do with him, even if she occasionally cracked jokes to lighten the mood. Louis saw this circumstance as a game or a challenge. He believed that his young boss was just being difficult to get along with, so he made the decision to win her over no matter how obstinate, awkward, and obnoxious he was. Celeste, however, she made an effort to remain calm and hoped he would either give up or turn his focus elsewhere. Sacco continued to be unrelenting over time. Everyone around him could see how he got literally fixated on the young beauty. Mano told a close friend and coworker one day that she would never even entertain dating Louis. He was strange and completely unpredictable to start. Second, she had never been drawn to men who lacked aspirations or life objectives. Third, the considerable age disparity was also a factor. She pitied her admirer, though, for he had no chance despite his best attempts. Louis made the grave error of forgetting everything about his own work responsibilities in his futile attempts to get his colleagues' love and attention. Although he had never been a very hard worker, he just quit doing his direct duties. The senior management was unhappy with the way his output had fallen. Seiko was finally fired in the early fall of 2019 after receiving 3 warnings and reprimands. This change of events really disturbed Louis, who appeared on the verge of tears as he packed his belongings in the office. In the meantime, Celeste felt conflicted. On the one hand, she was glad that the obnoxious suitor would finally leave her life and cease pestering her with his advances. However, she felt a certain amount of shame because she thought she was somewhat to blame for this. As a department manager, Menno congratulated the fired worker on his years of service, accompanied him to the building's exit and, as he was leaving, gave him a pat on the shoulder and wished him well. But as it quickly became clear, this innocuous deed was a deadly error that stoked Louis's optimism that they could pull it off. The man immediately concluded that Celeste was just scared to initiate a romantic relationship at work since she was his boss, and it may cause her career to suffer and garner widespread disfavor. He believed that they could now be together and that nothing stood in their way of happiness. Louis, overcome by emotion, gave Celeste a surprise peck on the cheek. There was an awkward silence. Celeste was stunned by his boldness and unsure of how to respond, so she just turned around and rushed silently back inside the office building. Sako was finally persuaded by this response that Celeste was interested in him and that he shouldn't give up. The unrelenting stalker. Louis made a social media account a few days after being fired, found Celeste's profile, and added her as a friend. She thought there was nothing wrong with it at first, but as he started asking her to meet and go out, she attempted to say no, gently at first, and then she just blocked him. From a newly made profile, the old coworker sent her another friend request the following day. Despite Celeste's best efforts to ignore it, he began leaving comments on her pictures, complimenting her appearance and physique, and mentioning how wonderful they would make a marriage. She then attempted to change her profile settings to prevent anyone other than her friends from messaging her or leaving comments on her posts or images. She also recalled that strange encounter on the day he was fired. A week later, during a family gathering, she reported to her relatives about the persistent pursuer. Although her family listened, everyone at the time thought it was a joke, and that the unwelcome admirer would quickly lose interest and leave her life. Celeste and Louis primarily used professional channels to communicate during their time together, so Louis didn't have her personal phone number. However, Celeste started getting odd romantic messages from an unknown number, and she quickly figured out who they were from. The admirer praised her beauty, gave her romantic poetry he had written, and made another attempt to get her to go out. Menno only returned the stalker's call once, making an effort to speak with him seriously and convince him to quit pursuing her by explaining that nothing could possibly happen between them. But instead of paying attention, the man merely reiterated how nice her voice was and how happy he was that she had finally answered the phone. She then attempted to block the pursuer, but he kept calling from a different number. She finally made the decision to change her phone number, but Louis somehow discovered it a week later and the harassment persisted. Looking for safety, Celeste made a failed attempt to avoid the insane admirer for around 6 months. His phone numbers and phony social media accounts were blocked by her. She made an effort to lead a normal life and did not reply to messages, but the texts kept coming in, and they progressively shifted from amorous to audacious and menacing. The man didn't ask now. He insisted on seeing her and started outlining his irrational private dreams about what he would do with her at this very moment. However, it wasn't even that bad. As it turned out, the stalker started to follow her home from work and discovered her residence. At first, Celeste was unaware that Louis was actually following her around and was now a part of her life, not simply through communication. Every time she caught a sight of him close to her house, she told herself it was a figment of her imagination, a result of stress. The young woman chose to seek police protection after realizing that she was not mistaken, and that Sako, with his insane passion, was actually pursuing her. Menno requested that a special order be issued by the police to stop the stalker from coming near her or her house. Her request was met with indifference, if not downright mockery, from the cops. Since it is not unlawful or penalized to write poetry or express explicit fantasies in text messages, the police claimed that the man had done nothing wrong. With the long-awaited restraining order, Celeste was instructed to leave the precinct and not obstruct the police from apprehending actual criminals because she was unable to prove that Louis was stalking her and hiding close to her house. Celeste endured the constant harassment of her old coworker for another 6 months. She would often see his car parked across the street from her office, and he would drive by her home in the evenings. Many times, she was anxious and lived in continual stress because she could feel his eyes on her all the time. Mano went to the police once more in August 2020, this time presenting her phone's picture and video evidence that Lewis was, in fact, following her. Her statement was taken seriously by another officer, who was further shocked by his colleague's lack of concern. A restraining order was filed against Sacco, and he was informed that he could no longer phone, approach, or attempt to contact her in any other way after he recommended her to go to court right away. The man obviously did not anticipate this turn of events, and for a few weeks he did indeed vanish from Celeste's view. For the first time in a long time, she felt content. She felt liberated and thought the harasser would stop bothering her. But her relief came too soon. She started getting messages from unknown numbers less than a month later, in which Louis begged her to take back her statement and lift the restraining order because he thought it was interfering with their romantic relationship. Mano went to the police right away after receiving multiple texts because her pursuer had broken the restraining order and now had to deal with the repercussions. The man received a fine and a warning that he might face jail time if he did not leave the young woman alone, as well as considerably harsher penalties for future infractions. Sacco remained silent for over 2 months after this, and the young woman concluded that he had finally abandoned her. Infamous picture taken in September 2020 with a new beau. Chris Reedsdale was a young man Celeste met. He was only a year older than her, and they soon discovered that they had similar hobbies, objectives, and perspectives on life. As a result, they immediately fell in love. She disclosed the harassment from her former admirer to her current lover, admitting that she was still anxious even though he had not made himself known for more than a month. Chris made every effort to ensure his partner felt secure and worry-free by surrounding her with love and care. The young lady introduced her new lover to her brother and parents at a family meal at the beginning of November. Celeste's family embraced her decision. They hit it well right away, and her mother even made a joke about her daughter being in capable hands. Once more, the following weeks went by without incident, and the erstwhile admirer stopped contacting me or showing up. Mano, it appeared that the young lady was no longer concerned about Louis perhaps exploding, and was content to spend all of her free time with Chris, returning to her life or doing her any damage. The couple went on a date on November 15, 2020, after falling in love. They enjoyed each other's company while sitting at a cafe. The young woman recommended taking a selfie to document the event, and the result was a wonderfully lovely picture. The pair appeared to be quite pleased as they sat at the same table, hugging and grinning. Celeste chose to make this frame her social media profile image since she loved it so much. She did this to show that things were serious and to announce her new relationship. Chris also shared the picture on his page with a heartfelt statement that said he loves this child and would stop at nothing to keep her eyes as happy as they are in this shot. Unfortunately, the couple's outing ended up being their final one. The terrible event that occurred on the night of their final date. Chris dropped Celeste off at her house, and they said their goodbyes with the intention of meeting the following day. Celeste had to wake up early for work the following morning, so she and her mother talked about her boyfriend for nearly an hour in the kitchen before Celeste went to bed. The sound of cracking glass woke Eggy up at 4 in the morning on Monday, November 16, 2020, but she didn't immediately realize what was going on. Then there was a commotion, screams, thumping, and weird noises. She thought the sounds were coming from the street at first, but then she realized they were coming from inside the house. Eggy hurried to her daughter's room after jumping out of bed and putting on her robe. In the faint light, she saw someone physically leaping away from Celeste's bed before fleeing through the broken window as she pushed open the door. Eggy was met with a terrifying scene as she flicked on the light. Her daughter was covered in cuts and tiny pieces of broken glass, lying in a pool of her own blood. Celeste's eyes were wide open, gazing up at the sky as she struggled to breathe. Her mother tried to stop the severe bleeding wounds on her daughter's body till the paramedics arrived after calling emergency services right away. Unfortunately, she couldn't be saved because it was too late. She was dead by the time the physicians and police showed up. After the fatal blow to her heart, the medical examiners discovered more than 20 penetrating stab wounds on her body. Investigation, with the main suspect assessing the circumstances and contrasting Eggy's testimony with the incident scene, According to the authorities, the attacker entered the victim's room through the window in less than 3 minutes and attacked her before her mother arrived. Celeste attempted to protect herself, as seen by the multiple cuts on her arms. When the suspect struck at random with a huge butcher's knife, Egi could only think of one person when asked if her daughter had any enemies. Luis Seco, who had been relentlessly pursuing the young lady for more than a year, calling her and sending her threatening messages. Her friends and co-workers at the scene, along with other family members, confirmed this information. Numerous bloody fingerprints were left by the perpetrator, and DNA was discovered on a fence. He hurt his hand and hopped over while running. Since Louis was the main suspect in the case, it was essential to detain and question him very away in order to confirm and contrast all of the witness accounts and evidence. At first, Seco strongly denied any involvement in the incident, claiming that he loved Celeste and would never hurt her, but he was arrested the following day. But shortly later, forensic evidence proved that the bloody prints on the fence and in the victim's chamber were indeed his. Additionally, law enforcement cited the restraining order that prohibited him from approaching the young woman, which he had broken. It also showed out that Lewis had bought a big knife and a hammer at a nearby hardware store the night before the catastrophe. He was seen on camera at the checkout as he paid for his products, then used the knife to kill the poor woman and the hammer to burst through the glass into the house. A man in need of therapy or a calculating criminal? Since Sacco had been monitoring the victim for a long time and knew almost everything about her, the evidence against him was indisputable, but a picture the young woman shared on social media with her new lover was the last straw for him. He then went to a store, bought a hammer and a knife, and went to Celeste's house under cover of darkness to kill her. His acts were perceived as intentional, premeditated criminal behavior. However, Lewis's behavior was very unpredictable, casting doubt on his mental stability. He was almost 39 years old, had never married, was still living with his parents, had virtually no friends, and had never had a steady job. People said he had serious socialization problems and was anxious and introverted. Sacco also has a biological brother who was incarcerated for a long time for a crime. The accused was ordered to undergo a forensic mental evaluation at that time, and his lawyer maintained that his client needed professional assistance rather than incarceration. The victim's family was furious and appalled by this argument, and they were afraid that the vicious criminal would escape punishment. After speaking with Louis and examining his conduct, psychiatric specialists came to the conclusion that he did in fact have some mental illnesses, but when the crime was committed, he knew exactly what he was doing. In addition, he had planned the specifics of the crime beforehand. This implied that Sacco would surely have to stand trial, even if he tried to pretend he was insane. The sentencing and trial. The culprit didn't show up in court until the fall of 2023, 3 years after the young woman's awful death. He made several attempts during this period to demonstrate that he was mentally ill and, as a result, could not be found guilty of willful criminal action. The majority of this time was spent in a mental health facility. Louis acted coolly and collectedly in the courtroom, as if he didn't care about what was going on. Although he acknowledged his guilt, he maintained that his intention was not to kill the girl in order to gain her affection. Sacco was sentenced to 36 years in jail with the prospect of parole no sooner than 30 years after the jury unanimously found him guilty on all counts, according to Celeste's law, which was never approved. Celeste's parents kept bringing up the fact that their daughter had called the police in 2020 in an attempt to get Louis to protect her. Her case, however, was denied because, under the law as it stands, harassment only includes attempts to make physical contact with the victim. Phone harassment and internet stalking are not punishable by law. Celeste's law, which would have made stalking on social media via emails and texts illegal, was developed over the course of 3 years of trial preparation by the mother of the young woman who died, professional attorneys, and a few activist groups. Egi DeMano thought that by doing this, countless women and girls would be protected and her daughter's terrible fate would be avoided. She went straight to the Victoria Legislative Commission with the goal of enacting major changes to the current criminal code. The woman drafted more than 40 revisions and proposals, but nearly all of them were eventually turned down. According to investigations, online stalkers typically don't try to get in touch with their victim in any other way and instead restrict themselves to being invisible. A restraining order might be imposed in cases of extreme stalking containing threats, just like if the person were being pursued in person. The revisions solely served to restrict access to private information on social networks. Nevertheless, such offenses were still not punishable by law. At the moment, a stalker may only get a verbal warning for such behavior. If they violate the law again, they may also be penalized, though this is not always the case. Celeste's law is not yet in effect. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes, the most terrifying monsters wear the most familiar faces. Vincent Brothers was one of those faces, a respected high school vice principal, a man admired for his dedication to children, and a trusted figure in his community. But in July 2003, that carefully built image shattered. In the quiet city of Bakersfield, California, a horrifying crime scene was discovered. 5 members of one family murdered in cold blood, including a tiny, defenseless infant. The brutality of the killings shocked even the most hardened investigators, and yet, if not for one small, overlooked detail, some dead bugs, this case might have gone unsolved. So how does a man go from community leader to cold-blooded killer? What could drive someone like Vincent Brothers to commit one of the most heinous family murders California has ever seen? This is the chilling story of the Harper family and the twisted truth behind a mask of respectability. Let's begin with Joni Harper, the heart of this story. Joni was born on November 14, 1963, in Bakersfield, California. The youngest of 5 children raised by Ernestine Harper, Joni spent her entire life in the same city that would one day mourn her loss. From an early age, she stood out. She attended McKinley Elementary and then moved on to Bakersfield High School, where she graduated in 1988. But Joni wasn't just a student. She was a star athlete. Basketball was her passion, and on the court she was unstoppable. Her skill and determination earned her admiration, and she quickly became known as one of the standout athletes in her school. But Joni was more than just talent. She was kind, warm, and full of life, the kind of person who left an impression on everyone she met. No one who knew her could have imagined the dark path her life would one day cross, or the betrayal that would come from the person she once trusted most. After high school, Joni's passion for basketball didn't fade. She took her skills to Southwestern Christian College in Texas, where she earned an associate's degree. But even with her own basketball career ahead of her, Joni found a new way to stay connected to the sport. In 1994, she made history by becoming the first woman in Kern County to officiate boys' basketball games. Her love for the game continued to grow, and soon she was officiating games for the North Bakersfield Recreation and Park District, as well as for the California Athletic Collegiate Association. Through her years in the basketball community, Joni became a well-known and respected figure. People admired her not just for her skills, but for her dedication and passion for the sport. But those who knew her best would tell you that while basketball was important to her, her true calling was helping children. Joni shared this passion with her mother, Ernestine, who had always instilled in her the importance of giving back to others. Ernestine, Joni's mother, was a woman with a story that spanned more than just her years in California. Originally from Texas, she made the bold decision to move to California in 1961, and by 1964, she had settled in Bakersfield. It was there that Ernestine's passion for helping others truly took root. She quickly became known as a strong, no-nonsense community activist, someone who wasn't afraid to stand up for the underdog. And Ernestine didn't just talk the talk, she walked the walk. She fought tirelessly for those whom society often forgot, such as the poor, the disenfranchised, and the marginalized. Her belief in fairness was unwavering. Deeply grounded in her Christian faith, Ernestine believed that no matter where someone came from, how they looked, or how much money they had, they all deserved equal justice and respect. Her dedication to helping others didn't stop at her own community, though. As a co-founder of an organization called Extend a Hand for Justice, Ernestine extended her reach far beyond Bakersfield. She traveled to Africa and South America as a missionary, bringing aid, money, and resources to some of the most impoverished communities in the world. Ernestine's heart was as big as it was generous, and it's no surprise that Joni inherited that same spirit of compassion. Joni had a deep respect for her mother, and their bond only grew stronger as the years passed. Though Ernestine had 4 other children, her relationship with Joni was uniquely special. So when Joni was ready to start her own family, Ernestine was right there by her side, always ready to lend a helping hand. This is where Vincent brothers entered the picture. In the late 1990s, Joni met a man who seemed like a dream come true. Vincent was originally from Long Island and had moved to California in the 1980s to attend Cal State Bakersfield. There, he earned a master's degree in education and began working his way up in the school system. By all accounts, Vincent appeared to be the perfect match for Joni. He was charming, ambitious, and had a stable career working at a local elementary school. To Joni's family, he seemed like a really nice guy, and Joni quickly fell in love with him. Although Vincent had been married twice before and had a child from a previous relationship, things seemed to be looking up when he and Joni welcomed their first child together, a son they named Marquez, in 1998. Just 2 years later, in January of 2000, the couple tied the knot, and for a while, it seemed like they were on their way to a picture-perfect life. But as with many fairy tales, things took a dark turn behind the scenes. Vincent began disappearing for days at a time, and when he returned, he was secretive, refusing to explain where he had been or who he had been with. Joni, heartbroken but sharp, started to piece the puzzle together. She realized the man she had married was betraying her. A month after their wedding, Joni made the painful decision to have their marriage annulled. But despite the heartbreak, this wasn't the end of their story. According to Joni's brother, Vincent was still the love of her life, and Joni wasn't ready to completely let go. She wanted Vincent to be a father to their son, and so the couple continued their on-again, off-again relationship. Then, as if things weren't complicated enough, Joni discovered she was pregnant again. This time it was a girl, and Joni named her Lindsay. Sadly, this didn't stop Vincent from continuing his extramarital issues. By the time Lindsay was born, Joni's mother, Ernestine, decided to move in with her daughter to help take care of the kids, especially since Vincent wasn't always around. But after being apart for a few years, Joni and Vincent decided to give their relationship another shot. By the end of 2002, they found out they were expecting their 3rd child together, a surprise that, for a moment, brought them hope. Though 3 years after their first wedding, Joni and Vincent secretly remarried in January of 2003. They were starting fresh, or so it seemed. But by April of that same year, things began to unravel again. Vincent slipped back into his old ways, disappearing for days at a time, leaving Joni feeling more alone than ever. She confided in a friend, telling them that she was afraid Vincent might try to do something drastic to get rid of her. It was a heartbreaking moment for Joni, who just wanted peace and stability for her family. Despite all the tension, Joni gave birth to their 3rd child, a baby boy named Marshall, just 4 months after their remarriage. But by the time Marshall arrived, it was clear that their second marriage had already hit a point of no return. Additionally, things weren't getting any better inside the home. Ernestine, who had been living with Joni to help with the kids, found herself constantly clashing with Vincent. The tension between the two became too much to handle, and eventually Vincent moved out into his own apartment. However, neither Joni nor Vincent took the steps to officially divorce, but their connection was fading. Because of all the chaos, church had always been a refuge for Joni and her family. The Baker Street Church of Christ wasn't just a place they went to on Sundays, it was like a second home. Their church family was a huge part of their lives, providing support, friendship, and a sense of community. Joni couldn't wait for everyone to meet baby Marshall, who was growing so fast. So on Sunday, July 6, 2003, Joni, Ernestine, and her 3 children, Marquez, who was 4, Lindsay, almost 2, and baby Marshall, just 6 weeks old, headed to church for the morning service. This was their usual routine. They'd attend both the morning and evening services, a tradition that had become a comforting part of their lives. Little did they know this seemingly ordinary Sunday would be anything but that. After the morning service ended, the Harper family decided to stop and grab a bite to eat before heading home, to rest up for the evening service. However, when the evening service rolled around, the family did not return to church. At first, people in the congregation thought it was a little odd. They were usually so punctual, but they figured maybe Joni and the kids were just too tired to come back. After all, Joni had a newborn and 2 young kids, so it wasn't entirely out of the question that she'd need a break. But then, after the family left church and returned home, no one had heard from them. 2 days passed, and still no one had been able to get in touch with Joni or Ernestine. Friends and family members who called them got no answer, and that's when the worry really started to set in. Kelsey Spann, Joni's best friend, someone she considered a sister, knew something wasn't right. She decided to go over to the Harper house and check on them herself. On Tuesday, July 8th, 2 days after anyone had heard from the Harper family, Kelsey arrived at the house. She walked in expecting to find them maybe napping or busy with the kids, but instead, she walked straight into a nightmare. Joni, Ernestine, and the children, Marquez, Lindsay, and baby Marshall, were all dead. They had been shot. The house was a crime scene with .22 caliber shell casings scattered across the floor. When the police finally arrived at the Harper home, they were greeted by a scene that was nothing short of horrifying. The house had been turned upside down. Drawers were pulled open, cabinets were flung wide, and items were strewn across the floor. It seemed like a robbery gone terribly wrong. But something didn't sit right with the investigator. As they carefully examined the scene, they made a chilling discovery. Joni was lying lifeless, and not only had she been shot, but she had also been brutally stabbed. The realization hit them like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just a random act of violence. It was a crime of passion. The knife used to stab Joni was missing, but a closer look revealed that it had been taken from the kitchen. There was a knife missing from the butcher block, and that was a detail that raised more suspicions. The killer had clearly planned the attack, using an item from the home, which made the crime feel more personal. The investigators also noted that the killer had entered through the sliding glass door, but curiously, there were no signs of forced entry. Nothing to suggest a struggle, or that the intruder had been trying to sneak in. It was almost as if the killer was invited in, or at least had a way of getting in without raising suspicion. On top of that, despite the mess in the house, nothing valuable seemed to be missing. There was no sign of typical robbery, no electronics, jewelry, or cash gone, so the detectives quickly started to form a theory. Joni had been the target of the attack. But why? And more hauntingly, why kill her 3 children, including her 6-week-old baby? As the investigation continued, the detectives dug deeper into Joni's life. They learned she was married to a man named Vincent, and that's when they realized they needed to track him down. After all, he was her husband and the first person they needed to speak with. They also needed to rule him out as a suspect, so they set out to find Vincent. But it wasn't as simple as they hoped. It turned out that Vincent wasn't even in Bakersfield when the murders occurred. Vincent had flown out of town on July 2, heading first to Ohio to visit his brother and then on to North Carolina to see his mother. So while the police in Bakersfield were dealing with this horrific crime scene, Vincent was thousands of miles away. When they finally managed to locate him in Elizabethtown, North Carolina, they had to break the devastating news. And when they did, Vincent's reaction was gut-wrenching. According to the detective who interviewed him, he was completely overcome with emotion, insoluble in his grief. At one point, he even asked for a trash can, fearing he might be sick to his stomach from the shock. However, despite his emotional state, the detectives found it hard to gauge his true feelings. From all appearances, he had a solid alibi. He was hundreds of miles away when the murders occurred, visiting his family in North Carolina. But something about his reaction didn't sit well with the investigators. To truly confirm Vincent's alibi, the detectives went all in, determined to be absolutely certain that he had been in Ohio on the day the murders occurred. They combed through his credit card statements and found purchases made in Ohio on July 6, the day they believed the family had been killed. There had been credit card activity on Vincent's credit card on Sunday, July 6, in Columbus, Ohio. At first glance, this appeared to be solid evidence that Vincent was where he claimed to be, hundreds of miles away from Bakersfield. His alibi seemed rock solid. After all, Vincent was a vice principal at John C. Fremont Elementary School in Bakersfield, California. It was hard to imagine someone in such a professional role being capable of something so horrific. So the investigators turned their attention to the Harper family for more clues. One of the first people they spoke to was Joni's brother, Eddie Harper. The news came to him in stages, like a nightmare unfolding bit by bit. At first, he received a call from his cousin saying that Joni and her daughter Lindsay had been shot. Then, a couple of hours later, the cousin called back, but this time, the news was worse. Not only had Joni and Lindsay been killed, but Marquez and Ernestine had also met the same tragic fate. Eddie's world came crashing down, but it wasn't until the third call that he heard the full, horrifying truth. Every single member of his family, Joni, Ernestine, Marquez, Lindsay, and little baby Marshall, was gone. Detectives quickly ruled him out as a suspect, as there was no solid evidence linking him to the crime. With that lead fading fast, they began to explore other angles, including whether the Harper family might have had any enemies. The Harpers were known for their activism and generosity within the community, which raised the possibility that their actions could have upset someone. Perhaps an individual felt threatened or offended by their advocacy work. However, when speaking to the family's church members, this theory seemed very unlikely. Everyone who knew the Harpers described them as kind, selfless, and generous. Even Vincent, who had cheated on Joni multiple times, had been forgiven repeatedly by the family. It didn't make sense that anyone would harbor such deep animosity toward them to justify such a horrific act. Realizing this lead was a dead end, detectives turned their focus back to Vincent. They knew they couldn't afford to leave any stone unturned in a case this shocking. Whoever committed the murders needed to be caught quickly, and every detail of Vincent's alibi came under intense scrutiny. Initially, Vincent's alibi appeared watertight. Credit card purchases placed him in Ohio on the day of the murders, suggesting he was far away when the crime occurred. But detectives weren't satisfied with just the paper trail. They wanted to see for themselves. They obtained surveillance footage from the stores where the purchases were made, and that's when the first crack appeared in Vincent's story. The man seen on camera using Vincent's credit card wasn't Vincent. It was his brother, Melvin, who bore a striking resemblance to him in height and build. Investigators brought Melvin in for questioning. At first, he denied using his brother's credit cards, but as detectives pressed him, the truth unraveled. Eventually, Melvin admitted he had indeed used Vincent's cards. Not only that, but Vincent had given him detailed instructions on what to buy. This confession was a bombshell. While it proved that Melvin was the one making the purchases, it didn't necessarily clear Vincent. Melvin claimed Vincent had been in Ohio with him the entire weekend, a point Vincent's lawyer reiterated, explaining that it wasn't unusual for Vincent to lend his car to help his brother. According to his lawyer, Vincent had spent Friday with his brother Melvin and the rest of the weekend with another brother, Troy. The lawyer even claimed that witnesses outside of Vincent's family could confirm he was in Ohio the entire time. But detectives weren't buying it. Melvin had already lied during his interrogation, and there was no solid proof, no receipts or records that backed up Vincent's whereabouts during his supposed visit with Troy. So the investigators kept digging, determined to figure out what really happened. When detectives took a closer look at Vincent's travel history, the details got suspicious fast. They confirmed that on July 2, Vincent flew from California to Columbus. Once there, he rented a car and drove to Melvin's house. So far, so normal, right? But when they checked the odometer of the rental car, things got weird. Between July 2 and July 11, the car had racked up over 5,400 miles, an absurd number for someone who was supposedly just driving around Ohio. When police calculated the distance, it became clear the car had been driven all the way to California and back during that time frame. This was a huge breakthrough. Detectives now believed they had pieced together what happened. Vincent had flown to Ohio to set up an alibi. Once there, he drove the rental car back to California, committed the murders, and then drove all the way back to Ohio to keep up the appearance that he'd been there the entire time. But even with this theory, the police needed more evidence to nail it down. They teamed up with the Bakersfield Police Department and the FBI to bring the rental car into a lab. Their plan was to analyze the car's radiator for bugs. If the car had really been driven cross-country, The radiator might contain insects specific to California, which would blow Vincent's alibi wide open. And when the results came back, they confirmed what detectives had suspected. Several of the bugs found in the car were species native to California and areas west of the Rocky Mountains. It was damning evidence that tied Vincent's rental car, and likely Vincent himself, to the region where the murders occurred. His carefully crafted alibi was crumbling faster than anyone could have anticipated. But as investigators dug even deeper, they unearthed something even more chilling about Vincent's past. On the surface, he was a respected vice principal with a polished reputation. But behind closed doors, his history painted a far darker picture. In 1988, during his first marriage, Vincent had been convicted of misdemeanor spousal abuse. According to police records, he served 6 days in jail. His wife at the time divorced him, citing his violent behavior. Fast forward to 1992, Vincent remarried, but the marriage quickly soured. By 1993, his second wife filed for divorce, alleging that Vincent had threatened to kill her. The accusations were severe, but they didn't seem to leave a lasting dent in his public image. Then came the incident in 1996, when Vincent was accused of assaulting a co-worker. According to the woman's account, she went to his house one day where he allegedly attacked her, dragged her into a room, and took photographs of her against her will. When she tried to call the police, Vincent reportedly yanked the phone from her hands, preventing her from seeking help. The story didn't end there. The woman claimed that Vincent harassed her relentlessly at work. He allegedly touched her inappropriately, called her at home, and even threatened her. She eventually took a leave of absence, stating that Vincent had created a hostile work environment that made it impossible for her to continue. She tried to report these incidents to the police, but instead of support, she was allegedly met with resistance. Vincent's standing in the community as a vice principal seemed to shield him from accountability. While the school district investigated her complaints and warned Vincent about his behavior, no formal punishment followed. After months of tireless investigation, the police were convinced they had their man. Vincent Brothers, the seemingly upstanding elementary school principal, was the one responsible for the brutal murder of his family. By April 2004, they had pieced together enough evidence to take him down. When officers arrived to arrest him, Vincent didn't look surprised. Because he wasn't. Turns out he'd been planning to skip town. He had already started selling his belongings and even listed his house for sale. It was the move of a man who knew the walls were closing in. For those who knew him, this was a gut punch. How could Vincent, the man who greeted kids with a smile every morning, the same guy parents trusted to guide their children, be accused of slaughtering his own flesh and blood? But here's the thing about wolves in sheep's clothing. No matter how pure they appear, the stains of their true nature always bleed through. In January of 2007, the case finally went to trial. It was a spectacle, lasting 4 long months and involving over 100 witnesses. Vincent himself took the stand, denying the charges and maintaining his innocence. The prosecution knew their case was largely circumstantial, but it was undeniably compelling. They carefully outlined their theory, detailing how Vincent had flown to Ohio to establish an alibi, only to secretly drive back to Bakersfield, California, to commit the murders before returning to Ohio. Key evidence like the odometer readings from the rental car and the forensic analysis of bugs in the radiator pointed to Vincent having driven across state lines during the time frame of the murders. Prosecutors also highlighted his history of domestic violence, painting a picture of a man with a troubling pattern of behavior. The defense, however, fought back with everything they had. They argued that the prosecution's timeline was not just improbable, it was impossible. A representative from the car rental company testified that odometer readings weren't always recorded accurately, casting doubt on the mileage evidence. Additionally, they claimed there was no direct proof tying Vincent to the crime scene during the murders. The defense tried to poke holes in the prosecution's theory, insisting that Vincent had been in Ohio the entire time, supported by witnesses and his brother's testimonies. But as the trial dragged on, their arguments began to lose traction. After 4 months of testimony and 3 intense days of deliberation, the jury reached a verdict. Despite the defense's efforts, they were not convinced by Vincent's claims of innocence. The circumstantial evidence combined with Vincent's suspicious behavior painted a story the jury believed. In the end, Vincent Brothers was found guilty on all counts. In September of 2007, Vincent Brothers was sentenced to death. As of today, he sits on death row at San Quentin Penitentiary, awaiting his fate. It's hard to imagine anyone being so cold and calculating to walk into a home and murder 3 generations of one family. Many people who knew Vincent still struggled to wrap their minds around the idea that he could have been capable of such a thing. Some even question whether the right person was convicted. But for the family and friends of Joni and Ernestine, justice has been served, and they can take some comfort in knowing that their loved one's killer is paying the price for his action. As for the motive, it remains unclear. Was it pure hatred for his wife, or was there something deeper and darker at play? Perhaps Vincent was just a psychopath hiding behind the facade of a respected man. But what do you think? Did Vincent kill his entire family, including his children, out of hatred? Or is there something more sinister going on? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Dismembered limbs. A head boiling in a pot. Blood smeared across nearly every surface of the home. These are the horrifying scenes that greeted officers during what began as a simple welfare check at the Guy family residence in Tennessee. What they uncovered was something out of a nightmare. A crime so gruesome, so unthinkable, it left even the most seasoned investigators shaken. For most parents, there's no greater purpose than raising their children, nurturing them, guiding them, protecting them long after they've grown. Joel and Lisa Guy were no different. They had devoted their lives to giving their son the best they could offer. But in a chilling twist, it was that very devotion that would be their undoing. Before we go any further, consider this your warning. What you're about to hear is graphic, disturbing, and not for the faint of heart. This isn't just another true crime story. This is one of the most savage murders ever committed by a child against their own parents. To understand what led to this horrific act, we need to take a closer look at the victims. And if you're picturing cold, abusive parents, you're wrong. Joel Guy Sr., known as Michael to his friends and family, was a kind, hard-working man. The kind of father who showed up, provided for his family, and tried to lead by example. Alongside him was his wife Lisa, a loving mother who poured everything she had into raising their children. They had spent their lives making sacrifices for their son, but behind closed doors, their generosity was being manipulated, and what happened next would turn a quiet suburban home into the scene of one of the most horrifying family massacres in American history. Michael was born on February 10, 1955, and he worked as a pipeline engineer. With his experience in the field, it's safe to say he was doing well for himself. He earned a solid salary, enough to comfortably support his growing family. Anyone who knew Michael would tell you he wasn't just kind. He was the type of person who made you feel seen and cared for, always willing to lend a hand or give advice, even when you didn't ask for it. He took immense pride in everything he did, whether it was his career or his family, and he made sure the people around him felt that pride too. If you were close to Michael, you knew he wasn't just a dad or a husband. He was someone who genuinely cared and wanted to make sure everyone around him was doing well. Now, Michael had 3 daughters from his first marriage. While the reasons behind the divorce weren't entirely clear, one thing was certain. The daughters held no grudges against their father. They had always maintained a good relationship with him, and that didn't change when he remarried. Michael's second wife, Lisa, was as kind-hearted as he was. Just like Michael, Lisa was someone who made everyone feel welcome and cared for. His daughters quickly warmed up to her, and there was no drama or resentment. Lisa treated them like her own children, showering them with love and affection. This was evident when one of Michael's daughters testified in court, explaining how Lisa became a mother figure in her life. She even went as far as to get an engagement ring that resembled Lisa's. She remembered all the small details about Lisa: the favorite shirt, the favorite cups, and everything else that made Lisa so special to her. Just like you just heard, this wasn't a mom who abused her children or mistreated them in a way that made them feel unloved. It's clear, just from the words of her stepdaughter alone, that Lisa poured love into every single member of her family. Additionally, Lisa worked in human resources at an engineering firm and was known for being reliable and generous. She was the kind of person who, no matter how busy she was, would stop to comfort a stranger in distress. She had a big heart, always putting others first. From this perspective, it was evident that both Michael and Lisa were known for their giving nature, and to everyone around them, they seemed like the perfect couple. Soulmates living a perfect life. However, everything began to change when Michael and Lisa welcomed their only biological child together, Joel Guy Jr. That moment marked the start of a shift no one could have foreseen. Unlike his warm and kind parents, Joel was reportedly the complete opposite, cold and distant to almost everyone. In fact, Joel Guy Jr.'s life before 2016 remains a mystery in many ways. Even his half-sisters, who grew up alongside him, admitted they didn't really know him. Whenever they visited, Joel would lock himself in his room, avoiding any interaction with family. On the rare occasions he did speak, he was dismissive and rude, treating his relatives as if they were beneath him. Over time, most of the family distanced themselves, choosing not to engage with Joel unless absolutely necessary. Joel's behavior was fueled by an inflated ego, believing he was the smartest person in the room at all times. His confidence was bolstered during his school years, especially when he performed well academically. In his final years of high school, he attended the prestigious Louisiana School for Math, Science, and the Arts, a magnet school known for its small elite class sizes. Getting accepted into the class of 2006 only reinforced Joel's belief in his superiority. After high school, he enrolled at George Washington University for one semester before transferring to Louisiana State University, where he pursued studies to become a plastic surgeon. However, Joel never became a plastic surgeon or held any job for that matter. While he was in school, up until the age of 28, he lived entirely off his mother Lisa's income. Lisa, who worked full-time in human resources at Oak Ridge Engineering, sent her paychecks directly to Joel. Michael and Lisa decided to fully support Joel so he could focus on his studies without worrying about finances. They paid for his tuition, housing, and other expenses, hoping he'd graduate quickly and start his career. But their generosity backfired. Joel began to see this financial support not as a gift, but as something he was entitled to, his birthright. He believed his parents owed him this money simply because they were his parents. Though he claimed to be working hard toward his goals, Joel was far less focused on school than he led his parents to believe. Living alone in Baton Rouge, he spent his time doing whatever he wanted, completely oblivious to the financial strain he was placing on his family. He didn't understand or care about the sacrifices his parents were making for him. However, in 2016, things began to change. Michael's father lost his job and took a hard look at their finances. He realized that he and Lisa could retire if they stopped supporting Joel and sold their family home. Excited for this new chapter, Michael and Lisa shared their plans with their daughters in the family group chat. They explained that they intended to move into Michael's parents' home and stop financially supporting Joel. However, they were nervous about how Joel would react to the news. At 28 years old, Joel had never been financially independent, and his parents worried about what he would do once the financial support stopped. Despite their concerns, Thanksgiving that year seemed like a turning point for the Guy family. Thanksgiving was always a big deal, a time when everyone gathered at Michael and Lisa's home to celebrate, including their daughters, extended family, and their new families. So just like any other normal family, that year was very joyful for the Guy family. The adults gathered in the garage enjoying their cigarettes and catching up, while the kids ran around, and the aroma of delicious food filled the house. At every Thanksgiving, there's always that one person who locks themselves away, avoiding everyone, and in the Guy family, that was always Joel. However, this year was different, shockingly so. For the first time ever, Joel actively engaged with his family. He surprised everyone by playing with his stepsister's kids, children whose names his sisters doubted he even knew before that day. He brought them upstairs to his old room and gifted them toys his parents had lovingly preserved from his childhood. Joel laughed, joked, and even posed for family photos, a rarity that caught everyone off guard. His sudden shift in behavior was so remarkable that his sisters whispered to each other about how he might finally be turning over a new leaf. What made Joel's transformation even more puzzling was its timing. Just weeks earlier, Lisa had told him that she had given her 2 weeks' notice at work. She and Michael planned to retire, sell the family home, and stop financially supporting him. Originally, they'd intended to break the news at Christmas, but Lisa decided to tell Joel early, hoping to give him time to prepare for independence. Everyone braced for a meltdown or tantrum, but instead, Joel seemed fine. More than fine, actually. He appeared happier and more social than anyone had ever seen him. His family took this as a positive sign. Maybe this was the wake-up call Joel needed. Perhaps he'd already made peace with the idea of standing on his own 2 feet and was reconnecting with his family as part of a fresh start. One of his sisters even mentioned to Michael that Joel might be trying to repair their relationship. Still, Michael held firm that they wouldn't resume funding his lifestyle, no matter how well he was behaving. Little did they know, Joel's cheerful demeanor masked something far darker. While he was smiling and bonding with his family, he was also laying the groundwork for a chilling plan. That day, Joel brought over 2 large plastic tubs, which he carried into the house without much explanation. They seemed heavy, but no one thought to ask what they contained. What they didn't know was that Joel had spent weeks plotting his parents' murders. Those tubs held the tools he intended to use in his gruesome plan. As it turned out, Joel wasn't handling the loss of his financial lifeline as gracefully as he appeared when Lisa told him they were cutting him off. Joel didn't see it as a push toward independence. He saw it as a betrayal. He decided to take matters into his own hands, crafting a plan to murder his parents, frame his father for his mother's death, and stage it all as a murder-suicide. In Joel's warped mind, he was a genius capable of orchestrating the perfect crime. His education and endless hours of watching crime shows like Law & Order convinced him that he could pull it off without a hitch. But while Joel once excelled in academics, his arrogance blinded him to his own shortcomings. So instead of heading back to his apartment like usual, Joel decided to stick around at his parents' house for 2 whole days. At first, Lisa and Michael probably thought it was a nice change. Maybe Joel was feeling sentimental about the family house before they sold it. After all, with Lisa preparing for retirement, they were all gearing up for a big life change, and the idea that Joel might actually want to spend some time with his family seemed like a nice, albeit unexpected gesture. But things took a strange turn just 2 weeks before Lisa was set to retire. Her co-workers and boss had been planning a celebratory send-off for her. She was well-liked, dependable, and a hard worker who would always communicate if anything was off. So when November 28 came around, and Lisa didn't show up for work, Jennifer, her boss, started to worry. It wasn't like Lisa to just vanish without a word, especially since she'd been so involved in the retirement celebration plans. Jennifer tried calling her several times, but there was no answer. Then she reached out to Michael, but he didn't pick up either. That was strange. Lisa and Michael were the kind of people who always made sure to check in, even if something came up. This wasn't adding up, and Jennifer knew it. So after a couple more unanswered calls, Jennifer made the decision to call the non-emergency police line and request a welfare check at the Guy family home. When the officers first arrived at the house, everything seemed normal, so they didn't think much of it and were about to call it off. But Jennifer, Lisa's boss, wasn't convinced. She had a gut feeling something wasn't right, so she called again. What they uncovered next was something no one could have prepared for. During a thorough check, the officers noticed a few strange things. The house had a for sale sign out front, but something seemed off. There was no lockbox on the front door for a realtor's key, and the doorknob didn't look like it had been there long. It didn't even match the door. It had obvious signs of being tampered with, likely with a screwdriver. Not wasting any time, the officers decided to check the back of the house, and that's when things took an even darker turn. The back door was missing its doorknob altogether. One officer peered through the hole where the knob should have been and was immediately hit with a blast of heat from inside the house. But that wasn't the worst part. There was a sharp chemical smell hanging in the air. It was the kind of smell that instantly tells you something was seriously wrong. The officer looked closer and saw bottles of bleach scattered across the floor, still unopened. But the clues didn't stop there. He also noticed groceries that had been dropped at the front door, like someone had rushed inside without finishing what they were doing. That was enough for them to make their move. They headed back to the front, found an unlocked vehicle with the garage door opener inside, and used it to gain access. The officers entered the house, and what happened next was all caught on body cam footage. The pot you saw earlier? Yeah, that was the same one Joel used to boil his mother's head for about a day. It's chilling when you think about it. Investigators first found a table with the guy's wallets and a sledgehammer on top, followed by another table with long guns. As they made their way up the stairs, they could hear a dog intermittently barking. They then spotted Michael's ring on the floor in a hallway and eventually discovered the dismembered bodies submerged in a solution in the bathroom. Among the other items found in the home were sewer line cleaner, a bag of baking soda, drain opener, a bottle of muriatic acid, lye, hydrogen peroxide, several bottles of bleach, a spray bottle, gloves, and trash bags. Investigators also came across a note inside an open suitcase, which included the name and address of a Louisiana Ace hardware store, as well as a reference to sewer line cleaner. Given the hazardous chemicals, the Knox County Sheriff's Office hazmat team had to step in for biohazard removal. With the overwhelming amount of evidence, the KCSO Forensics Unit worked through Monday night and into the next day to process the crime scene. Now, what really happened after that Thanksgiving on November 26? Joel Guy Jr. attacked and killed his father in a second-floor exercise room while his mom was out shopping at Walmart. The scene was chaotic, with torn blinds and blood splattered on the walls and an overturned Bowflex machine. The amount of blood was beyond horrific. The struggle must have been brutal. The poor man's clothes were shredded from the knife wounds, and it was reported that he was stabbed at least 40 times. However, this is just an estimate according to the autopsy, since most of the tissue was gone when they found the body. The actual number of stabs could never be fully determined. But it doesn't stop there. Joel also dismembered the body, leaving his father's hands behind in the room. When his mom came home from Walmart, Joel tricked her into going upstairs. She was in such a rush that her groceries got scattered across the foyer. But when she reached the top of the stairs, Joel ambushed her, stabbing her in the back over and over, just like he did to his father. Blood was everywhere. The prosecution later claimed he used so much force to decapitate her that her head actually broke. And then, get this, he just chopped her up like it was nothing, then put her head in that same boiling pot on the stove. According to the medical examiner, Lisa was stabbed at least 31 times, and 9 of her ribs were completely severed. During the trial, the forensic examiner testified that the head wasn't just severed, but had been forcefully broken off. Both victims had their arms and legs detached, Michael at the waist and Lisa at the knees, and their body parts were placed in a bin filled with chemicals to help dissolve them. This was the very same bin that Joel had brought into the house during Thanksgiving. After death, both bodies had deep cuts made so that the chemicals could more easily penetrate the body's main cavities. So you can probably imagine how heartbreaking it must have been for both of them, loving their child and spoiling him all the way into adulthood, only for them to be brutally murdered like this. It's beyond evil. But despite Michael loving his son so much, he didn't go down without a fight. Joel sustained several cuts on his hands, including a deep gash on his left thumb. Around 3:30 p.m., he was seen in the first aid section at Walmart buying bandages and ointment for his hand injuries. He also picked up isopropyl alcohol and hydrogen peroxide. It was also around this point that Joel returned to his apartment, likely because he was too lazy to continue with his plan. After spending 2 intense days carrying out his crime, it seems that for the first time, he was exhausted. He probably felt he had worked harder than ever before and needed a break, so he headed back to his apartment, possibly to rest. Little did he know, it was exactly during this time that the police also uncovered what he had done. The police began questioning those closest to Michael and Lisa. When they inquired about who had been at the house that weekend, everyone pointed to Joel. His sisters revealed that he was about to be cut off financially and that his behavior over Thanksgiving had been strangely out of character. The soiled clothes found at the crime scene matched the description given by his sisters, and when investigators found a book bag containing a notebook filled with Joel's meticulous plan, it became undeniable he was behind the murders. The only thing left to do was finalize the paperwork for his arrest. Now, the day after the bodies were discovered, Joel was arrested while heading back to the house. In his trunk, police found a KitchenAid meat grinder, a chilling indicator that he wasn't done with the gruesome process yet. But what really exposed Joel's intentions was what he had written in his notebook. From the gruesome methods of killing and dismemberment to his strategy for destroying the bodies and erasing forensic evidence, every step was carefully thought out. He planned to grind the bodies, destroy all DNA evidence with bleach and lye, and even set a fire to cover his tracks. He went as far as faking an alibi by scheduling a text message from his mother's phone, attempting to erase any evidence that could point back to him. Joel's motive, driven by a financial incentive, was also clearly outlined in the notebook. He calculated his parents' life insurance policies, assets, and joint property with the intention of inheriting everything. His obsession with money was evident, as he described in detail how he would inherit the full value of his mother's assets, including her life insurance, the family homes, and other financial resources. In the weeks leading up to the murder, Joel continued to buy supplies like knives, acid, and plastic bins, keeping the notebook hidden in his backpack alongside his school books. He made sure to pay in cash, thinking he was being smart and inconspicuous, but in reality, Joel's arrogance and sense of entitlement were his downfall. He believed his meticulous preparations would guarantee his success, unaware that he was overlooking the most basic human realities. Joel was so spoiled and out of touch with the real world that, even while erasing his tracks, he grew lazy and decided to take a break from his gruesome task. He had no real understanding of the consequences of his actions, thinking he could simply get away with it. But what he failed to factor in was the kindness of his parents and how their disappearance would immediately raise suspicions. Despite the mountain of evidence stacked against him, Joel Guy Jr. still pleaded not guilty, dragging his family through a painful 4-day trial. He knew he couldn't win. It was clear to everyone that he was guilty, but he wasn't trying to win. Instead, he wanted to make his family suffer by refusing to admit what he'd done. He kept control over them, forcing them to hear every ugly detail of his crime. It was like his final act of revenge, making them live through his cold, calculated cruelty. Even Joel's defense lawyers struggled to defend him. All they could muster was that Joel was a kind man who couldn't possibly commit such a horrific crime. But the jury wasn't swayed by this weak argument. On October 2, 2020, Joel Guy Jr. was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of felony murder, and 2 counts of abuse of a corpse. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Additionally, his appeal to overturn his conviction was shot down by the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals in April 2023. With that, Joel's fate was sealed. He will now spend the rest of his life behind bars at the Northwest Correctional Complex in Tiptonville, Tennessee, where he will forever live with the consequences of the brutal crime he committed. Now, remember when we first said that not much was known about Joel's past? Well, as the trial went on, a surprising revelation came to light. Joel actually had one and only one friend. People were shocked to find that Joel had a friend he cared so deeply about that he even called him in prison to apologize. That friend's name was Michael McCracken. Very little is known about the nature of Joel and Michael's relationship, but it seemed that, at the very least, Joel respected him. The two met when they lived together in their high school dorms, and when Joel went off to study at George Washington University, he left after just 1 semester and transferred to Louisiana State University, where Michael was going. They ended up living in the same apartment building, and when Michael's roommate moved out, Joel moved back in with him. Some have speculated that their relationship might have been more than just friendship, but that's all we really know about the situation. When Michael was questioned about the case, he stated that he wasn't surprised that Joel had killed his parents. He explained that over the years, Joel had become increasingly reclusive, spending weeks on end alone in his bedroom, to the point where Michael sometimes didn't see him for months at a time. For whatever little comfort it may offer, Joel will spend the rest of his natural-born life in prison, exactly where he belongs. He will forever be remembered not as the genius he thought he was, but as a gigantic fool who couldn't take care of himself and, despite his so-called wisdom, made the catastrophic mistake of leaving a notebook, a kind of manifesto, at the crime scene. But what do you think about this case? I mean, we can all agree that Joel was definitely a psychopath, right? It's hard to believe he had any real justification for killing his parents, other than his own twisted desire to live a carefree life. But do you think there were other factors behind his actions? Was there something deeper going on that we're missing? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On the evening of August 23, 2022, 56-year-old Alessandro Mattuzzi was simply heading home, walking the familiar path back to her apartment on Via dell'Arco Baleno in northern Bologna. It was a quiet residential complex, the kind where neighbors knew each other and evenings passed without incident. As she approached her building around 9 p.m., she was casually chatting on the phone with her younger sister. It was just another normal night, until it wasn't. Mid-conversation, something changed. On the other end of the line, her sister heard strange, muffled sounds, quick footsteps, heavy thuds, and a struggle. Then came the unmistakable sound of Alessandra screaming. Panic spread through her voice, desperation rising. Her sister, frozen in fear, could only listen as the chaos intensified, and then the call went dead. Immediately, she dialed emergency services, her voice trembling as she described what she'd just heard. At the same time, the normally still neighborhood came alive. Lights turned on, windows opened. A few residents stepped into the hallway, alarmed by the noise. Some tried to help, but by then, it was too late. Police arrived quickly, but the horror had already unfolded. A haunting silence blanketed the entrance of the building. What happened there would only become clear in the hours to come. An act of violence that stunned an entire community and raised serious questions about how such tragedies can still go unanswered. Alessandra Mattuzzi was born and raised in Italy. At the time of the incident, she was 56 years old and working as a sales representative at a women's fashion boutique. Her professional life was closely tied to the world of fashion, an industry she genuinely loved. Both colleagues and clients described her as punctual, meticulous, and respectful. She was valued for her courtesy, reliability, and calm demeanor. Those close to Alessandra remembered her as warm, considerate, and emotionally perceptive. She was known for her empathy and natural inclination to care for others. She made a point of staying closely connected with her family, especially her mother, who was living in a care facility and required ongoing assistance. Alessandra visited her regularly and maintained a strong emotional bond with her despite the distance. For 2 years, her life was deeply affected by a challenging period when her father became seriously ill. Alessandra took on the role of full-time caregiver, providing him with daily support, companionship, and attention until the end. After his passing, she struggled to regain her emotional footing. The psychological toll was significant. She became withdrawn, avoided new relationships, and declined her loved one's encouragement to rebuild her personal life. Her closest confidant remained her younger sister, Stefania. The two spoke daily, sharing updates, plans, and worries. Their bond was built on trust and deep mutual understanding. Stefania was the person Alessandra turned to when making important decisions or facing personal hardships. Alessandra was also active on social media. Her profiles featured snapshots from events, trips, and workdays. She posted fashion looks, shared pictures from outings, and uploaded moments from family gatherings. She led a quiet, but not isolated life. Alessandra wasn't a recluse. She simply preferred her own company and found comfort in a calm, structured routine. Loud parties and spontaneous meetups weren't her thing. After losing her father, and as her mother's condition worsened, her circle naturally shrank, but she didn't mind. Her days revolved around her job, caring for her mother, daily conversations with her sister, and looking after her pet. That steady rhythm shaped a life that felt safe and predictable, but at some point, everything changed. It was through social media that someone entered her life, starting with kind words and emotional support, and eventually shattered her sense of security and peace. Giovanni Padovani was a professional soccer player who also did some modeling on the side. He was born in Agrigento, Sicily, and when he first connected with Alessandra Matuzzi, he was 26 at that time. He was signed with a football club. There were no public controversies or past issues tied to his name. Outwardly, he came across well. Athletic build, well-groomed, and confident. He seemed young, full of energy, and quite present in the digital world. Padovani had a very active social media presence. His pages were filled with posts from training sessions, modeling gigs, and travel snapshots. His content got plenty of attention, especially from women, and pulled in a lot of likes and comments. He appeared approachable, outgoing, and friendly. At first glance, he seemed like a typical guy from the younger generation, someone who blended fitness and style. There was nothing in his online behavior that raised red flags. In fact, it helped create the image of a balanced and socially adept man. Alessandro came across his profile in the summer of 2021. Their first interaction happened online, which is pretty common these days. Despite a 30-year age difference, Padovani appeared mature both in appearance and lifestyle. Early on, he showed genuine interest and was capable of holding meaningful conversations. For Alessandro, who wasn't actively seeking a new relationship, the connection felt unexpected but not unsettling. At one point, he opened up about past health struggles. That vulnerability struck a chord with her. Her sister Stefania later noted that Alessandro's empathy played a key role in their emotional closeness. Gradually, their communication became more regular. They texted often, exchanged photos, and talked on the phone. He would ask how her day went, share updates from his training sessions, and talked about his progress. His tone was warm, even a bit shy at first. He thanked her for being understanding and told her how much he appreciated staying in touch. It all felt honest and genuine. Ordinary in the best way. When they finally met in person, Padovani was polite, calm, and attentive. He didn't seem rushed or pushy. He had traveled from another city just to spend a few days with her. During that visit, he saw her home, her daily routine, and the people around her. He respected her boundaries. One moment that stood out was when he offered to visit her mother at the care facility, a gesture that left a strong impression. It signaled that he was willing to embrace her life, just as it was. These visits became a regular part of their lives. Whenever Giovanni was in Bologna, they spent time together. At her place, on walks, or just exploring the city, he accompanied her on everyday errands, showed interest in things that mattered to her, and made an effort to be present. He took photos with her, posted them online, and sent her personal messages full of encouragement. He often complimented her appearance, her kindness, and how she seemed to manage everything with such calm. Their relationship developed in an atmosphere of trust. At that stage, the age difference didn't seem to matter. He treated her with respect, called her a strong, beautiful, and mature woman. Alessandro wasn't used to that kind of emotional attentiveness from a man, but his behavior felt genuine. Her sister, who had seen some of their conversations, confirmed that he came across as decent in the beginning, polite and never pushy. Alessandro began to see him as someone she could lean on, someone she could talk to without fear of judgment. Their conversations ranged from the everyday to deeply personal. He would send her small gifts, message her in the mornings and before bed. He wasn't intrusive or controlling. He was simply present, in a way that seemed caring and emotionally tuned in. But things began to shift a few months in. The first troubling signs appeared after the new year. Gradually, Padovani's behavior became more intense. He started calling more frequently than usual, asking detailed questions about who Alessandro was talking to and how she spent her time. What used to be casual conversations turned into interrogations. there was a noticeable shift in his tone. He began expressing doubt, convinced that she was hiding something from him. Those suspicions became more persistent. He even involved her sister Stefania, calling her and asking her to support his perspective. What started as uncertainty soon turned into firm, unshakable accusations. Stefania recalled that his calls became increasingly aggressive. He would raise his voice, throw out accusations, and wouldn't accept any disagreement. Talking to him became emotionally draining. Eventually, Stefania cut off contact. Alessandra didn't immediately follow suit. Even as his behavior worsened, she continued to communicate, hoping things would calm down. She avoided confrontation, trying instead to de-escalate the tension. But Padavani began crossing more and more boundaries. Trust had completely eroded. He grew jealous over any interaction she had with other people. Even neutral social media posts triggered conflict. He demanded explanations for likes and comments. The relationship became increasingly strained. He would call her in the middle of the night, send messages with no real reason, and create moments that felt like emergencies. His actions became erratic, shifting between aggressive outbursts and desperate apologies. Alessandra began to realize she was losing control of the situation, but even then, she couldn't see a clear way out. He had embedded himself into her daily life intensely, emotionally, and relentlessly. In early 2022, Giovanni Padavani escalated his behavior beyond emotional pressure. After one of his visits to Alessandra's home, she discovered that something was wrong with her digital accounts. Her email and social media logins no longer worked when she tried to recover access. She noticed the new passwords included names and phrases closely tied to Padavani, which led her to believe he had accessed her computer and reset her account information to gain control. But it didn't stop there. His actions went beyond just digital interference. At the same time, Alessandra discovered that her WhatsApp account had been linked to an unknown device. Upon closer inspection, she found spyware installed on her phone, software that allowed someone to monitor her conversations, read her message history, and track who she was talking to in real time. This meant Giovanni Padavani had been surveilling her remotely. He was monitoring her digital activity and accessing her private information without permission. This wasn't incidental. It was a deliberate, organized form of digital tracking. Her suspicions were confirmed when Giovanni began referencing things from her private conversations. He seemed to know exactly who she had spoken with and at what times. He accused her of messaging other men, even when no such conversations had taken place. His claims were based on how he interpreted what he'd seen, fueling a growing sense of paranoia. He acted with disturbing confidence and showed a complete disregard for her personal boundaries. His control extended into every detail of her digital life. At the same time, he ramped up the pressure with near constant monitoring. He demanded that Alessandra send short video clips of her surroundings every 10 minutes. These clips served as proof of her location and activities. If she refused, he would lash out in frustration, accusing her of dishonesty, threatening to end the relationship, and demanding constant updates. His tone became increasingly authoritarian. Alessandra no longer felt like a partner. She felt watched, monitored, and cornered. Eventually, it became clear that Giovanni had accessed not only her phone, but also the home security system. He had somehow tapped into her surveillance cameras and was watching her in real time. One recovered message between Giovanni and his mother confirmed this. He had sent her a screenshot of Alessandra, taken directly from her home's security feed. It was yet another violation in a growing pattern. Alessandra had no idea how deeply he had invaded her private world. By the second half of 2022, Giovanni Padavani's behavior became openly aggressive. He wasn't just monitoring her online. He started following her in person. He began showing up at her apartment without warning, lingering outside for hours waiting for her to come home and watching her windows. She no longer felt safe even in her own neighborhood. Neighbors noticed him frequently. One resident reported seeing him trying to gain access to the complex. Another saw him on the building's rooftop. Alessandra asked her neighbors not to open the door if they saw Giovanni outside. These requests came from a place of constant fear. She wasn't sure anymore whether he would stop at surveillance. He had stopped hiding his intentions. Eventually, he started damaging Alessandra's property. There were instances where her car was vandalized. In one case, the wiring responsible for the car's lights was cut. He also tampered with the power in her apartment, unscrewing fuses to cut the electricity. These acts served as a pretext to draw her outside, to force a face-to-face interaction without witnesses. He was trying to create a situation where she would have no choice but to come out and face him. Broken objects, shouting, and signs of physical struggle became a common occurrence. Neighbors reported hearing loud arguments and heavy banging. His jealousy and obsessive need for control stripped away any self-restraint he may have had. He crossed every line. In one incident, he climbed onto the roof again, attempting to break into her home. This happened after she had stopped letting him inside. His behavior had become erratic and threatening. Alessandra's mental state deteriorated sharply. She lived in constant anxiety, gripped by fear. Each time she approached her home, opened a window, or stepped into the hallway, she started carrying pepper spray in her purse, something she had never done before. She told those close to her that she was scared to return home. Panic had become part of her daily life. To feel at least somewhat safe, Alessandra occasionally stayed with her sister, Stefanana, who welcomed her, even though the situation made her deeply uneasy. But even on those nights away, Alessandra couldn't stay gone for long. Her dog was still at the apartment, and she had a strong emotional bond with him. Returning home wasn't a choice. It was a necessity. She couldn't abandon her place completely, and that made her vulnerable. It meant she could never fully escape Giovanni's pursuit. The period between July and August became particularly intense. Alessandro knew her safety was in jeopardy. She confided in Stefanani, describing specific incidents of aggressive behavior. Still, even then, she continued to look for ways to de-escalate. She avoided confrontation, holding on to the hope that something in his behavior might shift. But Giovanni's obsession only deepened. He didn't see distance as a boundary. He took it as a personal insult. As the danger escalated, Alessandro Matuzzi decided it was time to seek protection. She filed her first official police report on July 29, 2022. In the complaint, she detailed Giovanni Padovani's actions, his stalking, invasions of her privacy, and the ongoing threats she felt. She included documentation, screenshots of threatening messages, and photos confirming his presence near her home. Despite her efforts, no immediate protective measures were taken. The following weeks passed in limbo. Alessandro remained fearful and anxious, but stayed in contact with authorities. On August 3, she returned to the station with further details. She provided new evidence and elaborated on the continued stalking. Still, the investigation remained in a preliminary phase. No decisions about safety measures were made. On August 8, she filed another complaint. By then, the harassment hadn't stopped. Padovani was still showing up near her residence, attempting to get inside and disturbing her peace. Alessandro shared that she feared the situation was spiraling out of control. She documented specific incidents: power outages, damage to her car, attempted break-ins. These acts were accompanied by text messages laced with aggressive undertone. A fourth meeting with law enforcement took place on August 13. Alessandro once again made it clear she feared for her life. She reported that Giovanni was still monitoring her movements, interfering in her daily life, showing up at her home and using technology to track her. The case file now included direct quotes from his messages, where the threatening language left little room for doubt. One of Alessandro's statements was especially chilling: "I don't want to die." That sentence captured the state of mind she was in, but official responses from police offered no real reassurance. No actionable steps were taken. Authorities didn't issue a restraining order, didn't formally warn Padovani, and didn't initiate surveillance around her apartment. Officials cited procedural guidelines and the need for more witness statements, and yet, Alessandro had already provided detailed information on intrusions, stalking, property damage, and tampering with her home's electrical system. Investigators noted delays due to witnesses being on vacation. This slowed the process down. Some members of the prosecution claimed her report didn't indicate an immediate risk to life, as there had been no documented cases of direct physical harm, viewing it as a stalking case rather than a critical threat. Authorities failed to treat the situation as urgent. That perspective would ultimately play a key role in what followed. Alessandra did everything she could to protect herself. She asked for help, kept records, and warned about the potential danger. The events were unfolding rapidly, but there was no intervention that could have meaningfully altered Padavani's behavior. No temporary orders or monitoring protocols were put in place. She continued living in fear, constantly bracing for the next incident. Alessandra's family later brought forward serious concerns about the actions of law enforcement. Her loved ones believed the tragedy could have been prevented. From a logical standpoint, the signs of escalation were undeniable. Giovanni Padavani's behavior had evolved from persistent obsession to overt intimidation. His actions were calculated, repetitive, and dangerous. But at the administrative level, there was no meaningful intervention. On August 20, 2022, just 3 days before the incident, Padavani created a checklist. It was later found on his phone in the Notes app. The list named specific items: duct tape, a hammer, rope, or hand restraints. He also wrote out steps: simulate a conversation with Alessandra, convince her to let him in, bring the necessary tools. These entries left no question about his intent or the level of planning involved. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment outburst, it was a premeditated act, thought out in chilling detail. His planning included physical preparation. On August 21, Padavani left Sicily, where he had been involved in soccer activities, and traveled to Senigallia, under the pretext of personal matters. From there, he made his way to Bologna, arriving on August 22. Travel routes and timestamps later confirmed this timeline. He didn't inform Alessandra of his visit. His movements were covert, pointing to a deliberate effort to catch her off guard. Once in Bologna, Padavani hid a hammer in a bush near Alessandra's home. He'd already scouted a secluded area within the residential complex. The tool was placed in a way that allowed him to retrieve it quickly when the moment came. This single act alone shows a disturbing level of foresight. Investigators also discovered that he climbed to the building's rooftop to monitor Alessandro's return. That happened just hours before the crime, one of the most alarming pieces of evidence. There was also a digital journal entry Padavani had written weeks earlier. In a note dated July 2, he wrote, "I'll end her because she ended me emotionally." He portrayed himself as a victim, accusing Alessandra of using him and making him look unstable. The message went on to justify his plan and showed full awareness of what was to come. "I know I'll end up in prison. This note will explain to the police what she did to me." The content made it painfully clear his decision had been made well in advance, and what followed was a calculated attempt to reclaim control. On the morning of August 23, 2022, Giovanni Padavani was already in Bologna. He had arrived the day before and had told no one. Alessandro had no idea he was in town. He spent the entire day in the shadows, watching her movements from a spot near her apartment complex. He waited for the exact moment she would return home. Earlier, he had secured the hidden hammer, making sure it was within reach. That evening, around 9 p.m., Alessandro approached the entrance to her building. She was on the phone with her sister at the time. Padavani, already positioned nearby, made his move. From that moment, everything unfolded rapidly. As Alessandra reached the front door, Padavani closed in within seconds. He was right beside her. Her sister, still on the line, suddenly heard a drastic change in Alessandra's voice, followed by the unmistakable sounds of a struggle. Based on the call recording and eyewitness accounts, Alessandra tried to defend herself, but the assault was abrupt and violent. Padavani retrieved the hammer and struck her. The first blow was so forceful that the metal head of the tool detached from the handle. When the hammer broke apart, Padavani didn't stop. He continued the assault, using his fists, striking Alessandro on the head and body. Then he grabbed a heavy wrought iron bench located near the entrance to the building and used it as a weapon. He delivered multiple blows with it, ending the attack with extreme aggression. According to the forensic examination, Alessandra had sustained at least 20 separate injuries, many of them fatal. The trauma affected her skull, chest, and limbs. The report also noted multiple fractures and evidence that her body had been dragged across the ground. Despite the screams and the growing commotion that drew the attention of neighbors, Padavani made no attempt to flee. He remained at the scene. When law enforcement arrived, they found him sitting calmly near the building's entrance. Officers later testified that he showed no signs of panic or agitation. When questioned, his only words were, "Good thing you came." He didn't resist arrest. His demeanor was described as composed and fully aware. Alessandra was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition, but the injuries were too severe. She passed away within minutes of arrival. The nature of the wounds, their number, and the force behind them led authorities to classify Padavani's actions as a crime committed with extraordinary cruelty. He had made no attempt to flee, hide evidence, or stage the scene to look like an accident. Everything pointed to a deliberate, premeditated act. Neighbors who witnessed the final moments said he acted quickly, decisively, and without hesitation. Some tried to intervene, but they weren't able to reach her in time. Alessandra's sister, who had been on the phone with her during the attack, immediately called emergency services. Her testimony was crucial in establishing the exact sequence of events, from start to finish. The assault lasted only a few minutes. His crime marked the end of a long escalation, beginning with psychological pressure, moving through stalking and digital surveillance, and culminating in a fatal act of physical aggression. On the day of the attack, Padavani showed no signs of emotional breakdown or loss of control. His actions were cold, methodical, and aligned with what he had previously documented in his digital journal. After his arrest, Giovanni Padavani was placed in a psychiatric facility. He showed no remorse. During the initial interview, he chose to remain silent, invoking his right to withhold testimony. Later, during the investigation, he made several unsolicited statements, attempting to shift blame onto Alessandra. He claimed he felt betrayed and emotionally devastated, and said his actions were the result of overwhelming distress. Investigators confirmed that the crime had been carefully planned in advance. However, Padavani's defense pushed for a psychiatric evaluation. The court reviewed possible mental health issues, including paranoid tendencies and obsessive behavior patterns. Ultimately, the experts concluded that he had full awareness of his actions and was capable of controlling his behavior. As a result, legal insanity was ruled out. Before sentencing, Padavani made a final statement. He said he felt as if he had been living in a nightmare. He added that if the court believed he was mentally fit, then he deserved the maximum penalty. He described himself as a broken man and tried to frame the crime as the outcome of emotional strain caused by Alessandra. The court rejected Giovanni Padavani's defense. The circumstances of the case, his level of preparation, the content of his journal entries, and his composed behavior after the attack all pointed to full awareness of his actions. His attempt to blame the victim by claiming emotional devastation was found to be unfounded. The court concluded that his actions were driven not by a mental breakdown, but by pathological jealousy and a desire to regain control. His explanations were seen as an effort to rationalize a meticulously planned crime. After the death of Alessandro Mattausi, the online space became a secondary scene of aggression. News stories about the case attracted hundreds of comments, many of which shifted blame onto the victim. Alessandro was criticized for her age, appearance, clothing style, and the age difference between her and Padavani. Some users defended the perpetrator, suggesting he had snapped because he was deceived or that he was too emotionally fragile. One comment sparked particular outrage. Donatello Alberti, regional head of the Italian branch of the Red Cross, wrote, "You could see why he was jealous just by looking at her." Under pressure from widespread criticism, he followed up with, "Women should behave more modestly like our grandmothers did." These remarks ignited a national backlash, and Alberti was removed from his position. Shortly afterward, Alessandro's family filed a collective complaint against 25 individuals responsible for the most hostile online messages. The Bologna prosecutor's office launched a rare, large-scale investigation into cyber harassment. Public discourse had evolved into a new form of aggression, this time directed at a victim who could no longer respond. On February 12, 2024, Giovanni Padavani was found guilty of stalking and committing a violent crime against Alessandra Mattausi. He was sentenced to life in prison. The court emphasized several aggravating factors: premeditation, extreme cruelty, and lack of remorse. It also took into account the pattern of stalking and psychological manipulation that preceded the act. At the same time, the court ruled on the cyber harassment case. All 25 users were held accountable. The case set a significant legal precedent for addressing posthumous digital harassment. Jealousy-induced delusion, known in psychological terms as Othello syndrome, is a pathological condition where a person becomes irrationally convinced of a partner's infidelity. Giovanni Padovani showed classic signs: extreme control, repeated accusations, invasion of personal privacy, and escalating aggression when the relationship began to unravel. Unlike ordinary jealousy, this condition involves obsessive thinking, a break from reality, and an inability to engage in critical self-reflection. In severe cases, it can lead to aggression or lethal outcomes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Giulia Tramontano, 29, disappeared in the evening of May 28, 2023 in the small Italian hamlet of Sanago. Her phone abruptly went silent while she was 7 months pregnant, and she stopped answering calls and messages from family members. Her living partner, Alessandro Impagnatiello, was the first to report her missing. He maintained that he had no idea where his partner may have gone and that the apartment was empty when he got home from work. There were too many odd aspects in this case from the start. Giulia had left behind the majority of her personal possessions, and there was no sign that she planned to vanish in the near future. Even more concerning details were discovered as investigators started to piece together her last known activities. Giulia had a significant dispute with Alessandro the night before she vanished, according to messages she wrote to her mother, Laura Donna, and a close friend. She wrote that the issue was giving her a lot of distress and that she was quite disturbed. However, the most crucial query was still unsolved. What actually transpired that fatal night, and why hadn't anyone seen Giulia since, if she had indeed left the house alone? Investigators would start sifting through a labyrinth of lies in the days that followed, eventually revealing a sobering reality. On May 2, 1994, Giulia Tramontano was born in the little town of Sant'Antimo, which is in the province of Naples. She was raised in a loving, supportive, and close-knit household. From a young age, her parents fostered independence and self-assurance while adopting contemporary perspectives. Their lives continued to be anchored by family customs, and she could always turn to her home for support and direction. Giulia thrived in the humanities while attending a nearby school. Her interest in real estate sprang from her fascination with architecture, potential investments, and the prospect of becoming a prosperous real estate agent. She sought a degree in the discipline after high school, rapidly becoming an expert in the industry because of her great communication skills and analytical attitude. She had established a strong reputation in the field by the time she was 25. However, this was insufficient for Giulia. She envisioned living in a large metropolis with lots of opportunities. Her career in her hometown had plateaued by the time she turned 26. She became aware of the restrictions of the local market while working at a real estate brokerage. She decided to relocate to Milan after hearing tales from friends, as she felt the city would provide her with a promising new chapter in her life. She made up her mind before the end of 2020. Milan represented self-reliance, new relationships, and the professional advancement she so desperately desired. The change came swiftly. After packing her things and bidding her loved ones farewell, she left for the city she hoped would become her new home. In Milan, Giulia threw herself into her work right away. The city's real estate market was competitive, fast-paced, and demanded perseverance and confidence. She rapidly adjusted, making contacts, going to networking functions, and closing sales. Although her new life was thrilling, she found herself yearning for something more: personal happiness amid her hectic schedule. She got to know Alessandro Impagnatiello during this period. They met at a bar in Milan where she was invited by her co-workers to celebrate a deal that had gone well. Alessandro was employed as a bartender at a 5-star hotel's upscale lounge. He was a year older than Giulia, gregarious, charismatic, and naturally able to connect with others. She was drawn to his charm and self-assurance. She felt as though she could unwind, temporarily forget about the demands of work, and just savor the moment with him. Their connection felt natural throughout the first several weeks. They'd talked about the future while dining at restaurants in the evenings and taking nighttime walks around the city. Although he admitted to having a son from a prior relationship, Alessandro reassured her that he was moving on from his past and was now seeking stability. Giulia thought she had at last found someone she could be with for the rest of her life. They decided to move in together just a few months after their romance blossomed. Giulia genuinely hoped that her relocation to Milan would lead to both professional and personal success. Though she didn't know what secrets Alessandro was keeping or how drastically her choice would alter her life at the moment, she was certain that he was the one she was intended to spend the rest of her days with. In 1993, Alessandro Impagnatello was born. Although he gave off an air of confidence, his life in Milan was anything from stable. He worked as a bartender at a prestigious establishment where he was frequently surrounded by celebrities, affluent customers, and prosperous businesses. This gave him the opportunity to meticulously create the image of a man used to luxury. He was adept at putting others at ease, fast to establish rapport, and a master of persuading. His genuine objectives were always concealed under his charm and laid-back demeanor. In addition to a reliable paycheck, his work at the bar gave him important social connections. He was skilled at putting himself in the best possible light, giving the impression that he was a man who aspired to be more. His co-workers perceived him as charming but a little shallow. He never really opened up, but instead kept up the image of having a light-hearted, carefree demeanor. He appeared to be living the dream to clients and acquaintances, but there was a lot more hidden beneath this meticulously maintained facade. There were no obvious warning signs when he first began dating Giulia. On the contrary, he seemed to be receptive and considerate in the beginning of their relationship. He was fully aware of how to make a good impression and knew just what to say. However, Alessandro's actual character gradually came to light. Soon after they moved in together, the first red flags emerged. Alessandro and Giulia used to joke around a lot, but over time his jokes became more scathing. He'd make remarks about her accent, implying in a less than favorable way that Southerners were different from Northerners. Knowing how much her favorite soccer team meant to her, he openly made fun of them. Giulia initially dismissed it, believing it to be harmless joking, but as time passed, it became evident that his statements were not the only ones. The frequency of their arguments increased. Little things like the way she arranged their house, her responses to his remarks, and her responses to his inquiries caused Alessandro to become agitated. She would feel as though she was at fault because he would abruptly end talks or ignore her completely. He briefly became aloof and icy during those moments before abruptly returning to his normal self, acting as though nothing had occurred. Their new normal was this emotional roller coaster. He would be loving and attentive one moment, then utterly uncaring the next. Giulia made an effort to comprehend what was going on, but she was never given any definitive answers. She was always in doubt, because Alessandro never talked about his feelings honestly. His second existence, however, was the greatest deception, the one she never anticipated. Alessandro had been living a lie for months, but Giulia thought he was spending his nights behind the bar when he went for work. He began seeing Allegra, another lady, shortly after they moved in with. Allegra and he met at work. She was establishing a career in the hospitality sector, was younger, and spoke multiple languages. Presenting himself as a single man who had broken up with Giulia years ago, Alessandro continued to live with her because of unforeseen circumstances. By convincing Allegra that Giulia was already looking for a new apartment and would be leaving shortly, he expertly kept up this illusion. Allegra and Giulia were unaware of each other's existence. He played a different part for each of them, slipping his lies so smoothly that nothing raised any red flags. With one, he discussed the future. With the other, he lived in the now, without ever thinking about the possibility that his deceit would be exposed. In the meantime, he and Giulia's relationship was becoming more strained. She had a feeling something wasn't right, but she wasn't sure what it was. The uneasiness increased with time, but Alessandro continued his deception without realizing the truth was catching up with him. Giulia began to notice physical changes by the end of 2022. She suspected something was off because of a missed cycle, strange cravings, and persistent weariness. She purchased a pregnancy test since she didn't want to wait. She realized she was expecting a child when she noticed two distinct lines appear. The news caused conflicting feelings. She had always wanted a family, on the one hand. Conversely, the past few months had been challenging with Alessandro. She knew she had to tell him face to face, though. With trepidation, Giulia broke the news at the appropriate time. She had envisioned a variety of responses, including surprise, joy, and perhaps even mild terror. Alessandro's face, however, was still unreadable. After a few seconds of silence, he asked only one question. "Are you sure?" Giulia sensed a cold detachment in his manner. He was uninterested and didn't inquire about her condition or how far along she was. It was impossible to overlook his indifference. He never mentioned it again in the days that followed. No interest in future doctor's appointments, no conversations regarding the future. Despite feeling abandoned, Giulia clung to the notion that eventually he would accept the reality and begin to offer some assistance. Even as the new year got underway, Alessandro's disposition didn't change. Giulia increasingly found herself thinking about her future alone in the nights. She continued working, attempting to divert her attention, but a sense of unease began to grow within. Of her. In the meanwhile, early in 2023, Alessandro's double existence took an unexpected turn. He found out that Allegra, his other partner, was also expecting. He was absolutely unprepared for the news. Allegra, like Giulia, was unaware that there was another woman around. She genuinely thought she was in a committed relationship with Alessandro. But unlike Giulia, Allegra wasn't sure if she wanted to carry the pregnancy to term. Alessandro realized that his well-planned lie was unraveling and persuaded Allegra that having a kid wasn't the right choice. He told her that he would support her in whatever decision she chose at that point, but he made it clear that it would be better to end the pregnancy. After much hesitation, Allegra finally consented. To ensure that this chapter was ended, Alessandro accompanied her to the medical procedure. He believed that now that Allegra's pregnancy was over, he could concentrate on handling what he perceived to be his larger issue, Giulia's choice to become pregnant. Giulia, however, was adamant on carrying her pregnancy to term. Unlike Allegra, even though he was emotionally detached, he made several attempts to get Giulia to rethink her mind. This was a deliberate and private choice for her. She was ready to raise the child alone, even though she was aware that her relationship with Alessandro was failing. She was unaware that this decision would be the pivotal moment in her life. Alessandro became aware that he was losing control of the situation when Giulia refused to end the pregnancy. His plans were derailed by her forceful determination, which compelled him to find a different solution to what he perceived to be an issue. He started conducting methodical study on poisons. By the end of 2022, he searched the internet for ways to damage people without drawing attention to himself, determining which drugs were both efficient and hard to find. Chemical compounds from home items, plant-based poisons, and even extremely hazardous substances like cyanide and ricin were all included in his studies. But the majority of the solutions he discovered were either too hard to get or left obvious body traces. He finally decided on rodenticides, which are goods made to get rid of rodents. These weren't cause for concern and were freely accessible over the counter. Additionally, he discovered data indicating that some varieties functioned slowly, resulting in anemia, weakness, and internal bleeding, symptoms that may be misinterpreted for pregnancy issues. Alessandro started implementing his strategy in early 2023. In the hopes that Giulia's health would deteriorate over time, he began incorporating trace amounts of the poison into her food and beverages. She started having strange symptoms within weeks, including nausea, dizziness, acute abdominal pain, and persistent fatigue. Giulia told her friends she was feeling ill, but they thought it was a normal aspect of being pregnant. She was unaware that something far darker was taking place. Alessandro kept a careful eye on her condition, anticipating that the symptoms would worsen. But the poison wasn't having the desired impact. He was frustrated and kept looking for methods to make it more potent, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Even though Giulia was still feeling bad, the pregnancy was growing and her body was fighting back. Alessandro became enraged. Now that his first plan had failed, he had to think of another option. Being in charge was nothing new to Alessandro. He knew exactly what to say and how to persuade each woman of his version of events, so he meticulously planned his lies. Julia thought that he was just going through a tough period and that he would eventually embrace the pregnancy. Allegra, however, was positive that his previous relationship had ended a long time ago. However, a single misstep destroyed his meticulously crafted illusion. Allegra's first warning sign was the uneasiness Alessandro displayed whenever the subject of his past was raised. He never revealed his social media, didn't talk about his past, and didn't bring up his ex. It didn't appear strange at first, but gradually contradictions began to accumulate. The actual pivotal moment occurred when she unintentionally stumbled upon recent images of him with Julia on his phone. Their intimacy and the way they gazed at one another made it obvious that their relationship was far from ended. Allegra wanted to avoid making assumptions. Rather, she began to listen more intently, making notes in her mind. He frequently left in the evenings, saying he was working late, but his hotel coworkers said he had left early. He occasionally made reasons that didn't quite make up when he didn't answer his phone later. Alessandro was unflappable when Allegra finally confronted him about the pictures. He responded immediately. He asserted that Julia was purposefully disseminating those images to mislead him with guilt because she couldn't accept their split. Allegra wanted to trust him, but there was something strange about the way he said it. His answers grew more and more implausible as she continued to probe. Alessandro suddenly modified his strategy after realizing he was losing control. Julia wasn't just refusing to move on, he said. In fact, she had lied about being pregnant in an effort to keep him around. His current goal was to persuade Allegra that there was no baby at all. But her doubts were further strengthened by his urgency. Alessandro even created a fake DNA test in an effort to further cement his deception. He presented a modified file that he had got from the internet as evidence that he was unrelated to the child. At first, Allegra believed this account of events, but she continued to have her reservations. She had the unshakable impression that she was missing something. She made the decision to find out for herself a few days later. She swiped Alessandro's phone while he was sleeping, looked up Julia's number, and messaged her. The response was practically immediate. Julia didn't sound like a lady who was obsessed with getting even. Conversely, she was also in search of answers. Allegra proposed that they meet in person the following day. Both women knew that everything will change as a result of their conversation. The hotel where Allegra worked was the location of their rendezvous. Both of them felt a mixture of stress and resolve as they had prearranged a time. Julia was shocked to learn that the man she had planned a future with had been living a double life, and Allegra was still unaware of the full scope of Alessandro's deceit. The discussion began carefully. Allegra was the first to share what she had learned. She explained to Julia that Alessandro had promised her that his previous relationship was gone. She went on to discuss the purported DNA test that was used to prove the baby wasn't his. Julia paid close attention. Allegra calmly declared that the exam was a hoax after she had done speaking. The timing of her pregnancy fit their relationship exactly, and she had never recommended any tests. The fact that she and Alessandro were still living together and that he had never given her any cause to think their relationship was finished was more significant. Allegra's perception of the scenario grew clearer by the minute. From the start, she had been tricked. Her whole understanding of their relationship changed, and she was convinced of the truth for the first time. She was disappointed and hurt, but she didn't have any grudges against Julia. Rather, the fact that they had both been duped by the same web of lies became painfully clear. They talked for more than an hour. By comparing specifics, the two women were able to piece together Alessandro's deceit. They no longer viewed one another as competitors by the end. Instead, an unanticipated sense of unity surfaced. It was then that Julia made her ultimate choice. She was finished. She had no desire to remain with a man who had deceived her and concealed a second existence. Alessandro had no place in her future, which belonged to her and her child. She didn't wait for the ideal opportunity when she got home. She went straight to Alessandro and told him that their relationship was finished and that she knew everything. He reacted just as he was supposed to. He denied everything at first, but then he became defensive and said she was prying into his private affairs. But Julia was not paying attention to his justifications. She told him strongly that she didn't want to see him any longer and that she was going to Naples. She emailed her sister and mother that night to explain her choice. They offered to assist her in any way they could and gave her their entire support. Julia told them that she would return home in a few days, but that she had some things to attend to in Milan first. She had no idea it would be her last night. Alessandro became aware that he had lost control after their talk. All he had concealed was now revealed. Julia was aware of his deceit, manipulation, and double existence. She had decided to go since she no longer listened to him, no longer believed him. He was angry at her composure. He was unable to comprehend how he had found himself in a position where his deceit had been exposed, leaving him helpless. He sensed that he was losing both his command of Julia and his meticulously constructed persona. His whole existence may fall apart if she told anyone else. Their relationship reached a breaking point that day. Alessandro made several attempts to talk, but Julia ignored them all. Without emotion, she carried on packing her belongings. He became even enraged when she remained silent. Julia didn't react when Alessandro tried to persuade her that she was mistaken, that he loved her, and that she should change her mind. He became increasingly irritated and increased his voice in an attempt to get a response, but she would not argue. He became enraged beyond control when he learned her choice was definitive. Taking a knife off the counter, he hit Julia in a blind rage. She had no time to respond. Even though the strike was quick and accurate, he was unable to halt it. Panic and fear of being seen drove him to continue, losing all self-control. 37 wounds from stabs. Standing over her body, Alessandro gazed at the truth of what he had just done. He had to dispose of the proof, now. He was unable to let things alone. He was aware that blood left traces. He realized that merely concealing the body would not enough. In an attempt to destroy the evidence, he pulled her to the restroom, poured alcohol on her, and set her on fire. However, the flames did not act as he had anticipated. The remains were not destroyed, but the fire left them burning. Panic struck. He had no strategy. After grabbing cleaning tools and rags, he began washing the blood off the walls, the floor, and the furniture. Despite his repeated efforts to scrub, the stains persisted. The apartment continued to resemble a scene of a crime. He was certain that he could find a way to avoid blame, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to completely remove any evidence of what had transpired. He had no idea that detectives would soon put all the pieces together and reveal his guilt. Alessandro's initial response was to hide his tracks after realizing what he had done and seeing Julia's body in the restroom. After his attempt to burn the evidence failed, he needed another strategy. Her disappearance was staged as the initial step. He chose to give the impression that Julia had departed of her own volition. He snatched her phone and started messaging her friends and relatives in order to do this. He had to give the impression that she had decided to go on her own, since he knew they would be concerned if she disappeared without warning. She needed some alone time. He emailed her mom. Just enough information was included in the brief and ambiguous message to prevent suspicion. He then claimed in a message to one of Julia's friends that she had departed but wasn't prepared to discuss her destination. He wanted to give himself some time so that it would appear as though she had just chosen to vanish. But it was not the end of his scheme. A few hours after the crime, he went to the police himself and reported Julia missing, since he knew that someone would eventually sound the alarm. After an altercation, he said, she left the house and never came back. His account was straightforward. She was gone when he returned from work that morning. He purposefully included facts to give his story credibility. He suggested that she might have left town on her own when he informed investigators that her money, passport, and personal things were also missing. Investigators paid close attention, but something didn't feel quite right. His manner was suspicious. He spoke with too much assurance, as though he was aware of the questions that would be posed. He seemed unnervingly calm, in contrast to Julia's friends and family, who were in a panic and desperate search for solutions. Alessandro concentrated on concealing the evidence while the cops conducted a search. He realized he couldn't keep her remains in the bathroom for very long, so he initially left them there. He covered them with plastic wrap and transported them to the garage during the night. He moved the remains several times over the course of the following few days. He put them back in the garage after first hiding them in their building's basement. He was attempting to find a permanent solution to get rid of them, but the longer he put it off, the more he made blunders. Investigators started examining his claims closely, speaking with neighbors and searching for contradictions. Even though he thought he was still in charge, he was already being pursued by the police. The police followed the usual procedures for a disappearance case when Alessandro reported Giulia missing, but the first significant evidence was found in his car by forensic experts, who found blood traces. Even though he tried to sanitize it, police were able to find biological evidence thanks to current forensic technology. Giulia was the owner of the blood, according to a quick analysis. The second piece of evidence was discovered in their apartment building's communal rooms. There were light reddish stains in the hallway and on the stairs that, at first glance, appeared to be dust or liquid spills. Chemical analysis, however, showed that these were remnants of blood that had been partially cleansed. Alessandro's peculiar behavior was also observed by investigators. He showed no real worry, unlike most people whose loved ones go missing. Furthermore, he didn't actively contribute to the dissemination of information regarding Giulia's disappearance or contact her family to seek for assistance in finding her. He did nothing more than follow the official procedures for reporting someone missing, which increased suspicion. Detectives' examination of his electronic gadgets was a significant turning point in the investigation. They confiscated his iPad, computer, and phone. They discovered something startling. They first discovered search records from months before to the crime. He had read papers about how to injure someone covertly, studied the effects of various toxins, and looked for information about poisons. Even why some harmful drugs would not function as intended was questioned in some searches. He had presented Allegra with a fake DNA test, which was another crucial piece of evidence. A forensic analysis verified that the file had been downloaded from a website that let users to update medical records, and that the document had been edited. Alessandro's version of events was unraveling as the evidence grew stronger. As they pointed out irregularities one by one, investigators increased their pressure. He initially insisted he didn't know anything and stuck to his tale. However, as the police questioned him, they revealed more information that he was unable to avoid. They confronted him about his own search history, showed him pictures of the bloodstains, and called in witnesses who claimed to have heard shouting and loud noises coming from their flat. Authorities' analysis of Alessandro's movements in the days after Giulia vanished marked a significant investigative breakthrough. According to surveillance footage, he made several trips to the garage in the days following her disappearance, moving suitcases inside before leaving without anything. As the evidence grew, Alessandro's account started to fall apart. After a while, he broke down and showed where he had concealed her remains. Police found Giulia's body in an overgrown area close to Sanago on June 1, 2023. The remains had been attempted to be burned, but the procedure had been stopped, according to forensic analysis. Experts were able to identify the cause of death and obtain solid proof that connected him to the crime, in spite of his attempts to hide his identity. Italy was rocked by the news of Giulia Tramontano's terrible fate. Her story served as yet another heartbreaking reminder of the perils posed by people who appear as loving partners in a nation where cases of gender-based crimes have long been a major worry. Nationwide protests broke out after Alessandro Impagnatella was arrested. Women protested in the streets, carrying posters calling for harsher punishments for offenses involving domestic violence. Calls for structural changes to better safeguard persons in danger were heard at memorial marches in Milan, Naples, Rome, and other cities. Carla Tramontano, Giulia's sister, spoke out at one of the protests, calling on lawmakers to address the startling number of instances in which people are not held accountable until it is too late. In the meantime, police and forensic specialists sought to comprehend the offender's psychological makeup. Following a psychological evaluation, Alessandro's behavior was found to be problematic. According to the findings of court-appointed psychologists, he had strong narcissistic tendencies. He displayed no regret for what he had done, and his conduct during the court procedures and interrogation revealed a profound lack of empathy and egocentrism. He ignored the feelings and experiences of others, seeing them only through the prism of his own self-interest. His only motivation was to keep control over people around him and preserve his own reputation. Any power outage set off a quick and hazardous reaction. Alessandro made every effort to seem sorry during the trial, but neither the public nor Giulia's family were persuaded by his statements. He insisted that it was an act of impetuous wrath that he hadn't fully understood he was committing, saying he didn't understand how he could have done something so horrible. Prosecutors, however, produced a wealth of evidence, including his fake police report, attempted poisoning, fabricated DNA tests, and internet searches on poisons. The premeditation of the crime was demonstrated by each of these factors. Allegra collaborated with the authorities once Alessandro was apprehended and made public. She gave him her texts, which demonstrated that he had lied to Giulia and to her. She also testified about his persistent attempts to control her and the phony DNA test. Allegra was one of the witnesses at the trial. She was contacted by prosecutors to verify important information, including how Alessandro concealed his secret life, how he had misled about Giulia's pregnancy, and the justifications he used as the truth started to come to light. Allegra appeared extremely upset, according to people in the courtroom. She understood that the truth might have been revealed too late if she hadn't unintentionally discovered those pictures on his phone. She talked about her remorse toward Giulia during her testimony, despite the fact that she knew she had also fallen prey to his deceit. Allegra tried to disassociate herself from the catastrophe after the trial by avoiding the spotlight and refusing to talk to reporters. She reportedly left Milan and relocated to a different place in an attempt to start over, away from the memories associated with this case. Alessandro was convicted of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances by the court. These included the crime's brutality, the victim's ongoing emotional abuse, and his willful attempts to obliterate evidence. He received a life sentence in prison. It was stressed in the judge's closing remarks that such offenses could not be justified as the result of uncontrollable outbursts or brief emotional discomfort. Over the course of several months, Alessandro's actions showed a clear and intentional aim to get rid of Giulia. Her situation turned into a heartbreaking reminder of the risks associated with people who treat their partners like property. However, Giulia's tale was not ignored. It provoked indignation and joined a larger campaign to save those who were still alive. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. What if you never answered the first knock on your door in the new year? A family celebrated January 1st in a peaceful neighborhood surrounded by trees with all the joy and warmth you could anticipate. Plans for the upcoming year, holiday leftovers, and a home filled with love. However, that house would be the scene of unimaginable horror a few hours into the new year. Neighbors saw the fire first, sirens cutting through the window silence as dense smoke poured from the windows. Even the most experienced detectives are silenced by the scene that firefighters discovered inside. It was not only startling, but pure wickedness. This was deliberate. It wasn't impulsive or haphazard. And there was no swift conclusion to whatever transpired behind that front door. What, then, could motivate someone to ruthlessly destroy a whole family, including the children? And on New Year's Day, what darkness entered through the door? In Richmond, Virginia, the first few hours of 2006 were passing in silence. There was still the quiet serenity of the holidays in neighborhoods like Woodland Heights, the kind of quiet that envelops homes where families sleep, still enjoying the festivities from the night before. However, the horror that would shake a whole city came to light as the afternoon wore on and smoke billowed from one of the houses on West 31st Street. Expecting a regular call, a kitchen fire, perhaps a tree on fire, firefighters hurried to the scene. What they entered instead was something even more evil and vicious. Although the fire was intentionally started, the real tragedy wasn't the fire itself. 4 bodies were found in the basement of the flaming house, under the soot and smoke. Electrical wires and tape were used to firmly bind their limbs, the adhesive still sticking to their blistering skin. They had all been bludgeoned, hit with terrible force by what turned out to be a claw hammer, and in what could only be called an execution, each of their throats had been sliced. It was a long and eerie scene of unbelievable brutality. Instead of just being killed, a family had been sought down, held captive, tortured, and killed inside their own house. The fact that the victims were placed closely together in the basement raises the possibility that they had been detained for a while before the last blows were struck. In addition to causing fear, the criminals had remained to observe it happen. They then set the house on fire as a last act of sacrilege, not out of panic, but with the cold, calculated intention of erasing all evidence of what had transpired there. In Richmond, the victims, Catherine, Brian, Stella, and Ruby Harvey, were recognized as parents, neighbors, artists, and entrepreneurs rather than as famous people. The mother, Catherine, was a creative and energetic woman who co-founded a well-known toy business that was more than simply a store. It was a community hub where kids were valued. In recent years, her husband, Brian, who was once a prominent member of the college rock scene, had settled into a more subdued life, choosing the calm rhythm of parenting over the cacophony of the stage. Soft-spoken and considerate, he was adored by friends for his musical soul and introspective nature. Their daughters were only starting to establish themselves in the world. At just 9 years old, the older one, Stella Ann, possessed the early knowledge and inquisitiveness of a youngster who reads well above her age. Ruby, the youngest, was 4 years old and brimming with happiness. According to her neighbors, her grin could brighten any day. Anyone who knew them, or even just heard of them, felt a deep, deep rift when they saw their lives end in this manner. Once a place of laughing, music, and toys, the mansion has been turned into a graveyard of ash and stillness. Confusion replaced grief as word of the murder spread, and dread quickly followed. There were no enemies, no known dangers, and no indications of forced entrance. There was no explanation for why this one home had been subjected to such unspeakable violence. But detectives sensed it in the back of their minds. This violent conduct wasn't impulsive, it was a show. It was in control. The atrocities that were taking place were just getting started with this probe. They didn't enter screaming or in disarray. They arrived with tape, in silence, and with calculated actions that made it clear this was more than a simple heist. It was a control performance. First to move, gray-bound Catherine, Brian, and tiny Ruby firmly with packing tape and dragged them into the basement. He didn't move hurriedly or show any signs of being time-conscious. Dandridge, in the meantime, turned a house into a hunting ground by scavenging the upstairs like a scavenger and searching for objects to steal from the cozy space. The front door then opened. Unaware that her home's walls had already turned into a prison upstairs, Stella had returned from a sleepover. Her daughter was brought down during the brief period of her mother's freedom. Kirsten Perkinson would never forget the picture of Catherine standing in the doorway of her daughter's friend's home, looking calm, pale, and silent. Not a single word revealed what was waiting behind her. Even if there had been something strange, something drained in her expression. Soon after, they were all bound together and encircled by two ferocious creatures in the basement. Their last minutes started to fall into the hands of monsters, after the appearance of safety was destroyed. It wasn't a frenzy that followed, it was accurate. One by one, Gray took his time. With the packing tape still plastered against their flesh, he drew the blade across their throats. It wasn't over, though. He lifted a claw hammer and repeatedly pounded each of them after their bodies sagged into silence, transforming a cold execution into something much more hideous and intrusive. Later, the medical examiner would attempt to turn that disorder into a clinical situation. Blunt force trauma killed Brian and Catherine. Smoke and crushing blows, Stella. Ruby was 4 years old when she was stabbed in the back, with one wound going all the way to her lung. However, the events that transpired in that basement cannot be explained by statistics or causes alone. They didn't stop there, even at the finish. A tiny art easel, possibly used by one of the females for painting, was pushed over by Gray and Dandridge, who then drenched it with alcohol and set it on fire as a last flourish. It was trivial, It had a theatrical quality. It was intended to eliminate the space's identity as well as the evidence. It might have appeared to be the scene of a terrible catastrophe as the flames spread down the basement and curled around what was left, but this was not an accident. The fire was not overlooked. The call that would end it all was made by Johnny Hott, the drummer for House of Freaks and a close friend of Brian's. When a fire department arrived to put out the fire, they discovered something that would start a storm that was considerably more destructive than fire. As if 4 lives didn't matter at all, the guys who had left that house hours earlier were already going on, serene, unhurried, and unaffected by the hellfire they had left behind. But you might ask, who were Gray and Dandridge? Darkness was nothing new to the 2 guys, Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray. These 2, who were born in 1977, were connected not only by blood but also by a history of criminal activity and violence. Before long, their convoluted paths would converge in unimaginable catastrophes. Ricky Gray had a past, one that was documented in his failed relationships and criminal records. Known for his explosive temper and ability to make life miserable for everybody who came into contact with him, he had spent years in and out of prison. The life of a violent ex-con was nothing new to him, and things rapidly got out of hand when he met his 3rd wife, Treva Terrell. Their relationship was far from tranquil. The neighbors frequently overheard them fighting and yelling at each other. As of November 2005, Treva was fed up. However, she was later discovered dead in Washington, Pennsylvania, her corpse ruthlessly battered and buried in a shallow grave. The worst part is that her death was initially dismissed by the authorities as a drug overdose. The claw marks on Ricky's forearm that day were evidence of a struggle, possibly even a struggle for her life. However, the cops failed to make the connection. The murderer was right in front of them, yet they failed to notice him. Enter Ricky's nephew, Ray Dandridge, who was recently released from jail after serving over 10 years for armed robbery. Following his release in October 2005, he moved in with Ricky and Treva. Ray had already started to reveal his true nature by the time Treva's body was discovered. He also had a family history of violence. When no one was looking, what did the 2 of them do after Treva's body was buried? They went on. In an attempt to keep quiet, Ricky and Ray packed up and left for Arlington, Virginia by Christmas. However, the violence continued. Actually, things just grew worse. They made the decision to attack Ryan Carey on New Year's Eve, only a few days after they had moved to Virginia. Ryan was left to perish in front of his own house after being stabbed and assaulted. Later, he awoke in a medical facility. As he healed, he would tell the authorities exactly who had broken his body and rendered his right arm useless: Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray. However, it wasn't even that bad. No, January 1, 2006 was when the really nightmare started. At that point, they arrived in Richmond to pick up the Harvey family. Up until 2 strangers broke into their house, Catherine, Brian, Stella, and Ruby Harvey were just going about their lives. Or at least, they were. They were broke, as Gray would later acknowledge. That was the plan's main motivation. The Harvey house had not even been their first choice. They simply took a chance after noticing the front entrance was open. They took the family prisoner once they were inside. Catherine was made to pretend that everything was great by Gray and Dandridge when the family's guests showed up for a planned playdate. They warned her that her family would perish if she made a mistake. In an effort to keep her husband and children safe, she remained composed and cooperated. After the friends departed, chaos ensued. Dandridge and Gray, however, weren't finished. In an attempt to conceal their actions and destroy the evidence, the Harvey family set fire to the house. After they were presumed dead, it was unsuccessful. They turned on Ashley Baskerville, their accomplice, a few days later. She and her parents were the subsequent victims of this heinous murderous rampage. The 2 males were quickly taken into custody as the authorities began to piece together the violent trail that had been left behind. On January 3, 2006, a routine robbery in Chesterfield County, Virginia, or so it seemed, was the beginning of it all. The most recent victims of a well-planned, heartless crime were a couple who lived on Hollywood Drive. Claimingly disoriented and seeking directions, the 3 criminals, 2 men and a woman, knocked on the couple's home. At first glance, it appeared innocuous enough, but it wasn't. The couple was caught off guard as the burglars forced their way inside as soon as the door opened. They stole a computer, a television, and $800.00 in cash as they raided the house. However, the robbers paused when the husband tried to deter them by bringing up his wife's condition and his obligation to take care of her. It was sufficient to convince them not to tie the pair up, but the harm had already been done. They had been singled out. The burglars grabbed their belongings after breaking into their house. The pieces of the puzzle started to fit together shortly after this crime. The phone at the Chesterfield police station rang on January 6, 2006. Ashley Baskerville, 21, was a friend of her daughter, and her peculiar connections to two men, Ricky Gray and Ray Dandridge, who had both visited at Ashley's house as house guests and were now suspected of being implicated in the Harvey family killings, disturbed a worried resident. Investigators followed the tip right to Ashley's door, and soon cops were swarming the East Broad Rock Road home where she resided with her stepfather, Percy L. Tucker, and mother, Mary Baskerville Tucker. The police discovered a nightmare within. As a direct result of the violence that had occurred there, the house lay in ruins. Mary, Ellen, and Percy had all suffered vicious neck slashes. In a moment, their lives were gone. What they had done to Ashley was the true horror. She wasn't simply deceased. They had suffocated her. To prevent her and her relatives from screaming or running away, a plastic bag had been put around her head and securely fastened with duct tape. As a sadistic show of authority, all three captives had been gagged and shackled. They had been brutally silenced, and their bodies were abandoned in their own house. The cops were able to make the connection quickly. A computer and a television that were discovered in the Baskerville Tucker residence matched the pilfered goods from the Chesterfield home invasion, connecting the two incidents. However, the ring, the one Ashley was wearing, was the one thing that gave them complete certainty. It was the wedding ring of Catherine Harvey. Dandridge and Gray had gone on a rampage, their bloodlust unquenchable. This was more than simply a botched heist. It was the continuation of a rampage that had already caused a great deal of damage and was only getting started. From one victim to another, Gray and Dandridge's rage had intensified. Their violence is growing more vicious and callous. They started a series of events that would ultimately result in their capture and the realization of their whole depravity as they focused on Ashley and her family. Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray were apprehended on the morning of January 7, 2006. They were staying at Dandridge's father's house in Philadelphia when the cops discovered them. Dandridge lost all self-control an hour after their arrest. He admitted to killing Ashley Baskerville and Mary and Percy L. Tucker. However, that was only the start. Gray, who had been quietly boiling in his cell, requested to talk to a detective 12 hours later. It was chilling what came next. Gray handed out a 3-page confession in great detail. He didn't mince words. He revealed in his confession how he had mercilessly murdered the Harvey family by using a claw hammer and a kitchen knife. Instead of attempting to defend his behavior, he stated, "I don't believe sorry is strong enough. None of this was necessary." However, he continued even after confessing to the Harvey murders. He continued by acknowledging that he had participated in the Tucker Baskerville killings and that he had battered his wife Treva to death, while Dandridge restrained her. Gray even admitted to attacking Ryan Carey in a vicious manner. Everything spilled out as the floodgates had opened. The cops put together more and more of the story as the investigation went on. Ashley Baskerville's involvement was confirmed by January 8, 2006. Not only was she a victim, who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, she had taken an active part in the killings and robbery. It was evident from the evidence that she had contributed, including witness statements and objects discovered throughout the investigation. Ashley served as the lookout when Gray and Dandridge broke into the Harvey residence to rob them. One day, the monsters threw out Ashley, a discarded toy, at random. Ashley feigned victimization, according to Gray and Dandridge's confessions. As part of the scheme to loot her parents, she had consented to being bound. However, Gray decided he was done with her when things went wrong. He killed her as well because he no longer needed her, then took her parents' car to flee. It was all a perverse sequence of deception, coercion, and heinous violence. The confessions from Gray and Dandridge showed how profoundly they were implicated in the deaths of so many people, and what began as a robbery turned into something far deeper. The neighborhood would be rocked by their arrests, leaving a path of broken lives and unsolved questions in its wake. Like the atrocities they committed, Ricky Gray and Ray Dandridge's judicial processes were dramatic and terrifying. The murders weighed heavily on both men when they were tried in Virginia's City of Richmond Circuit Court. Legally, things began to take shape on February 9, 2006. Due to his involvement in the horrifying killings of the Harvey family, Ricky Gray was charged with 5 counts of capital murder. These accusations included killing twice in 3 years, killing several people in one act, killing during a heist, and killing 2 children under the age of 14. Dandridge was accused of 3 counts of capital murder in connection with the Baskerville Tucker family's killings. However, his involvement in the Harvey killings would later be covered by one of those accusations as well. Dandridge first entered a not guilty plea, but as the trial progressed and the evidence against him became more compelling, he drastically changed his mind. He agreed to a compromise that would keep him in prison for the rest of his life without the chance of parole when he changed his plea to guilty for all 3 murders just before the closing arguments. He did this to escape being executed, yet it was obvious that he was guilty. However, Gray remained steadfast in his not guilty plea. In an attempt to gain some leniency, his defense team claimed that he had been sexually and physically abused as a child, and that he was under the influence of PCP when the killings occurred. However, the jury remained unconvinced. They convicted him guilty of all 5 capital murder charges following a 4-day trial and only 30 minutes of deliberation. The jury suggested life in prison for the other 3 offenses and the death punishment for the murders of Stella and Ruby Harvey, the Harvey children. Gray's death sentence was formally imposed on October 23, 2006. However, the court cases continued. Ricky Gray was also charged in December 2006 with the murder of Cheryl Warner, 37, a mother of 3 whose body was discovered in a burning house in Culpeper County. Gray would have to deal with yet another horrifying act. She had been shot and hanged in the basement. However, due to conflicting evidence, this charge was ultimately withdrawn in 2008. Gray's case continued to drag on even after he was sentenced. His execution was repeatedly postponed between 2011 and 2015 as a result of appeals in both state and federal courts. One of his appeals was denied by the 4th Circuit Court in November 2015. Additionally, Gray's execution was scheduled for March 16, 2016, in January, 1 year later. The delays, however, continued. His attorneys appealed to the U.S. once more. Later that year, the Supreme Court decided not to consider his case. After all appeals had been exhausted, Governor Terry McAuliffe finally rejected Gray's request for mercy in 2016. He was set to be executed on January 18, 2017. Additionally, around 10 p.m., Ricky Gray was put to death at the Greensville Correctional Center that evening via lethal injection. Ray Dandridge is currently incarcerated at Sussex 2 State Prison, where he is serving a life sentence. The trial wasn't the end of his story. He is still in prison, and the consequences of his crimes continue to haunt him. The trial and its aftermath demonstrated the depth of the evil that existed between these 2 men, Dandridge, who would spend his days in jail, and Gray, who would ultimately receive the death penalty. Both men left behind a path of destruction that continues to reverberate across the Richmond neighborhood. However, one question remains unanswered by those left to pick up the pieces when the dust settled. Was this really the end of their murderous rampage? Or was there still more out there just waiting to be discovered? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story is an excellent illustration of how life can occasionally be more terrifying than a horror film. Imagine an ideal marriage and an opulent mansion. She is a charming and self-assured woman. He is a successful businessman, and they lead a glamorous life filled with luxury and style. The twist is that there are sinister truths that will chill you to your core beneath that gleaming exterior. I want to tell you about Mike and Susan Reichel, who were viewed by everyone as the model couple, but who were unaware of the sinister secrets that were kept inside their house. Nobody could have predicted that all would end in tragedy. An emergency services call, and skin-chilling accusations on a chilly February night. Do you know what they say? This story demonstrates the adage, the devil is in the details, as the small details, text messages, casual remarks, and scarlet droplets on the floor, combine to create an image that is impossible to ignore. Wealthy. In order to provide the impression of a perfect married life, Mike Reichel and his wife Susan were frequently spotted out together, dining at upscale restaurants and taking vacations at opulent resorts. With a sparkling pool, a well-kept lawn, and sleek contemporary interiors, their mansion in the affluent Naplesville, Florida neighborhood gleamed as brilliantly as their romantic union. Everything Mike touched seemed to turn to gold, and Susan, his prize, was no different. However, there were profound fissures behind those walls that were impossible for even the most talented designer to hide. Although Mike was well known in some circles due to his commercial success, nothing was known about his personal life. His past, which dated back to his early years at the University of Florida, where he first fell in love with Dee Dee Hoffman, was rarely discussed. He was already making big plans and moving up the professional ladder at the age of 19, and their young passion developed into a marriage that lasted for 25 years. Dee Dee described him as a trustworthy and gentle man who never raised his voice or even his fist. However, a successful career came at a price. Mike turned into a workaholic who abandoned his family to spend months abroad on business travels. Their discreet divorce in 2005 was ultimately the result of this. Although Dee Dee moved on, the memories of the past persisted. Mike met Susan, a young nurse he found on an internet dating service, and she took over. From the first messages, he was drawn to the 38-year-old woman. He invited her into his universe without hesitation because of her fascinating energy, charm, and love for life. The space that had once belonged to Dee Dee was soon occupied by Susan. Once replete with memories of Mike's first family, the estate became the site of a new union when they were married in August 2007. However, the tranquility of this new life was upended on February 3, 2018. Just before daybreak, the quiet was broken by a call to emergency services, and Mike's tremulous voice announced a break-in. He and his wife had been attacked by an unidentified assailant wearing a mask and carrying a knife. Despite their fast arrival, police and paramedics were astonished by what they discovered. The mansion's enormous windows reflected the siren's flashing lights, creating ominous shadows on the glass, and the yard remained eerily silent, as though it was witnessing everything. On the surface, everything seemed ideal, but those who knew them well saw that their marriage was not as easy as it seemed. Susan had a strong hand in running their home, affecting many facets of Mike's life, and she wasn't afraid to assert her dominance. She used to work at a hospice, where she provided care for patients with life-threatening conditions, but she quit to concentrate on her new social standing and household duties after getting married. Mike bought a dental clinic to be nearer to Susan and stopped traveling for work, but every year that went by increased the stress in their home. A very different reality existed behind the facade of success and luxury. As the police officers moved through the mansion's hallways taking note of details that had previously gone unnoticed, a troubling picture started to take shape. Mike would tell his friends that he had found in Susan someone with whom he could start a new life, but his hesitant attempts to deepen their bond were frequently met with a cold, distant attitude. These details suggested that things had been hidden within these walls, things Mike had never openly discussed. Everyone was anticipating responses. What had led the man with the mask to this house? Who was he? And, above all, what was lurking beneath the surface of a happy and successful marriage? However, before delving further into those horrifying incidents, let's pause and examine this couple's history. The main reason for their increasing stress by 2015 was that Mike and Susan's relationship was no longer as ideal as it appeared to the outer world. Was the complex relationship between Mike and Susan related to his daughters, particularly Caroline, his oldest? Susan's distaste for Caroline was not concealed, and occasionally she would text Mike about his daughter in a sour mood. She thought Mike was spending too much time and energy on Caroline. Caroline, on the other hand, was not fond of her father's new wife and accused her of attempting to remove her from Mike's life. According to Caroline, Susan frequently drank a little too much. She frequently drank 5 or 6 glasses of wine or martinis in a single evening, but even after having too many, she was able to maintain her poise and carry on a discussion. The family was at a breaking point in terms of tension by the fall of 2017. When Caroline began organizing her wedding, things became more heated. Mike set aside $100,000 0 cents for the event because he wanted her special day to be flawless. Although it was a significant sum, Susan grudgingly consented to allow him to pay for it. Susan became enraged when the wedding's expenses continued to rise, and, by the time everything was finalized, the budget had risen to almost $250 0 cents. 3 weeks following the November 2017 wedding, Susan was still furious when she learned how much Mike had spent on the party, despite efforts to find common ground, particularly throughout the wedding planning. Mike confided in Caroline that he had been physically attacked by Susan multiple times. Since his daughter had seen a faint white scar on his cheek on the day of the wedding, she instantly believed him. After one of the instances, Mike even showed her pictures of his injuries. Susan had been arrested after allegedly attacking him with a knife. Was this, however, the sole instance? What was actually happening in that house behind closed doors? Susan became enraged upon learning the actual expense of Caroline's wedding. She became enraged, tossed a phone at Mike, and started hitting him. Everyone who believed they know this couple was shocked by the incident. Unexpectedly, Susan was the one who contacted the police after assaulting her husband. She had always attempted to keep control of the situation, so this decision seemed odd. It's possible that she wanted to give her version of events first in order to avoid being charged, but things didn't work out that way. A smashed phone on the floor, overturned furniture, and a heated environment between the couple were among the obvious evidence of a recent argument that the police found when they arrived at the Rochelle residence. Officers spoke with Susan and Mike for a short while. Mike was clearly upset, and Susan was distraught, recounting the events in a fragmented manner. The officers concluded that Susan needed to leave the house for a bit in order to collect herself and think about what she had done. She merely verbally agreed. Presuming the problem had momentarily fixed, the police departed. 30 minutes had gone by, but Susan was still inside the house, urging Mike to stay with her and hash out their differences. The quaint restaurant's soothing candlelight and the sound of the running water gave the impression that it was a quiet evening. But Mike and Susan Rochelle's table was anything but. Things had seemed odd that morning. Instead of a welcoming grin, Susan's face had a stern expression, and their talk soon turned to familiar, tense issues. Mike had thought that this dinner would be the beginning of a truce, a chance to go back to the days when everything between them was simple. She used to be the one who brightened his life, but now she was the primary cause of his tension and worry. Frustration and miscommunication simmered between them like water in a pot that was about to boil. Let me now give you a detailed account of what happened that day. The evening ended almost as suddenly as it had started. Mike got up, threw some money on the table, and walked away. Susan sat there looking at nothing, as though she was trying to take in everything that had been said. Mike's eldest daughter from his first marriage, Caroline, had been the subject of another argument between them. Susan would never be able to forgive him for spending $250,000 0 cents on Caroline's wedding because, in her opinion, it was both lavish and a betrayal. He grew further estranged from Caroline the more he invested in her. Their marriage was gradually being destroyed by her constant battle for power and the sense that she was the most significant person in his life. Susan was lost in contemplation as Mike departed the restaurant. Although she had no idea what to do next, she was certain that she wasn't going to lose control of the situation. After a few minutes, she got up, picked up her phone, and texted him, "Good luck with your daughter. I'm going to file for divorce." It was a declaration of her goals rather than a threat. She sent another SMS after learning that their talk was far from over. "You have significant problems with your daughter. I will not put up with this conduct." Susan called a cab and went home as soon as she made up her mind. There was silence in the house. Long shadows were thrown across the corridors by the lovely moonlight that spilled in through the enormous windows. Unaware that this evening would offer a test she would never forget, Susan walked into the guest room. Mike emerged in the doorway as the door abruptly opened, as the clock struck midnight. His eyes were filled with a wildness that made Susan uncomfortable. They got into a heated argument once more, which soon turned into a full-fledged altercation, but this time it went beyond than it had before. They were soon fighting against one another after Mike's rage got the better of them. Susan experienced a searing pain in her stomach. She was horrified to see that Mike was brandishing a knife, and she made a valiant attempt to free herself. It all happened so quickly. She had no time to comprehend how a furious dispute had devolved into a nightmare. He hit her again in a matter of seconds, and blood began to slowly run down her arm. This was no coincidence. This was deliberate. Mike was surprised by one thing, though. She had no intention of giving up. He attempted to hold her back, but was hesitant due to Susan's will to live. She understood that she might not see the morning if she couldn't persuade him to stop. "All right, I'm not going to get a divorce. I will not abandon you." In a desperate attempt to get him to stop, she whispered through the agony. Something shifted in Mike's eyes as he froze, perhaps realizing what he had done. He started to put the knife away in a panic, gathered his belongings, and hastily made up a new story. It was an unknown individual. We'll pretend it was a person wearing a mask and all will be well. You understand what I'm asking you to say? Susan acknowledged that she had nothing left to lose, but she gave her version of events as soon as she was taken to the hospital and felt secure. The following few hours passed quickly, filled with heated conversations in the hospital hallways, police calls, and urgent announcements over the intercom. Susan told investigators, physicians, and anybody else who would listen. Mike, meantime, insisted that they had been the victims of a late-night invader in an attempt to persuade everyone of his story. In an attempt to remove any evidence of what had actually transpired behind their home's walls, he even erased the security camera recordings. Officers were shocked to see no evidence of a break-in when they returned to the Rochelle property. The windows were still in place. There was no damage to the locks. They quickly came to the conclusion that Mike's story was not credible. However, he had a contingency plan and promptly implemented it. He made a thorough effort to convince the police that possibly someone had entered while they were asleep because the doors had been left unsecured. His portrayal was so compelling that it briefly appeared possible that this might have been an isolated incident. Then the pieces began to fit together once the investigators got footage from the restaurant security cameras. They witnessed Mike and Susan leaving apart without exchanging words, then coming inside and going to separate rooms. These scenes obviously had nothing to do with a fictitious invader at night. Suspicions started to arise since everything seemed strange and unbelievable. Investigators realized that this was only the beginning as they attempted to fit everything together. No one could have predicted the complexity and depth of the story Mike had attempted to present as an attack. Mike persisted in promoting his version of events, but his story was beginning to fall apart. The house's shadows, which seemed serene on video, were concealing things that nobody anticipated discovering, and they served as the backdrop for a new, far more terrifying turn in this story. Mike Royce called his daughter's cell as soon as he was taken into custody. He spoke in a trembling but resolute voice, as though he could eliminate any uncertainty with pure willpower. "I didn't do anything, Caroline." He said it again. "He insisted that you phone my attorney. Get me out of here, please." He was aware that he had little chance of escaping without her help. His daughter Caroline was more than that. She was his unwavering ally and the only one who could protect his reputation both in the public and in court. However, Mike was known in some circles as a successful and calm businessman, and everything that had transpired in the past few weeks didn't fit that image. The shock of hearing of his incarceration was evident, and it affected not just his family but also his friends, co-workers, his ex-wife Dee, and everybody else who had ever met Mike. After 25 years of marriage, Dee appeared to be inconsolable. Mike was a nice, soft guy. It's unbelievable that he could achieve this. Even at times of crisis, friends said he was steady, calm, and logical. However, an almost unthinkable thing had happened to this model of stability and success. However, the prosecutor's viewpoint differed from theirs. He was accustomed to having total control over his life, according to the story. Mike couldn't bear the thought of a divorce and losing the things he had fought so hard to build up over the years, and life abruptly lost its control. He was struck hard by this blow, which caused him to act recklessly. The prosecution's account was simple. Mike was motivated to try to find a permanent solution because he was afraid that Susan would take half of his fortune after the divorce. It was now up to his lawyers to demonstrate that Mike had nothing to do with the attack, that the intruder's narrative was true, and that Susan's injuries were caused by a terrible accident rather than deliberate action. Mike initially gave a public account of what happened at the initial court hearing in mid-February. His story sounded earnest but unpersuasive. He acknowledged that he and Susan had in fact argued at the restaurant on the evening of February 2, and that they had both gone home separately, going to their own rooms. After his rage subsided on this cold evening, Mike made the decision to try to talk to someone and make amends in the guest room. He wanted to make amends, but upon entering, he saw something unsettling. Susan had a knife in her hands and was kneeling by the bed. She appeared desperate, he said, and he thought she might hurt herself. According to Mike, he attempted to get Susan to put down the knife, but she resisted. A struggle broke out, one that was more desperate and awkward than aggressive, like two people caught up in their own feelings. At one point, Mike said he felt the cool blade brush against her stomach. The knife slipped out of her grasp and cut him as well. Blood was slowly seeping through Susan's clothing, and she was breathing deeply. He said he was merely attempting to stop her and that it was an accident. One significant contradiction, however, occurred that same evening when the couple allegedly chose to fabricate a narrative about an intruder to hide the occurrence. According to Mike, they sat on the bed discussing the future while attempting to block out their wounds. We were talking about life, vacations, and our travel plans. Our talk was among the greatest we'd had in a long time. He smiled almost nostalgically as he remembered. However, who could be gravely injured and speak of a bright future? It sounded ridiculous to the people listening. New information was slowly coming to light during the trial and investigation. Bloodstains were noted in the police report on the bed, the walls, the floor, and even the bathroom mirror. Another concerning element, however, was that the room smelled stifling and humid, and the bed was not only blood-stained, but also contained signs of vomit and feces. Their version of events offered no explanations, and Mike was unable to explain how this occurred. The idea that the situation was more darker than anyone could have envisioned in court was strengthened by all of this. Another odd incident involving their dog jumping on the bed was also described by Mike. Susan was able to slit her wrists with the knife once he became distracted. She was sobbing and muttering that she was afraid of going to jail, and that she was unsure of how to deal with it. Mike claims that he recognized he had to take action because he knew the cops would discover the surveillance tape. To avoid being accused, he said, he turned off all the cameras. He then made the decision to phone emergency services a few minutes later, fabricating a tale about an intruder who had entered at night, but a lie-based narrative started to fall apart due to its own contradictions. It became evident that no one had broken into the residence when investigators searched the area and looked over the security tape. There was tension between Mike and Susan, as evidenced by the fragmentary clips of the recordings that Mike had painstakingly erased, but not all of them. The medical professionals verified long before that evening that Susan's injuries were intentional and not the result of an accident. The signs of struggle that Mike attempted to conceal indicated a different story than the exact, non-random knife cuts. He maintained that he was merely attempting to keep her safe, but as the court proceedings progressed, the evidence presented a more ominous and gloomy picture. The tale of a masked invader seemed to be a front for something far more sinister, and Mike didn't seem ready for that front to begin to fall apart. The atmosphere in the courtroom was electric, the questioning aggressive, and it seemed as though a spark could explode at any time and alter the entire case's trajectory. Mike's attorneys tried to use the picture of a guy trapped in a terrible relationship as the foundation for their case. According to their perspective, Susan was a tormentor who threatened his safety and tranquility in addition to being a wife. They firmly pointed to the threatening and accusing messages that were discovered on Mike's phone from Susan, and they reminded the court of her previous arrest for aggressive behavior, citing it as proof of her propensity for animosity. Their most effective tactic, however, was to bring up Mike's posts on internet forums where he asked other guys who had gone through home difficulties for help, characterizing his life as a constant struggle to find understanding and empathy. Desperation, complaints over persistent adultery claims despite no proof, and Susan's insistence that he break off contact with his daughter only served to increase the tension in these posts. Mike's assertion that Susan had turned the knife on herself looked credible, and the defense attempted to persuade the court that Mike was stuck in a toxic, unstable marriage. On the surface, this story made sense. Instability was evident in Susan's messages. She wrote that she didn't know how to continue and that her life had lost purpose in some of them, expressing thoughts of self-harm. This was used by Mike's lawyers to suggest that she may have planned the attack to incite disagreement and cause Mike pain, but Susan's legal team was not going to back down. She disputed all charges of violent conduct and asked pointed, straightforward questions, such as why Mike never called the police if he was a real victim. Why did he continue to maintain the appearance of a happy marriage and remain in the relationship? A straightforward but effective argument served as the foundation for their case. Why didn't Mike leave if his fear of Susan was real? He stayed, but why? First and foremost, why did he make up the tale of an intruder on the evening of the event? The court had to determine who was telling the truth, and as the case became increasingly intricate and intertwined with each session, it became clear that an emotional defense would not suffice. Mike's lawyers made the decision to hire a forensic specialist in order to bolster their case. The blood spatter analysis discovered in the guest room was the main focus of this specialist's examination of the evidence at the scene. He claimed that Mike's account of events was confirmed by the pattern and direction of the blood, which showed that Susan's injuries were sustained late at night, closer to 3 a.m. However, Susan maintained that her husband was the one who attacked her initially, and that the attack occurred in her room when she was sleeping at around midnight. The trial's turning moment was this argument. Mike's lawyers contended that this supported his allegation that the injuries were caused just before the paramedics arrived, despite medical experts testifying that a person with such severe wounds to the wrist may die within 1 hour without proper medical attention. Susan, however, lived, but when the forensic expert's reliability was questioned, things took a different turn. His reputation was quickly revealed to be far from impeccable. His name had previously been connected to a somber controversy, and his license had already been suspended for violations of professional ethics. When Susan's defense team produced records exposing the expert's involvement in a horrific occurrence, it was like a lightning bolt in the courtroom. The police found a stockpile of organs, including hearts and brains, in his own refrigerator after he was caught collecting organs from the deceased. The validity of his conclusions in Mike's case was called into question by these startling disclosures. All of a sudden, the expert's conclusions were more than just dubious. Mike's whole defense plan was in danger of being destroyed. Susan and her attorneys took advantage of this, claiming that the bloodstains on the walls and furnishings indicated intentional knife attacks rather than unintentional self-harming wounds. They said that Mike had prevented Susan from moving or defending herself during the attack by holding her in place. Susan gave evidence in court that Mike had put the knife in her hand to give the impression that she had hurt herself, then had wounded himself to support his narrative. However, soon after, this story's darker facets surfaced. Evidence indicating Mike had long lost interest in the marriage was discovered throughout the investigation. He was actively seeking a life without Susan, even though he claimed to be trying to resolve the conflict. His argument took a significant hit when it was revealed that he had registered on several dating websites. As it happened, Mike was openly talking about future plans that did not involve his current wife and was looking to make connections with younger women. Taking advantage of this, Susan's legal team claimed that Mike had always been deceitful about his intentions. In order to get rid of his wife without losing money in a divorce, they indicated that the attack might have been planned. From trying to delete surveillance footage to calling the police with a burglary story, the defense contended that his whole course of conduct was intended to establish an alibi and evade financial repercussions. Mike fought to keep things under control, but as his web of falsehoods thickened, every new detail showed how his hold was slipping. At first glance, Mike and Susan's story appeared to be just another domestic conflict, but it soon turned into a profound tragedy in which everyone was caught up in their own lies. Each day in court uncovered additional secrets, revealing a far darker reality beneath the facade of a happy life, despite the opinions of witnesses, defense lawyers, and prosecutors. One of the most dramatic trials in recent memory developed from what started out as a routine supper. Mike Royschel, a guy known to many as a successful and composed businessman, found himself in the center of a high-profile scandal accused of attempting to murder his own spouse. It appeared to begin with a straightforward argument. Mike didn't want to give up control or money, and Susan wanted a divorce. However, how did it all turn into a nightmare at night, involving knives, blood, and deceit? With stony faces, the jurors listened carefully to the accused, attorneys, and experts' testimony. Every word was well considered, and every gesture and look might be construed in a variety of ways. Mike, a 63-year-old successful businessman who was accustomed to maintaining order, was found guilty of attempted manslaughter, evidence tampering, depriving the victim of medical assistance, and witness intimidation in just 4 hours when it came time to deliver the verdict. When the court imposed the 30-year prison term in December 2019, it did not show any mercy. That was it, or at least it appeared to be. Mike had no intention of giving up. The court rejected his attempt to appeal the decision. He is currently incarcerated in a Florida institution with little to no possibility of being released early. However, the case continued to attract attention despite this. Following his incarceration, there were speculations that Mike was looking for someone to look after Susan while he was in custody. Even after he was imprisoned, he was allegedly planning to get rid of her. The public was agitated by these rumors, which led the police to launch a fresh inquiry. Mike was spared further punishment because there was insufficient evidence to file new charges, but the tale got much more sinister, and his reputation more damaged. After all of the trauma, Susan made an effort to lead a regular life. She pushed for a speedy divorce procedure and filed for one as soon as Mike was jailed. She stayed out of the spotlight. No interviews, no public remarks. Unlike her husband, all she wanted to do was go on. One problem remained, though. Their home, which had once represented their love but had since become the scene of nightmares, was now the location of a fresh court case. Susan was adamant about getting her portion. Despite Mike's best efforts to leave her with little, she claimed that she had every right to a share of his assets. Ironically, this opulent home that had once appeared to be a stronghold for their union had now devolved into a battlefield. Even from behind bars, attorneys on both sides were attempting to claim triumph by scheming against one another. Through his lawyers, Mike made every effort to deny Susan her claim to the joint property. The house was more than simply a financial concern for Susan. It was about putting her past behind her. She wished to forget how her blood had smeared those shiny floors, and how she had sat there, gripping her stomach, pleading with Mike to call for assistance. There was more to her battle for the house than just the law. She was fighting to get rid of the ghosts of her past. Will Susan have a happy ending? Her life would never be the same because she lost so much more than she had won in court. After a bloody end to what began as a peaceful dinner conversation, her husband was sentenced to 30 years in prison, and Mike, a man accustomed to luxury, attention, and control over his destiny, now spends his days and nights alone in a cell without fancy suits, fast cars, or the people who once looked up to him. What can we see here then? It's not all about wealth, prestige, or power. It tells the tale of how even the strongest people may be torn apart by unsolved disputes, concealed grudges, and a desire for dominance. Every lie and deception has a cost, as we are all aware, and Mike paid with his freedom, while Susan paid with her mental stability. Consider it. If you were in their shoes, how would you have responded? Who is the victim in this situation, and who is the true villain? The answers are in the middle, and they might never be entirely understood. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. A behavioral tendency known as overprotectiveness occurs when parents or other adult relatives take on an excessive amount of control over a person's life, always protecting them from the outside world. Another important characteristic is the total abdication of personal accountability, which spares the person from having to deal with the fallout from any mistakes or inappropriate actions. The main risk associated with this dynamic is the breakdown of sound personal boundaries. People who are continuously micromanaged in one or more areas of their lives eventually start to think that all of their issues will be resolved. This creates the delusion of immunity from repercussions and an attitude of entitlement. The peaceful and tight-knit hamlet of Mountain City, Tennessee, was rocked by a vicious double crime. involving 2 young parents in 2012. In the end, 4 persons were found guilty of this heinous conduct, but 3 of them were later shown to have been duped by someone with a very specific goal in mind. The Janelle Potter case serves as a chilling illustration of what can occur when unbridled control and compulsive protection go too far and have disastrous results. On January 17, 1982, Janelle Potter was born in a Philadelphia, Pennsylvania suburb. She was the youngest of Marvin and Barbara Potter's 2 daughters. Marvin was a former Marine, and Barbara was a secretary for a small retail business. Janelle grew up with her older sister, Christina, who was 6 years her senior. However, because of the way their parents handled things, the 2 sisters' relationship was difficult and hostile from the beginning. Janelle was delicate and frequently sick from birth due to her early birth. Her parents were very cautious and careful with her, always keeping her safe. As their youngest and most beloved daughter, she was free to do as she pleased and was forgiven for everything as long as she continued to be joyful and smile. The older daughter, Christina, was supposed to assist in taking care of her sibling. She was expected to take care of Janelle's every need at their parents' insistence, making her more of a caregiver than a sibling. Christina started to object to this unjust arrangement as she grew older. She was reprimanded and chastised for pushing back when she demanded her own time and space. Janelle was the focal point of the Potter household. She was treated like a princess, showered with praise, and made to feel that she was genuinely unique. From an early age, her parents closely monitored every aspect of her life, taking every precaution to shield her from any potential danger or error. Janelle was consequently raised in a sort of emotional vacuum, deprived of the opportunity to gain knowledge from experience or deal with the inevitable fallout from her deeds. Marvin and Barbara started to pay more and more attention to Janelle as she grew older, eventually ignoring Christina. Christina disappeared into the distance. She struggled to get even a small portion of her parents' attention and was left on her own. Her achievements were disregarded or underappreciated, despite the fact that she put a lot of effort into her studies, achieved high marks, continued to participate in sports and dance, and succeeded in many other ways. It didn't seem to matter what she did. However, Janelle was fully aware that she was the favorite. She began testing boundaries even as a child, only to discover that there were none for her. No one ever disciplined her for the frequent lies she told. Her parents blindly believed her when she blamed her sister for anything that was damaged or ruined, even though Christina hadn't done anything wrong. She was the one who received reprimands or grounding. When Janelle was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 10, her parents' level of supervision and control over her only increased. They got completely overly protective. Barbara, in particular, was mostly responsible for this, and Marvin generally followed her instructions. Janelle was not permitted to go outside with other kids her own age. She couldn't go anyplace by herself. She was always watched over. Janelle struggled academically as soon as she started school. She was deemed disinterested, inattentive, and unwilling to work hard by her teachers. But her parents didn't agree. They said the teachers were out to get her, or blamed her health issues. They consistently reassured her that homework didn't really matter, and never reprimanded her for receiving low grades. At school, Janelle never quite fit in. She always blamed someone else for her arguments with pupils, made up stories, tipped off professors, and engaged in small-scale antics. Almost every day, Barbara and Marvin would show up at the school and confront the teachers and other pupils, asking that their daughter be treated like a queen and given every luxury. Janelle appeared extremely demanding and spoilt to most of those around her due to her frequent tantrums and altercations. Teachers even advocated for her suspension or her expulsion from the school. Her parents, however, never noticed any issues. To them, it was always the fault of others. There was nothing their darling Janelle could do wrong. They believed that she was perfect and could not make a mistake. Christina's parents never took joy in her achievements, despite the fact that she graduated with honors and was admitted into a reputable university. They no longer even acknowledged her existence. Their younger daughter was the center of their life, so Christina decided to take matters into her own hands. She moved out, obtained a job while she was still in school, and became financially independent. She progressively separated from the family because she was tired of being the scapegoat. Janelle grew more dramatic, conceited, and challenging to be around as she grew older. She was always complaining, making demands, and starting arguments. Her mother, who was always quick to protect her in any circumstance and wasn't scared to debate with anyone who dared challenge her daughter, was rarely seen without her. The calm, suburban community didn't exactly embrace the Potters. Most people thought they were strange, and some even felt sorry for Janelle since they thought her emotional health had been severely harmed by her mother's overbearing control. Nevertheless, in order to prevent any drama or dispute, the majority of neighbors decided to keep their distance. College wasn't even an option for Janelle because she had a below-average GPA when she finished from high school. But Barbara didn't seem to mind. She assured Janelle that she didn't have to work or study. Janelle was absolutely content with the fact that they could take care of her completely. She spent her days on the computer and watching TV, and no one ever set time limits for her. Her parents tightly regulated every aspect of her life, even when she was in her 20s. She was not permitted to drive, go on dates, or even socialize out with her classmates. Janelle lacked fundamental social skills, never made her own decisions, and had no friends. She didn't understand personal accountability or repercussion. Citing Janelle's precarious condition, Barbara and Marvin justified their actions as an act of love and protection. Janelle made no protests. She was released from all blame and obligation. No matter what, her parents always gave her praise and shielded her. The Potter family made the decision to move to Mountain City, a quiet, little Tennessee community of just over 3,000 people, in 2006. It was the type of community where almost everyone knew one another, and there was very little crime. At first glance, it appeared to be the ideal location for a peaceful, stress-free existence. They purchased a small but cozy house in a quiet neighborhood. The locals took notice of the visitors right away. The neighbors showed genuine interest in getting to know the new family in town, stopped by to introduce themselves and offered assistance. Everything went well at first. The neighbors even became friends with Barbara, but soon everyone started noting strange behavior from everyone in the house. The adult daughter first came across as courteous and accessible, but Janelle would react with dramatic outbursts or emotional meltdowns if anyone disagreed with her or provided even the smallest criticism. Her mother would then leap in to protect her, without even asking what had happened. Marvin established himself as a fixture at neighborhood hangouts, where he was frequently spotted having a drink and telling extravagant stories about his valiant military past. People in the town soon realized that most of these stories were either fabricated or greatly exaggerated. Nevertheless, they were sympathetic to him and called him the village storyteller in jest. Though she didn't appear to know how, Janelle also made an effort to make friends. She eventually discovered a tactic that helped her get the attention she so desperately sought. She started telling people she was very ill, claiming to have a variety of crippling and incurable illnesses. She even revealed to others that she had been given a terminal diagnosis and had not long to live. People took her seriously and felt a great deal of sympathy for someone they believed to be nearing the end of her life. Who would lie about such an event after all? However, as time went on, and she continued to make irrelevant diagnoses, people began to suspect her. Before long, a lot of people realized that her stories were not consistent. Social media has really taken off by the late 2000s. It developed into a location where people could meet new people, reconnect with old acquaintances, and perhaps find love. Still largely confined to her house, Janelle spent endless hours every day on the internet, creating accounts on various platforms. The internet became into a sort of window to the outside world, and it was actually the only one she had. She appeared to have a social life because of it. She stuffed her pages with made-up information about herself, bragging about made-up hobbies, phony achievements, and an exciting lifestyle. To her credit, she managed to pull it off with remarkable inventiveness. Janelle downloaded images from the internet, including concert and party photos, and picked out images where the faces were hidden by shadows or bright lights. After that, she added words and applied filters to each photo to give the impression that she had been there. She occasionally even went so far as to post in-depth accounts of entire events she said she had been to, replete with names, locations, and lengthy narratives. Everything appeared remarkably realistic. Janelle became well known on social media very fast. The story she was selling, one that was full of parties, travel, and thrilling adventures, was easily embraced by people who didn't actually know her. Her profile soon gained thousands of followers after she sent out hundreds of friend requests every day. She got dozens of likes and positive comments on every picture and post she uploaded, which gave her the boost she needed. She had created a whole dream world in which she was successful, well-liked, and surrounded by supportive people all the time, but eventually something started to seem lacking. She became aware that one essential component was missing from her well-constructed online persona: a romantic plot. Janelle immediately made a phony profile, pretending to be a man this time. She used the same process, searching the internet for eye-catching images, editing and applying filters, and then sharing them as though they were her own. That account also became popular, eventually gaining more than 1,000 followers. In order to create the appearance that the two were going to events together, she began sharing party photos from both pages that were exactly the same and tagged the same locations. Janelle used this fake account to post poems, emotional remarks, and praises to herself beneath her images, all of which were staged for her followers to view. Some even commented on how fortunate she was to have such a considerate love partner, expressing envy. Janelle had also joined a local online forum at about the same time. It resembled a message board or town-wide forum where inhabitants of Mountain City exchanged updates, discussed events, and posted local news. Although some users used their real identities, the platform provided anonymity, and many users used aliases. Janelle rarely posted on the forum, although she would occasionally browse it. She mainly just perused conversations. She wasn't as drawn to the platform because she couldn't shine or fake fame there. The members of this group did, after all, know her and were aware of her reputation, which many people thought was strange. When Janelle eventually made her first true friend, she was getting close to 30. She was born and reared in Mountain City and went by Tracy Grimo. Tracy was a well-read, intelligent, and approachable employee at a nearby pharmacy. Janelle started to gradually venture out into the world with Tracy. They would spend every day talking on the phone, hanging out in cafes, taking walks in the park, and shopping at the neighborhood mall. Janelle's parents welcomed Tracy into their home and, for the first time, didn't object to her making friends. Janelle flourished in this new, laid-back environment. She was heard. She no longer had to manipulate or exaggerate in order to command attention. The fact that someone actually cared about her was utterly novel and reassuring. After a while, Tracy introduced Janelle to her wider network of relatives and friends, and before long, the two of them were spending time with a large group of people, rather than just one. Billy Payne, Tracy's stepbrother, was one of those pals. He was young, intelligent, attractive, and quick with a joke. Billy was the type of person who, wherever he went, inherently became the focus of attention. Janelle was enthralled at once. She felt genuine romantic feelings for the first time in her life, but they weren't reciprocal. Janelle had no idea how to casually express affection or flirt. Rather, she yelled for attention and grew obviously agitated when it wasn't given back. Billy was pushed away by her strong and unpredictable behavior. She immediately caught his attention as strange, and he began to avoid her. Janelle started acting in an obsessive preoccupation as her emotions grew stronger. She started showing up wherever Billy happened to be and sending him loving notes on social media, but Billy continued to distance himself. After roughly 6 weeks, he came clean about his relationship with Billie Jean. He declared her to be his girlfriend in front of the entire bunch of friends. Billy gave his new relationship his whole attention after that and ceased spending any time with the group. Janelle, meantime, was falling apart. She was emotional, unpredictable, and demanding, like someone who had lost their favorite item. Her entreaty to Tracy to intervene between her brother and Billie Jean only served to exacerbate tensions between the two friends. The town began to hear rumors that Billy and Billie Jean were engaged at about the same time. The pair was praised by others who described them as a perfect combination. Even on the town's local chat site, their romance became a big issue. Except for Janelle, everyone appeared sincere in their happiness. She didn't think she had just lost a crush. The love of her life had been stolen. That feeling of loss eventually gave way to resentment, which in turn gave way to retaliation. After a while, Janelle made amends with Tracy, her lone friend, and sought assistance in finding a new partner. In agreement, Tracy presented her to Jamie Curd, her cousin. Jamie, an IT specialist at a nearby company, was 7 years Janelle's senior. He had never been very successful in relationships, in part because he was perceived as a little aloof and awkward. He and Janelle might have been a good match on paper, but she had other plans. Janelle devised a strategy because she was afraid her parents would disapprove of her dating someone much older. Under the guise of needing assistance with her computer, installing software, troubleshooting, or setting it up, she invited Jamie around. Every time she lavished him with praise in front of her parents, highlighting the importance of his abilities. Jamie became a welcome regular at Barbara and Marvin's house when they invited him to stay for supper one evening. A month or so later, Janelle told her mother in private that she was attracted to Jamie. She lost little time in moving forward at full speed with her mother's approval. Janelle and Jamie announced their relationship a few days later and started going everywhere together. In actuality, though, Janelle had no genuine feelings for Jamie. She was trying to make Billy envious by using the relationship as a ruse. It was unsuccessful. Billy didn't mind at all. Janelle was able to gain an invitation to Tracy's house for a family dinner while she was still attempting to attract his attention. Clearly wanting to make a statement, she arrived clutching Jamie's hand, but she was in for a nasty surprise of her own. Billy made the shocking announcement that he and Billie Jean were getting married at dinner. He also disclosed that they didn't want to wait long to get married because they were expecting a child. The news was like a lightning strike to Janelle. Her hopes vanished in an instant, and a much darker scheme took their place. A few days after the meal, some unsavory stories started to circulate on the local chat forum in Mountain City. In anonymous posts, Billie Jean was accused of leading a careless life, having dated numerous men in the neighborhood and having previously received treatment for a serious illness. According to the posts, she was now tricking Billy by claiming that he was the father of her child, even though he wasn't. None of it was real, but people love to talk, and rumor spreads quickly in small towns. It was obvious that someone was stoking the flames by making fresh charges to keep the debate going. Billie Jean soon found herself the target of vicious online assaults and outright abuse. Billy supported her in spite of the deluge of criticism and public condemnation. He refused to go since he didn't believe any of it. Together they attempted to protect Billie Jean's reputation, but it soon became apparent that retaliating on social media was futile, so they reported the abuse to the police. They didn't know who was actually responsible at that point. Despite the forum's anonymity feature, local detectives quickly identified the slander campaign's origin. The pair demanded that Janelle stay away and stop all communication as soon as the truth was revealed, and they filed for a restraining order against her. However, the struggle that ensued was just the start of something much more profound. Now surrounded, Janelle made several phony social media profiles. She started sending herself threatening messages, claims of bodily harm, based on those profiles. After showing her parents these texts, she told them she was afraid for her life and believed Billy and Billie Jean were going to hurt her. Marvin and Barbara have complete faith in their daughter. When the family returned to the police, the officers discovered that Janelle was the one who had sent the texts. Nevertheless, the evidence was rejected by her parents. Their belief that their daughter was the victim persisted. Janelle and the couple's tension turned into what could only be called a protracted conflict. Billy and Billie Jean almost always ended up in a furious altercation with a member of the Potter family in town, complete with yelling, accusations, insults, and even threats. Each party requested restraining orders against the others in several police reports. This back and forth continued for almost a full year. After then, things appeared to settle down. Neighbors began to think that the dispute had finally subsided, when it ceased to garner headlines in the town forum. Actually, Janelle had just changed her approach. Rather than more yelling and public altercations, she was getting ready to act. At this point, Barbara started getting emails from a man posing as Chris, a CIA agent. He alerted her to the fact that there was solid evidence that Billy and Billie Jean were planning to hurt Janelle. The threat was genuine, he added, but there wasn't enough hard proof to make arrests. Insisting that Janelle was in grave danger, Chris also started writing to Marvin and Jamie. He underlined the necessity of taking action before the pair could carry out their purported plan. Surprisingly, this enigmatic agent was able to win over Janelle's parents and boyfriend in a matter of weeks. Before long, the four of them were exchanging messages and continuously formulating what they thought was a plan to keep Janelle safe. About a month later, Chris alerted them to the fact that Billy and Billie Jean were actively seeking a person to execute their purported scheme. He supplied a thorough step-by-step breakdown of what needed to be done and warned that time was running short. Following the agent's directions, Jamie and Marvin drove to the residence where Billie Jean, and their 8-month-old baby, Tyler, were sleeping early on January 31, 2012. The family was unaware of what was going to occur. Through a window on the first floor, Jamie and Marvin went into the couple's bedroom. Marvin had a revolver with him that he had stolen from home. He approached the bed in silence and shot Billy in the face, instantly taking his life. Billie Jean was startled by the sound and scurried out of bed in fright and bewilderment. In an attempt to save her son, she hurried to the nursery, but the guys followed her. Before she could even make it to the door, she was shot twice in the back as she was picking up her infant. Little Tyler somehow made it through the trauma. He was traumatized, but not gravely hurt. The two males left the scene of the heinous act. The sound of gunfire startled the neighbors, who promptly called emergency personnel. Within minutes, officers were on the scene. Authorities discovered a terrible scene inside the residence. The body of a young man who had been shot in the head was in one room. In another, a small toddler sat beside his mother's dead body in a pool of blood. The Potter family, who had been embroiled in a savage conflict with the victims for years, was almost instantly identified by police authorities as the source of all the evidence. Marvin and Barbara initially disputed everything, but as the pressure increased, they gave in. They exposed everything, including Jamie's direct role in the incident, the purported conspiracy to harm their daughter, and the so-called CIA agent. Investigators swiftly verified that the emails came from within the Potter's own house after tracking down the IP address associated with Agent Chris's emails. It was revealed that the enigmatic agent was actually Janelle. They had all been duped by her. All four of the people involved were arrested after her frantic attempts to defend herself failed. Jamie promptly consented to cooperate in return for a reduced sentence. He gave a thorough account of what transpired on the morning of the attack. He maintained that he had no idea who Chris was, and that he genuinely thought he was rescue the lady he loved. Jamie received a 25-year prison sentence. The perpetrator of the deadly killings, Marvin Potter, was given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Barbara, his wife, was found guilty of aiding and abetting the scheme and was sentenced to life in prison. The mastermind, Janelle, entered this with the idea that she could control everyone and get away with it, but her complex plan backfired. She received a life sentence after being found guilty of planning a violent act. Ultimately, she had made her closest friends and family become pawns in a scheme that killed 2 innocent individuals, all while pretending that she was the one in peril. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On February 26, 1984, a neighbor living below Susan Agin's apartment at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in New York called the Nassau County Police Department with a worrisome report. When the authorities arrived on the site, they discovered something very terrible. Between the bedroom and the hall, they discovered the lifeless body of Susan Agin, a mother of 3 who was 41 years old. In an even more horrifying discovery, the police also found Susan's 17-year-old son Richard's lifeless body in the master bedroom. Richard may have been the one who committed these horrible crimes. What could have motivated someone to carry out this unimaginable tragedy? Today we're exploring the horrific and puzzling double killing of Susan Agin and her son Richard Agin, which rocked the country in 1984. Let's get started without further delay. With its magnificent waterfront residences and expensive properties, Ocean Harbor Drive is a charming coastal highway that is tucked away along New York's shoreline and radiates elegance and peace. The wealthy and those looking for a tranquil coastal lifestyle are drawn to this highly sought private area. But occasionally, the charm of New York's Ocean Harbor Drive can mask the dark sides that lie beneath its splendor. The tragic and eerie story of Susan Agin and her son Richard serves as a sobering warning that evil may lurk even in the most bucolic places. Born in 1942, Susan K. Eigen experienced a turbulent life. As her marriage to L. Eigen broke down, she had the courage to stand up for herself and leave her spouse. Alongside her 3 children, Richard, Karen, and Michael, she started living on her own and starting over. She accepted hope for a better future at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in Long Island, Fresh York, where her fresh beginning began. She gradually blended in with the neighborhood and made friends with her neighbors in her tranquil surroundings. Her attempts to make a fresh start appeared promising, and she felt a feeling of community when neighbors would periodically stop by her house. She had no idea that the appearance of a typical life she had laboriously built would soon be cruelly destroyed. On February 26, 1984, 11-year-old Michael Eigen was returning home from a local hockey game when the innocence of a normal Sunday was shortly to be transformed into a nightmare. He was confronted with a horrible and terrifying scene instead of the comforting embrace of his mother. His mother, Susan Eigen, was lying dead in the hallway. The young youngster would be haunted by the unthinkable scene of her body being brutally battered and strangled for years to come. He hurried to a neighbor's house right away and begged for assistance. The Nassau County Police Department responded to the distress call from Susan's downstairs neighbor, whose identity was withheld. Upon entering the house, they saw Susan's motionless body in the hallway on the 2nd floor, directly in front of the master bedroom. It was immediately apparent to the cops that she had been assaulted, but as the police entered the master bedroom, the most sinister discoveries were still to come. The police discovered Richard, Susan's 17-year-old son, dead when they entered the bedroom. Officers Otto Cole and Myron Ed Carter of the Nassau County Police Department asked for help after making sure the area was secure. Following his arrival at the crime scene, Detective Herb Dobb began a thorough investigation. A white bedsheet that was found near Susan's body and smeared with blood was recovered by the forensic team. They also gathered pieces of hair from the bandana that had been used to choke her. Additionally, bodily fluids were discovered within the house and gathered as proof. The bedroom looked like it had been ransacked, like a scene from a failed heist. A pocketbook's contents were strewn all over the bed, and the doors to the dressers were left open. 2 latent fingerprints were found by the forensic team during the crime scene examination. The first was taken from a banker's seat that was discovered among the strewn-about objects on the bed, and the second was taken from the plastic bag that Richard Eigen had been suffocated in, which was still covering his face. The collected evidence was then forwarded to the lab for additional processing and analysis. Investigators conjectured that Richard had suddenly returned home during his mother's assault. In light of this notion, he was killed after seeing the crime in order to stop him from speaking. Although this notion appeared to be supported by the preliminary evidence, it would be difficult to prove. Forensic analysis did not have the sophisticated and advanced methods that are now available in 1984. Because of this restriction, it was more harder to draw firm conclusions from the material that was gathered. The traditional procedures and technologies that investigators had to use might not have yielded as accurate and comprehensive information as contemporary forensic techniques. Detective Charlie Costello of the Crime Lab's Fingerprint Division was testing latent fingerprints taken from the bag used to strangle Richard and another from the bankruptcy taken from Susan's purse in August 1984 because he thought they might be those of the intruder. Costello used the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, AFIS, to process the prints, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not discover a match in the system. The detectives chose to expand their investigation by getting fingerprints from local residents who had a history or background in burglary because there were no prior criminal records related to the murder. The goal was to find a possible match, or lead, that would assist them reduce the number of suspects by comparing these fingerprints with those recovered from the crime scene. Despite being time-consuming, this approach was meant to broaden their investigation's scope and raise the likelihood of discovering a link to the offender. The investigators tested a large number of fingerprint samples from possible suspects over the course of months, but they were unable to match the fingerprints recovered from the crime scene. They brought in as many samples as they could throughout time, but none of them produced any findings. Unfortunately, they ran out of fresh fingerprints to analyze after over a year of thorough investigation, and the case ultimately ended without any clues or potential suspects. Detective Charlie Costello decided to try his luck again on January 22, 2002, after 18 years, and ran another fingerprint through AFIS in the hopes of making a breakthrough. He was quite relieved to receive a favorable outcome this time. Costello was able to match a fingerprint from a school bus driver application with the fingerprint on the evidence. Louis Talisi was the applicant's name. Investigators discovered that Louis Talisi was 42 years old at the time of the incident and had a history of drug use after finding this match. Detectives were cautious and patient, choosing to obtain more tangible evidence before making an arrest. After Louis Talisi was named as the cold case's lead suspect, in order to identify body fluid stains on the evidence gathered from the murder scene that would otherwise be invisible to the human eye, McCarthy used an ultraviolet beam in February 2002 for DNA analysis. McCarthy collected the fluid successfully and used it to recover a partial DNA profile. With this partial DNA profile in hand, the investigators realized they were one step closer to a conclusive case, a sample of Louis Talisi's DNA to compare with the extracted profile and verify the match was now the only thing lacking. The time has come for them to locate Louis Talisi. Detective Tony Graziano, a talented and well-prepared undercover agent from the Nassau County Police Department, was tasked with obtaining Louis Talisi's DNA on May 10, 2002. Without telling Talisi about the investigation, he had to surreptitiously collect a secret DNA sample from the suspect. 11 a.m. Detectives Graziano and Sergeant Guido began their investigation by walking through Louis Talisi's home on May 10. This walkthrough was intended to help them become acquainted with the house's layout and collect any information that would be helpful when they spoke with Talisi. Detective Graziano took the initiative to build a relationship with Talisi after the walkthrough. In undercover operations, developing rapport is essential, since it helps you win the suspect's trust and confidence during the encounter. In order to establish a relaxed and welcoming environment, Graziano conversed with Talisi on a variety of subjects. The detectives were conscious that they needed to handle the matter tactfully and make sure Talisi didn't know what they were really trying to do. Gaining Talisi's trust sufficiently to get a secret DNA sample without arousing suspicion was their aim. Detective Graziano and Sergeant Guido continued their informal tour of Talisi's house, and Talisi smoked a cigarette while they spoke. They then went out onto the street, where Talisi finally threw away the cigarette butt without thinking anything was wrong. Their carefully crafted scheme was going according to plan. Sergeant Guido recovered the abandoned cigarette butt in a discreet manner after Talisi had left the area. Detectives Guido and Graziano lost no time in heading straight to the crime lab. Saliva and epithelial cells were meticulously separated from the cigarette butt filter in the crime lab. To ensure that any possible impurities were eliminated, the DNA included in the sample was isolated and purified. Now that the cigarette butt's DNA profile was ready, it was time to compare it to the partially extracted DNA profile that had been taken from the crime scene evidence earlier. When the time came, as anticipated, the comparison showed that the two DNA samples were an unquestionable match. The findings unmistakably connected Louis Talisi to the crime scene and the killings of Susan and Richard Eigen, proving that he was the murderer. Louis Talisi was ultimately taken into custody on June 5, 2002, following the development of a strong case and tangible evidence against him. He was taken downtown by law authorities to the Nassau County interviewing room to be questioned. The detective's evidence, which included the vital fluid sample that connected Louis Talisi to the crime scene, was presented to him. Talisi showed his slyness by spotting a possible defense tactic right away. He admitted to knowing Susan and shrewdly asserted that he was physically involved with her. He said that this clarified why his bodily material was found in Susan's house and implied that it had nothing to do with the killings. Talisi added that he was a Brooklyn resident at the time of the killings and had met the Igners through acquaintances who shared a residence with them. Afterwards, Talisi had previously met the Igners multiple times. He was not an invited guest on the day of the murder, the detectives claimed. Although the cold case detectives didn't trust Talisi's statement, they were aware of the possible complications it could cause in court. They knew it was important to handle it carefully. However, they had one more piece of information that was crucial, a trump card that, if used properly, would prevent Talisi from fleeing. 2 hair strands, obtained from the bandana used to strangle Susan Eigen, were turned over to DNA analyst Terry Melton on July 3, 2002. Melton then used the hair samples to create a DNA profile. Comparing this freshly acquired DNA profile with Louis Talisi's pre-existing DNA profile, the Eigen double murder case was turned over to the Nassau County District Attorney's Office following the conclusion of the investigation and the development of a compelling case against Louis Talisi. The team led by the district attorney went over the evidence and got ready for the trial. Trial proceedings started when the case was added to the court's docket. For Susan and Richard Eigen, Assistant DA Robert Biancavilla created a painting depicting death that Talisi fashioned. Louis Talisi refused to admit to the killings in spite of the growing evidence against him. Michael Washore, his defense lawyer, presented a plan to raise a reasonable doubt in the jury's mind. Washore offered an alibi to refute the prosecution's case by claiming that Talisi was trying to have a family get-together on the day of the killings. Washore also raised the idea that other people who knew the Eigners might have committed the crimes in an attempt to disprove Talisi's involvement. Louis Talisi had the chance to make a brief appearance in court during the trial. He acknowledged the great loss experienced by the families of Susan and Richard Eigen and offered his sincerest condolences. He did, however, continue to stand by his claim that he was innocent of the crimes for which he was charged. In his speech before the court, Susan's son Michael Eigen described a disturbing memory that had plagued him ever since the killings. He described an instance in which he and his adolescent companion ended up on a boat with Louis Talisi 4 years after the horrific events. This unexpected meeting happened after Michael disclosed that Talisi's cousin lived next door to him. Michael's testimony indicated that Talisi seemed distressed, smoking and drinking, and spoke extensively about himself and his apparent sorrow in life. Michael proceeded to speak to the jury in the courtroom. Behind him, poster-sized pictures of his brother and mother. He talked about how the defense's representation of his mother during the trial had a profound impact on him. By bringing up other possible suspects and alternate situations, Louis Talisi's defense lawyer had tried to raise a reasonable doubt. They had so presented a skewed and unfavorable image of Susan Eigen. During the sentencing portion of the trial, 3 additional victims' family also spoke to the court in a stirring and poignant courtroom scene. Richard's father and Susan's ex-husband, Al Eigen, turned to Louis Talisi and told him bluntly how devastating his actions had been. He said the killings were the most horrifying crime he had ever seen, tearing a family apart. No term, Al Eigen said, could ever make up for the loss they had suffered. Nevertheless, he pleaded with the judge to give the convicted murderer the harshest punishment possible. He spoke with the sorrow of a parent who wants justice for his son and his beloved ex-wife. Susan's brother Eugene K. also spoke to the judge in tears, finding it difficult to express the profound hurt caused by Talisi's heartless behavior. He cried and inhaled deeply as he pleaded with the judge to take into account the defendant's extreme callousness and cruelty when deciding on the proper punishment. Karen Eigen, Susan and Richard's sister and daughter, was unable to attend the sentencing in person due to an emotionally stressful event. Rather, Wendy Woods, her closest friend, read a moving speech on her behalf. By stating that Karen had essentially lost her childhood on the day of the tragic occurrences, this comment demonstrated the profound impact that the killings had on her life. In her statement, Karen voiced her confusion and incredulity that someone who was capable of such horrible atrocities could continue to claim innocence while on trial. Robert Biancavilla, the assistant district attorney, made a strong argument against Louis Talisi. He claimed that Talisi intended to rob the Eigeners specifically to fund his cocaine addiction. The prosecution's argument states that Talisi entered the Eigeners' house with the intention of stealing money and valuables. But when he found Susan Eigen inside the house, the break-in took a terrifying turn. During the robbery, Susan was brutally attacked by Talisi, who then killed her. When Richard Eigen unexpectedly entered the house during the break-in, the situation became much more heated. The prosecution argued that Talisi killed Richard as well because he was afraid his crime would be discovered and didn't want to leave any witnesses. Louis Talisi's defense was ineffective due to the prosecutor's strong case during the trial and the substantial evidence acquired by the cold case detectives. He had no way out of the dilemma because the evidence clearly showed that he was involved in the heinous crimes. In the end, Talisi was charged with aggravated assault, burglary, kidnapping, and second-degree murder. The victim's brother and son, Michael Eigen, spoke to the court one more during the sentence hearing on June 2, 2004, making a tearful plea. He talked about how the killings had a significant effect on his life. Michael revealed that among the other items that Talisi took from him were his mother, his sibling, and his house. Judge Joseph Calabrese of Nassau County Court sentenced Luis Talisi to prison in light of the horrible nature of the murders and the terrible losses endured by the Eigen family. For the 1984 killings of Oceanside mother and son Susan and Richard Eigen, the judge imposed 2 consecutive sentences, ranging from 25 years to life in prison. Talisi was informed by Judge Joseph Calabrese that he did not see any justification for extending any kind of indulgence or tolerance to him. The judge stressed that Talisi had killed his victims in a way that was purposeful and meant to bring them the most agony and suffering possible. In addition, Calabrese noted that Talisi had shown no remorse for his crimes during the trial. Following the sentencing, Michael Eigen talked to media about his feelings on Luis Talisi's persistent claims of innocence. He claimed that Talisi's failure to acknowledge his guilt was in line with a pattern of conduct that he had displayed throughout his life. Michael suggested that Talisi's actions could be interpreted as a sign of his reluctance to accept accountability. Michael admitted that a part of his mind took comfort in the fact that Talisi would be imprisoned for at least 50 years because of successive life sentences, and that the offender would be living with the consequences of his crimes for a considerable amount of his life. Michael was prepared to start letting go of the tragedy that had plagued them for so long. Luis Talisi died while incarcerated in 2005, 1 year after being found guilty of the murders of Susan and Richard Eigen. The court sentence was shortened by his death, which signaled the end of his time in prison. What do you think about this instance then? After only a year in prison, do you believe the Eigen family has fully come to terms with Talisi's passing? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A worrying call was made to Spanish police in May 2023 from a peaceful Malaga suburb. They found a young woman's body with several stab wounds in one of the units. Hours after leaving the area, the suspect was caught at a nearby cafe. But this catastrophe was just the start of a chain of events that brought detectives to an unresolved case from 9 years earlier. Even the most seasoned forensic specialists were taken aback by what they discovered beyond the wall of another flat. Sibora Gagani and her lover Marco resided in Spain's Laurel area, close to Torremolinos beaches, in 2011. Their existence appeared stable on the surface. Marco was a chef and Sibora was a waitress at a nearby restaurant. Sibora frequently called her mother Elisabetta to reassure her that everything was good at their tiny rental home. But beneath this seeming consistency were significant issues that were more apparent every month. Elisabetta felt the strained atmosphere in the home right away when she traveled to Spain to see her daughter. Even in her presence, Sibora and Marco began to argue. Elisabetta witnessed her daughter's attempt to rationalize Marco's outbursts of anxiety and jealousy by attributing them to transient problems. But Elisabetta was certain that the issues extended well beyond daily hardships. It was difficult to accept that Sibora had been someone entirely different just 2 years prior. Born in Tirana, Albania, on September 14, 1991, she has a reputation for being vivacious and upbeat from an early age. Following the split of her parents, Elisabetta, her mother, relocated to Italy with her kids, establishing a new life in Rome. People around Sibora took to her right away. Because of her enthusiasm and amiability, her classmates dubbed her Sibby. Sibora wanted to help her family even though she was struggling financially. She began working as a waitress in a nearby cafe at an early age, yet she never lost up on her goals. Her slender build, inherent beauty, and victory in a local beauty pageant gave her access to modeling prospects. Despite this, Sibora's greatest ambition was to become a teacher because she truly enjoyed working with kids. When Sibora turned 18, things started to shift. She met 31-year-old Marco at a cafe, and she was immediately drawn to his confidence and charm. She didn't know anything about him at the time. He had a sister, was divorced, and appeared to be looking to move on with his life. But there was a tangled past hidden behind this facade. Marco had already drawn the notice of the authorities on several times due to his aggressive demeanor and issues with controlled narcotics. Captivated by his charm, Sibora decided to ignore these red flags. After a year of dating, Marco proposed that Sibora and he go to Spain, saying that the country offered better employment prospects than Italy. Sibora persisted that she thought this relocation would usher in a new era when she and Marco could create a happy life together, despite Elisabetta's attempts to encourage her daughter to stop questioning Marco's motives. Spain initially appeared to be a promising country. Marco secured a job as a pizza cook, while Sibora soon secured employment as a waitress. Sibora seemed upbeat as she told her mother about her plans after they rented a comfortable house. Their stability did not last long, though. Marco blamed his bosses for his failures and started losing jobs one after another. He became increasingly irritable and jealous, and his violent outbursts turned from small altercations into major confrontations. Elisabetta was taken aback by what she discovered when she went to Spain to check on her daughter. Once vivacious and self-assured, Sibora now seems reserved and quiet. Marco made no effort to conceal his annoyance in Elisabetta's presence. Their confrontations became more heated, but Sibora persisted in standing up for Marco, telling her mother that things will get better. Those close to Sibora were perplexed as to why she chose to ignore these warning signs. Maybe she looked to Marco for the stability and support she had not experienced during her formative years. After relocating from Albania to Italy, her family had experienced hardship. Elisabetta put in a lot of effort to give her kids a better life, but Sibora had to take on responsibilities at a young age. She may have tried to fill that gap with her connection with Marco, but it just made things worse. For Sibora, life in Spain was getting more and more difficult. Her childhood dreams slowly turned into far-off recollections. Sibora Gargiani abruptly vanished in July 2014, leaving her family in distress. Her last known communication was a July 7 text message to her ex-partner Marco. Her social media accounts became silent, and she shut off her phone. This was not how she usually behaved. Before that, Sibora had told her mother that she felt free, had finally moved into a new apartment, and had broken up with Marco. According to her, it felt like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. But everyone was startled by her abrupt quiet. The situation became even more bizarre when Marco showed up to Elisabetta's house in Italy out of the blue. He made an effort to come across as a man who was deeply troubled by what had transpired and remorseful. He told Elisabetta over coffee that he didn't know where Sibora might have gone. Marco claims that just before she disappeared, they had a disagreement and she left all of her possessions behind. Marco later claimed that Sibora had been spotted leaving with 2 luggage by a security guard at their apartment building. Concerns and suspicions were only increased by these contradictory remarks. Elisabetta remembered that Sibora had announced her intention to permanently break up with him only a month before. She had left Marco's apartment and was reconstructing her life after 3 years of attempting to save it. She made an effort to keep her distance from him throughout that time, but it didn't appear to have much of an impact on his interest in her life. Marco kept getting involved, displaying a disturbing tenacity. He abruptly called Elisabetta at the beginning of July to inquire as to whether Sibora had returned to Italy. Elisabetta found the question strange, especially considering how recently they had broken up. In 2013, Sibora had tried several times to break off contact with Marco. She even went back to her mother's house in Italy, intending to abandon everything. She acknowledged at the time that she didn't see their relationship going forward, but Marco wouldn't let it go. Presenting himself at their Italian home, he begged Sibora to change. He even asked her to marry him. Sibora fell into his promises because she was exhausted from the never-ending battle, but the cycle quickly started up again. Her sense of calm was once more destroyed by aggressive conduct, jealousy, and control. She once told her mother that she might have to entirely vanish if she ever made the decision to leave Marco permanently, because she thought he wouldn't leave her alone. Sibora visited Italy often in the months that followed, most likely due to the expiration of her Spanish residency permit. According to some stories, she traveled with a fake Italian ID. Elisabetta saw that her daughter was becoming more and more afraid. Although Sibora seldom ever talked about it, she merely stated that she was trying to find a way out of her challenging circumstance. Sibora attempted to start over by moving into a new apartment by June 2014. She informed her mother that she had no plans to visit Marco again. She briefly appeared to be free again, but worries about her safety persisted after Marco said she had departed and left all of her possessions behind. Her family saw right away that something was amiss. Sabora would never have cut off communication with her mother, and brothers in particular. The family could only wait and hope that Sabora had really chosen to go into hiding in order to avoid Marco's control, but her contradictory statements and total lack of communication only made matters worse. Despite the efforts of Sabora Gagani's family and law enforcement, the inquiry into her abduction had not advanced much by 2015. Her mother, Elisabetta, had been the impetus behind formally reporting the incident to the police. Since Marco Zaboris was the last person to have seen her before she disappeared, she continued to believe that he was somehow connected to the incident. His actions during the probe, however, only served to heighten suspicions. Marco repeated his version of events while being questioned. After an altercation, he said, Sabora had fled their house with only a few items. It was odd, though, since a lot of her personal belongings, such as clothes and identification papers, were still in the flat. Marco never called the police to report her missing, despite his claims. Rather, he claimed to have printed and distributed leaflets across their area in an attempt to find Sabora on his own. Additionally, he presented contradictory speculations regarding her location, at one time speculating that she may have visited Argentina or that she had been spotted with an unidentified male with whom she allegedly had an altercation. These claims lacked coherence and empirical backing. Because she didn't trust Marco, Elisabetta started looking for her daughter on her own. She contacted the media as well as a specialized group that assists in raising awareness of missing person instances. News outlets in Spain and Italy started to publish images of Sabora and appeals for help. No fresh leads were found, in spite of these attempts. Marco seemed to have a fairly normal life while Sabora's family persisted in their quest for answers. In an apparent attempt to avoid drawing attention to himself, he modified his look by shaving his head and growing a beard. He started 2 new relationships during this period, but both terminated with the ladies complaining about his violent conduct. Nevertheless, Marco continued to live in Spain, regularly going to the gym and joining a shooting club, which worried many who knew about his past. The family of Sabora persisted. Elisabetta begged the police to step up their inquiry on several occasions. Law enforcement started going through the case files in the interim, looking for any information that might have been missed. They examined Marco's allegations, which had seemed contradictory from the start. He claimed that Sabora had walked out with nothing, but he also claimed that she had departed with suitcases. There were also inquiries as to why he had not called the police right away after she vanished. The public's interest in Sabora's case gradually waned. Despite the tenacious efforts of her family still residing in Spain, Marco managed to adapt to life after her disappearance. To his neighbors, he seemed like a gregarious person who was interested in socializing and staying active. His reputation was still questioned, nevertheless, given his previous relationship with Sabora and the grievances from new partners. The investigation came to a halt as Sabora's family held out hope for any updates. With the help of worldwide missing persons databases, authorities increased their efforts, but to no avail. The uncertainty surrounding Sabora's fate continued to be an intolerable agony for those closest to her. Marco seemed to have changed his ways by 2023. On the surface, he was living with Paula, his new girlfriend, and the 2 of them had a child. But beyond the surface of this ostensibly new beginning were the same problems that had beset Marco for years. His and Paula's relationship was everything but steady. She told her closest friends and co-workers that Marco had physically abused her. Marco, however, found it difficult to maintain a reliable employment, which made their financial difficulties even worse. Marco and Paula were offered positions by Victor Molina, the restaurant owner, whom Marco had met while working at a pizzeria. In an effort to alleviate the couple's financial strain, Victor also rented them a modest flat. Paula gained respect and trust at work more rapidly than Marco did. In addition to being Paula's employers, Victor and his sister Victoria, who also worked at the restaurant, also provided her with emotional support. Victoria became more aware of Paula and Marco's relationship problems over time. Following a specific event, she started advising Paula to call the police. Victoria claims that Marco was unhelpful at home in addition to being combative at work. Victoria reached a breaking point after an incident at the restaurant, It was discovered that the staff restroom door was smashed. Paula informed Victoria that Marco had broken it, claiming that she had used the area to meet with colleagues. Victor then moved Marco to a new location while maintaining strict monitoring over him. Paula tried hard to keep her life looking regular, but she was unable to conceal the difficulties she was facing. She opened out more as her confidence in Victoria grew. Paula disclosed that the only reason she was remaining with Marco was to reclaim custody of her children, who had been taken away from her when police found illegal drugs in their home. Marco owned the drugs, but the whole family had to deal with the fallout. Paula's main objective was to save enough money to leave Marco and fight for custody back, because this was a very personal tragedy for her. Marco's circumstances, however, kept becoming worse. He often grumbled to Victor about his financial difficulties, saying he worked just to support his family. However, his demeanor and actions conveyed a different message. Victor questioned if it was worth the trouble to retain him on staff because of his aggressive behavior and lack of interpersonal skills. Victoria, who was aware of how serious Paula's circumstances were, persisted in urging her to stop putting up with the abuse. Paula, however, refrained from engaging in any combative behavior out of concern for her safety. She acknowledged to Victoria that she had once been kicked and hit 4 times by Marco, but she played down the severity of the incident for Victor and Victoria. This was unmistakable proof that Paula's condition needed immediate attention. Paula spent her day off on Tuesday, May 16, 2023, feeling upbeat and eager to relax. She told her coworkers that she planned to have a productive and restful evening. Victoria, Paula's co-worker and close friend, was curious about her evening on May 17, the next day. However, at roughly 11:30 a.m. that morning, the day took a gloomy and unexpected turn. Although Paula and Marco frequently argued, the shouting that came from their apartment this time sounded much more furious. Paula's voice was clearly calling for assistance. Victor, Paula's employer and landlord, who happened to be nearby, could hear the disturbance so loudly that they were obviously worried. He and another restaurant staff hurried toward the residence. The 2 men arrived at the door and started yelling and knocking in an attempt to figure out what was going on. They heard mild sobbing coming from inside, but it quickly stopped. Marco opened the door a few moments later, his calm manner reassuring them that everything was well and that Paula had just gone to bed to sleep. But Victor felt really uneasy because Paula's voice was no longer audible. Recent occurrences added to the situation's alarming nature. Victor had dismissed Marco from the restaurant a few days prior after a string of concerning events, including the mysterious disappearance of a kitchen knife. Victor wanted to prevent more issues because he had become more and more suspicious of Marco. Marco was now at the epicenter of another worrying incident. While the other employee phoned the police, Victor went to get an extra key to the apartment. Marco acted unexpectedly and without explanation, but he seemed to be aware that the situation was getting worse. He walked out of the building and out of the flat. The flat was locked when the police got there. The mystery grew by the fact that everything inside looked as if the occupants had just departed. Victor, meanwhile, came back with the extra key and went inside the flat. They found Paula's body lying on the floor with several stab wounds. To ascertain what had transpired inside one of the apartments, it was clear that she had died a few hours before, and her clothing was covered with blood. Marco had already left when the police guarded the area, called in forensic experts to gather evidence, and began searching for him. While detectives searched for the culprit, Paula's body was sent for an autopsy to determine the precise cause of death. A few hours later, Marco was found in a nearby cafe, sitting peacefully at a table. During his arrest, he acted as if nothing had happened and did not resist. Marco showed up in court on May 20, 2023, 3 days after Paula's untimely death. He was accused of engaging in gender-based hostility as a felony with aggravating circumstances. A mental assessment and controlled substance testing were also mandated by the court. Marco was held during the hearing after being refused bail. Marco merely spoke in response to his lawyer's questioning, exercising his right to silence. Sibora Gagani, whose disappearance he had earlier hinted to, was not mentioned. But on May 17, the day of Paula's passing, Sibora's name returned to the public front a few days following his detention. During his interrogation at the station, Marco revealed something surprising. He said he killed Sibora Gagani during a 2014 argument and hid her body in the apartment they shared. Marco even volunteered to show investigators where her remains were found. Despite his admission, authorities decided to put Paula's death investigation first and postponed for a while checking Marco's claims regarding Sabora. Elisabetta, Sabora's mother, was devastated to learn of Marco's imprisonment and his revelation about her daughter. She had been fighting to restart the case for 9 years because she thought Marco was connected to Sabora's disappearance. After Marco's confession, Sabora Gagani's case was formally reopened and investigators set out to confirm his allegations. By early June 2023, they had inspected the flat where the pair had resided in 2014. The layout of the building where Sabora and Marco had previously lived was thoroughly examined by Spanish investigators working on her case. An extensive examination of the apartment turned up nothing noteworthy. Nevertheless, differences between the apartment's designs and actual layout were discovered. After making this discovery, the investigators turned their focus to a nearby apartment on the same level that had a nearly comparable design. One specific detail caught my attention. In the apartment under inquiry, there was a sizable area that, according on the design drawings, should have been a bedroom but wasn't there. On June 6, investigators gained authorization to enter the adjacent flat and breached the wall behind it. They found a big wooden box with lime in it. Police discovered the first piece of evidence, a plastic bag with personal belongings thought to be Sabora's, and a knife smeared with dried blood inside the box. One among the things was a bunch of withered flowers resting on top of a few garbage bags. A camping sleeping bag containing human remains was found inside one of the bags. To ascertain the identity and cause of death, the remains were sent for forensic examination. Investigators found tattoos on the body that matched descriptions in Sabora Gagani's missing persons complaint. But Spanish authorities asked Sabora's relatives in Italy for DNA samples to definitively confirm the identity. To get a sample of Sabora's mother, Elisabetta's saliva, cops showed up at her house on June 10. The remains were identified as belonging to Sabora Gagani by the DNA results. New information regarding Marco's behavior surfaced during interrogations in Spain in the week after the discovery. He claimed to have tried to dispose of the body by using acid, but this claim was not supported by evidence. The reopening of Sabora's case was triggered by Marco's confessions after his arrest for Paula's death, and investigators observed that he constantly changed his testimonies. Authorities kept looking into the circumstances surrounding her death in the interim. The news that Sabora's remains had been confirmed was a crushing blow to Elisabetta. She had lost hope after 9 years of uncertainty, but she had never given up on finding out what had happened to her daughter. Her life had drastically changed over the years. Sabora's father never found out the truth about his daughter and had died of illness. The birth of her grandchild had been Elisabetta's only source of comfort. Elisabetta thought back on her years of campaigning, pleading with the police to reopen her daughter's case after the remains were formally identified. Although she had at last received answers as a result of her efforts, she also felt a feeling of bittersweet closure. The evidence retrieved from the location where Sabora's bones were discovered was still being examined by forensic specialists. Forensic testing was done on the knife found in the plastic bag in order to find any biological evidence that could connect it to Marco. In the meantime, Spanish detectives worked with their Italian counterparts to add to the Sabora missing case information. Despite the evidence in Marco's own admission of his role in Sabora's killing, including disclosing the location of her remains, the inquiry into Paula's death was still underway, and Marco was already the main suspect. Marco eventually withdrew his confession. Marco's lawyer contended that his remarks should not be used in court because they were made under duress. Nonetheless, investigators insisted that there were solid grounds for additional charges based on the evidence, which included Sabora's personal things that was discovered in the hidden box. Sabora Gagani's family was able to finally bury her in January 2024, a few months after her bones were found. Her remains were given back to her loved ones for burial once all forensic analyses were finished. Friends and family came together to say their final goodbyes at the service, which was held in Italy. In remembrance, balloons bearing sincere words that represented hope and goodbye were released into the sky. The continuous judicial processes against Marco, who was charged with Paula's death, received the majority of attention at the time. In a 17-page handwritten letter that he submitted during a hearing on January 30, 2024, Marco acknowledged his guilt for her death but made several disclaimers. According to him, the The dispute started because of a series of discussions over his adultery and a debt of €50. Marco claims that the catastrophe occurred because he defended himself too fiercely during the confrontation, but when investigators saw that Paula's injuries were on her back, they seriously questioned his claim of self-defense. Marco acknowledged his guilt over Paula, but he would not elaborate on Cibora's situation. He did attest to the fact that he had covered her body with flowers, wrapped it in plastic, and put it in a wooden box, sealed it within a wall after layering it with lime. He tried to defend his actions by claiming that they were a response to his anxiety of the situation, but he denied any responsibility for her death. Marco presented a completely different story of Cibora's death during the trial, changing it abruptly. He said her death was caused by the Albanian mafia, with which he claimed to have been associated because of debts. Marco claims that he was unable to pay back the €25,000 he borrowed to start a brothel because the money was stolen. He claimed that 4 men showed up at his house, and one of them killed Cibora during a fight. Marco said that in order to prevent more repercussions, he was then compelled to dispose of her body while facing danger to his own life. Given that Marco had previously altered his claims several times during the investigation, this account of events caused serious skepticism among investigators. Marco's arrest in May 2023 following Paula's death was the first indication that he had lied to authorities. During the investigation, no proof was found to corroborate his allegations of mafia involvement. An examination revealed that Cibora had suffered many knife wounds, which, even in light of the state of her remains, amply demonstrated a violent crime. Years after Cibora was reported missing, her family was eventually able to get confirmation of her whereabouts. Although Cibora's father had died without ever finding out the truth, her mother Elisabetta disclosed that she had spent the previous 9 years holding out hope for answers. The trial for Paula's case was still going on by May 2024. In order to handle the counts of homicide and domestic violence, the court opted to hold a jury trial. Even though it had been reopened, Cibora Gagani's case had not yet gone to trial. More court proceedings were expected as investigators proceeded to examine Marco's assertions, particularly his suspicions of mafia participation. As seen by the experiences of Cibora Gagani and Paula, aggressive and manipulative relationships can have disastrous outcomes. The same individual betrayed Paula, who was trying to take back control of her life, and Cibora, who had hoped for a bright future. Their tragic outcomes serve as a sobering reminder of how critical it is to spot abusive conduct early and take action to stop future catastrophes. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This desperate cry for help came from Rachel Hendricks, a woman who was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Rachel was one of 3 close friends who gathered at Amanda Cawley's upscale home in a quiet suburban neighborhood on what seemed like an ordinary Thursday morning in August 2015. They were there to comfort Amanda as she struggled through the painful collapse of her marriage, but none of them had any idea that within hours, their lives would be shattered forever. In this sudden burst of chaos and gunfire, their lives were stolen, leaving behind grieving families and 5 young children who would never see their mothers again. A once tranquil community was thrown into shock and heartbreak. But what could have caused such a horrific attack? What led to this moment of terror? This is the tragic story of Amanda Cawley, a woman for whom the help of the courts came far too late. Amanda had been living in her family home in Marabella, a beautiful and upscale neighborhood in St. Augustine, Florida. She and her husband, James Cawley Jr., had chosen it as the perfect place to raise their children. If you took a walk through their neighborhood, you'd immediately get the sense that the Cawley family was living a good life. To anyone on the outside, they seemed like the perfect, happy, and successful family. Neighbors often saw James laughing and playing with their 2 children, 6-year-old Trey and 4-year-old Avery, in the cul-de-sac. The couple was known for hosting lively gatherings, inviting friends over for drinks and celebrations. Even as their marriage started to unravel, Amanda and James appeared to handle it with quiet grace. Whatever struggles they faced stayed hidden behind closed doors. That's why the events of August 27, 2015 were so shocking. Around 9 o'clock that morning, Rachel Hendricks received a message that something was wrong with Amanda. She and Amanda had been friends for years, having met at a mutual friend's party along with Lindy Dobbins. The three women had formed an unbreakable bond. They babysat each other's children, supported one another in times of distress, and were always just a phone call away. So when Amanda needed them, Rachel and Lindy didn't hesitate. That morning, Rachel had just dropped her kids off at school before heading to Amanda's house. She made a quick stop at a friend's home to get her hair done. It was supposed to be a normal day, but for Amanda, the chaos had already begun. Her usually pristine Mirabella home had been completely trashed overnight while she was away. When she returned at 9 o'clock that morning, she walked into a nightmare. Drawers had been pulled out, clothes and papers were scattered everywhere, personal belongings had been tossed aside, and even her TV had been smashed to pieces. Strangely, nothing had been stolen. Everything had simply been torn apart, as if someone had been searching for something. Maybe at that moment, Amanda realized just how much danger she was in. Maybe that's why she called her friends over, believing that safety came in numbers. But as that morning would soon prove, no number of people could have protected her from what was coming. Inside the house that morning were 4 people: Amanda, Lindy, Rachel, and Lamar Doberly. Lamar was Amanda's boyfriend. She had been officially separated from her husband James since June, but she had met Lamar months earlier, in April. Their connection started as a professional relationship, but slowly evolved into something more personal. By June 2015, after her separation, Amanda and Lamar had begun seeing each other. Now, Lamar wasn't just any man. He was a force to be reckoned with, a former military officer with an impressive resume. He had attended the U.S. Naval Academy, studied at the Marine Corps University, and even worked at the Pentagon. Sharp, disciplined, and strategic, he carried himself with the confidence of someone who had seen and handled high-stakes situations. Amanda met him while they were both working in corporate management at Fanatics, a sportswear company. As her marriage with James crumbled, she found solace in Lamar, a man who offered stability when everything else in her life was spiraling. And on that fateful Thursday morning, when she returned home to find her house torn apart, Lamar was one of the first people she called. Lamar, Lindy, and Rachel arrived, each of them hoping to provide Amanda with comfort and a sense of security. Together they walked through the wreckage, drawers overturned, belongings scattered, a silent warning that something was terribly wrong. While Amanda and Lindy stayed upstairs trying to make sense of it all, Lamar took Rachel to the garage to assess the damage. Now, imagine coming home to find your house completely ransacked, drawers pulled out, belongings scattered, a violation of every inch of your safe space. That alone is terrifying, but before you even have a chance to process the mess, gunshots ring out. Suddenly, a trashed home doesn't seem so bad. Amanda barely had time to react before the chaos escalated outside. A man stood in her backyard, gripping a handgun and aiming it directly at the living room. Shattered glass sprayed in all directions as bullets tore through the windows. His furious voice echoed through the air, saying, "Where is he?" Over and over again. That man was James Coley, Amanda's estranged husband, and he wasn't just there to scare them. He was out for blood. Inside, Rachel and Lamar froze for a split second. Then reality hit. James wasn't just shooting into the house at random. He was looking for someone, and Lamar didn't need to guess who. Without hesitation, Lamar yelled for everyone to run. Then he bolted. He ducked under the garage door and sprinted between 2 houses in the cul-de-sac, his pulse racing as he put as much distance as possible between himself and the enraged gunman. Now, if you were in Lamar's shoes at that moment, what would you do? Would you leave Amanda behind, or would you make the same choice he did? Meanwhile, Amanda and Lindy, caught further inside the house, had no way out. They did the only thing they could. They ran upstairs. Rachel followed her instincts, screaming at her to find shelter. Amanda locked herself in the bathroom, while Lindy and Rachel dove into the master bedroom closet, barricading the door. Rachel braced herself, her foot pressed against the bottom of the door, her left hand gripping the doorknob with all her strength. Lindy crouched behind a chest of drawers, silent, barely breathing. At this point, James stormed through the front door while his gun was still drawn. He stomped up the stairs, rage fueling every step. He wanted Lamar, but Lamar was gone. Instead, he found Amanda from inside the closet. Rachel and Lindy could hear him screaming, but if you think James's rage ended with Amanda, think again. His bloodlust wasn't satisfied after gunning down his wife. He turned his attention to the master closet, where Rachel and Lindy were hiding. As mentioned earlier, Rachel was using her arm to brace the door while Lindy frantically relayed their desperate situation to the 911 operator. James, growing more impatient by the second, pounded on the door and shouted, "Open the door! Open it now!" When they didn't comply, he fired a bullet that tore through the door, grazed Rachel's arm, and the searing pain forced her to stumble backward. That moment of weakness was all James needed. He kicked the door open, his eyes wild with rage, but Rachel got lucky. James wasn't looking for her. His target was Lindy. Without hesitation, he stormed past Rachel, giving her the split-second chance she needed. Heart pounding, she turned and ran, fleeing into the neighborhood, desperately searching for help. Meanwhile, Lamar, who had escaped earlier, had also found someone who called 911, and 11 of the law enforcement arrived. It was too late. James had vanished, leaving behind a house soaked in blood and horror. The once safe home was now a crime scene, a place of unthinkable violence and devastating law. Lindy had been shot 3 times, Amanda 9. James had shot her once before forcing his way into the closet where Lindy and Rachel were hiding. Then, after killing Lindy, he unleashed 8 more bullets into Amanda's body. He had started with a 9mm handgun, emptying it into Lindy, and when that was out of bullets, he pulled out his .45A backup weapon. Proof that he had come prepared for something far worse than just an argument. This wasn't just a crime of passion, it was pure, calculated rage. But why? Not much is known about the early days of James and Amanda's relationship. Amanda was 36 years old in the year 2015, a year older than James. She was born in Orlando, Florida, and had built a successful life for herself. Professionally, she thrived, and socially, she was surrounded by people who adored her. James, on the surface, appeared just as put together. He worked in the mortgage industry and lived what seemed to be a stable life alongside his wife and children. To those looking in from the outside, he was a devoted father, a man who spent every waking moment with his kids, teaching them how to swim. Always present, always involved. His sister, Crystal, spoke of him with admiration, painting a picture of a loving, family-oriented man. But behind the carefully crafted image of a devoted father and hard-working professional, James harbored a darkness that had been with him for years. According to his sister, James had grown up witnessing terrifying moments of rage within his own home. He had seen his mother seething with fury over his father's infidelity, sitting on the stairs with a baseball bat in hand, waiting the second his father walked through the door. She swung again and again, her anger manifesting in brutal blows. But the violence didn't end there. Another argument, another eruption of rage. This time, she reached for a knife, her temper spiraling out of control. James stood there, a helpless child watching it all unfold. He saw what unchecked anger looked like, what it could do, how it could consume a person. Did these moments shape him? Did they plant the seeds of his own uncontrollable fury? A defense lawyer would certainly argue that they did, that James was merely a product of his environment, repeating the cycle he had been exposed to. But trauma alone doesn't excuse what happened that night. By late August of 2015, James and Amanda had been separated for months. He had moved on, or at least that's what everyone thought. James was seeing someone new, yet his obsession with Amanda hadn't faded. Instead, it had festered, growing into something dangerous, something deadly. Amanda had done nothing wrong. She had simply wanted to break free from their toxic marriage, to rebuild a life of her own, but James refused to let her go. His attack wasn't just a crime of passion or a fleeting moment of lost control. It was premeditated. It was the culmination of his growing rage, his need for dominance over the woman who dared to walk away. And in the end, Amanda paid the ultimate price, for nothing more than wanting to be free. All of this toxicity came to a peak when a neighbor sent James a photo of Lamar shirtless mowing Amanda's lawn. That was all it took to set him off. Fury consumed him, igniting a relentless storm of abusive text messages and voicemails that wouldn't stop until the day of the murders. In their conversation, he texted her, "Oh, and your boyfriend has been parking at the playground and walking around the back. The whole neighborhood knows. You should just have him park out front like a man. Yeah, everyone knows what you are. Don't worry, I will speak with him face to face sooner than later." Amanda, trying to defuse the situation, responded, "He's not my boyfriend like I've told you before. He helps me with the yard work, painting, moving furniture, etc." But James wasn't having it. "So, why doesn't he park in the driveway if he isn't hiding? And I guess he is married, right? I have a picture of him." These weren't just messages, they were threats. And James had acted on threats before. Amanda had already filed a domestic violence injunction against him, but he had no respect for boundaries. He had violated the order before, once, by stealing her clothes from the house and setting them on fire in the yard. In fact, on the morning of Thursday, August 27th, the very day of the murders, James had been in court for violating that order. He had sat there calm, composed, no one knowing that in less than an hour, he would commit an unthinkable act. Now, like many abusive partners, James was a contradiction. One moment desperate for forgiveness, the next consumed by paranoia and rage. Just a day before the murders, on Wednesday, August 26, he sent Amanda a message dripping with regret. "Please try to start forgiving me so we can move on. I really miss you and our family being together." But this wasn't love, it was manipulation. His so-called remorse was just another tool to control her, and when it failed, he resorted to terror. In the early hours of Thursday morning at around 4 o'clock, James broke into Amanda's house. He wasn't there to apologize or win her back. He was there to confirm his worst fear, that she had truly moved on without him. As he searched through her belongings, he found all the evidence he needed to send him into a rage. Men's clothing scattered around, adult toys, clear signs that Amanda was seeing someone else. It was the final trigger. Any lingering facade of sorrow vanished, replaced by pure, uncontrollable fury. He tore through the house like a madman, yanking open drawers, flipping furniture, ripping through her most personal possessions. By the time Amanda returned home around 9 o'clock that morning, she walked straight into a nightmare. Her home was unrecognizable. Ransacked, torn apart as if a hurricane had passed through. Furniture was overturned, drawers emptied, personal belongings scattered and violated. The place she once considered safe had been transformed into a scene of chaos and destruction. Shaken and unnerved, she immediately reached out for support, calling her friends Lindy and Rachel. Perhaps she was seeking comfort, maybe advice. What she didn't know was that this phone call would unknowingly set the stage for the final tragic moments of her life. But James wasn't done tormenting her. Not satisfied with the destruction he had already caused, he sent Amanda a final chilling text. This time, his words carried a thinly veiled threat. "You're an awesome person. Don't take me from my kids. It's all I have. Call me, or I'm going to come find you." His desperation was palpable, but so was the danger lurking behind his words. It was clear that if Amanda didn't respond, he was willing to escalate things further. Perhaps hoping to de-escalate the situation, Amanda called him back at exactly 9:41 in the morning. She argued with him over the phone, just 10 minutes after James had left the courthouse. It's unclear what was said between them, but whatever Amanda told him, it wasn't enough to stop him. At this point, nothing could. After the call, James moved with calculated precision. He drove to a gas station, then to his sister's house where he had been staying, then back to the gas station, this time to buy fuel. Somewhere along the way, he armed himself with 2 handguns, a 9mm and a .45 caliber. His every move was deliberate. He wasn't acting on impulse anymore. He was following a plan. One that had only one possible ending. During his drive, James made one last phone call to his father. A woman walking her dog nearby overheard the conversation and later recalled the desperate plea in James's father's voice. Please, son, come back and get your truck. Everybody knows what you've been through." His father was begging him to stop, to turn back before it was too late. But James's response was chilling, filled with a heavy finality that left no room for hope. "I just can't take this anymore," he said, and with that, he continued his deadly course. James didn't pull up to Amanda's house the way a visitor would. He didn't park in the driveway. He didn't knock on the door. Instead, he parked on a nearby street and approached from the rear, moving like a predator stalking its prey. He knew exactly what he was going to do, and he had no intention of leaving until his mission was complete. The first gunshots shattered the morning silence, ripping through the living room with terrifying precision. Rachel and Lamar, caught completely off guard, barely had time to react before James was firing at them. Every pull of the trigger was fueled by a single purpose: to make them pay. Amanda tried to run, but James was faster. He gunned her down in cold blood, making sure she never had the chance to escape him again. Lindy, who had just arrived moments earlier, never stood a chance. Before she could process the horror unfolding before her, she was executed on sight. And then, just as quickly as he had arrived, James disappeared. He left behind chaos, death, and devastation, but he also left behind two witnesses: Lamar, miraculously unharmed, and Rachel, wounded but still alive. They knew exactly who had done this. They could name the killer, and now, so could the police. The manhunt for James Terry Colley Jr. began immediately after the murders. Law enforcement agencies worked tirelessly to track him down, knowing he was armed, dangerous, and capable of further violence. That very night in Norton, Virginia, an unexpected call to 911 would lead to his capture. A distressed woman reported a terrifying encounter on the road. She described the scene in a panic. Acting quickly, Norton police located and stopped the vehicle. Inside, they found James along with several firearms. James was officially charged with a long list of crimes reflecting the full scope of his violent actions. He faced 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Amanda Colley and Lindy Dobbins. He was also charged with 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder for Rachel Hendricks and Lamar Doberly, who had narrowly survived the attack. Additionally, he was accused of burglary with assault or battery, burglary of a dwelling, and aggravated stalking. After an injunction, the prosecution was prepared to ensure that justice was served. At trial, James's defense team attempted a controversial argument, claiming that his actions were not premeditated. They suggested that he had been in an altered mental state at the time of the killings. A psychiatrist testified that James was experiencing parasomnia, a sleep disorder associated with abnormal movements and behaviors during sleep.
The defense argued that he had taken Ambien, alcohol, and other drugs, which supposedly left him in a confused, dreamlike state. In essence, they were claiming that James Colley had been sleepwalking when he committed the murders. However, this defense quickly crumbled under scrutiny. Just an hour and a half before the shootings, James had been present in court, where he was seen behaving rationally, answering questions sensibly, and showing no signs of intoxication. He had explicitly denied being under the influence of any drugs or alcohol during the legal proceedings. This directly contradicted the claim that he was impaired at the time of the attack. Furthermore, surveillance footage, phone records, and witness testimonies all painted a different picture, one of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. The jury deliberated, but the decision was swift and unanimous. James Colley Jr. was found guilty on all counts. Not only that, but the jury also reached a unanimous recommendation for the death penalty. The prosecution had presented 4 aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt, solidifying their case.
First, James had been previously convicted of another violent felony. Since he had committed multiple murders and attempted murders at once, this applied. Second, he carried out the murders while engaging in burglary. Third, each murder was deemed especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Finally, and perhaps most damning, the jury found that he had committed each killing with cold, calculated premeditation. One of the most haunting testimonies came from the medical examiner, who revealed that Amanda Colley had been fully aware during the entire attack. She had been shot 9 times before finally succumbing to her injuries. The sheer brutality of the crime reinforced the jury's decision. This was not an accident, nor a crime of passion. It was an execution. In November of 2018, James Coley Jr. was sentenced to death. He appealed the verdict, but in 2020 the courts upheld his sentence. Today, he remains on death row. One person called it more than murder. What made this case even more controversial was the unwavering support James received from his own family, particularly his sister. Before the trial even began, she stood firmly by his side, fully believing in his innocence. In one recorded call, she even led a heartfelt prayer for him, asking that he be released safely from jail. But what she failed to consider was the devastating reality of his actions. No matter how deep her love for her brother ran, or whatever justification James may have believed he had, nothing could ever make up for the fact that he stole the lives of 2 mothers, women who left behind a total of 5 young children. These children were now forced to grow up without the warmth, love, and guidance of their mothers. Their families were left shattered, their lives forever changed by an act of violence that could never be undone. During the trial, Lindy Dobbins' husband took the stand. His testimony was filled with grief and devastation. He spoke about the unbearable pain of losing his wife, about how their children had to face life without their mother, and how the loss had left a wound that would never fully heal. His words were a painful reminder that behind every crime, there are innocent lives that suffer. So if James were your brother, what would you do? Would you pray for his release, hoping for a second chance? Or would you acknowledge the weight of his actions and the irreversible damage he caused? As you think about your answer, let this be a reminder. Domestic violence doesn't happen in isolation. It can spiral into unimaginable tragedy, tearing families apart in ways that can never be repaired. And when it does, the only question left to ask is, could this have been prevented? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Is it feasible to live a twin's life while stealing their identity? When twins appear together, people are generally always quite interested in them. It should come as no surprise that they have also always been the focus of close examination for scientific studies. From biology to psychology, such research is thought to be essential for understanding the genetics of their behavior. Even though they live far away, many twins say they can sense their sibling or sister's emotional state, and occasionally even their physical suffering. They have a unique bond that sometimes even causes them to repeat each other's fate. Since identical twins are produced when a single fertilized egg divides, they are identical. In addition to their striking physical similarities, their fingerprints are strikingly similar in terms of pattern type and line count, albeit the finer details are obviously different. Though it took place in real life, the story of Sunny and Gina Han, twin sisters, reads like the plot of a thriller or even a horror film. After being split up in their early years and then reunited, the girls experienced a peculiar emotion that turned into jealousy and a never-ending rivalry in everything. Every girl thought her sister was luckier and more successful than she was, and their relentless pursuit of perfection at all costs led to a true tragedy. On April 3, 1974, sisters Sunny and Gina Han were born into a modest household in a South Korean province. Sunny and Gina were the names given to the twin daughters. The couple's modest, if not impoverished lifestyle was severely impacted by the way their 2 children looked. The parents chose to divorce when the daughters were under 2 years old because they were continuously scandalized. In this instance, the children only shared during the divorce proceedings. The mother stayed in her home province with Sunny, while the father took Gina to a nearby city. The sisters did not see each other throughout the nearly 4 years that the ex-spouses did not speak. But when Mr. Han found a woman in 1980, she made the decision to be married and start a family. But Gina was detested by his new partner. Almost once, by forcing the man to give the child back to his mother, the lady tensely posed the question and only agreed to marry him in this situation. He took the girl to his ex-wife in the fall of that year and simply left her there without providing an explanation or even taking note of the circumstances in the home. After that, he departed and never again showed concern for his children's welfare or provided them with financial support. By that time, the daughter's mother was severely struggling with alcoholism, had no steady employment, and was addicted to gambling, which led to her accruing enormous debt. For days at a time, the lady might be gone from home, leaving her girls alone with a bag of inexpensive convenience foods or perhaps no food at all. They appeared to have no one else in the world but one another, and they were both hungry and terrified. Still, the sisters' relationship was falling apart quickly. They started fighting over everything and were always vying for their mother's attention. Their arguments frequently resulted in violent altercations that left them with abrasions, bruises, and ripped hair. In an interview many years later, the mother herself stated that she never tried to reconcile her daughters or separate them. She did not step in to stop the clashes between siblings because they were usual in Korea. In the early 1000s, 980s flee to the United States of America. Mrs. Han chose to leave the country by sea in order to avoid creditors and attempt to start over, since she was unable to pay off her growing debts and was worried about her life and the safety of her daughters. The woman, who had only seen images and articles of the sunny state of California, wanted to visit. She purchased one-way tickets for herself and her kids and just packed the essentials in her suitcase. They encountered a number of issues as soon as they moved to Irvine, a city in Orange County, California. They had no family, friends, or acquaintances to offer any assistance. The girls who didn't know English struggled in school, and Mrs. Han was unable to get employment since she didn't speak the language. Living on a limited stipend, the family was barely surviving, and the future appeared ghoulish and terrifying. The mother and kids took a few years to get used to their new surroundings. However, just as things appeared to be improving, the woman developed a gambling and alcohol addiction. The same thing happened again, but this time she also started exhibiting mental health issues. She wanted to place her daughters in a foster home or orphanage because she couldn't raise them herself. Mrs. Hannah, Aurem, sister and her spouse, relocated to California in 1986. She herself offered to take the 12-year-old girls to her for rearing, after learning about the circumstances in a relative's home, as the pair did not have any children of their own. Mrs. Han eagerly accepted the offer, but she didn't even discuss it with her daughters. She hurriedly packed their things in a suitcase, caught a bus to Sunny and Gina in a nearby town, and just told them where to go when she dropped them off at her sister's house at the bus stop. The girls' lives quickly started to resemble a fairy tale, as they were embraced with open arms at their aunt's house despite their confusion and fear. Auntie and her husband made every effort to ensure the sisters were comfortable and had nothing to require. For the first time in their lives, Sunny and Gina ate enough, dressed beautifully, and were driven to a prestigious school. However, not only did the sisters' relationship not get better, it got so bad that it broke down. They were in the same class, studying together, and they were always competing. Each of the top-achieving females attempted to get around her sister in this way. In an effort to outperform their sister, they participated in athletics as well. Shared pals liked boys and vied for the attention of guardians and teachers. The sisters appeared to be very inspired and motivated by this rivalry, which pushed them to excel in all they did, rank first in their school, excel in athletics, pay close attention to their appearance, and set a good example for others. Love was the single thing that never occurred between them. The second sister didn't want to lag behind and give in because they all believed she received the best treatment. It should be mentioned that Sunny found it simpler to establish friendships or connections with boys because she was more outgoing, gregarious, and talkative. Her guardians unknowingly provided her more love and attention, and her teachers treated her better. However, Gina appeared to be motivated by hatred and rage. From the army to the alcoholic to the gambler, she would make a special effort to beat her sister and show everyone that she was superior. The sisters' paths took different turns after high school. Gina signed a 4-year contract to join the U.S. Air Force after deciding she could fulfill her potential as a soldier. The girl was physically fit and hardy, but she quickly came to the conclusion that she did not enjoy being in the military. Strict order and discipline prevailed here. The soldier did not truly belong to himself, and orders were not debated. He tried to breach the contract for the first time after a year, but was unsuccessful. Another 6 months later, she pretended that she had to care for her father because he was gravely ill. Naturally, she was unable to obtain the medical certificate that the management required as proof. Gina was really suffocating without any personal freedom. After another 6 months or so went by, in Bexar County, Texas, at Lackland Air Force Base, her unit was moved. Enlisted members of the U.S. Air Force and Space Force can only get basic military training there. Furthermore, Lackland is most famous for being the sole place where the U.S. Air Force conducts military training. Although many individuals aspire to visit this base, Han felt that it was a true jail. Gina didn't want to wait for her contract to end for another 2 years. Thus, she chose to cheat once more. She approached a senior official and told him about her nonconformist views. Note that it was 1994, and at that time, a scandalous comment like that was a valid grounds to end the contract right away. After being released from her responsibilities, Gina went back to California and made her home in the Los Angeles suburbs. The attractive 20-year-old lady soon secured a position at a well-known casino, earning roughly $20,000, 0 cents annually. Even at the time, the amount was modest, but tips occasionally far outstripped her daily income. Gina's life appeared to be improving for a while. She had her own car, although a second-hand one, rented a residence in a nice neighborhood, made a solid living, and could afford to buy clothing and cosmetics from high-end stores. However, that was short-lived. She quickly developed an addiction to hot beverages and started using them virtually every day. It wasn't as bad as that, though. After working a shift one day, Han decided to try her luck and sat down at a slot machine after picking up her paycheck and collecting a respectable tip. She lost everything she had made in a matter of hours. However, she woke up with a genuine, excruciating excitement rather than remorse. Every day, once her work ended, she hoped to win back and hit the lottery. She sat at the machines where she lost all the money and drank. She initially only bet her salary and tips, but she soon started taking out loans from friends and co-workers, which led to her debt. Gina was unaware that she was following in her mother's footsteps, who also struggled with gambling and alcohol, and as a result, the woman once fled her own country to America while carrying 2 children. Gina became more addicted. She soon stopped lending money as she just didn't repay them, and she started doing common thievery. She took money from her coworker's purse for the first time, but after realizing the loss, the coworker felt terrible for Han and chose not to call the police. The thief was brought to administrative accountability when the incident recurred, but she was simply given a fine and a suspended sentence. She visited her aunt, who reared her, in mid-1995 and stole from her a few months later. For the first time, Gina was given a real sentence after being found guilty of stealing. She was sentenced to 3 months in prison, but she was released early after less than a month. She was seen by the police a few more times for drunken revelry after that, but she was only imprisoned for a few days. Sunny, a successful twin, attended a renowned university after graduating from high school. She pursued a scholarship to study law, made many wealthy and accomplished acquaintances, moved around in high society, and led that painfully ideal life that many often boast about on social media. She rented a large apartment in a high-end apartment building in a posh neighborhood, complete with a gym and swimming pool. Sunny and Helena Smith, a fellow student and close friend who was the heiress of extremely affluent parents, split the rent. In addition to owning a pricey white BMW, Han was in a relationship with a young, attractive man from a bright family who was enrolled in medical school and aspired to become a surgeon. She appeared to be the total opposite of her sister, to have fulfilled all of her dreams and to have a long and contented life ahead of her. Sunny was almost forgetting about her twin sister. Since high school graduation, they had not seen or spoken to each other. She was aware from her aunt's statements that Gina had previously served time in jail for stealing, struggled with alcohol, and accrued debt due to gambling. The girl didn't try to locate her sister, get in touch with her, or offer assistance because she was too preoccupied with her education, relationships, and creating the ideal existence. But early in 1996, Gina called her sister out of the blue and requested assistance. Is it feasible to take another person's life? Gina called Sunny in April 1996 and requested to see her. For the first time in 4 years, the sisters saw one another, but they were not happy about it. Because it appeared as though they were seated in front of a mirror, the folks in the cafe across from them had their eyes fixed on them. Gina told her sister that she was having a lot of problems and was unsure of what to do. Unemployed and very indebted, Gina had no place to live and no one to turn to. Sunny truly felt sad for her sister and paid close attention to what she had to say. Without even talking to Helena, she recommended that Gina remain at her apartment for the time being. With just a bag and her possessions, Gina moved into her sister's apartment that same day. Gina had heard that Sunny wasn't impoverished, of course, But she hadn't anticipated seeing such an opulent and comfortable apartment in a nice neighborhood with all the amenities one could want. Gina, of course, did not pay for the apartment and lived at her sister's cost for almost a month. Envy and loathing consumed her more and more each day. She was always wondering what might have happened in her life. In what way was her sister superior to her now? Gina had an apparently insane idea. After all, she and Sunny had the same appearance, and only her mother and aunt had ever been able to tell them apart. What if the twins simply vanished, and Gina was able to lead her ideal life? Since Gina had virtually no friends and her family, to be honest, didn't like her, she believed that no one would even notice the changeover or her disappearance. Such thoughts quickly became obsessive. Over time, a sneaky scheme developed in Gina's brain. She closely observed who her sister spoke to, where she went, and how she dressed and spoke. She also meticulously imitated her hair, cosmetics, and mannerisms. In an effort to get to know her sister's friends better and keep them from noticing the changeover, Gina made every effort to interact with them. The sisters continued to argue and struggled to find common ground. Sunny's constant threats to evict her sister were the primary point of contention, but she simply gave up and bottled up her resentment since she had nowhere else to go. After yet another scandal, on August 18, 1996, Gina had been drinking when she walked through the apartment, took all the money she could find, and went to the casino, while her sister and a neighbor went somewhere else. The property was in disarray, and the money was gone when Sunny and Helena got home. They could no longer stand Gina's pranks and went to the police as soon as they understood what had transpired. That same evening, the girl was taken into custody in the casino. She was convicted and sentenced to 6 months in prison. However, after 2 months, the terms of her incarceration were loosened, allowing her to go for work 6 hours a day, but having to return to the prison at night. After 2 weeks of compliance, she made the decision to flee in order to finish her scheme, a cunning one. After being set free, Gina returned to Orange County by hitchhiking. The hunt for her was not a full-time job because she was not a dangerous criminal. Gina had to spend the night in a homeless shelter in a highly underprivileged area since she had no money. She wanted to replace her sister and kill her as quickly as possible, but she couldn't do it by herself, and she couldn't afford to hire a hitman. Then, after meeting 2 local adolescents in the same problematic neighborhood, Gina recruited them. They were identified as Joni Sirrett and Archie Bryant, his friend. In the event that they were successful, the girl agreed to give them each $100, 0 cents. The men made extensive preparations for the crime, purchased duct tape and rope, and even obtained a gun, albeit unloaded, that they could use to threaten people. After borrowing funds from friends, Gina hired a used Ford Mustang on November 15, 1996, with the intention of traveling to her sister's home with her accomplices. Everything was to take place on Wednesday, November 20, in the afternoon, when Sunny would undoubtedly be home by herself, based on her sister's estimates, as well as to do reconnaissance. The invaders also purchased a pack of magazines so that Johnny, posing as a salesperson, could inspect the apartment and see who was inside. The strategy appeared to be perfect. Each of the 3 criminals understood what they were supposed to do, and their roles were scripted, but all of a sudden, everything went wrong. A failed assassination attempt, to be exact. When a Mustang arrived to Sunny's apartment building at midday on the scheduled day, 2 men got out. While Johnny carried the magazines to the victim's apartment, Archie quietly moved to the side. Sunny answered the door when he knocked, but she didn't bother to knock and just slammed it in his face, claiming she didn't want anything. Johnny returned to his assistants, filled them in on everything, and they went over the plan's specifics again. Because the girl had opened the door without calling anyone, nobody was suspicious that she might not have been home alone. The young guys returned to the apartment after concluding their discussion of the subtleties and retrieved the rifle, duct tape, and rope from the car. When Johnny called the apartment again at around 1, Archie was standing a short distance away, ready to kick down the door when Sunny opened it. But by that time, Sunny had already gone to shower because she had a crucial meeting to attend. When the bell rang, her neighbor, who was seated in front of the TV in the living room, refused to even open the door. However, the unexpected guest persisted, so after a few minutes, Smith gave up and made his way to the door. Without any fanfare, the males kicked out the door as soon as the latch clicked and it started to open, knocking the girl on the ground before realizing that it was not Sunny in front of them and brandishing a revolver. After duct taping Helena's mouth shut and tying her up, Johnny rushed to Gina to ask her how to handle the problem and whether to allow the witness to remain alive. A bank card in Sonny's name was on the dresser when he left. Sonny, who was still in the restroom at the moment, heard a sound and warily peered out. After concluding that the house had been broken into, she went back to the bathroom, picked up the cell phone in the corridor and began phoning the emergency services. She only had time to inform them about the armed robbery and provide the address. The friends anticipated being tortured to discover where the money and valuables were in the house, or being abused when Archie grabbed a terrified Sonny by the hair, tied her up with rope, taped her mouth shut, and threw her on the floor next to a bound Helena when the connection was abruptly cut off and the room door swung open with a powerful kick. But the police showed up a few minutes later. When the cops got to the residence, Johnny and Gina were still in the Mustang. A few minutes after the initial 3 police officers rushed past them, a second vehicle arrived to assist. Every force was hurried to the scene because it was a hostage situation. The intruder sitting in the car heard the number of the apartment radioed by a passing police officer. Gina shouted that she was Sonny as she exited the vehicle. Law enforcement officer Han glanced at her, but he couldn't make out what that meant. He requested that she rush to the location, where his colleagues had already disarmed the assailant and freed the hostages. The policeman was astonished and confused when he walked into the flat. The same girl he had just rushed past on the street was sitting in front of him, weeping and terrified. The policeman briefly questioned whether what was happening was genuine when he inquired her name, and she replied that it was Sonny Han. Since the same person could not be in 2 locations at once, he believed he was going insane. The Ford Mustang carrying the girl and her accomplice, the good twin and the bad twin, had already vanished when the man who had told his colleague that he needed to check something leaped back into the yard. Gina knew the attempt had failed when she heard the radio announce the apartment number and saw the cops coming. Then, in a desperate move, she jumped out of the car and called herself by her sister's name. By claiming that the true offender was now in her flat, the girl attempted to appear like a victim, but the rushed officer ignored her and merely requested her to wait. Gina, of course, didn't wait. She and Johnny went to the closest ATM and used her sister's stolen card to withdraw a couple $1,000s. The crooks then hurried to the Mexican border, but not before they had to swap their car for a less noticeable one at the car dealership. Gina used her sister's name when introducing herself, but she accidentally wrote her own name on the form. The staff found this extremely odd and requested her to wait while the formalities were completed. The management was then notified and the police were contacted. Gina insisted that Sonny was her and that the other sister was impersonating her even after she was jailed. Even after fingerprints were used to determine each girl's identity, they both continued to identify themselves as Sonny during the inquiry and in court. The Han sisters appeared to be ordinary good and bad twins at first, but a closer look at their past showed that this was not the case at all. Sonny had a successful and happy life, while Gina struggled with addictions, was frequently in problems, and had multiple criminal records. Sonny lost her primary motivation, though, when the sisters' paths parted and they ceased their ceaseless rivalry. She enrolled at a prominent university, but her academic performance declined in the second year, and she was unable to maintain her scholarship to pay for her education. She carefully concealed the fact that she was working as a dancer in a nearby city's nightclub from her boyfriend and friends. Sonny made an effort to keep up the appearance of an ideal existence, but in actuality, she was no longer leading one. Gina and her lesser accomplices were accused of conspiring to kill Sonny Han throughout the trial and punishment. Additionally, the girl was charged with attempting to pass for her twin sister, whose she even used while introducing herself at the hearing. Overall, the process was both intriguing and unsettling since the sisters, who were experiencing the same emotions, started crying, had panic attacks, and, during one session, passed out all at once. Gina stated that she merely intended to remove her sister's possessions from her apartment and had no intention of killing her. Johnny and Archie were meant to assist her with that, but instead they chose to act like gangsters and frighten Sonny and her neighbor. A bit too much, though. The defendants argued that since the rifle was unloaded, the girls would not have actually been harmed. A year after the attempted murder, on November 20, 1997, the court rendered its decision. Gina had a history of many convictions, had fled from jail, and was wanted at the time of this offense, all of which the jury considered. Given all of this, Gina Han received a 26-year prison term after being found guilty on all counts. In the case's aftermath and cultural reflection, her accomplices, Archie Bryant and Jonia Sirat, were sentenced to 14 and 8 years respectively. After serving 21 years, Gina was released in May 2018 after her lawyer's appeal was approved by a California state commission. It's important to note that Sonny supported her in her parole case because her sister was able to pardon her. After Gina gained her freedom, she moved into her mother's home and now looks after her. The Khan sisters' story received extensive media coverage, was featured in several prominent talk show episodes, and served as the inspiration for several documentaries and feature films. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Angie Diaz was more than just a name in the headlines. She was a vibrant young woman, a devoted wife, and a daughter who brought light into every room she entered. But what began as a seemingly happy love story ended in one of the most gruesome crimes imaginable. The voice you just heard on that call, the laughter during a murder investigation, came from the very man who once vowed to love and protect her husband, the same man who would later be accused of taking her life in the most brutal way. Just 3 months before the tragedy, Angie and Jared stood hand in hand, smiling for wedding photos. They looked like any other couple starting a new chapter, filled with hope, laughter, and dreams for the future. But something went horribly wrong in the days that followed. What happened between their "I do" and the unthinkable moment Jared took everything away? The horror came to light on January 11, 2023. Until that day, everything on the surface seemed normal. Friends and coworkers described Angie as gentle, cheerful, and full of life. She was the kind of person who left a mark on everyone she met. But now, her absence left a haunting silence behind. As the community mourned, her loved ones struggled to understand how could someone so full of warmth meet such a violent end? And how could the person she trusted most be the one responsible? This is the story of a beautiful soul lost too soon, and the dark truth that tore her world apart. The nightmare had unfolded in the rural outskirts of Magnolia, Texas, a peaceful community known for magnolia trees and small-town charm, where violent crime was nearly unheard of, until now. The first medic on the scene paused, unsure whether they were walking into a suicide, an accident, or something else entirely. As he stepped inside, a realization hit. They weren't there to save a life anymore. Angie was gone, decapitated, and her head was mercilessly dumped in the bathtub. The living room floor was soaked in blood. Cigarette butts were scattered around the body. Blood-stained clothes were tossed carelessly near. This wasn't just a killing, it was rage. It was personal. It was deliberate. What happened in that house between two people who once vowed forever? And what drove Jared Dicus to commit one of the most brutal acts in recent Texas memory? In fact, if anything, people might have pointed fingers at his older brother Wayne. He had long battled meth addiction and had tangled with the law more than once, starting back in 2018, when he was only 20. Jared, on the other hand, was the responsible one, the quiet one. He played football in high school, held a steady job as an electrician, and had a reputation for looking out for his troubled brother. He'd even called the police on Wayne once for stealing copper wire, though he later expressed regret. Now, Jared had lived in the Houston area all his life. There was nothing about his background that hinted at the horror he would eventually unleash, but perhaps the cracks were there, small fractures, waiting to split wide open. Then came Angie. Their paths crossed in 2022 at Cheap's Meat Market, where Angie worked as a cashier. A chance meeting that turned into a whirlwind romance. To outsiders, it looked like fate. They moved fast, too fast, and by October of that year, they were married. Angie Diaz had her own story. Born in Nicaragua in October 2001, she was raised by a single mother who often left the children in the care of relatives while working in Costa Rica to support them. Angie was smart, driven, and deeply loyal to her family. She studied accounting at the National Autonomous University of Nicaragua at León and was known for her work ethic and maturity beyond her years. But life took a sudden turn when her aunt, the woman who had raised her like a daughter, was diagnosed with cancer. That's when her biological mother, now in the U.S., paid smugglers to bring Angie and her siblings across the Mexican border. They arrived undocumented, seeking hope in a place that promised more than what they'd left behind. Angie quickly found work at the meat market and began promoting herself online as a personal trainer. Her posts brimmed with optimism and resilience. Reminders to celebrate your own victories because no one else truly knows what it took to earn them. But not everyone shared her urgency. Her mother, cautious and protective, told her to have patience, reminding her that things would come with time. Finances were tight, but Angie didn't want to wait. She wasn't going to sit behind a cash register forever. She had dreams, and in those dreams, Jared Dicus was suddenly front and center. He came across as charming, a former football player with small-town charisma and enough edge to feel exciting. Angie was smitten. Their social media feeds became a showcase of their young love, filled with laughter, road trips, and a carefully curated intimacy for their online audience. They got married just before Angie's 21st birthday, but not everyone was convinced this was her fairy tale ending. According to one of her closest friends, Angie had previously been in a serious relationship with a man named Jose. She had been planning to marry him in the U.S., a future that never came to be. But then she grew distant with everyone else in her life. Almost around the same time she met Jared, the boy she thought would save her from the misery of a mundane life. Somewhere between letting go of that past and clinging to this new love story, Angie had rewritten her future in Jared's name. It was more of a fast-forwarded romance, so much so that Jared's family didn't even fully know who Angie really was. And maybe that speed wasn't just about love. There were whispers that immigration concerns played a part. Angie had once been in an accident, and rumors were there that it sparked fears of deportation. In Angie's mind, the timing of their wedding, just a few months into their relationship, suddenly seemed less about fairy tale endings and more about paperwork and panic. Even her friend urged her not to rush, to slow down and truly get to know Jared before binding herself to him legally and emotionally. She'd seen too many women fall into rushed, controlling relationships and suffer quietly behind closed doors. She didn't want her dearest friend to become one of them. But Angie didn't listen. Her uncle, who was a witness at her wedding, had noticed how quickly things were moving between her and Jared. Like her mother, he grew concerned. He sat her down one day and gave her the kind of advice someone gives when they've seen too much of how the world works. He told her not to make a decision out of desperation. Not for papers, not for a green card, not for legal status. And Angie insisted. She loved Jared deeply, that they were doing fine, and all of this was real. Her family was worried. They weren't convinced that the timing was right. And when they found out Angie and Jared were getting married, it felt like it had all happened too quickly. It was hard not to wonder if their fears were being ignored, or worse, if Angie was ignoring red flags she couldn't or wouldn't want to see. Because not long after the wedding, the cracks in that fresh start began to show. Maybe Angie truly believed this was her fresh start, that this love, this man, this marriage could be her new beginning, a clean break from the sacrifices and hardships of her past. But whatever happiness she clung to was built on shaky ground, because while social media told one story, a blissful young couple glowing with affection, the reality was much darker. Behind the smiles, there were cracks, patterns, red flags. People close to her urged caution, asked her to set boundaries, to make sure Jared treated her with the respect she deserved. But sometimes, when you're in the middle of something that feels like love, it's hard to see where adoration ends and obsession begins. And all too soon, Angie would find out, when it was already far too late. When Angie first introduced Jared to her circle of close friends, it was supposed to be a casual get-together, just some laughs, shared drinks, and good company. But something about it felt off. Even then, though no one fully grasped it at the time. They were a tight-knit group, mostly Spanish-speaking, and Angie had always fit right in. That night, one of her friends brought some beers, thinking it would help Jared ease into the group. Instead, it seemed to make things worse. Jared didn't speak Spanish at all. As the conversations flowed in a language he couldn't understand, frustration began to flicker across his face. Angie, trying to bridge the gap, kept translating back and forth. Her friend noticed how tense she got, always looking to Jared as if checking whether he was okay, whether he was angry. They started calling him Rojo, red for his hair. It was a light-hearted nickname among friends, but Jared didn't laugh along. He didn't smile. He sat stiffly, disconnected. And sometimes, without saying a word, he'd just leave. No goodbye, no explanation, just gone. What seemed like awkwardness at first, in hindsight, began to look a lot more like resentment. Jared wasn't just irritated that he couldn't follow the conversations. He was alienated. He felt like an outsider around Angie's people, in her world. And the way he handled that wasn't with curiosity or patience. It was with cold detachment, maybe even simmering anger. After the wedding, things got worse. Angie's friend remembered the shift, how Jared's discomfort turned into distance, how he stopped making any effort. The gatherings became fewer, the joy dimmed. Angie became quieter, and when she did show up, she never really seemed fully there. Looking back, her friend could trace the moment the light in Angie's eyes started to fade. The pressure of trying to make two worlds fit together was falling squarely on Angie's shoulders, and she was doing all she could to keep it from breaking. But sometimes the cracks are too deep to hide. As 2023 rolled in, Jared Dicus was unraveling fast. By November, his volatility had reached dangerous heights. He'd been arrested for driving while intoxicated after causing a scene at a local restaurant, shouting, acting aggressively toward the staff. When police arrived, they found him belligerent, punching windows. He was so out of control, they had to strap him into a restraint chair just to draw a blood sample. It wasn't just alcohol. The police suspected meth was coursing through his veins. By January, Jared was out on bond, but nothing about him had stabilized. Behind closed doors, Angie was growing more and more afraid. She asked Jared's mother, Lynn, directly, that Jared stop sleeping in the same house as her. In the final week of her life, Jared had started asking to move back in with his parents, into the house he'd just spent money fixing up, for him and Angie. Why? No one could quite understand. But it was clear he didn't want to be in that house with Angie anymore. And maybe, just maybe, Angie didn't want him there either. You know things are serious when your boss notices it too. Ruth Almendarez had worked closely with Angie at the meat market. To her, Angie wasn't just an employee, she was like a daughter. The two shared a quiet closeness built over time. Ruth had seen her through cheerful mornings, long shifts, and bursts of laughter behind the counter. And it was at this very counter where Angie had first met Jared. But things changed after the wedding. Slowly. At first, Angie, once so warm and full of light, started retreating into herself. She grew quieter, more nervous. She wasn't as quick to smile, and she was always looking over her shoulder. Jared had started showing up at the market too often, just standing there looking for her, hovering around the counter. It made people uncomfortable. Then came Tuesday, January 10th, the day before Angie's murder. Ruth walked in around early afternoon and immediately sensed something was off. Her staff flagged her down, urging her to talk to Angie. At first, she assumed it was a work issue, maybe a customer complaint or a mistake, but they said, no, it was more serious than that. Angie didn't look well. Her eyes were distant, her energy drained. She looked like someone who hadn't slept, someone carrying too much. Ruth pulled her aside gently, asking what had happened. That's when she noticed it. A bruise on Angie's shoulder. Not the kind you get from bumping into a door. This was something else. Another coworker, Erica, joined them in the back kitchen. Together, they sat with Angie for a few quiet minutes. That's when she opened up. She told them she was planning to leave Jared, not maybe, not one day, she was sure. And then Angie said something else. Things that went beyond just hitting. She told Ruth they had been arguing all night, which Ruth would later tell the cops. That Sunday, Angie had gone to the movies with her aunt. Just a simple outing, something completely normal for her. But Jared hadn't wanted her to go. He didn't want her seeing anyone. Didn't want her to have even a sliver of independence. When she got back home that night, it all exploded. Jared kept her up all night, refusing to let her sleep. Angie looked drained when she showed up at work the next morning, pale, hollow-eyed, like someone who had been pushed far past the edge. And then, as she tried to shower and get ready for the day, the argument escalated. And then Ruth would tell the officer that Jared had assaulted Angie while she was in the shower. It wasn't a matter of if anymore. Angie had been living in fear, and now it was written across her body. As Ruth gently pressed, Angie confessed even more. This wasn't just one fight. This wasn't a bad night. It was a pattern. And she was ready to break it. She told Ruth she had made up her mind. She told Ruth that it was time to leave. Angie didn't tell Jared she was moving out, not exactly, but she did tell him that she wasn't going to keep living that way. She wasn't going to tolerate the control, the fear, the violence. It was the first real declaration of her intent to escape. But what no one knew then was that this small act of resistance, this whisper of freedom, might have been what sealed her fate. And when Angie paused while telling the horrors she had faced, Ruth put a stop to the conversation, saving it for later. They made plans to talk again. Angie had Friday off and told Ruth she wanted to go for coffee somewhere quiet, away from the market, where she could finally say everything without people overhearing. But that coffee never happened. Tuesday was the last time Ruth saw her alive. After the murder, Ruth checked the security footage, desperate to find proof of that final conversation. The cameras had captured them talking at the register, but there was no sound, no microphone, just a silent video of a young woman, bruised and broken, sharing what she could before she ran out of time. And that silence would haunt Ruth forever. Then, on the night of January 8th, just 3 days before Angie's murder, something unsettling happened. At nearly midnight, Jared made a strange call to 91011. He was disoriented, paranoid, barely coherent. In a shaky voice, he claimed he'd taken drugs and needed help. He didn't seem sure of anything. Not where he was, not what he had taken, not why he even called. But he did ask for an ambulance. Paramedics were dispatched immediately, but just a few minutes later, Jared called again. Still confused, still mumbling about feeling unwell, unsure whether he meant what he said. It was clear something had altered his state of mind. Something strong. When the medics arrived, they transported him to the hospital, where it was confirmed Jared had been using methamphetamine. It was a devastating blow to his family. Jared's older brother had struggled with meth for years, tearing their family apart in the process, but Jared had never been that kid. He was the other son, the one who stayed away from the actions that would put his parents down, or so they thought. Jared had admitted to his parents briefly and in passing that he'd taken meth, only to deny it moments later. He flipped between admissions and deflections. One second he was crying, the next he was lying. The moments between might be uneventful for those who did not witness what happened between this couple, but it became evident on January 11 how deep trouble ran through in those days. It was a Wednesday morning, quiet, uneventful, and eerily still, but the silence was about to be shattered. Jared had returned to his home around 4 a.m. after what seemed to be a typical shift. His house, nestled in the back of his parents' property, sat dark and isolated. He slipped inside without much notice. No one saw him again for several hours. It wasn't until 12:30 p.m. that his mother, Lynn, caught sight of him again. He came back into their house, but something was off. He seemed nervous, unfocused. And then she heard it. A phone ringing. Not his usual ringtone. Not even his usual phone. It was a device she didn't recognize. Curious and concerned, Lynn questioned him about the unfamiliar phone. Jared casually claimed to have multiple phones, but the story didn't sit right. Something about the device, the look, the feel, it wasn't his. And when he finally pulled it from his pocket, the screen was in Spanish. That's when Lynn's heart dropped. She knew immediately this was Angie's phone. Angie, who never left her phone behind. Angie, who had been growing increasingly distant and afraid, who just days earlier had been bruised and exhausted from yet another sleepless, violent night. Lynn didn't wait. She bolted out of the house with her husband, Rodney, heading straight toward Jared and Angie's home. Deep down, she already feared the worst. There was only one entrance, the front door. As they pushed it open, a wave of darkness met them. At first, they couldn't see anything, but with a single step inside, Rodney froze. What he saw would haunt him in his sleep forever. He turned to his wife and told her not to come in, but it was too late. Lynn stepped inside and saw the horror for herself. Angie's lifeless body lay inside. Her young face, once vibrant, was now still, brutally silenced. Panic set in. Lynn fumbled with her phone, unable to think, unable to act. Rodney grabbed it from her and made the call, not just to report a death, but to report their own son, the boy they'd raised, the man who had once promised to protect Angie, now suspected of ending her life. Lynn would then brief the officer about her son's issues. The police were called, and when they arrived, there was no question who they would arrest. Jared had been the last person with her. He was in possession of her phone. He had a documented history of violent outbursts and drug use, and Angie had told those closest to her that she didn't feel safe anymore. This, according to investigators, was the final tragic act in a toxic, unraveling relationship. A young woman who wanted out, and a man who couldn't bear to lose control. Jared was taken into custody, but that was only the beginning. The interrogation tapes would reveal even more unsettling truths about what really happened between Jared and Angie. Because when police sat Jared down and started asking questions, a new, disturbing narrative began to take shape. At first, Jared dissociated himself from the situation. Then he cracked under pressure, telling the officers that he had used the same knife against his wife that she took out for her self-defense against him. In the months that followed Angie's death, the case against Jared Dicus moved swiftly. The evidence was overwhelming. His erratic behavior, the bruises Angie had tried to explain away, the phone in his pocket that wasn't his, and most damning of all, the scene inside their home. Prosecutors argued that this was no sudden outburst. It was the tragic culmination of months of escalating violence, fueled by substance abuse, control, and a refusal to let Angie leave. Jared's defense tried to shift the narrative, claiming he'd only used meth once, that he was confused, overwhelmed, not in his right mind. But the jury didn't buy it. On July 31, the trial came to a close. Jared Dicus was sentenced to 40 years in prison, 4 decades behind bars, for the brutal murder of Angie. For Angie's family and friends, the sentencing brought some sense of justice, but no sentence, no number of years could ever bring her back. The young woman who dreamed of freedom, who was trying to find the courage to start over, had her life stolen before she ever got the chance. How many more women have to die after asking for help before someone listens in time? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In the little Florida town of Sebring, a guy who had just seen a nightmare come to life said these heartbreaking words. He was on the verge of becoming the 6th victim, and he just avoided the mayhem and carnage that would eventually be remembered as one of the most horrifying crimes this community had ever witnessed. Later, the police would characterize the crime as unimaginable and devastating, not just due to the extreme violence but also to the perverse motivations that led to it. How did it all turn out then? What may have motivated someone to carry out such heinous acts of violence? After compiling the official papers and witness testimony, we will go deeply into the specifics of how and why this tragedy occurred, and above all, pay tribute to the 5 lovely souls that were lost forever. Let's start by traveling back in time to a peaceful Wednesday in late January, the 23rd to be precise. In 2019, Sebring, Florida was simply going about its daily business as usual. People were returning to work, adjusting to the new year, and going about their daily lives as usual. Nothing seemed unusual, least of all at SunTrust Bank, where 4 staff members were going about their daily business as usual, processing transactions, helping clients, and surviving another weekday in their sleepy little town. This isn't the type of place where everyone is thinking about crime. Only roughly 10,000 individuals call this small, tight-knit hamlet in Highlands County home. It's the type of area where people feel comfortable running errands or getting coffee without giving it a second thought, and neighbors still wave at one another. In a city like this, the idea of a violent crime occurring in broad daylight was something you would only hear about in the news. But because of one man, nobody could have predicted that Sebring would make national news on this particular day. That man was 21-year-old Zephan Zaver, who had a dark side that no one had completely anticipated. At approximately 12:30 p.m., Zephan entered the bank. He wasn't there to perform any standard banking or inquire about his balance. He had only one goal in mind, though, as he was wearing a ballistic vest underneath his hoodie. He abruptly drew a revolver and pointed it at a bank teller, telling her and the other employees to huddle behind the wall. Customers and staff were forced to comply, in this type of circumstance, which put Zephan in command. Everyone was then trapped inside after he instructed the teller to lock the doors. Zephan instructed the 5 women, 1 customer, and the bank staff to lie on their faces on the floor with their heads facing the wall. There were icy, well-thought-out directives, without any justification or obvious motivation. Then, in a terrifying moment, Zephan fired 9 shots in 5 minutes, shooting all 5 women in cold blood. Particularly in a little town like Sebring, where such brutality was unheard of, it was startling and brutal. What followed, however, was even more terrifying. Zephan stayed put. He made no attempt to hide or run away. Instead, he took a risk. He made a 911 call at precisely 12:36 p.m. As he talked to the dispatcher, he informed the operator that he had just shot 5 people. As if things couldn't get any worse, he then returned to the victims' bodies and fired 2 more shots at them. Even while he was still on the phone, he put the gun to his own head and threatened to commit himself. Even though this sounds terrifying, it is also unsettling that Zephan was so composed as he made his confession. To make matters worse, it is extremely unnerving that he fired again while on the phone, still speaking so calmly. It seems as though he was utterly cold without any fear or regret. The man you see in the video in the introduction, Victor Sparks, had just arrived at the bank with his wife, Deanna, at approximately 12:35 p.m., while the call was still in progress. As Victor got closer to the bank's north side doors, he saw that they were closed. They had intended to make a deposit, just a routine errand. He looked through the front glass doors, but he couldn't see anything because it was dark inside, so he assumed the doors were just jammed. They were still locked when he tried again. The sight of a row of 4 or 5 individuals lying face down on the floor with a figure walking behind them stopped him cold when he looked through the glass doors for the second time. Victor quickly realized that something was seriously off. He started to head back to his car right away, but as he did, he heard 2 huge bangs, the distinct sound of gunfire. He reported what he had seen to the police right away, but the harm had already been done. Deborah Cook, a 54-year-old employee, Marisol Lopez, a 55-year-old employee, Jessica Montague, a 31-year-old employee, Cynthia Watson, a 65-year-old client, and Anna Pinion Williams, a 37-year-old employee, were later identified as the victims of this heinous murder. Families were waiting for all 5 of them to get home that day. Their plans were plans that would never materialize. The fact that none of these women knew Zephan Zaver or had ever interacted with him before makes the situation even more tragic. As startling as it may seem, only one person survived, bank employee Benjamin Wazakowski. It all happened suddenly. During his lunch break, Benjamin, a teller at SunTrust Bank, stopped into Checkers for a quick bite to eat. He went back to the bank and welcomed Larry Smith, a frequent customer, before making his way to the break room, which is located at the rear of the building. He began eating his meal and using his phone to watch some YouTube videos. However, things changed when he heard 2 huge explosions, approximately half an hour later. Benjamin believed they may be fireworks at first, but then he realized they were shots. He took a quick look at the security monitor, but nothing caught his attention because the screen was switching between cameras and the incident wasn't visible at the time. He was still looking at the monitor when he heard more gunfire. Benjamin realized then that something was seriously amiss. With no way to get in touch with anyone, he hurried out of the building by the back entrance, leaving his phone behind. He dashed to the closest residence through a wooded area behind the SunTrust Bank. He made it to the second house on Tubbs Road, where the residents phoned the police for him. After the first one he arrived at didn't help. There was actually one additional 911 call in addition to the one made by Victor Sparks, aside from the employee's call. However, the call with Zeffin had already concluded when that call came in. The SWAT squad hurried to the area as soon as Zeffin's call ended, ready for a possible standoff, but the crisis negotiator was still on the line with Zeffin in a delicate and tense situation. She spent an hour trying desperately to calm him down. Her steady, soothing voice miraculously made its way to him. She was able to persuade Zeffin to down the gun by being patient. They had been conversing for over 40 minutes at this point. She kept talking to him and calming him down until the SWAT squad showed up and managed to arrest him. That was the end of the horrifying experience. People couldn't stop talking about the crime because the story had already spread like wildfire by this point. Everyone was wondering why a young man would attempt to rob a bank or do something so drastic without any clear justification. Were the victims people he knew? Was there a fight or personal animosity that caused this? However, the answer is actually no. There is no proof that Zeffin knew the victims, even though he did withdraw $600.00 from the bank 4 days before to the shooting. Zeffin even stated in a contact with the crisis negotiator that he was treated kindly by the bank clerk, proving that he wasn't there to commit a crime and that his actions had no ulterior intent. He had a difficult past and was only a young man. The only question that remains is whether this might have been avoided. Zeffin, who was born on April 2, 1997, informed police that he was originally from Plymouth, Indiana, but that he had only been in Sebring for a year or less. He explained that he was the kid of divorced parents, which he felt had influenced him in ways he was unable to properly articulate. Furthermore, he was never good in school. Despite attending schools in Bremen and Plymouth, Indiana, he was never able to complete his education. His behavioral and mental health issues prevented him from completing high school. Police say Zeffin hurt himself when he climbed onto his father's roof when he was about 15 years old. His struggle with darkness had begun years earlier, but that was his first visit to a mental health facility. He acknowledged to investigators that he had been hearing voices, not just whispers but full-fledged orders, urging him to harm and murder since he was 11 years old, and that this was not the first time he had followed their instructions. Zeffin once attacked a student in high school without any provocation. He spent only a week in a mental health facility after the attack. It seems that he kept the voices a secret from the doctors. After his discharge, life continued on until that fateful day. Many people have speculated that Zeffin's breakup with his fiancée at the time is what led to this entire incident. Before he killed everyone, he apparently texted her, according to rumors. Later, Alexandra Gerlach, one of his ex-girlfriends, was contacted by the police to be questioned. Both of them had been admitted to the same hospital twice for depression, Gerlach revealed, and the two had first met at the mental hospital when Zeffin was first admitted. Gerlach acknowledged that Zeffin had suicidal ideas even at that time. Even after their second visit to the mental health facility, Gerlach revealed that Zeffin kept saying things about hurting himself. She claimed that she forced him to swear not to commit suicide. However, Zeffin's perspective appeared to change after that. "If I can't kill myself, then I want to kill others," he once remarked, and he turned into a furious individual. Gerlach claimed she didn't know the source of all that rage. Zeffin would confide in her that he had murderous dreams, including one in which he injured his classmates. He even brought it up to a counselor at his high school, which led to his expulsion. Gerlach stated that this might have occurred in 2014 or 2015, but she was unable to recall if anything comparable occurred at school again after that. Additionally, Gerlach noted that Zeffin enlisted in the military in 2016, but was released soon after. Zeffin had told her he had joined because he believed he could kill people and get away with it, she remembered. She added that Zeffin's threat to kill another member of his squad led to his expulsion from the service. After that, he joined the Florida Department of Corrections as a trainee correctional officer. at the Avon Park Correctional Institution. But on January 9, 2019, a few weeks prior to the terrible murder, he resigned from this role. Gerlach said that once Zeffin was released from the military, she had very little touch with him. But Gerlach said she was private messaging Zeffin on Instagram a week after the incident, and he gave her a picture of a new weapon he had bought. When Gerlach questioned him about why he purchased the gun, Zeffin only said, "Because I just wanted one." Gerlach acknowledged that she was unable to recall many details regarding the weapon when questioned about it. She claimed that was the final conversation she had with Zeffin. When speaking with the police, the individual himself didn't mince words. Zeffin was uncannily helpful, almost as though he wanted to explain everything. He acknowledged that on the day of the killing something seemed different, even though he had only bought the handgun 2 days prior. Not only were there voices in his head, but they were louder than ever, demanding, overwhelming, and unavoidable. He was all alone at home at the time because his mother was gone in Illinois for a week-long work training. However, Zeffin did get in touch with one of his former girlfriends, Imani Davis, not Gerlach. Later, Davis testified about their past, having known Zeffin from a long-distance, primarily online connection. She disclosed that their relationship had been characterized by somber, gloomy chats since they first met while she was still in high school. Together, they had discussed trying to injure themselves, delving deeply into themes of death and hopelessness. They would talk about these bothersome subjects on the phone for hours or even days at a time. However, their relationship ended in May 2018 and they ceased communicating completely. That is, until the day of the shooting on January 23, 2019. Suddenly, Zeffin sent her a message. His initial expression was one of exceptional happiness, almost excitement, which was very out of character for him. Then, when Zeffin was still in his car in the bank parking lot at precisely 12:14 in the afternoon, Davis got a message that chilled her to the bone. The message read, "The fun part, the cliché clincher, is that I'm not going out alone. I've always wanted to kill somebody, so I'm taking a few folks out with me. Watch for me on the news when I try it out and see how it goes. Florida Sebring." Davis was appalled. "There's something wrong with you," she said right away. "Really?" She didn't stop there, though. Recognizing the gravity of the issue, since she was in gym class at the time, she showed her gym teacher the messages right away. The situation swiftly worsened from there. Law enforcement in her area and Sebring were notified, and the principal and psychiatrist of the school became involved. However, it was already too late. Zeffin reportedly smiled as he walked into the bank and walked up to the teller before abruptly brandishing the revolver at her. Another witness even asserted that, in the parking lot, he and Zeffin had met eyes right before the shooting. "In your own words, what can you tell me you include them?" Zeffin was charged with 5 first-degree murder charges. He entered a guilty plea to all counts in March 2023. By a vote of 9-3 in June 2024, the jury recommended the death penalty, which the prosecution had pressed for. Zeffin received a death sentence on December 16, 2024. Judge Angela Cowden emphasized how his acts were intentional and had a significant effect on the community and the families of the victims. By a vote of 9-3, the jury concludes that Zeffin and Alan Zaver ought to receive the death penalty. The state attorney's office lobbied for this decision, with assistance from the families of Anna Pena Williams, Deborah Cook, Marisol Lopez, Jessica Montague, and Cynthia Watson. Their family were forever scarred by the loss of these 5 lives. For instance, the daughter of Marisol Lopez expressed the profound gap that was left in her life. As he entered the bank, Lopez was actually the first to encounter Zeffin's gun. She was known for always making everyone around her feel better, even in the face of devastating events. The family and everyone who knew Marisol, a mother of 2 small children, will always miss her. Then there was 38-year-old mother of 7, Anna Pignon Williams. Anna liked her job at the bank and was just as committed as Marisol. She was a strong and resilient person because of her commitment to her job and her kids. Her family was devastated by her unexpected death, and the people of Sebring shared their sorrow. In addition to being a devoted mother to 5 children and a wife to her husband, Jermaine, Jessica Montague, 31, was employed as a teller at SunTrust Bank. Only a few days prior to the photo shoot, Jessica had been preparing to celebrate her wedding anniversary. There are no adequate words to describe the loss of the couple's 3-year-old child's mother. According to a friend, Jessica was a vibrant woman who was always able to make a space more cheerful. Her sudden passing undoubtedly devastated her family and left a hole that would never be filled. Another victim was Deborah Cook, a California native who was 54 years old. Since 1984, she has been wed to her spouse, Michael. Deborah was well known for her friendliness and dedication over her many years of employment at the bank. A granddaughter, a grandson, a daughter-in-law, and 2 sons survive her and continue her legacy. Her family recalls her as a kind, encouraging woman with a big heart. Last but not least was Cynthia Watson, a 65-year-old bank customer on that particular day. Only a few weeks prior to the incident, Cynthia had tied the knot with her longtime companion, Tony Watson. Before getting married on January 3, 2019, they had been dating for 5 years. They currently reside in Venus, Florida, with their pets, which include goats, chickens, and 2 Shih Tzus. Friends knew Cynthia as a fervent animal lover. On the surface, Zippin appeared to be a completely normal person, which is why we said that this tragedy really took everyone by surprise. There was nothing about him that suggested he was capable of such cruelty. He was regarded as a polite young man with a career and what seemed to be a love of life in the Sebring neighborhood. He was known for having a routine and blending in without causing any suspicion. In an interview, one of his neighbors even went so far as to say that Zippin appeared incapable of carrying out such a heinous deed. Zippin is currently 27 years old. Zippin is still being held on death row at Florida State Prison. Having said that, do you believe that this entire tragedy might have been avoided? Or taking into account Zippin's psychological state, do you think it was inevitable that it would happen eventually? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 3 identical luggage were discovered strewn around Virginia's Chesapeake Bay in May 2004. On Sunday, the third and most recent suitcase containing human remains was brought ashore. A recreational boat alerted police to its presence in the sea close to the second island of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. The second one was then discovered on Fisherman's Island last Tuesday by a student researcher. What's within? As awful as you might imagine, a heavy trash bag or something was placed over the contents. It was obvious what was inside of it. A pair of human legs, that is. It turned out to be 39-year-old Bill McGuire inside the baggage. The disturbing question reverberated. Who was Bill, and what secrets would have made him a prime candidate for such a horrific demise in the Woodbridge Township area of central New Jersey? It has a distinct charm because of the smooth blending of many cultures. Woodbridge is not merely a place. It's a cozy home where stories about safety are shared. With a low crime rate, Woodbridge Township is a typically safe place to live. There is peace and security in the community. In addition to offering beautiful splendor, the parks and waterfront are places where people of all ages can relax without worrying about anything. But beyond this amiable facade is a terrifying story that rocked the community. In the tale of Bill McGuire, a terrible incident occurred in an ostensibly tranquil community. It serves as a reminder that surprises can be concealed even in the most commonplace locations. Bill, whose real name is William Theodore McGuire, was born in Bloomfield, New Jersey on September 21, 1964. Ruth, Theodora Sal McGuire, and William Christopher McGuire were his parents. After graduating from Bloomfield High School in 1982, Bill grew up in Bloomfield. After that, he continued his education at Rutgers University, where he earned his degree in computer science in 1986. Bill worked as a computer programmer for several different companies after graduating from college. In his spare time, his coworkers held him in high regard because he worked hard. Bill loved spending time with his family, fishing, and playing golf. Bill was a good-hearted, giving man who was always ready to lend a hand. He was a humorous and gregarious person. In 1986, he married Marcy Pohl. However, their marriage was brief, and they divorced in 1994. In 1986, the couple relocated to Virginia Beach, where Bill was employed by the Navy as an electronics specialist. Marcy, a native of Vernon, New Jersey, accompanied him on this move. Bill and Marcy moved back to the Atlantic City region in 1990. However, Bill's behavior underwent a significant transformation in this new environment. He developed a serious addiction to binge drinking and gambling. At this point, Marcy saw that their relationship had drastically deteriorated. When Marcy filed for a restraining order against Bill in 1995 after he threw pebbles through her window, the situation became more heated and they eventually got divorced. Then, in 1998, Bill met Melanie Lynn Slade in a Woodbridge, New Jersey restaurant, where she was working part-time while pursuing her nursing degree. Melanie Lynn McGuire, formerly Melanie Lynn Slate, was born in America on October 8, 1972, and grew up in Ridgewood, Middletown Township, New Jersey, where she attended Middletown High School. South continued her education at Rutgers University, where she majored in both math and psychology. She graduated in 1994, placing second in her class. The Charles E. Gregory School of Nursing, which is now Raritan Bay Medical Center, is where she received her nursing degree. When he first met Melanie in 1997, she was the ideal match for his disposition. They fell in love right away, and the following year they were married. Soon after, in 1999, the couple welcomed 2 kids into their household. They welcomed their first child, a son, in 2000. Their second child, a son, was born in 2002, 2 years later. Their marriage appeared to be picture perfect, full of laughter and love. But fissures were starting to show beneath the surface. The couple started to feel the effects of financial difficulties. Bill, a computer programmer, had always been financially stable and prudent, but as debt mounted and their relationship became more strained, his gambling addiction had a negative impact on their finances. Melanie, a nurse, put in a lot of overtime to provide for the family, but it was getting harder and harder to make ends meet. Bill's gambling addiction caused them to experience mental distress in addition to financial difficulties. He would frequently go missing for days at a time, leaving Melanie to take care of the kids and run the house by herself. Their marriage's foundation of trust started to crumble, giving way to mistrust and animosity. Melanie stayed dedicated to her marriage in the hopes that things would ultimately get better, even if the tensions were getting worse. Their relationship grew more strained as she attempted to assist Bill in kicking his addiction. The McGuires intended to relocate to a bigger house in Warren County, New Jersey in 2004. On April 28, 2004, they closed on a new home, but the unimaginable occurred before they could move in. Bill disappeared from his seemingly normal existence on April 29, 2004, leaving a family in distress and a trail of unsolved questions in his wake. Bill went where? What would have caused him to vanish so abruptly? Bill had been nowhere to be seen for weeks. His loving wife and kids were left with a huge hole in their hearts after he was gone. However, they had no idea that Bill's destiny was far more remarkable than they had ever thought. 3 fishermen, Chris, Don, and their kids, went fishing from Virginia Beach in the direction of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel early on May 5, 2004. They came upon an unexpected catch while they were traveling north, parallel to the tunnel, a dark green suitcase floating in the water. They stopped in their boat, intrigued by the enigmatic object. They discovered something terrifying when they opened the bag, which was very hefty. There was a pair of legs inside a black sack. The fishermen were horrified by their discovery and called the police right away. They pondered whether further suitcases, each containing a different fragment of a human body, were concealed in the depths of the Chesapeake Bay. The remaining missing parts of this unsettling puzzle were soon the focus of police attention. A student researching Fisherman's Island's nature reserve made another terrifying discovery just days after the first suitcase was discovered. On May 10, 2004, a second suitcase that looked exactly like the first one was discovered on the beach. But this time it was a human torso, complete with head and arms. As the hunt for the missing body parts grew more intense, the wait for answers dragged on. On May 15, 2004, a fisherman made the last horrifying discovery 5 days after the second suitcase was discovered. A third bag, which was once more identical to the first 2, was discovered floating in the Chesapeake Bay. The victim's legs and pelvis were inside, and the search area was difficult due to the size of the Chesapeake Bay. Investigators made the decision to ask for assistance from the public. In the hopes that someone might recognize him, they made the victim's sketch public. Amazingly, the sketch produced results in a matter of days. Bill's close friends Susan and John Rice, who hadn't seen him in weeks, were crucial in identifying his body. On May 21, 2004, they watched a sketch of the victim on television, and Sue recognized her friend's unique features right away. Although initially dubious, her husband John concurred that the drawing looked very like Bill, identifying their friend's features. They alerted the authorities right away. Additionally, the couple gave the inquiry vital information. They remembered that Bill had just rushed out of their house after getting into a nasty fight with his wife, Melanie McGuire. They believed that he had rashly run away to Atlantic City and distracted himself by going on a gambling binge. However, Bill didn't communicate for weeks, which worried his friends and family. As soon as Bill's identification was established, detectives started analyzing his fingerprints. Luckily, Bill's fingerprints were already on file, so a match was made right away. A terrible crime had now claimed the life of the man who had gone missing. Rumors of domestic violence, gambling addiction, and even a restraining order surrounded Bill's mysterious history. Marcy Pollock, Bill's ex-wife, had also come forward to talk about the physical and emotional abuse she experienced during their marriage. Following their wedding, she had said that their relationship quickly soured, leading to a restraining order in 1995 after Bill threw a rock at her window. In addition to making it challenging to identify the offender, these accusations presented a concerning image of Bill's personality. The challenge now for investigators was to piece together what happened before Bill McGuire died and find the person responsible. The question still stands: who was the murderer indeed? Consider the possibility of a loved one becoming missing, even for a single day. You'd be terrified and anxious, and you'd do your hardest to locate them. You would still call the police to report them missing even if you and the person had a disagreement. But in this instance, Melanie didn't report any missing persons to the police after Bill vanished. Rather than reporting him missing right away after being gone for over a month, she sought legal advice from a divorce lawyer. She additionally stated that she felt frightened in his presence when she filed for a restraining order against him on April 30, 2004. Since they had located the person in the sketch through Bill's pals, the police were taken aback that Bill's wife hadn't filed a missing persons report. When the police began to investigate Melanie McGuire, they discovered something really strange. 2 days after Sarah and Bill got into a heated argument, on April 30, 2004, she did something that would raise most people's eyebrows. Melanie was going to go out to Atlantic City and look for his car since she thought he might be there gambling. However, it's fascinating to note how people responded to her in a way that didn't make sense. They said he had physically abused her, but she went on to damage the car with a man she says she doesn't want to be near. Melanie's phone conversations were being tracked by the police as they started to keep an eye on her actions. One of these intercepted conversations had an important piece of evidence that the police found in the middle of seemingly routine chats. After a period of disconnection, Melanie spoke with Jim Finn, a former nursing school acquaintance who had a crush on her. In February 2004, they got back in touch, with Melanie contacting him when she needed something. Conscious of Jim's passion with guns, wouldn't you tell me that Jim, who was still in love with Melanie, advised getting a pistol for self-defense after she talked to him about Bill's actions prior to his disappearance? But after hearing their chats, investigators came to the conclusion that Jim was unaware of any murderous preparations. When authorities questioned Jim, he was shocked to hear that Melanie had bought a pistol and didn't know she was involved in any wrongdoing. On April 26, 2004, she then bought a .38 caliber handgun from a shop in Easton, Pennsylvania. Bill went missing 2 days prior to this. Melanie maintained her innocence and denied any involvement, in spite of ongoing observation and examination. 5 days after her husband's disappearance, she took another mysterious road trip, this time to Delaware. Investigators believe that Melanie's journey to Delaware for furniture was a cover-up, notwithstanding Melanie's claim to Dr. Miller that she was truly shopping for furniture in the early hours of May 4, 2004. In contrast to the regular route along the New Jersey Turnpike toward the Delaware Memorial Bridge on Route 13, which heads south to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, the route she chose would normally lead to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. According to Patty Precioso, Melanie drove Bill's remains to Virginia the night before she departed New Jersey. Naturally, though, Melanie finds this theory absurd. This theory was ludicrous, she said, because Virginia Beach was. Considering the significant distance, an extra 450 miles from Delaware, it was not feasible to cover such a large area in such a short period of time. Did Melanie McGuire really act by herself? Or was there someone who was complicit? It might have been Jim Flynn. However, why would someone go to such extent for a female with whom he had a romantic interest years before? But think about it. It might be a covert affair, someone nearby, or someone else. Maybe it was someone who would kill for her if necessary. Dr. Brad Miller was the voice you heard. Melanie was one of his nurses, and he was a partner at RMA Associates. At least for both of them, the romance started when Melanie was 8 months along with her second kid. Melanie and Dr. Miller had a serious relationship after she got back from maternity leave. Despite their married status and little children, it seemed as though they were becoming profoundly in love. Growing evidence that Melanie McGuire was involved in her husband's death was discovered by investigators. 2 syringes and a bottle of the tranquilizer chloral hydrate were found in Bill's automobile. Bradley Miller had written the prescription in Melanie's handwriting, according to Miller. Jennifer Seymour, a state police computer specialist, examined the McGuire's computers and portable electronics during the investigation, including a desktop computer in their apartment. Her analysis showed that a number of troubling subjects were looked for online between April 11 and April 26, 2004. The searches included questions on gun laws, toxic insulin levels, how to buy guns illegally, how to commit murder, and undetectable poisons. The gun, the online search, or the affair, among other pieces of evidence. One specific detail confused folks. It was the acquisition of a $500,000 home just prior to his disappearance. They were scheduled to close on the house at 2:00 p.m. on April 28, 2004. Throughout, Melanie maintained communication with Dr. Miller, who begged her not to move forward with the house purchase. He said he wanted to be with her and create a future with her. Melanie promised to take care of it. They were very excited when they got back to their rented townhouse after closing on the house and called John Rice, who was apparently very happy. Dr. Miller and Melanie had their last talk that evening. After drinking some red wine, I told him that Bill was dozing off on the couch and that they had closed on the house. When Bill woke up, Melanie intended to talk to him about the situation and ask for a divorce. According to Melanie's account, the incident involved a major quarrel between her and Bill, which happened early in the morning at approximately 3 or 4 o'clock. It all began with Melanie expressing that she had made a compromise on the house they were buying together. Bill reacted quickly and strongly, saying that it wasn't what he wanted and that he was unhappy. A furious argument ensued after he expressed his desire for a less expensive home in Virginia, which Melanie rejected. Melanie went on to explain how the fight became violent, mentioning that Bill shoved a dryer sheet into her mouth, demonstrating his obsession with them at these times. He then told her that he was going out and would never be coming back, and he even gave her instructions to tell their kids why they would not have a father. As he packed and made multiple trips up and down the stairs, he expressed this via the bathroom door, constantly critiquing her last words to him, which were an entreaty to stop. The police had finally found the luggage and were about to bring Bill to justice. The cops were actively looking for one important piece of evidence. There was still a longing for evidence that Melanie was responsible for the dismemberment. They searched her house meticulously, but they couldn't find any bullets, blood, or anything else. She was not directly connected to the murder by any tangible evidence. Melanie McGuire was arrested while dropping off her children at a daycare center more than a year after Bill McGuire was murdered, on June 5, 2005. In the case that became known as the suitcase killer, she was charged with first-degree murder. In 2005, Melanie entered a not guilty plea and was freed on $750,000 bail. Her bond was increased to $2.1 million after a grand jury indicted her on 4 counts. Once more, she was let free. She was later charged in another indictment with writing letters that impeded the inquiry. Melanie's trial started in 2007, 3 years after the crime. She killed her spouse in 2004 to begin a new life with her partner, according to the prosecution. According to lead investigator Precioso's testimony, the evidence suggests a murder that was well planned. Melanie insisted on her innocence, claiming her husband was an obsessive gambler who had started acting strangely. Her description was challenged by a representative for the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice, who claimed that there was no proof Mr. McGuire was anything more than a casual gambler. Melanie's defense team contended that there was insufficient evidence to prove that the murder and dismemberment took place in the Woodbridge apartment. They emphasized that there was no DNA or blood tissue in the apartment, nor were there any signs from a bullet or saw. Furthermore, neighbors did not report hearing gunshots or the sound of a power saw. Melanie McGuire, 34, was found guilty 3 years later on April 23, 2007, of killing William T. McGuire, dismembering his body, placing the pieces in 3 suitcases, and then throwing them into the Chesapeake Bay. She received a sentence of 63 years and 9 months in jail with no chance of release. In addition, she was given a 5-year sentence for perjury and a 10-year sentence for desecrating human remains for lying to a family court judge about her husband's location after he disappeared in 2004. On April 28, 2004, the 2 sons of William and Melanie McGuire, whose names are kept secret for their safety and privacy, were last spotted with their father. As usual, Melanie dropped the 2- and 4-year-old boys off at their daycare. The boys expected to see their father when they got home from their routine at 8:20 Ayoyemim, but he was not there. Bill's older sister, Cindy Lagoche, a realtor at the Weichert firm in Franklin Lakes, was given custody of William and Melanie's sons. Cindy and her husband, Bill Lagoche, a pharmacist from Bucha of Wyckoff, New Jersey, were judged to be able to give the boys a caring and loving home. When the custody issue came up, they were seasoned parents who already had 2 grown children of their own, Laura Lagoche and Max Lagoche. Given that Cindy and Bill were already a close-knit family, the 2 boys were sent to live with them. Melanie's family unsuccessfully fought Cindy for custody when she was found guilty of killing her husband. Consequently, the only family that William and Melanie's sons have ever known, their aunt, uncle, and cousins, continued to live in New Jersey. Cindy provided proof that her sister-in-law's 2 children, who were 5 and 7 years old at the time, had been diagnosed with autism during Melanie's 2007 murder trial. After seeing their conduct, Cindy became worried about their welfare and, in order to safeguard their identity, got them examined. There is no additional information known on their present situation. It is known, meanwhile, that the boys haven't spoken to their mother since before her conviction. Given her background as a nurse and her kind and vivacious personality, it's difficult to even imagine how someone like Melanie could have committed such a horrible act. The case's high visibility generated a variety of reactions from viewers. Even if she had the motive, she doesn't seem to be capable of murder, which is one of the numerous holes in the story that many people think exist. How could this little woman do everything by herself? Was there anyone to help her? Was the charge against her unjustified? Was the charge completely false, or did the jury miss someone? You're not alone if these questions are on your mind. Melanie McGuire's guilt is questioned by many, including criminology experts Amy Schlossberg and Megan Sachs. Since Melanie doesn't fit the usual description of a murderer, they throw doubt on her conviction in their podcast, Direct Appeal. According to the prosecution's key witness, a forensic ballistics specialist, the bullets discovered in Bill's case were determined to be .38 caliber lead cutter rounds. No one entered my gun's serial number into a website to determine its specs. It seems that every rifle creates lands and grooves. Lands and grooves are rifling features that are machine-pressed into a gun's barrel. The bullet will effectively have the same amount of lands and grooves stamped on it as it goes through the barrel. According to the website of the company, my firearm created 5 lanes and grooves. However, my husband's bullets produced 6 lanes and grooves. They later discovered a mistake on the website of the weapons maker. The material on the website was changed following the tragic event of Bill McGuire's murder, which is confusing. They also talk about the trash bags that were discovered at the McGuire home and one bill that was discovered in. These lines are visible here. Is this type of smooth line a straight line? Additionally, there are 2 other lines that are nearly identical in location. This suggests that these 2 bags were produced in a very short period of time at the same plant, on the same line. The investigator emphasizes that these features show that the 2 bags were manufactured in a very short amount of time, at the same location, and on the same production line. Additionally, they affirm that the bags were made in the same run and express confidence in their finding based on tests that were performed and results that were observed. Stacks also highlights the lack of a credible crime scene and the physical difficulties of dismembering a person. They ran 2 tests in a video demonstration. The first test was a suitcase weight test to see if Melanie, who weighs 118 pounds, could have thrown a suitcase that weighed about 80 pounds over a bridge with a 40-inch guardrail. Their results indicated that 40 pounds, or roughly half of Melanie's weight, was a manageable weight to lift. Another important thing that you believe the jury should have heard more about was discovered within those suitcases. Animal hair, brown hair, black hair, and white hair can all be seen on page after page of the lab reports. I believe that's a sign that there was animal hair where Bill's body was dismembered. Melanie is still behind bars despite the release of a movie about her case, and she maintains that she didn't kill her husband or dispose of his body parts in suitcases. She also questions why she drove all the way down to Chesapeake with the body parts in the car, thinking, "I'm not going to get stopped. I'm not going to break down." What a chance that is. You can't stop on a bridge and open a window and throw out 3 suitcases. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.